like I've been trying, but there is no way. And I'm not really certain I am made for you. We always end up all our evenings feeling blue.
Please don't say what no. Who's gonna say what now? Gonna say what now? Doing things with standards, don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence, skin paper active. Doing things with standards, don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence. Who's gonna say what now? Doing things with standards, don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence, skin paper active. Doing things with standards, don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence, skin paper active. Doing things with standards, don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence, skin paper active. Doing things with standards, don't stay hot-tempered. Yin Yang's the essence.
was running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, 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 jungle. One time I was running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, 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 jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, 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 jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, 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 running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, came out the other side pretty humble, hanging on for life, took a tumble, trying to survive in the baseline, leave your face like you were sucking on a gumbo. Getting sour when the brother come through, cause you know it's ending in a rumble. When my lines come with the grumble, drawing through the jungle, drawing through the jungle. Getting sour when the brother come through, cause you know it's ending in a rumble. Drawing through the jungle, drawing through the jungle. Getting sour when the brother come through.
Welcome to Verti Musical, the battlegrounds for our third and final VCT Masters of 2021. 15 teams from all over the globe have touched down in Berlin to battle to be crowned the best in the world and lock in a spot at Champions. My name is Youngsu Collins, and joining me is the one and only Sean Gares from North America, and of course, the Queen of Spain, Kakuka. Welcome, guys.
Oh, so happy to be here. I cannot believe that actually the moment is now.
Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to see these games. We got the best opener possible.
Yeah, the games, the stage,
Yeah.
Sean. Like, we're gonna show you, we're gonna show it to you guys in a bit, but I am very excited to be here with you two as well. But now, for those of you guys aren't aware at home, Bren Esports, despite being able to qualify for here, unfortunately, they aren't able to compete here with the other teams for Berlin. So with a 15-team tournament comes a slightly different format. And to help make sense of it all, we have the cool, calming voice of Rib to walk us through what's changed.
Masters Berlin is the last major tournament before Champions, the global finale of the 2021 Champions Tour. At Masters Berlin, teams will battle to earn circuit points, prizes, and qualification into Champions. Teams attending Masters Berlin earn their spots through one of 7 regional challenger qualifiers. The event will see representatives from North America, EMEA, Korea, Japan, Southeast Asia, Brazil, and Latin America. Taking place from September 10th through the 19th, Masters Berlin will begin with group play, followed by an 18 single elimination bracket. All matches will be a best of 3, with the exception of the finals, which will be a best of 5. Group A is kicking things off with a bang. Some of the best performing teams in VCT history could cross paths here. Group B is a wild mix of rising stars and longtime staples of the VCT. Group C is sure to be a banger. Match 1 is the Russian powerhouse Gambit versus Japan's favorite Crazy Raccoon. Lastly, we've got Group D. Due to the ongoing global pandemic, Bren Esports are unfortunately unable to attend Masters Berlin. As a result, Group D will play a double round robin, where each team will face each other twice, with 2 teams emerging from each of the 4 groups. Those 8 teams will then be seeded into a single elimination bracket. The winner of this bracket will earn both the Masters Berlin trophy and an automatic qualification into Champions, the grand finals of the VALORANT Champions Tour. Good luck to all the competitors, and we'll see you in Berlin.
Now, we had an international LAN already, as you guys remember, in Iceland. But Sean, even though, you know, some things are still the same, we still have a double elimination. I love that. But the game itself is not the same.
Holy, has there been some changes? The biggest patch change I think I've seen in any game was patch 3.0 that came out in July, and every agent took a hit. Every ability costs more money. Certain abilities operate differently, like Sky's regenerating Flash now, and that made her a vital piece in the game. You had changes to all the guns, the moving accuracy, so all these teams had to adapt to these changes, and that's what makes this tournament so exciting. We get to see how it plays out on LAN.
Yeah, obviously, different teams, different play styles, but now they have to adapt to all these changes as well. I feel like most of them are going to bring something new to the table, almost 100%. And of course, there's some teams that couldn't even have made it. I mean, from last time, SMB would have not been here because they were not a thing in Masters 2.
I gotta say, out of the things that the teams could be bringing, would you like to see some KO in here? We didn't see KO at all, really, at EMEA.
I'm a huge KO fan. I just think he hasn't been solved yet, right? I think he needs to be adapted into a team where he's suppressing, and then there's just layered abilities on top of his suppression, and I haven't seen it other than steal from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, but I think it's also the fact that I feel it's easy to play around him. I feel like it's easy to counter him because there's only so much space that you can take. There's not many lineups just yet. Just wait for the Korean players to get the lineups, and then the rest of the world will follow.
Yeah, things are going to start to heat up as the tournament goes. But the game is not the only thing that's new. We have a group stage now. We didn't have this in Iceland. I'm very excited about this, but people always talk about the group of death. I do think, Kakuka, that looking at these 4 groups, we've got a pretty obvious group of death here.
I mean, I like the groups, I have to say, but I see we're saying group of death. To me, is Group A, just because I feel like Vision Strikers, Paper Rex, and especially Acend and SMB, it's really hard to pick a favorite one out of this. And I know, Sean, you're going to go for Group D because you're here for the public.
You like chaos.
I definitely agree. Group A is insane, but Group D, in my eyes, has so much potential to excite me, right? It sucks that Bren couldn't be here because that really hurts a team like F4Q that relies on that, surprise factor. Bunny just satcheling all over the place. Then you have G2 and Sentinels. I can't believe only 2 of those teams are going to make it out, and it's just such a brutal format for that specific group.
Yeah, I mean, Kakuka, I know Sean talked a little bit about Group D, but G2, our boys, they're in there, and, they wanted to play Sentinels. This is something that they wanted.
You wanted Sentinels, you get double. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's good for us because I think everybody wants to see that match, and we're going to get double the dose, so I'm really happy with it. I don't know how happy they are, though.
Carlos is pretty happy. I think he sent out some tweets. He's probably pretty stoked about the matchup, but everyone apparently is saying Gen 2 got them scrim bucks this time around. They're destroying people in the scrims.
I mean, we'll see what happens on stage where it matters. But Sean, I'm going to get this out of the way because I know you want to gloat about this, and I know we've got a few players we wanted to talk about, players to watch. I'll let you get the one that you really want to speak about out of the way.
Of course I want to talk about my boy Shazam. Oh my gosh, I love this guy. So I played with Shazam a lot in the past in CS, and the way he's evolved as a player and as a person is just so incredible in the last 2 years. He is the in-game leader, the coach, the mentor, the guiding light of this team, as well as a star duelist. And when the team brought TenZ in, what did Shaz do? He didn't demand that he keeps all of his roles. He fell back into a silver role, let TenZ have whatever he wanted, redesigned the team, and still Sentinels is the best team in the world. I have never seen an in-game leader have so much success at the start of a game, doing so many crazy things. So I have to say, Shazam is just like the best player in the world in my eyes.
Ooh, big statement, Kakuka, big statement.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, everybody that's looking at Sentinels, which is literally anyone that plays Valorant, you have to admit that he is Mr. Do-It-All and do it well. And he's so good at reading what his team needs. And I think it's literally what you said. Everything just falls into place.
I got to ask, though, before we move on to the next player, but, looking at it, it's obvious that TenZ is the big win condition. I think even the Fnatic player said in the final that had TenZ not played, they felt like they had a better chance. But do you feel like Shaz is actually overlooked a little bit on how much of an impact he brings?
It's crazy. I think everyone on Sentinels is overlooked when you have TenZ on the team because you have players like Zoms, who's one of the best controllers in the States. You have Dapper, the best Sentinel player in the States. You have Sick. I mean, he can do it all. He's an incredible, he's an MVP caliber player. So yeah, I think Shazam does get overlooked because Tenz is on the team, because Tenz is a monster. He's
Tenz.
incredible.
Yeah. Okay, we're not going to let you run away too much there with how much you love Sentinels. We get it. We got to show some love to EMEA as well, Kakuka.
Obviously, and we need to talk about one player I know you love as well, and everybody at home, this is nuts. You were mentioning Dapper for Sentinels in the States, but here in EMEA it's nuts for sure. This is the problem with this player. He is insane. He honors his name in every single game. And you know the worst part of it? He's not going to be playing a duelist. He's not going to go in your face. He's not going to be initiating. He's not even the brains for the team. But trust me, he's playing the Viper, he's a strong holding. He's playing Cypher. It doesn't really matter. He's going to get all the kills. No round is secured against Gambit unless Nat is dead.
If you have not watched a Gambit game, you mentioned it perfectly right there, Kakuka. His setups on the Cypher and Viper,
it's insane.
It's like he's doing art. They're masterpieces. They're so well thought out. He has every hit planned. He's such a treat to watch. He's my favorite player to watch in the European region because I like those agents. They're very cerebral agents, right? They're not the duelists. So washed up players like myself, we like that. We like
No, Sean.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys don't know, but Sean kicked our asses on the stage when we did play. So no. I'm not going to let you say that about yourself. But I got to ask, because coming into this tournament, there was a lot of whispers on social media. Who's the best Cypher player? And most people are saying Nats. Would you agree?
Oh, I can't. Well, you can't leave out Dapper in there. I feel like they're right next to each other. I am praying that we get the matchup. If we get that Cypher matchup, it will be so epic. I will just love those VODs and just watch them and cherish them forever. Please let us get the Cypher matchup.
I mean, I'm kind of tired, you know, of the Jet head-to-head. I mean, we see it all the time, obviously, because most of the teams have like a superstar Jet. But come on, let's get some Cypher as well.
Yeah.
I'm completely with you. I'm with you. And we're also going to look at someone who doesn't play the Cypher or the Jet. And I know, Sean, you've been a big fan of Stack since pretty much the beta.
Yeah, and for people that were watching all the VODs coming out the Korean region and really wanted Vision Strikers to make Iceland, it was because of this guy. They started the flash dash, right, from Breach, and Stax is the go-to Breach when you think about this agent in the world. He has so many incredible plays. He uses the utility perfectly, and now that Sky has been buffed, you see him incorporating a little bit of that as Sky. So he's such an exciting player. He sets up his teammates. He's always thinking about winning the round rather than getting the frag, and that's why I like watching him.
I mean, I have to say, we don't get to see KO unless Stax is going to be like, okay, this is going to be like the next big thing.
Yes.
What I really like about Stax, it's even if they're not playing on the best map, there is always something prepared coming from him that's going to completely blow your mind. Like, for example, in the last matchup, I saw them play Split, and they lost extremely hard against F4Q, and it didn't matter because we saw some micro plays that I was like, holy, like for real?
Yeah, you always learn something when you watch those guys. It's like an educational video.
I mean, everybody steals their stuff from them for a reason, right? It's not even a secret at this point. But before, I'm gonna ask you guys a hard question now, because the tournament hasn't started. I don't want you to second guess yourself, and I don't even want you to use anything concrete or stats to decide this answer, but I want to know who you think is going to take the crown here. The whole tournament. Who's winning here, Sean? Come on.
Not even any copium. My boy Sentinels are winning this.
Of course.
They got this. Easy. Yeah, I have to go with Sentinels. I mean, they're on top of the world. They have such a dominant roster. Best players in North America. Shazam, I've already praised them enough. They're just loaded with riches. They just have to win.
It's a very sensible choice, I think. I think most people agree with you. I've gone with Acend because I backed them since Masters 1. I have to. But the problem here is, Kakuka, talk me through what I'm seeing on the screen right now.
So that is wrong. No, it's not wrong. Listen, I am a trader. I left LVP. I left the Spanish cast to come here, and now I'm betraying EMEA as well. I mean, what can I say? I really feel like we have some good representation from every single region, but I still feel like NA is one step ahead. And I mean, otherwise, just prove me wrong. Maybe I just jinxed it.
Okay, we don't have enough time on air for me to talk some senses into you, Kakuka. So we are going to take a quick break now. But when we're back, we'll be looking at two familiar foes, Acend and SuperMassive Blaze, right after this.
skies always feel so cold. Whoa. Blue eyes, they look at me so bold. And I'm scared of getting old. Whoa. That's why I hate to see you go. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay.
Woohoo! We are kicking off Masters Berlin strong. The players from our opening match, SMB and Acend, are just arriving at the venue now, and it's not long before we get to see them on this stage. SMB and Acend, the opening game, but Sean, I gotta say, we can't forget that they've also got Vision Strikers and Paper X in their group.
Yeah, and Vision Strikers is opening up against Paper X. So people always say, oh, Vision Strikers has the group of death. This is so horrible. We might not get to see them in playoffs. But they get the benefit of playing both teams, right? If they beat Paper X.
Yeah.
They have to beat Paper X first. But if they beat Paper X, they'll be able to play the winner of Acend, SMB. And then if they lose that, they would technically get to play them again, the loser of that matchup. So I think Vision Strikers has an excellent chance to get out of this group. And if I'm those EU teams, I'm terrified of losing this opening game.
I completely agree with you. I think that's exactly what is going to happen. I mean, because we are going to have to not say goodbye, but send to the lower bracket to one of those EMEA teams. But I actually have a feeling that they're both going to go through it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah?
Oh!
I mean, you were a traitor about 3 minutes ago.
I'm just jinxing it, okay?
Okay, but let's take a look at these two teams now. There's a lot of history between them two. But we'll start with SMB because they are the newest team, one of the newest teams in this entire tournament.
Yeah, completely. And of course, in EMEA, we know them and all, but you may need an introduction because you're not ready for what you are about to see. We are seeing 5 Turkish players. This is amazing for their region. We have Para coming from Team Heretics, who has now taken the role of IGL, and it's just crazy. Ross with the Sky, Turco with the Sage. You have not seen this Sage. He is a clutch master, and actually, Brave, it's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Brave! He's turning 18, Brave. So we're really happy. Oh my God, here they are.
Oh my gosh! Honestly, the thing that I think about when I think of SMB are all those Dragon Vandals. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Everyone on their team is using Dragon Vandals, but their playstyle is so explosive. They have that reactive playstyle, and they think of themselves like a Sentinels type of team, right? Reacting off of utility, not organized, not super structured like your Acends. So that's what makes this matchup so spicy, is just that contrast.
Yeah, and we caught a glimpse of Izzy there just now getting off the minibus. And Sean, he is definitely one of the players to watch here.
Oh, Izzy is so exciting. He's so exciting. But it's this jet role, right? This jet role that he plays is incredible. He's opening up things all the time for his team. He does play Raze, and he opts on Raze too if you watch him on Bind. But his Raze statistics, they're not that great. That is one thing that I think SMD will need. He will need to have a good game on Raze if they want to win this matchup.
I feel like he's a really constant player. Like, you're never going to see him bottom fraggings. He's always going to be explosive. And I think that even though this is a LAN event, it's going to be great for him.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be great for all of these Jet Orpers in the tournament. Of course, they're taking on Acend. They had a great time the last time they played against Acend. But Acend, Sean, most would say actually have a pretty good chance going into this.
In my eyes, Acend is the best team in Europe and potentially the best team in the world, which is insane because that man on the right side of your screen, I'm going to start with him, Zeke. He was brought in for the in-game leader of this team, and he is a duelist. And somehow this team has gotten better. Apparently, they worked on their communication. They ironed all their problems out. Keeley is that man to his left. He's playing all these supportive roles, Cyphers, Vipers. He's hopping all over the place. I've seen him play Sovas. And then CNED is the man of the hour, the man of the match. He's always going to be putting up the frags on this team when you watch him. Locking in Jet. Sometimes you'll see him on Sage. He can do it all. He can open up rounds very aggressively, or he can play passively and allow one of his teammates to, create that opening for him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm living for Killer's photo. I don't know about you, but I love that. Everyone else is kind of posing normally, and he's like, be quiet. And I cannot believe, actually, Kakuka, that you, me, and Sean, we're about to be on the same stage as freaking CNED. The CNED.
The CNED. The CNED. I don't know if we're going to get like an actual reaction. I want to see him cry of happiness, something.
It's not gonna happen.
It's still gonna happen. Show me that you're alive. You were saying probably one of the best, if the best team in EMEA. To me, it's really hard to pick one because I feel like they're really different profiles. So I'm still not sure. I mean, I'm here to find out actually because those sit-ins matches, they were not really a thing for me.
What I really love about Acend, and I'm not sure if you guys feel this way as well as like you people that get to watch all their games all the time, they have these two styles. The style where CNED is just gloves off. I'm pushing you. I'm getting the picks. I can do whatever I want. I have that freedom from Bone Cold. And then they have the very structured, this is where this is going to go, this. And it's layered strats all day. It's insane.
I like about the team also the fact that it's clearly shown that they have tried things on scrims and decided not to use them on officials. Like they've changed the roles a lot of times, and you can see it because of the way that players play against other teams and the quick adaptation. And I have to agree with that, specifically on the Cena part. We see him even picking up that operator early in the rounds, maybe third, fourth round, just when he knows that he doesn't need, oh, here we are, his statistics. He doesn't need to be the entry fragger. He just needs to anchor a little bit for his team, and it works so well for him. There's so much to say about him. We were talking about a super Turkish team, and now we're talking about the super Turkish player, and that has to be seen. He might be dead inside. We don't know that, but he's alive. On his brain, he's completely alive.
The double thumbs up.
Yeah, the double thumbs up. That's what we're going for.
Kuka, what do you think about that first blood percentage?
Literally 1 in every 5 rounds. 1 in every 5.
This guy's opening up rounds.
But even with that, I mean, I don't know if we're going to see Acend today, but I feel like even on the attack, it's exactly what I'm going to tell you. He's going to go for the operator. He's going to find that duo because he knows that he's playing against Easy, and the Supermassive Waves is going to be aggressive because it's part of them. So I think he's really going to take up on that.
I do want to circle back to what you were saying earlier as well, because obviously we have to talk about CNED. But I think you made a good point that this isn't just CNED and friends, right? This is the rest of this roster. I think it's a little bit of disrespect sometimes when people just look at this team and go, oh, CNED's just going to carry you. But that's not the case.
No, there is massive disrespect thrown at this team because of how good CNED is, right? It's almost like that Wardell on TSM factor, except the whole team actually is really good and they can run strats.
Wait, did you just do
yes, I did that.
The slightest
but Starkso, he's one of my favorite Skies to watch. When he plays that Sky on a couple of their maps, is so good at swinging with the flashes right now in this current meta. And in my eyes, that is such a pivotal thing to be good at in the meta, is playing Sky.
Yeah, well, there is a lot of expectations for Acend, but can one of the best teams in EU make an impact on the international stage? Let's hear from the players themselves.
I'm Sinet, I'm 19 years old, I'm from Turkey, and I'm playing for Acend. Boncold is our IGL of the team. He's a angry guy, a little bit. He's good IGL, I mean, he's funny, he's good. Starkso is the most energetic guy, I think, in the team. And his support in the is the role. Kles is the quiet guy, I think, after me. Okay, he's a sentinel is on our team. Zeke is the second IGL, I think, and he's a second duelist also. That makes us great is the chemistry, and the chemistry is good in the team. That's why this is this house.
Another connection onto Nats, and Chronicle won't last long either.
I think we are better than Masters 1 and Masters 2, to be honest, and I think we are not going to do the same mistakes in Masters 2. I'm happy because I'm going to play with the best teams in America, Brazilian teams, Korean teams, so I couldn't do in the Masters 2 because we eliminated, but I want to do this in Masters 3 and beat every team we faced.
Oh, that's big. Just got to get out of there. Just on time alone. They've won this.
I want to face, of course, against Sentinels because they're the last champions, so everyone wants to beat them. Also, I want to beat them because they're the champion. I want to play against SuperMassive because we lost them in the upper bracket final, and also with Gambit because I want to take the revenge in the EMEA playoffs. We are going to smash them, I think I can say that. That's it.
With in with the double, and this is looking done. Great for them with only the one man lost, and CNET makes sure they keep this extending.
Kakuka, I know you had some questions on what CNED is really like, outside of the game, and that's got to be one of the most endearing things I have ever watched. How could you hate this guy? He's amazing.
How can you say that?
No, not you. Not you. I mean NA in general, because I've seen a lot of the clash.
The attack is for you here, Sean, not for me.
Yeah.
You gotta adore him. Of course, he's the player. He's a endearing. I mean, I want more than just this time, so I'm waiting for that.
Yeah, when he had an interview a while back, he said that Starkso and Zeke are actually, the secondary callers on the team, and he just provides that reactive information. So he's a quiet guy in the game, out of the game. I don't think we're going to get much out of him.
Yeah, I do love that. I thought we were going to hear from Starkso or Zeke. You just assume, or maybe Bone Cold, but it's great to hear from CNED right off the bat. But also, just on the back of what you said, here he said that Starkso brings so much of that energy. And I know behind the scenes we were discussing, maybe there's going to be a Boaster of Berlin, that personality, give us a bit of showmanship. And I think that Starkso could be that.
Oh, yeah? I think every successful team needs that player, right? They need the dapper. They need someone like that to liven up the energy when things are low. And Starkso is definitely that player on the team. And when you read their interviews, he is that player. He's the guy providing the mid-game calls. He's not designing the tactics, but he's the voice of direction throughout a round.
I feel like it's the kind of player that we need. I mean, people haven't seen it, but we have seen some of the Korean teams as well, and I feel like all of the players in every Korean team are that player. I've also seen, I would like to mention Kellogg's for G2, even though it's his first time on a LAN. I really like that about him.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time for a lot of these players on LAN as well, especially, coming out of Turkey too, for the side of SMB. They have a tough task today, Kukuka. Yes. And, CNED seemed pretty confident in that interview too. So what do you feel like SMB have to do? Because they've been here before. These two teams, they've played together already.
Yeah, but the problem is it's a seeded match. We saw Acend play in split. It's something that we're probably not going to see today. Maybe they surprise us and we're completely blown out. But I feel like it's not going to be even close to the same. SMB has to be as aggressive as they are, but I would like to have Power maybe in a less aggressive role, because him being the IGL, especially on maps like Bind, I feel like he just pushes too much sometimes because they don't have the means to gather the information that they actually want. So he just decides to push, and there's some things like some decision-making process that I don't completely agree with. So that had to change.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think the matchup we're going to see today is going to feel a lot different than that online game. That was a seeding match, like you said. But also, I think something that's interesting about SMB is that all these players fall perfectly into their roles within the game, right? Turco's always going to lock in that Sage. Russ is always going to be an initiator. Brave is always going to be a controller. Izzy's always going to be a duelist. And Poor's always going to be a sentinel. And an aggressive one at that.
Yeah, we got to talk about one of Kakuka's favorite players here,
he's
Turco.
my favorite.
I know you're very happy that he made it here into Berlin.
He has to be my favorite. I mean, we talked about this during the EMEA finals, and I was like, okay, we have a team full of stars. We have that as well in Sentinels, for example. But I feel like Turco is a little bit like Nuts, you know? It's like he's one of the clutchers. He's always on the same level of hype. He's always going to be on 100%. And of course, he's playing the Sage. But I feel like within this team, he's the one that plays his role the most.
Yeah, I mean, he has picked Sage 100% of his games in the last 6 days. This guy is a Sage main, right? But he is phenomenal at aiming. He is an aimer through and through. When I watch him, I'm blown away at some of the one-taps he hits with those Dragon Vandals.
I mean, you spoke a little bit about how much you love the structural way that Acend, they can just whip it out when they need to, right? Do you feel like that's something that SMB are lacking a little bit? Because they do still have this reputation that they're just insane Turkish aimers and they can be a little bit messy.
Look, I don't want to say they're lacking it, right? Because that's just their style, right? Some teams have that punch them in the face and see how they respond kind of thing. And if they start off early with that style, it's often very hard to combat that and claw your way back into the map strategically.
I feel like, especially at the beginning of every map, we're going to see the teams taking it slow because they know that some things might have changed. They don't want to be too eager to just go and make the first move because they know that something must have changed and they might lose it then.
I mean, is that thing that what they need to do, though? Do you feel like they need
to be passive?
Yeah, exactly.
SME needs to be passive. I mean, what I don't like is that sometimes they renounce completely to any kind of information early in the round and then just explode on one side. That cannot happen, especially early 6 rounds.
Well. We saw the players arrive earlier, but it's time to get them on the Berlin stage. And, of course, show you guys at home, too, where our 15 teams will be competing over the next 2 weeks. This is where champions will be shaped and history will be made.
A masterpiece lasts forever, while the artist will find death awaiting every turn. A moment that will outlive me, to become eternal or to be forgotten. Ars longa, vita brevis. Is eternal. Life is short.
We spoke about this earlier, the impact of Izzy and CNET, but they are finally here in the flesh, Kakuka, just meters away from us.
I just can't. I mean, I've seen this, we've rehearsed this, but every single time I get the goosebumps. This is crazy. We had seen the head-to-head. It's time for the face-to-face.
But look at this nerd chills right now, man.
Sean.
This editing is insane. The stage is gorgeous. Oh my god, if I were these players, I would be so nervous right now.
Are you a bit jealous, Sean? You want to be up there?
I'm incredibly jealous. This is so cool.
Yeah, we'd love to see you up there as well. But also, I gotta say, this is a huge moment, Sean, for Turkey. They have 6 players standing on the international stage.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing is I don't think anyone outside of EMEA saw SMB getting here. You guys might have. I definitely didn't. I thought that, you know, the best player in Turkey was CNED and everyone else was miles away. I was wrong. These guys are incredible. And they have, like you said, 6 of them are on this stage right now.
I'm actually kind of sad, you know, that this, I mean, I'm happy that this is such a strong start for whole Masters. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Our show. Okay. Give me a break.
You guys at home can't hear this, but we're feeling some energy on this stage right now. Well, SMB,
it's a competition now.
Giving it back as well. I'm excited to see how these players do, but we got to talk about maps real quick because, you know, we've spoken about this already. They played against each other at EMEA playoffs, but Sean, would you like to see those 3 maps come up again?
I mean, I would like to, Yinsu. I don't think we are. That was the only time Acend has played Split in the last couple months, right? They're 0-1. And against SMB, they will not let that map through. I don't think SMB is going to let Breeze through. And that is scary if I'm on SMB because the last 2 months, these are the stats for Acend. 6-1 Bind, 7-2 Haven, 5-2 Icebox, 3-0 Breeze. Where are they weak? Nowhere.
On Acend. They are actually, I mean, you know, you need to know what button to push to actually beat Acend. It's not an easy task, okay? Of course it's not easy. That's why they're here. But I feel like, I have to agree, is nothing like we saw on the upper semifinals. We're not going to see Split. I doubt that we're going to see Breeze. But you know what, I'm willing to see some changes in anything. Team compositions, playstyle, I'm down for it.
They've had time, and I think because they know each other so well, they have to do changes, right? You can't just do the same thing over and over again. And with that in mind, it's time to reveal the map vetoes, and we've got something special for you guys. Here is our brand new map select. Yeah, that's right, baby. We got floating maps in the middle of the stage. But let's start with the bans first. I know both of you, you know, we're probably not expecting to see anything crazy out of the bans. They're not going to want to take away things they're comfortable on. But having seen what they've done in the EMEA playoffs, it's very unlikely we see Acend let that split through. But who knows? They've had a couple of weeks to try and get their map pool back into order. But I also will say that, Sean, when you asked about the weaknesses, here we go.
Oh yeah, Acend banning Split right off the bat. This is exactly what we expected. Everything is going according to plan. I have no idea how the picks are going to happen, but Split being taken out by Acend is a power play.
And now we have Breeze banned by... So no surprises here. Oh, I love this map select. Thank you very much, NA, for coming to EU to actually get the real production.
Yeah, everything makes sense so far, but this is the first pick, and it is a bind locked straight in there. Sean, what do you make of this?
Yeah, that's Acend's pick, and that is one of my favorite maps to watch them on. And you won't even get to see CNET on Jet. I know it's tragic. We're going to get to see him on Sage most likely, because that's what he locks in there. But Keelay's on the Viper. Jeez, he is insane on the map. They like to run the double controller with Brimstone. They're the best in the world on the map.
Very strong, especially on the defender side. I feel like they've only played against, I mean, they've only lost against Gambit. I feel like they're super strong. They do the double control and it works for them. On the other side, SMB is not going to go with the double smoke. That scares me a lot because of map control and because I love a good Brimstone on bind.
Oh, Acend. Okay, that's coming up second. Kakuka, I know you really wanted to see this.
I love this because I feel like both Acend and Icebox are the maps for the Jets to shine, and that's what we're here for. Come on, no, we're not fooling anyone. I feel like this is a map that, of course, SMB had to pick for themselves. They're extremely strong on there, so it's no surprise.
Yeah, 7-4 in the last couple months on Acend. I mean, this is their home field. They can hit the A side, they can hit the B side. They run fakes really, really well on the map, and you can see Acend is going to be picking defense actually to start on. I think that's a really good choice, trying to get CNET activated on that defensive side.
And map 3, we're going to go to Icebox if we go to map 3. Sean, what do you make of this one? Are you a fan of Icebox? Are those two teams?
Look, I really think that both these teams are phenomenal on Icebox, right? It's the map that allows your Jet and your Duelist in general to shine. The rest of the roles kind of fall into place. There's always going to be that Viper, that Sova, you know, but we're going to get to see the CNET Izzy map 3 potentially Jet on Icebox. Oh my god, it will be insane. And SMB is going to start on defense there.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised because I thought that they were actually going to go for the attack. They're an aggressive team, and especially on Icebox, I feel like there's nothing wrong with starting attacking. I mean, probably you want to, but we'll see if we get to the third map.
Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing the exact same group of maps as you guys expected, but we are seeing some of them, a couple of them. But let's talk about Bind first, because that is going to be map 1. This is Acend's pick, which is pretty much expected, Sean, given how dominant they are here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the first time these two teams met, Pora gave them a lot of trouble on that A side. You can see the map on the floor. That is insane. That's so cool. So Pora will set up his Killjoy utility all over this A side. And the reason why this is so weird is because they also have a Sage, right? They have a Killjoy and a Sage. And then Izzy likes playing Jet. Those aren't really that great of bind agents as a trio, so they had to make some changes, and that's why Izzy plays Raze usually on bind. It's a very uncomfortable map for SMB.
Yeah, I feel that that's the word, uncomfortable. And actually, earlier on the pre-show, I was like, there's some things that I don't like, especially Power when he pushes too much. We know, and we'll see now, if they're gonna pick the Astra.
Yes.
It is an agent that I like in this map if it has another controller. I feel like it suits the style for SMB, but I just feel like it's not enough. They do not gather enough information, and I want to see Cena perform on the stage. I think it has to be a good start for him.
When I watched SMB on bind, I loved Braves. He had great star placement right outside Hookah. He controlled Hookah with Turco a lot, and that's what allowed Pora to lock down the A site with the turrets top triple, the turrets for U-Haul, as well as crazy alarm bot placements that allowed like reactions from his team. So they have so many little tricks up their sleeve.
I mean, this is the problem, right? We saw with some of the EMEA teams, Kakuka, that the teams that did run Astra had a bigger success rate, and the teams that didn't run Astra just struggled. Do you feel like this is the difference maker? Do SMB have to run the Astra?
They don't have to, not at all. We're probably not going to see them. I mean, we'll go into Agent Select in a little while, but I feel like Astra is good when it's accompanied by all their smokers, I was saying. Maybe if you make it work, if you really work to make it work, but on paper, it's gonna look like it suits SMB. I still don't think it was enough. I have to say though that when they lost this map against Acend, they just came back from getting their visas ready. I remember this moment when we were in finals, and they were like, "Oh, we didn't get any sleeves, but we actually needed to get to Berlin, and you know, priorities." But that sounded like an excuse for me.
What about you, Sean? Because you know, in NA, Astra is still very much a viable pick, but in EMEA, not many teams are running her.
I actually kind of disagree with Kukuka. I think Astra's an insane individual control. Like if you solo picked an Asher, you can use those gravity wells to take control of Shower. You can use the gravity well to instantly take that long B area. And I agree, after patch 3.0 with those delays to the gravity well, I believe it's 1.4 seconds into the round, she's got that little bit of a nerf, and we've seen a decline in her, but she's still mega viable, and I love it.
I think, and I am going to bet that there's going to be some changes coming from SMB because
I mean,
they knew two
to,
things.
right?
They knew two things. They knew that they wanted to ban Breeze. Maybe we'll see it later in the competition. But against Acend, knowing how they play and knowing that you have not tested what you have prepared, are you gonna? I mean, this is such a strong start. Everybody's going to be watching. So if you have that ace, you're not going to use it now. No. So they saved that. But they know that Acend is going to pick bind against them. So 100% bet Ultra Red is going to be changes. Yeah.
I do actually want to go more on that point because going into Iceland, you know, everybody was kind of hyped about Fnatic's bind because they were one of the best bind teams in the world. And I think outside of Sentinels, they weren't even really that challenged, or they didn't even lose on bind until they met Sentinels. But the problem that Boaster and Mini said was that because everybody liked their bind, they knew what they did, they had to make changes. And Sean, if you look at the way that Acend have played bind, they've had the same comp for 14 games in a row. So do you feel like they also need to make changes here?
I don't know. I mean, they win 61% of their attack rounds, 74% of their defensive rounds. I am a little worried about what you said because there's so much footage on them. And Starkzo takes control of Showers as that Sky, right? He'll send in the Guiding Light. He'll send in the Tiger. And he'll try to clear out Showers. Sometimes he's by himself. Sometimes it's a 4-person Shower hit. It's very difficult to gather that info and figure out which one it is. But when you have the footage, you can figure it out. So I'm worried for Acend in that regard.
I mean, we saw this double controller all over the place. Yeah, it was Fnatic. It was impossible to beat until the teams actually learned how to do it. So everybody making changes. I feel like SMB has to be one of them, as I was saying. I do love Para. I've always done when he was in Heretics, now when he's on SMB. But I feel like Killjoy, like playing Sentinels like Killjoy or Cypher in this map, it's kind of old. It's just too last year, you know? So.
Yeah, the season's moved on.
No, yeah, completely. And I feel like if you really, I mean, if you're going to play like Power plays, just pushing A short and gathering that information, how about you play something else? Or you move to a different role so you can gather and have control of the map without needing your presence on it.
Well, yeah, and that's why I actually think this is difficult for Izzy, because he is forced into the scenario where they have a Killjoy and a Sage, and there's not a lot of things that you can open up things with on attack side, right? Especially if you have a Jet in there too. So he almost has to be raised. So that way he has the boom bot, so that way he has the paint shells. And they can access Hookah, they can access Shower with those pieces of utility, and they wouldn't be able to do that with a Jet.
But I also got to say, you know, CNED, not going to see him on the Jet right off the bat. A lot of fans are going to be disappointed. But if Acend were to make changes, is that the kind of change you want to see? Or do you want to see maybe Starkzo or Zeke do something different?
No, I would want to see CNED on the Jet. I have these memories in my head of him just peeking Shower on FPX, and FPX is so like layered on their strats. They're trying to do all their little cool setups, and he's just peeking into them, dashing away, picking one. Blade Storm, you know, he's just insane. He's all over the map when he's on Jet. Such an impactful player.
And Kukuka?
No, I do not want to see changes because I feel like maybe he could move to, let's say, a Soba, okay? That is something that you can play also with this composition. I feel like CNED needs to have the freedom to not use his abilities for his team, but more for himself. So if we put him on Soba, he's always gonna have to switch his position in for the favor of the team. So I feel like, I mean, he's a Jet player. He needs the freedom. He needs the space for himself.
There's no scenario where we don't want to see him on Jet, you know, every day of the week. But now we know the map picks. I want to get your prediction for the whole series, you know. We got Bind, we got Acend, and we've got Icebox. I'll give you a minute to think. I mean, I backed Acend for the whole tournament, so it's going to be silly for me to not back him here. But I will say I'm 51% certain that it's going to be Acend. Like, for me, there's literally a 1% separating the two teams. I feel like it's going to go to third map no matter what. I wanted to go to third map. I feel like in this kind of a matchup, we deserve it. But Kukuka, who do you think, who are you backing for this?
This is going to be a 2-1, and it's going to be for Supermassive place. And I'm going to give you a reason, and it's going to be a good one. I feel like Acend performed better under pressure. I mean, of course, the pressure is here. We're seeing it. But I feel like if they go into that lower, they're going to perform better for the rest of the competition.
I think the cream rises to the top here, and I think Acend takes this 2-0. I'm gonna be honest. I think if it goes to Icebox, they might be in a little bit of trouble, but they knew this Acend pick was coming. I think of Acend as the best team in EMEA, and I think they're gonna prove it here today.
Yeah, well, I mean, on the other side of this, what do SMB need to do in your point of view for it not to be a 2-0? Because obviously, that lower bracket is scary.
Well, they would have to steal this bind map, right? I don't see it happening. I think of Acend as such a dominant bind team. They have the perfect comp in this meta, and even if the anti-strats come out from SMB, I think Acend will be aware of those possibilities and have made the changes.
I mean, Kakuka, like you said, you're backing SMB here. What do you think are their win conditions? Because Sean, I think he needs some convincing.
Okay, I'm telling you. First of all, Brave is insane. He's extremely young, literally turned 18 today, as we were saying. But we've heard from Tani, who went from Team Heretics, from OG, from Helping Here now, along with Merc, that he's such a smart player for being so young. Like, hearing Tani comparing Brave to a Volva at such a young age, being like, I came into this team and this guy is insane. So that is obviously a big win condition. I feel like just pump it up. I just want Power to be the only calm guy on the team, and I feel like we're not gonna have that.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I love watching him. I will say I love watching SMB because the players have so much freedom to make their plays, and they've gone over all these crazy reactions, the utility that they see across the map. But a structured team like Acend with the footage and defeating them coming into this, I think hurts them in this series because it fires up a team like Acend.
I mean, like the footage as well, like you said, there is so much footage of Acend. Like, I feel like at this point, if you're not watching Acend, you're stealing something from them, or you're trying to steal something from them. So if anything, I feel like, especially on the other side, there's not as much footage for SMB. Just the comparability is quite jarring in this matchup.
And that's when this is the real test for SMB, right? Because they formed as a team in May, which is insane that they even made it here, right? Through all of the competition in EU, these guys rose and they looked really good doing so, making the grand finals actually. But can they do it with all of this footage out and weeks to prepare? This is the real test in my eyes, and Acend has passed that test.
I mean, what would you do if you were, in the shoes of SMB, coming into this tournament, knowing that there's stuff on Acend you could watch, you could anti-strat? What would be your approach?
Oh man, with an aggressive team like SMB, I think maybe they did look into those kind of things, but I don't think you're going to see like these layered strats to try to counter Acend. I think you're going to see Pora maybe create that individual aggression. I don't think you're going to be very happy. I think he's gonna know things and he's gonna push in for it. And I think Izzy's going to do the same, Turco as well. They're so good in these little individual quirky matchups and playing off of each other. I can tell their comms are super on point. And if things start going their way in these crazy trade battles, that's their style of game. It's just, once you get punched in the face, how do you respond if you're Acend?
How would you respond? How would you respond?
I mean, I know the Power is going to push just too much, and I'm just gonna hold my hands. I'm just gonna look down and just wait for it. But I feel like, on the other hand, Acend it's completely the opposite. It's all about structure. They know exactly what to do in every situation. I mean, they're a great team, so anything can happen. But I feel like in those moments when things are not working, it's easier for Acend to come back into the game than for SMB.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for your insight. I'm very excited about what's gonna happen next, because we are heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, the first Agent Select of Masters Berlin. Kakuka is expecting some surprises. I definitely would like to see some surprises. We know that Zeke plays Yoru, not on this map, but he has the capability of whipping something out as crazy as that. And I know, Sean, you've been grinding.
I can only get so excited. Please don't do this to me. And so we're not going to see it. You're not going to see it.
I mean, we probably won't see it, but these two teams, with a coaching staff behind them as well, they've given us some surprises in the past. They're definitely two teams that are willing to push the boundaries a little bit here and there, especially in a scenario where they're going up against each other. I'm sure that Agent Select is pretty much going to be with you guys soon on the way. But also,
I've seen it. I saw it. This is the start, guys.
Smirk.
This is just the beginning.
I do want to say though, Kakuka, being on the same stage as the players, like, I don't know how you feel, but I feel really, really pumped about this, hearing them cheer and scream and kind of already hype each other up.
I mean, it's going to be even crazier because, of course, they have all the white noise and they're not going to be able to hear the other team, but we're going to be able to hear everything. So things things are gonna go crazy here.
Yeah, and speaking of the white noise, so we played the show match with the white noise, and yeah, you can't hear anything outside of your headphones. But another cool aspect about this stage is there's lighting on the outsides of the desk. And something I had a question about was, you know, you can blind the other team and see the light hit their face. Actually, the players cannot see the other players on the other side because of those lights in front of their desks. Yeah. It's such an insane little feature.
EU, 500 IQ. That's how we do it here.
I was going to say that is you almost baited me.
They planned ahead for you. They planned it. They knew that someone like Sean would be like, oh, I want to make sure that I can see the flashes and use it to my advantage. Also, I know you mentioned the show match. I want to introduce you guys at home to two people that got their butts absolutely destroyed by me, Sean, and Kakuka. And yeah, it's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yeah, we're going to drop in just for a moment and talk a little bit about what we can expect from this exciting series. But before I touch on that, Tom, how cool was that map select? I mean, floating.
And it's time! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here in the VALORANT Masters Berlin. We are your casters. My name is Phil, alongside me is Tara. Akala nyo sila yung magkakas, no? Pero hindi! Joke lang yun!
Kami lang to, no? Ito na nga ang Masters Berlin, guys. It's finally time. Sabi nga ni Vil, magsisimula na ang lahat. At finally, nakarinig na rin kayo ng Tagalog sa wakas. Dahil medyo matagal-tagal yan eh. Ang ganda ng jacket mo doon, Vil, actually.
Oh, actually, ang ganda ng green jacket ko. Tsaka naka-leather jacket ako kanina, actually.
Oo,
Medyo mainit nga eh. Pero
eyeliner ko doon sa panel.
Oo nga eh. Tsaka yung isa nagsasalita, parang may kamukha eh. Parang napanood ko na ata, pero feeling ko guni-guni ko lang yun. Pero yun nga, mga kaibigan.
Guni-guni mo lang yun.
Oo, guni-guni ko lang. Kasi wala naman ako makapinapanood ng mga bagay-bagay kasi masama yun. So, mga kaibigan, it's time! It's gonna be SMB. San Miguel Beer, laban sa Acend.
Kung hindi mapapadala yung Ben, pinadala natin yung San Miguel Beer, men. Isipin nyo yun. Kaya predictions, agad SMB, 100% success.
Okay, isipin nyo, andito ka San Miguel Beer, mga kaibigan, magugulat na lang kayo na baka sila Junmar Pajardo bigyan na ng mag-VALORANT at kung sino-sino pa. Pero yun nga, nakita natin yung mga players to. To be honest, for Acend, one of the best players sa buong mundo nandito. Si Sined. At yun lang ang alam ko sa buong larong to.
Narinig nyo naman yung panel kanina, di ba? Alam nyo na kung sino yung mga teams natin. Hindi, pero ito, seryosong usapan muna tayo dahil Acend versus SMB. Vil, nagkatapat na rin to dati doon sa EMEA Challengers playoff nila. Last time na nagkatapat sila, ang score ay 2-1. Yung predictions ng mga casters natin, iniisip nila dito, Acend yung mananalo kahit nga yung ating panel host na si Yinsu. Sinabi niya na si Acend daw ang mananalo sa ating Masters Berlin. Pero base dito sa aking nakikita, base sa statistics na nakikita ko, SMB score with the 2-1 against Acend last time they met sa EMEA Challengers playoffs. Noong August 20 lang to, Vil.
Yeah, that's true. And dito naman sa Acend, mga kaibigan, kita naman natin na talagang sinabi nila na gusto nila lang ulit balikan yung Gambit Esports. Well, actually, kasi tinalo sila ng Gambit pero na 3-0 nila, 3-1 or 3-0 or something like that, nila ang G2. So sa EMEA region, mga kaibigan, Acend is one of your top dogs talaga. So, parang makikita talaga natin, isipin mo, pinakamalakas si EMEA, kalaban ng SMB. Medyo mainit talaga ang laban dito. First day, game number 1. It's gonna be Acend versus SMB here in VALORANT Masters Berlin. 15 teams. Medyo masakit sabihin, pero kailangan na nating mag-move on.
move on na rin pag may time dahil simula na ang bakbakan with our round number 1. Ito yung ating syempre pistol round natin para sa araw na ito. Pero ito na nga ang minimension nila parate, no? Lagi with the guiding light from showers nang gagaling itong mga players from the side of Acend. Now na naplanta nila ang spike, nakasetup na rin yung wall para sa kanilang Viper. Waiting for the post plant na lang dito ang SMB. Nagkatapat na itong dalawang teams natin. Alam nila kung paano sila maglaro sa isa't isa. So dapat magkaiba o magkaroon ng pagkakaiba from the previous matches that they've seen. Pero the kill coming in mula dito sa Astra natin.
I mean, actually, itong match to sobrang napakahirap talaga. This is the best of the best here in the whole world na rin talaga. Pero actually, seeing right now, I mean, pushing it to a 2v1 situation is just Acend. It's Starkso, ladies and gentlemen, with a quick clutch. That is a 3v2. Pero si Starkso lang talaga ang mag-isa, inubos yung tatlo with that right click. First round goes to Acend agad.
Mainit agad itong mga players ng Acend, no? And 1-0, looking at it, syempre, makakabili na sila para sa kanilang buy round. They are very strong pagdating sa mapa ng Bind. 14 straight times nilaro nila ang Bind. 14 wins ang meron sila. At the same composition pa rin ang ginagamit nila dito. Sined putting that player on a Sage as well is very much possible, and also at the same time, ang daming frags na makukuha nito. Pero isang mabilisang burst down lang mula sa mga players na Acend dito from Sined and also from the other team players as well. Nakikita nyo naman, dinifuse na rin kanina agad-agad lang.
Yeah, yun talaga yung nakikita natin mga kaibigan. That is a really quick 3K coming in from Starkso din talaga. And it's just they're really on a roll right now. Pero actually, looking right now dito sa mismong game mga kaibigan, it's just a 2-0 already. This is a really fast round. I mean, sa lahat na nangyayari dito is just really intense.
Medyo magkalaman dito, Alaska Aces daw versus SMB.
Magugulat na lang natin dito.
Natalino talaga ng mga viewers natin.
Baka biglang makita natin sila Asitaw Laba dito eh. Magugulat na tayo dito.
3 points? Kaya pala may 3-0.
Sumalaksak mga kaibigan. Kita natin yung Brimstone papasok dito sa B. Pero si Izzy, however, he's a really tight spot here. Pero he actually makakita pa naman sa isa. It's just that Brimstone of Acend mga kaibigan na wala na. The main smoker is now down for. Pero yun nga lang, Brave. Just trying to capitalize that area. Ayaw pa talaga naman patay dito. Pero yun nga lang, it's just them with that quick trade-off. But it's still, this is a 3v situation right now. A minute 10 seconds left in the clock right now. And just Sined, parang the spike already. How will they retake this? Marami pa silang taon dito sa may city. 4v3 mga kaibigan. Sobrang hirap nito.
Pero they're still gonna manage dahil sa wall na to, binabasag na rin nila. This is again a buy round for the side of SMB and they need to win this kung gusto nilang umayos yung kanilang ekonomiya. But on the other hand, para sa bonus round ng Acend, they look really strong right now and they are looking really fit. Now with another kill yet again for Acend with a double K as well. Now isa na lang din ang natitira and that is Izzy as their jet na tumatakbo dahil kailangan niyang isave itong bundle na meron siya. Ang linis gumalaw ng Acend, Vil.
Sobrang linis nilang gumalaw dito, partner. I mean, actually, a really quick 3-0 na agad-agad. They're really proving themselves that they're actually one of the best here in the world. And ano to, hindi lang to Southeast Asia, hindi lang to EMEA, hindi lang to North America, hindi lang to Asia or anything. This is the best of the best ng buong mundo, mga kaibigan. Basta putukan. Sila na talaga ang kailangan yung antayan. I mean, antayan, tama ba yun? Basta antayin pala. But at least,
ganda stage, no?
In terms of production, look at that, no? I mean, look at that production, mga ibig. It's just all the holograms.
No, Vil? Ito
kahapon kasi nagkaroon kami ng parang tech run. So nakita na namin to. Alam mo yun, parang buong stage nila, it's just full of LEDs, full of all these technology na meron. Yung map picks nga lang, yung pagmamap ban nila, di ba?
Lumulutang, men.
Isipin mo, hologram din eh. Lahat lumilipad eh.
Kala mo may pakpak. But looking at it as well, this is probably a tactical pause or a technical pause para sa mga teams natin na meron dito sa Masters Berlin right now, guys. And I just wanna say, okay, ayan, tech pause para sa gear. And nakikita rin naman sa stage mismo kung para saan yung pause na yan. Nakikita rin natin tong mga players natin as well. Sarap sigurong nandyan, Vil, no? Parang ano eh. Ano yun?
Parang pagpagod na tech pause, pagod.
Pag nag-pause ka, no? May rason. May rason dapat eh. Teka lang.
Tech pause,
Ganda
may rason eh, di ba? Ito yung solid ngayon, mga kaibigan. Meron ng rason kung bakit sila nag-pause. Nasira ata yung mouse. Diba? Nasira ng mouse. Hindi lang nakakapatay, sira na yung mouse. Hindi lang nakascore, sira na agad yung mouse.
Vil, isipin mo, Masters Berlin na itong kinakas natin.
Ay, sorry. Masters Berlin naman. sorry.
Mula VCTPH hanggang Masters Berlin. Hanggang dito ba naman?
Global. Siyempre, global. Tayo mga kaibigan, di ba? Oo, pero... Ano yung sinasabi nila yun?
Sir calling daw.
Oo, tingnan natin dito mga kaibigan. Yung mga players ngayon, popogi, di ba? Mga white boys. Pero
May
ano
mga
ba?
ano yan pa sila. May mga hand warmers pa yan sila.
Oo, tama, hand warmers. Alam mo yung sinashake sa kamay
Oo.
para uminit.
Uminit.
Ayun. Meron din ako nandito eh.
Sinishake din sa kamay.
Oo, sinashake ko rin sa kamay para uminit.
Oo.
Mga
Hindi, pero
hand
legit
warmer
yun
na
yung
dito.
mga pagdating sa mga LAN events, di ba?
Oo.
Ginagamit nila talaga yun.
Oh, man. At saka, I mean, if ever pupunta ka sa ibang country, I mean, to be honest, hand warmers, sobrang, it's a must. It's a must ang hand
Pasensya na
warmers
kayo
talaga.
guys ha, wala kami dito. Oo, medyo na-delay yung flight, alam nyo naman.
Oo nga eh.
Ano na ngayon eh?
Hindi kasi,
MECQ,
kasi,
granular, ewan ko.
andyan na kami actually, pinadeport lang kami.
Oo, kasi...
Pinadeport lang kami guys. Dapat talaga nandiyan kami. May mga pictures lang kami.
pinadeport, man?
Ha?
Ba't ka pinadeport? hindi kami pinadeport. Desisyon namin yun. Sabi namin, walang bread dito. Ayaw na lang namin. Uwi na lang kami.
Grabe naman siya, ano? Okay, ha? Siya yung nagsusulat na noisy sa likod.
Kaya pala nandun na sa likod may hawak na notebook, no?
Oo. Wala tayong masabing maganda.
Welcome nga pala sa Filipino broadcast
ng
Masters Berlin.
I-welcome natin si Dax at saka si Ilo dito with
Oo
open
nga.
arms.
With
Kasi
open arms.
dito sila eh. Diba?
First time sina Ilo at si Dax mula sa Twitch, mula sa Poggers, papupunta sila dito sa Facebook kung saan nagwawala lahat ng tao.
Ibigan.
Kaya nila yan, yung hologram?
Ano?
Nagkwentuhan eh. Nakikita kaya ng mga players yung hologram? Ano lang yan eh, no? Sa prod lang yun.
Sa camera lang yan. Napanood nyo ba yung Worlds?
Oo.
Kasi nakakatakot naman nung kung may biglang lumabas sa dragon, di ba?
Malay mo ba?
Oo, di ba? Bakit naman nun, Lots? Kasi bigla lang tayo mayroon makitang dragon dun sa stage nun, di ba? Nakakatakot naman nun.
Ang dami natin viewers. Share nyo yung stream natin, guys.
Actually, natutuwa ako. Natutuwa ako, guys.
Natutuwa
Kasi
ka?
isipin mo,
Bakit?
Alam natin na 15 teams lang ngayon. Pero meron tayong 1.5k viewers.
Sa Facebook pa lang yan.
Sa Facebook pa lang yan.
Sa YouTube, meron pa tayong 940 plus. Tapos meron pa sa PPGL VCT. 200 plus.
So pakiramdam ko, ang SMB yung nagkakaproblema. Kasi yung Acend trip-trip na lang eh, pa-wave-wave na lang sila, ano?
Oo,
parang gano'n na lang sila eh. Pero mahirap yun, men. Hindi ka lang makascore, tech post na agad.
Isipin mo nga, simula pa lang ng Masters Berlin, break agad.
Nagulat ako doon, kaka-intro pa lang. We're gonna throw it to a break. Masa pa lang, break na agad? Magandang pangitain.
Dito kasi sa Pilipinas, walang break. Ano?
Tama.
Walang break. Bahala kayong magsalita dyan, 5 hours straight. Kita mo ngayon.
Tama ka dyan. Mga kaibigan, magbabalik tayo sa podcast natin dito sa...
Welcome nga pala sa VCT Podcast.
Naghahanap sila ng podcast, best.
Kahapon kasi guys, ganito kasi yon. Dapat, nag-stream din kasi ako, Bill eh. Sabi ko, magpa-podcast tayo. Oo nga eh, ginising mo pa ako eh. Natatandaan ko pa yon. Sabi ko, magpa-podcast tayo kaso may rehearsals kami ng Masters Berlin. Inaabot kami ng alauna sa rehearsals namin. Kaya pasensya na kayo, amen.
Best. Inantay namin.
Inantay namin.
Ganda ng rehearsal namin eh. Puro intro.
Tapos diretso break. Lakas oh. May bagyo pa yan dito pero hatid namin sa inyo yung Masters Berlin. Ito na.
Tayo. Once again, the best of EMEA Acend. Na 3-0 nila or 3-1 ang G2 Esports. Pero tinalo sila ng Gambit. Ito ang focus ng Acend, mga kaibigan. Gusto nilang durugin ang Gambit, which is yun din yung sinabi nila. So let's see if ever kung mangyayari ba yun. And I really can't wait on what's gonna happen today. Who will win this? Acend or SMB? sobrang daming sobrang daming rason para manalo tong isa't isang players na to. It's really up to them if their strategies will gonna be okay.
Oh my God.
Kala mo talaga.
Okay lang. Pero looking at it as well, ganun pa rin yung sa Acend, no? Sabi ko nga kanina, 14 rounds, 14 times na nag-bind ang Acend and same agent composition pa rin sila. Ganun pa rin hanggang ngayon. Pero looking at it, sa dami ng VODs, wala pa rin makakapigil para sa kanila. Ito na with the satchel in play. Uy! Ganun pala yung satchel dito?
Partida!
Nasa EU?
Tumama pa yun dun sa dun kay Viper ha. Grabe naman pala ang EU mga kaibigan. So, ito ang SMB, NA to.
Oo, man.
Pero most of them Turkish. Turkey. Oo. Sarap yung manok dun eh.
Sinan was able to pick up some kill mula kay Brave, pero the double kill. Napakalaking flank mula din dito para kay Bone Cold. Buto, lamig. Sabi, Bone Cold, Tagalog broadcast tayo na gagawin natin.
Oo, lamig buto, mga kaibigan.
Lamig buto.
Oo. Pero
replay lang muna. Ganun pala
yung
nakuha ni Sinad yung kill. Ni-replay pa yung satchel.
With that explosive wallbang mga kaibigan. Grabe naman yung mga fist bump nila eh, no?
Medyo naguluhan sila dun sa satchel in play. Iba ata yung expectations ni Zeke kung saan siya mapupunta, no? But mistakes can definitely happen. Mukhang nilamig yung kanyang kamay with Izzy and his operator na nasa long B. Kung meron ba siyang mapipick off dito, siya ay nag-aabang.
Etong SMB, hindi ko ba alam kung lasing tong mga to eh, no ba? Kakashot lang ata na itong mga to eh. Pero yun nga lang, is Sined popping off already with all these wall mga pero Power is in a lot of trouble right now because all of the players of Team Ace, I mean not all, but two of the players of Team Ace is actually waiting in that area. And as you can see, it's just SMB trying to be really aggressive onto B. Pero yun nga lang, they really need to opt dito sa may A mga kaibigan. 4 of them dito lang sa short, 1 of them dito lang sa may showers mga kaibigan. Pero nag-aantay pa rin tayo ng mga trailblazers, seekers lang. Hindi pa rin ilabas dito mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga lang Russ, however, again, that high ground already. Zeke just slowly pushing out that area as well. Papuntang city. Pero yung nga lang si Power nag-aantay pa rin dito sa may labs mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever may makakitap siya na isa. Pero si Zeke, second down, no Power already. Malaking problema to. Nawala yung main smoker nila ng SMB. So, paano nila gagawin to? At napapansin mo ang Ace, wala pang bawas kahit piso. Miski armor, wala pa ring bawas.
Sabi mo nga, bawas naman kahit armor lang. Pero the delay push mula sa SMB, actually yung rotations nila, no? Nagpaplanta ng spike, pero nagsistay pa rin yung ibang players sa B-site. And with Acend, proving yung kanilang post-plant position is very strong on this one. They are battling it out with a 3v1 situation. Izzy is the only man remaining and his operator, he's just gonna save this and go for the exit frags. Pero hindi mangyayari yan with Zeke getting 4K on this round. Acend looking really strong with a 5-0 already.
Kung napapansin mo yung ginawa ni Zeke dito mga kaibigan, dire-diretso siya. Dire-diretso siya, pinatay niya si Izzy dito and the operator down na rin sa kanila mga kaibigan. In terms of economy, Diyos ko po, lugmok ang San Miguel Beermen.
Hindi pa pinapasok Hindi pa pinapasok yung star player.
Sila LA Tenorio, hindi muna papasok, best.
Wala.
Oo.
Maya daw, pag nag-break daw ulit.
Bangko sila. Walang magagawa.
Na-bench.
Pero yun nga lang. Izzy with that Blade Storm. Pero actually ito, it's just, as said mga kaibigan, really, really strong. And this is actually a really great move na rin for Acend. Talaga sila na yung game number 1. It's just them trying to get this momentum already dito sa ating game number 1. Pero yun nga lang, it's just Izzy with that dash and a kill onto one. Duelist down sa side nila. Pero yun nga lang, Izzy bumabalik sila dito with that save, with that eco round na ginagawa dito ng SMB. Talagang they're really capitalizing everything that they got.
Si Izzy, medyo nataranta siya doon. Nag-eyeball sila sa loob ng hookah. But at the same time, Izzy was able to pick off 2 players. Nagamit na rin yung res and Paura waiting with a perfect shot mula sa kanyang Sheriff, isang mabilisan lang at isa na ring Viper Spit ng agad-agad. Pero nasa labas siya ng Viper Spit na yan. This is a delaying tactic lang mula sa side ng SMB. With Acend inside that smoke or inside that Viper Spit, bumabawas yung buhay niya. Si Kyle dito ang naghahanap ng player and nakita na nga niya si Roz. And now hindi sila makapag-plant ng spike. This is such a good delay mula kay Paura. And this is also the guiding light. A thrifty round para sa side ng SMB. A 5-1 score and they managed to pick off all the players from Acend.
Finally, nakabawi na rin ang SMB, mga kaibigan. Bigla na nilang pinasok sila Junmar Pajardo, Terence Romeo.
Actually, dahil sa ano yun, Vil eh. Dahil sa mga pick-offs na nakuha ni Izzy. Mula doon sa Huka hanggang sa Long B, nagamit din yung rest ng mabilisan. Si Paura, forward na rin siya papuntang A-short. He was able to take one pick. After nun, ginamit niya rin yung Viper Spit niya. Kung usually na nakikita natin dito sa Pilipinas or sa Southeast Asia na yung Viper Spit ginagamit from post-plant situation o kaya naman dun sa pag-retake. Dito, medyo hindi ganon yung nangyayari.
Yeah, talaga iba talaga yung ginagawa dito, mga kaibigan. Para nakatis makakuha ng 1 round away dito sa team ng Acend. Pero at least si Izzy nakakuha na siya ng operator dito. Pero yun nga lang, magko-connect ba to sa mga players ng Acend? That's gonna be the biggest question sa kanila, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, it's just them again trying to hold A. That is actually 3 men holding A already. Pero we're just actually waiting for all these smokes of Acend para at least makapasok dito. Pero yun nga lang, that is the showstopper plus that orbital strike, mga kaibigan. Not gonna catch anyone. Pero yun nga lang, Zeke from up top will take down Ross. Pero that is Bone goes again with Acend as well, taking down the 2 players of SMB. But this is actually a 4v2 situation right now. Turco, however, dito sa may backside, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, makakita pa siya ng isa. Bone Cold is down 4. Meron siyang flash dito. Meron din siyang heal if ever mabawasan dito si Izzy. Pero yun nga lang, this is actually really hard for these players. Operator ang gamit ni Izzy dito. Kailangan talaga mag-connect sobrang solid. Pero that is Kyle's, mga kaibigan! Kamay lang yung nilabas, patay pa! But sila will get one. It's all up to Izzy. That is actually the pixel perfect scope of Izzy, mga kaibigan, na kahit yung barrel lang ng barrel, yung nakita niya, alam niya na nandyan lang.
The thing is, with Izzy being a lurker right now, with the operator as well, ang laking risk factor nun para sa team na mawala na naman yung operator, knowing na SMB, they're really having a tough time, a hard time pagdating sa kanilang mga eco rounds o kumbaga pagdating sa kanilang economy, no? But at the same time, we saw a thrifty round from them. Also, aside from that, looking at the replay as well, bumawi nga dito with the showstopper immediately killing people or killing one person on the side, which is si Roz. And also at the same time, yung kakaibang wall ng Sage din na nasilip natin para lang talaga maging hyper-aggressive as a team. Now with Acend, looking at this team as well, may dalawang playstyle sila dito. Dalawang playstyle nila is super structured and yung pangalawa is just the gloves off and just going in and getting those kills. But Izzy was able to pick off one. The trade was there.
I really love the pickoffs of Izzy dito and finally nakapatay na naman yung isa. Nakapatay na naman ng isa yung operator na, pero yun nga lang, it's just them na talagang hindi medyo hindi medyo sang-ayon sa kanila tong mapa na to. Talagang ang ginagawa ng Acend dito is just momentum. It's just all the firepower. It's just all the individual skills na nandun talaga na ginagawa nila. And speaking of Acend right now, once again, this is the top team of EMEA. And ano ba EMEA? Europe, Middle East, and ano ba A? Hindi ko alam eh. Africa. Oh, tama, EMEA, yun, tama. Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Pero let's see if ever talagang mapupull off nila lahat na meron sila. Pero yun nga lang, that is the Molly Power will be revealed. I really love that Molly, mga kaibigan. Pero that is the Seeker Soldier. Pero yun nga lang, nakapatay para sa Pelomolko with the 3K as well. Pero mas mga kaibigan, with the Hunters, you're not gonna catch anyone. Pero si Sinad, mga kaibigan, sinusutsuk ng malayo dito sa may B. Pero yun nga lang, the spike is not yet planted, and that is the plant from Bone Cold, mga kaibigan. More attacks onto that wall, pero not gonna catch anyone. Pero that is brave na. Pero Sinad, a 1v1 situation right now. Ross, however, dito sa may baba. Sinad, mga kaibigan, will see one, but Ross with that kill and will successfully defuse the bomb again. And
Ulot
makukuha na rin nila
Ulot
yung
muna.
operator, which is actually good na economy, good na rin sa mga momentum na ginagawa nila. And finally, slowly but surely, nakakabawi na ngayon ng SMB.
Shopping muna para sa kanila, no? With Ross taking that operator, back on track na naman si Izzy and his op shots as well. At the same time, naka-specter lang actually si Ross during that time na dinuwal niya si Sined, no? It was just a matter of time, kumbaga, ng placement na lang kung sino una makakakuha ng pick-ups.
Yeah, that's true. It's just them up. Tignan mo, una silang nagkita. Actually, ganito nga yun eh. Sa totoo lang, ang merong ang merong lamang doon, it's actually Sined. Him getting that high ground already. Una niya makikita yung ulo. Pero ang problema din nun is makikita rin talaga niya agad yung ulo ng kalaban niya. Pero yun nga lang, Izzy forcing out to TP dito sa may A para lang at least just to mitigate all the damage na ginagawa dito ng Ace. Pero yung nga lang, Grassma will get a kill onto one para start, so what the retaliation right now. Pero Power, however, dito sa may hookah. Pero can he do this though? Pero that is a spray and pray coming in from Power. Pero yung nga wala siya mapanig dito. Seekers, they know what they're meron tao dito sa may hookah. And dalawang tao doon, pero yung nga meron din tao dito sa may CT. More smokes are now coming in. 3v5. Halos walang bawas pa rin ng Acend. What is happening in this team, man? Izzy, however, we'll get a kill onto Bone Cold. At sana iniisip mo na yung Bone Cold doon is probably gonna get that lineup or that Molotov. Pero yun nga lang, this is hard. Spectre lang ang gamit ni Brave, but Power will get a kill onto one. Pero yun nga lang, nasa yung mga ibang mga players dito. Zeke will get a kill again. Pero yun nga lang, meron tao dun sa may ganti mga kami, pero Power will get that head onto Kyles. The clock is ticking. It will gonna be exploding in a few seconds. But still, Ace or Acend getting that round.
The thing is, kahit hindi tumama yung op shots ni Izzy, si Paura is just perfect execution pagdating sa mga kills niya as well. Kaya rin nagiging reason dito for the side of SMB kung bakit nade-delay ng malala yung rotations nila is actually with Izzy on holding on long B. Kapag napapansin mo, Vil, kapag hinold nila yung B long na yon and Izzy is there, hindi siya nagda-dash out pabalik ng site para hawakan yung site. Actually, ang ginagawa niya is lagi siyang nagti-TP. So, if paulit-ulit itong gagawin din, probably, baka maabangan din si Izzy. Despite having that long rotations, SMB nade-delay sila para mag-retake paulit-ulit. But he still managed to get some pickups here and there. Pero ang katanungan hanggang saan, hanggang kailan, kumbaga.
At kung napapansin mo, talagang yung labanan ng EMEA at North America medyo mainit talaga eh, no? Hindi sila nag-aantayan mga kaibigan. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na yung Southeast Asian teams ganun, pero parang ganun na nga. Talagang ito talagang alam mo yun, parang salpukan eh. Parang Beyblade eh, no? Parang Crash Gear talaga, salpukan ang ginagawa nila dito. Pero yun nga lang, it's just them again with that Viper spit all the way from B and just trying to close out that area of the map. Hindi kayo makakapasok dito sa B kahit anong mangyari. At dalawa lang ang pagpipilian nyo. Is it A or hookah? Pero yun nga lang, they're gonna opt in dito sa may hookah mga kaibigan. Pero that is Sined! Just try to do a diversion dito sa mga utak ng SMB mga kaibigan. But Aura again would get a kill. Dito na sa may gilid ng kanyang Viper Smith mga kaibigan. Pero they know it na nasang ka. Ross would get a kill on Sined. 2 versus 2 situation right now. Viper Smith is still is activated dito sa side ng Acend, pero they have no idea na meron tao dito sa may likod, which is Ross. Meron din dito sa may CT. Operator ang gamit dito ng Izzy. This is actually really hard dito. Diyos ko po, si Izzy, piso na lang ang buhay niya. Kahit pitikin mo yung niyan, mamamatay na yan.
With 1 HP on his hand, inaantay niya lang dito si Ross makakuha ng pick-off. And yun na nga yung inaabangan nilang pick-off actually. But the kill is there mula kay Zeke. 1v1 with the great one. Zeke on the corner. Nakikita yung kanyang tuhod. Pero this is not enough time to defuse the spike. He needs to go out and save this operator once again. 4 rounds na, Vil, na nasisave lang tong operator na to na hindi pa rin nakakakuha ng retake ang SMB against Acend.
The quick scope of Izzy, yes, napatay niya, pero yun nga lang, it will not give you that round. Tulad nga sinabi mo, partner, it's just puro sinasave. Para lang meron akong operator next round. Pero yun nga lang, hindi enough yung save mo kung hindi naman kayo nananalo. Ito galit
Hindi ka galit. Nagpapaliwanag ka lang. Another round for SMB with an eco on their hands aside doon sa operator na na-save ni Izzy. Zeke, napatay siya dito with Izzy hitting his shots right now. Another one bites the dust para sa kanya. Looking for another player. The rotations mula sa Acend, they're going back actually, and malupitang rotations na rin for SMB. This is a 4-man rotation as far as I can see, maybe even a 5.
This is actually a one-sided match dito sa ating first half na nakikita natin dito mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga, let's see if ever magpapalit ba to sa second half pag ang SMB na ang naging attacker dito. Pero in terms of...
Debated.
Balik
na naman sa
it's just Acend ngayon parang nililito lang talaga nila kung nasan ba yung mga iba't ibang players nila no? It's just the diversions of them. I mean, they have the momentum already. Okay na yun You have the scores, ikaw na yung may lead. Ang gawin mo lang is lituhin mo lang talaga, baliwin mo sa yung mga utak nila, bes. Yun lang ang magagawa mo dito. Pero yun nga lang, Izzy, wala siyang kabaril-baril kung ano man, pero di siya makakalabas dito mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, that's actually a really great butas. Parang at least makapatay pa ng isa. Actually yung butas na yun, ano yun, bes? That is actually a trap.
Yun na nga mapapasilip ka and right off the bat, meron din nakasilip sa'yo actually. So an immediate kill agad mula sa players ng Acend. They're really perfect, having a perfect run mula dito sa kanilang mapa na usual din naman na lagi talagang nakikita sa kanila, no? This is just them waiting doon sa maliit na butas na debate. Kumbaga, na naman, unang debate nila dito, yung rotation, hard rotation, papuntang B, na na-force out yung players ng SMB na mag 5-man rotation dahil nga naka-eco sila. Now, they went on A site, set up that wall from CNED, and it's just perfect. Perfect post plan for them.
To be honest, I really love the calls of Mooncold kasi siya kasi yung IGL dito. So apparently, talagang nakikinot talaga sila sa ball code. Saan ba tayo pupunta? Lilituhin ba natin to? If ever pupunta tayo dito, saan yung next mo? Something like that. Kung ano man gagawin natin. It's just ginagawa dito ng ibang players ng Acend. They're just actually executing all the strategies na talagang gustong-gusto nilang gawin dito. Pero yung nga lang, brave mga kaibigan, just right there on the hook. But at least, napatay naman to ni Zeke. Pero yung nga lang, Paura trying to flank these players as well. Bonko will peek, but Paura will get a kill again. Pero yung nga lang, this might be Paura finishing it off. Pero yung nga lang, Zeke with a deny. 1v1 again. Oops, saan ka nakatingin, Russ?
Paura definitely shining pagdating sa composition na to, pati sa mga players na meron tayo. But at the same time, even if you shine, kahit parang diamond ka na, Vil, na nagsashine bright, di ba? Walang mangyayari kung hindi mo makukuha yung mga rounds to win na dapat mo makuha as a team. Now with the 10-2 score, they are yet again to be forced into an eco. Wala na namang pera. Though they have to, of course, yung bonus ng hindi pa sila nakakuha ng mga rounds, di ba? So, despite that, it is obviously quite difficult for the side of SMB to take rounds again. Is best map anyway.
Yeah. This is the best map, yeah, that's true. Pero yun nga lang, kailangan talaga nila mag-isip-isip dito kung paano ba sila makakabawi, partner. Ano naman natin, this is Masters Berlin already. Best of the best here in the whole world is here. So, if ever lang na makaisip yung IGL nila ng isang malupit na strategy, which is si Paura, yung kanilang IGL, kailangan na talaga nilang gawin ngayon, knowing that this is their first map. If ever ganito ang first map natin, first half or first map natin, medyo nakakalungkot pumunta sa second map. Pero yun nga lang, it's just the mental fortitude ng mga players na to. Pumunta tayo dito para manalo, pumunta tayo dito para hindi durugin ng ganito. Pero ano ba ang nasa isip ng Acend ngayon? Andito kami para durugin ng lahat.
My God. Obviously, itong mga players din natin, no? If you think about it, Vil pala, yung score pala natin, madadala na natin sa Twitch, pati sa YouTube, nadadala natin eh. Pero ang score eh, 2-10.
Oo, 2-10.
Finally, nakarating din sa Twitch ang pangarap natin.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching right now on Twitch, 2-10!
Welcome to PH Broadcast. Welcome to PH Broadcast, guys. But it seems like they are fixing something, or is the game ongoing right now? Dahil nakatapat din sa ating screen o sa ating stage actually. Yung camera nitong mga players natin.
Okay, feeling ko maganda ata pag napapanood natin yung game.
Feeling ko maganda ko. Okay, balik nyo na lang sa amin. Magto-talk show kami, no?
Sipin mo, nagbabarilan sila pero wala tayong nakikita, di ba? Panoorin na natin yung...
Papakinggan na lang natin.
Nakikita nyo ba yung mga monitors sa mga players natin? Maliliit, di ba? Yung isa nasa bilong, mga kaibigan. Ayun, pero namatay siya.
Narinig ko eh, may sumigaw ng, ayun no, may lumabas na guiding light, man. Bantayan nyo na lang yung replay, guys. Salamat sa lahat. Good night.
Pero ito, mga kaibigan, papunta sila sa...
Sinisilip mo talaga?
Oo, sinisilip mo, bes. Ayun, may nirevive.
Teka, may nirevive. Itong nasa kanan na player na papanood ko eh.
Ito.
Parang ano eh. Parang may aso lumabas. Trailblazer eh.
Oo.
Nagsaswipe ng mouse niya. Sana nakikita naming lahat. Maraming salamat na lang sa inyo. Baka kami. Kasalanan ng casters to.
Yung feeling ko yung gitna si Paura eh, no? Parang galit na eh, no? Parang nag-explain. Ano ginagawa niyo guys? Ano ba? Laban, pre.
Ano ba ito kanina pa? Ako pa yung nakaka-frag dito.
Di ba? Guys, step up.
Tapos na daw. Hindi. This is... Okay. Nag-ano lang sila. Naka-pause actually. During all those time, naka-pause siya. So,
pero meron tayong naririnig na
baka guni-guni mo lang yun.
Guni-guni ko lang. Meron tayong nag-plant eh.
Sa guni-guni mo lang yun.
Sorry.
Welcome sa ating official Filipino broadcast, guys. This is Acend versus SMB. Game number 1 pa lang.
San Miguel Birmin.
2-10 is the score, Vil.
Magandang pangitain to. Umpisa pa lang, barila na. Pero here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Turco with that Trailblazer. Oy, alam ko na yung tawag. Trailblazer.
Hindi ka na tumatahol ngayon, ah.
Hindi na ako gumagano, pero it's fine. But going back here in this game right now, 3 of SMB is just right here in Bilong, mga kaibigan. Pero yung problema dito is he have on HP. Pero paano nila mababawi ito? They know it already. Meron tayo dito sa maybe, pero they have no idea kung ilan ba. So kailangan talaga nila, they need to be cautious sa mga entry na gagawin nila dito. Dalawa sa Hoka, tatlo dito sa may Bilong. So if ever, tatlo lang sila dito for Team Ace. If ever talaga makuha nila to, this is actually a really explosive round. If Acend will win this, pero yun nga lang, it's, oh my God, I really love the entry. Paura with a 3! Trying to go with a third one! And
no need for a jet, man. No need for an entry for a duelist. Paura is here. Grabe no, the thing is with Paura kanina, he is already holding the defense very strongly. But on an offense angle, if he hits those shots, SMB, nakakakuha sila ng space. Especially with the Viper, knowing na kailangan mag-survive ang isang Viper. With the lineup especially, yung kanyang mga smokes, kailangan ma-hold off niya yung mga angles na kailangan niyang i-hold off. Napaka-importante nung smokes pagdating dito sa isang mapa na kagaya ng Bind. You just lock off everyone. Look at the kills from Paura right there. Making this a 10-3 sa kanila ang side na to. And finally, makakabili sila ng Spectre or actually, si Roz, pumunta na agad dito sa Vandal agad, Vil. Wala nang Spectre. Hindi. Pero usual naman na to, nakikita natin composition pagdating sa mga rifle. Kumukuha sila agad ng isa.
Yeah. Sobrang tagal natin hindi nag-cast together, pero yung alam, babalik tayo dito sa Masters Berlin para lang at least mabigay sa kanila yung mainit na laban dito. First game pa lang, pero parang one-sided match na agad, but still, Turco mababawi dito ang SMB. They know it. I mean, if ever naman na talagang mababawi nila itong game number 2, I mean, round number 2 ng second half, kayang-kaya naman nila. They have all the utilities, they have all the firepower. At yung napapansin mo, yung iba parang sheriff lang ang binibila dito or tamang ghost lang, pero sa kanila na hindi. Kasi they have the advantage already. All they need to do is capitalize it. They bought Spectres, they bought a Vandal. So all they have to do is to win. Pero yun nga lang, si Kyle makakadigan dito sa may kanan. Pero at least muntik na niyang mapatay si Pauro dito. Natag naman niya, so it's fine. But Acend, the best of the best. The one of the best players sa mundo ng Valorant, mga kaibigan, is the only man remaining with that Sheriff. Pero kailangan na mag-reload dito. And yes, he will do that. The spike has been planted already. This is gonna be really hard for them. You're up against 3 Spectres and a Vandal, my guy.
There you go. SMB takes this round again, and 4 na players, isa lang actually yung naging casualty for the side of SMB, which is really great dahil, of course, knowing na ito yung buy round mo, you can focus more on your bonus round, no? Knowing na yung nawala din naman sa kanila, they still have the Vandal. Mas konting casualty, mas okay when it comes to a bonus round like this. Or rather, yung kanilang buy round pagdating sa pistol na yan. So, SMB, they are looking to get those rounds back. Pero matagal-tagal pa to. 6 na rounds pa ang kailangan nilang habulin at dapat maging consistent sila sa pag-hold off ng defense. Kasi I'm for sure, merong 100% merong plano ang Acend on how to take on those sites, with Ace getting the kill on Paura immediately. He was able to heal himself off, pero hindi nga nag-miss yung shot na yan mula kay Zeke dahil wala rin naman siyang makita.
Pero apparently this is actually 4-man strong onto Acend. Maybe pero yun nga lang, that Trailblazer will actually catch one. Pero yun nga lang, ang kailangan dito ni Brave, ang kailangan gawin dito ni Brave is talagang mabuhay at mabuhay lang. Pero I have no idea at all, why are you pushing Lamps? Bakit nyo pinipilit yan, hoy?
Nagagalit na si Coach Vil, mga kaibigan, but Turco, still 5 bullets remaining on Kyle's. He needs to reload his Vandal right now. 31 HP, binulag yung kakabe, pero okay lang yan. Mabaut, Acend was able to catch one off guard habang tumatalon papunta sa TP.
Delikado.
Nag-iisang natitira. Binatuhan ng ano. Ito, Meno. Gamitin mo muna. Next.
Sino magiging alay? Kunin.
Oh my God. Alam na actually na nandito siya kasi merong guiding light eh. Binigay pati yung Vandal, men!
Kunin mo yung Vandal, Turco! Kunin mo yung Vandal!
Binigyan ka na ng drop!
10 seconds
Kunin mo yung Vandal, pre! Binibigyan ka ng baril! Alay, anong tawag din? Alay kay Turco, mga kaibigan.
Ito na. Bigay na namin sa'yo, Turco! Kunin mo na itong Vandal! I-save mo namin!
Dalawa yan, pre, kalamat kanan! Say hi to my little friend. Binigyan ng baril, pre!
Kakampi ata to, men!
Say hello to my little friend.
Acend dahil din kay Acend eh. Nakuha niya agad yung pick-off sa isa sa pinaka-importanteng agent para sa kabilang team. Which is si Paura, who is actually getting lots of frags and also yung smoker nila.
Actually, nag-chat nga si Turco eh.
Ano sabi sa'yo?
TY pre. In-game, TY pre. Sabi nila Gelods. Sabi nila
Gelods, kami bahala sa'yo.
Got you, Lods. Kaya mo yan. Makakabawi rin kayo kahit paano. Pero yun nga lang, Acend, tamang peak lang. Pero, not gonna catch anyone eh. But still, they know it already na meron tao din sa may B. They heard it. All the footsteps, all the sound cues. Pero Acend, bukas na ang hookah. Nag-loading ako saglit.
Na kasi.
Ay, mga ganitong oras. Tumutulo na ang aking laway.
Acend, napatay na rin siya on hookah. This is now the Seekers out at the guiding light then mula kay Starks. Pero wala siya makikita. This time around, meron siya nakita on hookah pero hindi nag-connect yung shots na yan. Izzy with the Blade Storm looking for team. Looking for team na yun. Looking for players. Looking for players, man.
Ito si Easy, oo. Pati natin makakapatay pa to. Alam mo si Paura malakas yun eh. Oo, sa may Maynila lang yun eh. Malapit sa may
si Paura?
Oo, Padre Paura.
Sige na lang.
Turco mga kaibigan kasi galing silang Turkey.
Parang hindi naman yun yung dahilan doon, man. Pero may Vandal na si Easy, may alay na naman bago. Okay lang, save ko na lang tong Blade Storm. Pero
ito si Ras, ano to singer to
Oo, man. Maganda yung painkiller.
Ain't no one quite like you. Kasi VALORANT na lang.
Hindi na ni-retake ng Acend.
Wala bumibili ng album niya.
Hindi na ni-retake ng Acend. Even though they still have 2 players remaining.
Okay lang yan. At least kasi, if ever kinuha nila yun, sila rin naman may kasali, pinagbabato-bato niyo yung baril nyo, tapos mag-retake.
Tapos
di kayo mag-retake ngayon.
Naka-judge, di ba?
Oo, pinagbabato-bato niyo yung baril nyo kanina. So pag nakabawi yung Acend, sila may kasalanan.
Hindi kasalanan nila. Nakapag-save pa ng Vandal dahil sa inyo.
Diyos ko po. Ginawa nyo pang santo si Turco, inalayan nyo pa.
Tongkas is there, pero immediate wall. Kukunin na agad. Ay, nawala bigla. Ang dami nun masyado, sir. Cnet with the rest. Pero this is gonna be a push. Question mark in the end. Dahil hindi nila tinuloy ang push na yan with the smokes. Also, with Bone Cold, nilapag din na yung dalawang smoke. Sinalo lahat ni Izzy yung bala. 5 HP, lumaban pa rin siya doon.
Kaya pa rin naman ito. Pero mahirap. Si Power meron naman siya ultimate dito, so you can actually take one side. Pero yun nga lang, they know it. Alam nila kung nasan ba yung lineup na ginawa ni Pauro dito. Pero through that smoke, mga kaibigan, is just bone cold. Si bone cold. Saan pagawa to? Hindi mamatay parang si Yoda.
Men, paano mamamatay yan? Meron silang Sky ni Starks. Brave, nakapatay na rin ng isa. Will he be brave enough to actually take a peek doon sa likod ng site? Nag-fake ng tap ng spike. Nag-aantay siya kung may lalabas ba. This is also the guiding light coming out pero walang makukonect. Dan, mukhang magti-TP out sila dito. Mabaut para sa kanila pero si Zeke with the pain shells. Medyo masakit yan. Matatamaan ba yung players ng SMB? The smokes come in as well. Mabilis ang setup lang. May Rico na din in just a few knives out ng sagitan lang. Pero waiting for the reaction of the team player. But the one kill, the timing, it's not working towards SMB. Acend with 12 and a match point.
My God, the timing is just right there. Seen it through the smoke again. Alam mo ang tawag doon? That is the ina-anticipate na mayroon talagang tao doon. The anticipation, the intuition of Cnet finishing it off with a 2K. Galods.
Kailangan makakuha ng rounds ng SMB. Obviously, with a match point as well on the hands of Acend, they're just one round taking this game number 1 away mula sa SMB. The guiding light connects, and this is also the trailblazer na hindi tinamaan si Bone Cold. An immediate smoke will be popping off dito. Actually, sa entrance ng hookah, no? So they might know na nag-aabang lang siya dito with the guiding light coming in. Hindi na nila napansin. Hindi na sila nag-check ng corners, and Bone Cold is just waiting for them to come out with a double kill right now on his hand. Patience is key, my friend. May ulti pang pwedeng gamitin sa long B. Ito na yung orbital strike.
Oh my God. It's all up to Russ. This is your first game here in Berlin Masters, mga kaibigan. Is this gonna be a big clutch or not? Clutch of this one.
Para kay Roz. They know with the guiding light yet again.
Oh!
Yung spike, nag-aabang lang din sa Gedli with Starks getting that final kill. Acend takes map number 1. Ang mapa ng Acend ay hindi Acend kung hindi bind.
Nakita ko nga. Tama ka doon, partner. And kung napapansin mo, it's just Izzy, man. He's actually having problems. Pero sana makabawi sila dito. And kung napapansin nyo, talagang operator lang ang gamit ni Izzy dito. Kasi medyo nahihirapan siya sa ibang makapatay sa ibang baril. Meron ako kinalang ganun, partner.
Ikaw yun eh. Pero Bone Cold actually holding hookah a while ago was a very smart move from them, no?
Yeah.
They put up that smoke right there after no Trailblazer, and talagang naging choke point yon for the players of SMB. If they wanna push, syempre nag-split sila from Bilong and Hookah as well. If they wanna push, they have to clear out Hookah as well. Muli kami nagbabalik. Hello pala guys, no?
Hello?
But at the same time, Bone Cold just waiting patiently.
Yeah.
Kahit may guiding light na nilabas,
That's
hindi
true.
na na-check ni Paura actually yung left side o yung likod niya mismo. And despite that, nakakuha siya ng kill. Ine-expect siguro nila na bumalik na o umatras. Even with that expectations, hindi pa rin nakapalag doon sa aim duel dahil nga, syempre, lamang yung nasa labas ng smoke.
Yeah, tama. At saka talagang kinapatay sa talaga dito ng team ng Acend is just their momentum. At saka kung napapansin nyo, nakakapatay sila lagi through that smoke. Ano ba ang tawag doon? That is game sense, mga kaibigan. The higher the game sense na meron ka, talagang the higher the chance of you guys will win. It's all about the team play. It's all about the strategies na nagpa-pull off. And it's all about the individual skill as well for a 1v1 battle. Pero it's just them, mga kaibigan, finishing it off with a clean 1-0. Muntik ng, actually not muntik, medyo one-sided yung match natin. Tulad nga sa aming partner, Bind is their best map, and knowing na SMB, mga kaibigan, they're up against the best of EMA, the top 1 of EMA, which is ang team ng Acend na sila yung tumalo sa G2 Esports na tinalo naman ng Gambit. So if ever maglalaban ng Gambit at saka ang Acend, this is actually really great. This is one big rivalry for these players.
And also, if you think about it, narinig nyo na rin naman doon sa kanilang, actually yung introduction nila, no? Na during the time na nagkaroon sila ng Masters and all that, Acend as a team, gusto nilang baguhin o ayusin yung mga mistakes na nagawa nila from that. And looking at how strong they finished this first map as well on their side, nakikita natin na yung mga mistakes na yun, konti-konti, nawawala o nababawasan na, no? Kasi mistakes can definitely happen pa rin.
Yeah.
And when it comes to teams like this, na parehas magkakilala na. Talagang battle of execution na lang and aim duels ang meron tayo. But right now, before we head in sa ating second game maya-maya lang, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Huwag kayong alis dahil this is the VALORANT Masters Berlin PH broadcast. Kami pa rin ang inyong casters, Taylor at Vil. We are gonna see you in a bit.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay.
G2 Masters Berlin, where Acend have taken map 1 over SMB. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm joined back on the desk by Sean and Kakuka. You guys, we were looking forward to some of these players playing on LAN. They finally done it. They got that out of the way. And who knew, Kakuka, the CNED will be insane on 0 ping?
I mean, I guess we could have all thought about it, but even before the map started, I said first 5 rounds are so important, and they all 5 went to Acend. I mean, it was actually something that we could expect, that they were going to get this map, but I feel like they were too comfortable, especially Seeded and Seek, just holding hands, running through sides.
Yeah, it's such a kick to the gut, too, when you make a massive comp change like that, right? They got 13-6 online on Bind, so it's not like, you know, their old Bind was something to write home about. No, their Bind always had holes in it, so they had to try a new comp here, and it just did not work out. And losing that opening bonus, things snowball really quick at that point.
It's not only that, it's that you lose the bonus, and then when you get around, it's actually an eco, and it's well played, but I feel like they were playing that double info duo with Sky and Sova, but still, they were getting the info, they just didn't know what to do with it, and I feel like Acend knew how to play against that comp, but SMB did not feel comfortable playing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different comp, but almost the same result the last time these two teams have played against each other. It wasn't quite the jet for CNED, Sean, but were you impressed with his performance?
Dear God, was I impressed. Yes, he tore it up to start this game. I loved the opening shower take on Pistol, the one that Bala broke down for us on the Telestrator. That was sick. And then his shower control round with Bone Cold. That was incredible. So he walls. Bone Cold gets killed through his smoke, but he managed to drop a molly. CNED gets the orb, reses him, gets 2 kills through the smoke. The guy was all over the place. Like, he was playing both sides really, really well, using his walls to perfection. Yeah. And that's something that you don't normally think of when you think of a Sage. You don't think of this, or a Jet main, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is you don't think of a Sage doing perfect utility all across the map, but that's what CNED did here.
It's CNED. What can we expect? And on the other side, I saw a Turco. Well, did you guys see him? Because I missed him. I mean, I can see him on stage, but I'm really sad that he didn't pull up a great Sky, because I feel like Sky is such a strong agent, especially right now, and that he could have done a great job, but I just didn't see it happening. I do feel like they were doing a good job defending B, or at least trying to. We saw most of the times that they were going toward that A side, because I feel like it's easier when you play in the Brimstone, when you have the Viper, when you have the wall, creating the space for yourself and building the sides to what you desire, it's easier.
Yeah, we saw some pretty cool stuff from both sides, I would say. But Bala, he is standing by at the LED wall with some in-depth analysis.
You know, we got more of this. Every single time we're going to take a look at some of these plays from Acend, because it was pretty much dominant. I'm going to look at a different round here where they do actually spend that old school Fnatic style wall. If you look at the Telestrator over there, and Izzy is actually pushed down long B, gotten some info, but it's really hard to do much when before this, if you remember the pistol round wall, it was playing like this, and that's why you see this Viper playing inside a bathroom. But because they switched it up, the Sova's confused. He's like, hold on, do I have to play off of site? Do I have to play off of site, go back up into tower, or do I do something different? That's exactly the kind of confusion you get when you throw these different walls at it. Let's go ahead and roll the clip and see exactly what happens, because it's a burst execute what the Brim gives you in that situation. This Brim right here, he gives you that burst ability that you have. 2 smokes on the site. Zeke dashes on the site as well into lamps, and that gives him a massive setup. Nobody was playing there because they had to back up off of the wall, and this is where that crossfire is. Zeke playing inside really, really close. Braves trying to figure out exactly where to go, and it's really hard to find anything, actually, in terms of, you know, what the play is. Starkso still has bathroom control all the way in this site. There's really no holes. The flanks are watched. The Seekers come out from spawn, but that's a little too late. You don't really have the time, and they haven't cleared anything behind that wall at all, and this Lamps crunch is ridiculous. Zeke playing the crossfire with CNED, of course, and you know, you can't really stop him when you get the crossfire like that, when you get the support from your teammates, and at that point the round is pretty much wrapped, and we can call it quits from there. That's how Acend wins 13-5, the scoreline. Ridiculous the entire time, and you know, as we head into the second map of Ascent and kind of close out the series and go into the third map too, it's going to be difficult for them to really come back into this on the second map, Ascent. It is one of those maps that has a bit of a similar style as well when you really think about it, and Ascend is really good. We're going to see CNED on Jet too, where he really had his rise to fame, so I can't wait to see that, Yinsi.
Well, thank you so much for that, Bala. And as Bala, alluded to, we are going to have to go on to Acend. But of course, the first mag, that was Ascend's pick. This is not the biggest surprise ever. We knew they were going to be incredible. But coming into Acend, though, Kakuka, this could potentially be the equalizer.
I mean, we have to think that SMB started losing bind last time against Acend as well. But I feel like this is going to go towards them. I feel like I'm also pretty scared for them because this could be a 2-0. I feel like Acend have gotten so much better because they decided to switch their comp. They didn't want any more Astra. They didn't want any more Breach. They wanted to go very much straightforward with the Reyna and the Omen. Pretty much classic, we would say. Probably not one of the compositions that we see the most, but it's starting to work better and better for them. That is scary from Acend. I actually believe that they have a crazy result against all the other day, so I'm scared.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And what we're going to see in this second map is so different than what we saw online, right? And this is what I was talking about. Acend floated that split pick online, and that's how SMB got back into the series. Now they're going to have to win on a map that Acend is actually playing. Acend. So they aren't great on the map. I'm not gonna lie, it is not their best map in their pool. I believe they're 2 and 3 in the last 2 months, but still, you will have to deal with CNED on this jet roll, which is what Bala was just talking about.
Yeah, and as you can see, 100% pick rate from CNED here on Acend. He has never played anything else, but I know, Kakuka, you want to see some more from Pora too, and Pora had a great map last time, despite the score.
Yeah, I also feel like Pora feels extremely comfortable playing Sentinel. It's either Killjoy or Cypher. I didn't see him comfortable with Viper. He did hit amazing shots, but I mean, until you tested an official, is it really there? So I'm really eager to see this. Okay, nothing out of the way. Still everything as we expected. I feel like this is going to go a lot through the jet play.
Yeah, Bone Cold there with the Astra. What do you make of this, Sean?
That's very interesting because like the graphic showed, he plays a lot of Omen, and I love Astra. I love Astra as a controller in this game. I think you can do so much. You have full map control. Your smokes immediately.
Okay.
Killjoy. Okay, let's go.
I mean, I feel like this is very interesting from them. This is also a change for them, going a little bit back to bases with the Astra, but changing and being like, okay, well, how about we actually use the Sentinel here? I feel like Killjoy has been so important lately on Acend. Just preventing all the early strats is something that you need to do against SMB. So I feel this is so right for them.
Yeah, well, this is going to be interesting for sure. But SMB, they have to win here if they want to avoid that elimination match in the lower bracket. Tom and Mitch, let's see if they can claw it back.
SMB picks Ascendville.
Yeah.
Ascend ang susunod nating mapa ng Pinoy. Hanggang dito ba naman sa Masters Berlin? Mapa ng Pinoy pa rin eh. Ano?
Nasa Berlin na nga tayo,
Nasa
pero
Berlin na
mapa
tayo,
pa rin
pero
ng
yung
Pinoy.
casters natin, mapa pa rin ng Pinoy.
Pero totoo naman talaga eh.
Totoo. But at the same time, looking at the agent compositions na meron din yung mga players natin, nakakita tayo ng Astra pick. And I really think na napaka-viable ng isang Astra pagdating sa mapa na kagaya ng Ascend.
I mean, if ever na pipiliin mo, Omen, Brimstone, or Astra. It's just actually Astra, I swear. Tulad nga na sabi ng panels natin, you can do a lot of things with that Astra. Totoo yung sinabi ng full map control kasi sa sobrang lawak, malamang. Pag pinindot mo yung X, buong mapa na talaga yan, di ba? So, and you can activate actually everything na kahit nasan ka. So, sobrang solid talaga na mayroong Astra dito sa Acend, pero if ever lang na makuha ng Acend to, so it's gonna be really great coming in from them. And actually kung nakikita nyo ito si CNED bala Dubstep yung galawan eh. Si Dubstep kasi minsan nagja-jet, lagi nagja-jet and minsan nagsisage, depende sa mapa. But now, CNED will use that jet again all the way from Siege kanina sa bind. So let's see if ever sino ang makukuha nila dito. This is actually a 1v1 jet match between Izzy and CNED, but Kyles, however, will draw the first blood here in Ascend. Trying to go for the second one, pero yun nga, it's just that turret. But they know when to kung nasan ka.
Pero sobrang laking delay nito para sa side ng SMB right now with CNED on that jet. Alam natin 100% pick rate siya pagdating sa mapa na to na Ascend, but at the same time, he's such a top fragger kumbaga, no? and napakalakas sa duelist. No one checked the backside and didiretso na sana sa plant si Izzy dito. Now with a 3v2 situation, anything can happen still. The stars have been set. Nandiyan na rin yung recon and of course with the kill at trade-off and bone call to finish things off on this first round. Acend na naman ang nakakuha ng pistol.
Pistulan. Nagsisigawan na ang Acend dito mga kaibigan. I mean, I really love, sobrang basic lang na ginawa. Pero yung pick ni Sinad, di ba? Sobrang bilis na pick na ginawa ni wow! Let's go! Yung sinabi namin.
Man, isipin mo na lang, doon pa lang sa delay from B main a while ago, especially na nagagaling kay Kyles, yung burst down niya from a classic shot. They are farming the orb as well. The burst down, isipin mo, bumili ka ng ghost tapos tatamaan ka lang sa mukha ng isang classic. Diba? Napakasakit. Pero Kyle's trying to pin down, hindi nagkoconnect yung shot, mas lamang pagdating sa malayuan, itong ghost na yan. But at the same time, SMB getting kills here and there mula doon sa kanilang mga classic shots as well. 3v2 situation, Bill. This is a buy round mula sa Acend actually.
Ito SMB ang pumili ng Acend, so probably meron silang solid na team play dito, pero yun nga lang, alamin nila kung nasa ba yung mga ibang players dito ng SMB mga kaibigan. They heard it already, pero nag-commit ba sila sa A? Yan ang nasa isip ngayon ng Ace mga kaibigan or Acend, pero yun nga lang, it's just that Sov which is Zeke just waiting patiently on towards that map mga kaibigan and just trying to catch someone off guard. At kung napapansin mo hindi pa rin talaga sila nag-commit dito sa A kasi meron nagbabalik siya ng Astra, pero yun nga lang, I mean the perfect time talaga po. Alam mo actually parte ganito lang yan Sana na lang talaga nag-commit sila dito sa A kasi sobrang hirap ng ginawa nila I mean nasa A ka na, galing ka na sa rafters, tas umikot ka papuntang city. Ang hirap nun, men. Sobrang there is actually a suicide na na rotation na ginawa dito ng San Miguel Beermen.
They had to plan out something. They have to do something. And with the classic lang din na hawak nila, it is very difficult. At the same time, nag-aabang lang din sa Gedli with an Ares itong Sova nila, which is si Roz, rather si Zeke actually. And napakasakit ang aim punch yan, Bill. Isang mabilisan lang agad na burst down na mangyayari sa kanila. With Cena just trying to pin down enemies na dash out immediately with a heal as well. May kasama pang wall mula kay Starks pero magbubush siya dito waiting for players kung meron man dadaan o kung meron mang tatawid. With the help of the Owl Drone, they won't see anyone pero meron silang matatag all the way dito sa grass part or sa mid talaga natin. Now looking at it with 29 HP, si Izzy, pagdating dito, na-heal na rin siya ni Turco. Nagamit na nung both Sage yung kanilang mga heals. And this is probably a slow push coming in from SMB right now. Dahil alam natin, ito yung buy round nila. Napaka-importante na yung casualties is to be less. But with that gravity well, Paura was able to get a kill instead. Medyo siya dito, masakit tumama yung turret sa kanya dahil malaki yung disadvantage siya with the invulnerability or rather vulnerability.
Pero yung nga lang problem dito, the main smoker of Team Acend is now down for. Pero yung nga lang, Ross medyo trap siya dito lang sa may loob ng smoke mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga lang, that is the double peak. Actually, hindi nga double peak yun Pero it's just talagang bigla na lang talaga umayon sa kanila yung matchup na yun. Pero yun nga lang, kahit na wala si Bone Cold dito, they're just actually proving na kayang-kaya nilang i-retake to. They know talaga kung nasa ba. Meron tayo sa may Jenny mga kaibigan, pero buhay pa lang si Jenny. Last man standing dito sa Turco, but apparently just Zened will take him down with that wall bang. 3-0. Is this gonna be a deja vu of what happened kanina? Is this gonna be 5-0 na naman?
With the paranoia from Brave a while ago, before sila mag-plant ng spike actually, nalaman na nila kung ilan, quite possibly, kahit minimum, na players towards sa taas o sa heaven natin, no? Dahil nga bumaril din sila through the smoke. But at the same time, ine-expect na nila yon. Kaso nga lang, hindi sila nananalo doon pagdating sa aim duels na nakikita nila o nakukuha nila. Despite that, the retake potential from Acend, looking at it, nandun lang naman din sila lahat sa heaven They were just able to hold off specific angles as well. Alam nila kung saan sila titingin at alam din ng mga players kung anong una nilang titignan. With Sinan, with a double kill right off the bat in mid, the trade-off mula kay Roz is there, but the damage has been done.
That is Sined, mga kaibigan, one of the best, hindi lang sa region niya, kundi sa buong mundo. I really want to see a Jet versus Jet, which is Sined versus Tens. So hopefully soon, if ever, na mangyari na yan. Pero yun nga lang Stark, so might catch one already. Pero yun nga lang Turco with a shot of one tap to the head, taking down Stark so right now. Pero at least medyo nagkalamang na ngayon ang SMB. Pero ang problema dito, partner, save ang SMB, Sheriff lang ang meron sila. Kung napapansin mo, pero na-push pa din ito na 3v5.
Despite having
3v2.
Having those circumstances on their hand, SMB as a team, nakita rin naman natin kanina how they went for a thrifty round even against Acend on map number 1 dun sa bayan natin. At the same time, wala pang naririnig dito actually yung Acend na nagpa-plant. Dahil kung titignan natin yung minimap natin, very much itong dalawang players natin na nag-aabang lang ng kanilang mga kung saan ba magpa-plant, saan ba nila maririnig. But the recon dart will actually reveal Roz. Hindi ko alam kung pagkakamali ito, but at the same time, alam niya na kung saan manggagaling. Alam niya na may tao sa B-side and nakaabang na siya with the Odin. With this time pressure, is it gonna be enough? There is the double kill, immediately killing 2 players. Isa na lang ang natitira. There's not enough time in this world left para kay Paura makaikot.
That is a really big mess
Nagkamali
na
yata
nangyari
si
sa
Roz
SMB. Men, sobrang nagkamali sila. Isipin mo, pushing it to a 3v2, tas wala nang oras ang SMB noon. You have the advantage right there. Yes, wala kayong barrel, pero you can actually pick up. Yung isa nga nakuha ng Vandal Pero yun nga lang, it's just Zeke, mga kaibigan, waited patiently dito sa may backside, mga kaibigan, and will get that 2k already.
Not only that, Vil, no? At the same time, if you take a look at it, kung hindi ma-detect si Roz doon actually, they would have a bigger chance on taking side. Ginamit nila yung Rico na yon para lang sakali na basagin niya to, habang busy siya basagin, saka natin siya patayin. Pero hindi nagpatinag actually yung ating Sova doon, which is si Zeke, no? With Turco getting that kill, pero the trade-off mula kay Sined right off the bat as well. Waiting lang kung meron ba si Sined, tumalon, patay!
Tumalon, napaka-basic na ginawa ni Sined doon, pero he will actually take down Steelers. Going in for the 4th one doon, pero yun nga lang, not gonna be able to take down Zed. Uy! Pero hindi siya nakapatay, pero it's fine. Pero yun nga lang, Power nakapatay pa kanina sa Russell. Ladies and gentlemen, andito lang sa may Hell. Nakita na yung shoulder, but Zeke again with a kill again. Power is all remaining. Sined with a classic with a kill. 5-0, and yes! Nangyari ulit yung nangyari nung map number 1 natin sa bind, 5-0. And if ever manalo dito ang SMB, oh my God, this is like the same thing all over again. What is happening to SMB? Diyos ko po, nakabangko ata sila Terence Romeo tsaka sila John Marpajardo.
Una sa lahat, first things first, kung sisilipin natin kung ano yung nangyari dun sa round na yun, hindi nila ma-shutdown si Sined. With an operator, alam na nila nasa heaven. Kanina pa nila alam actually. Pero hindi nila mabatuhan ng utilities. Dahil yung Sova, ginamit din niya yung kanyang Hunter's Fury para sirain yung lockdown ng Killjoy. So imagine if yung Hunter's Fury na yon, hindi kailangan sirain yung lockdown. But instead, pwede niyang patayin yung mga tao na nasa heaven. But that didn't happen at all with Sined holding mid and holding B main. My God! This guy...
Pero yun nga lang, it's not yet over because Zeke with that Hunter Fury, mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever meron pa siya makapatay na isa. And yes, he will take down Brave. 2v4 situation. And Acend, mga kaibigan, is on fire. This is the map that is picked by SMB, but they can't do anything about the map that they picked.
They really need to shut down Sined. Pero isa rin sa mga problema nila dito, saan ba nila mahahanap si Sined, no? And I really think with the usage of utilities na meron sila yung skills na meron yung mga agents nila, maaari nilang mahanap o ma-pick off si Sined. Pero it's not gonna be easy at all. Completely. Especially kapag nahahanap niya lahat ng players. Imagine mo naka-Bladestorm na yun sa mid, nakuha pa rin ni Sined with the reposition.
I mean, all these repressions talaga na kailangan nila gawin. Pero yun nga lang, nakapasok na yung isang dahil sa spray and break coming in from Zeke. Pero yun nga lang, napagusto na Turco. Is this gonna be a really big clutch na gagawin ni Turco? It's gonna be a big question for sure. Pero yun nga lang, pareho silang walang utilities dito, mga kaibigan. It's all up to the gunfight ang mangyayari dito. Kung sinong unang sumilip, siya ang talo.
There you go,
yes,
the Red Bull
sumilip
clutch.
si Bone Cold.
is there. Turco was able to take on the kill. SMB, finally, Vil. Meron na silang isang puntos dito pero hindi ganun kadali bago nila nakuha tong puntos na to. And that is one of the reason is that napatay na nila si Sined on mid.
Actually, okay naglalaro eh.
Ikaw ba yan?
Okay.
Nice! Yun ang sabi. Narinig ko.
Yes! Pakala mo nanalo ng championship eh, no? 5-1
First
naman.
game pa lang.
First game pa lang. This is the same thing na nangyari kanina, Bes. 5-1. Ano nangyayari sa SMB? It's just...
Mahirap talaga.
Mahirap talaga eh. Kahit anong gawin natin eh. Kahit anong sabihin natin, mahirap talaga. Ito mo, ito na ginagawa nila. Actually, si Sined, the best thing na pwede nang gawin is actually mag-blade storm na lang siya at bigyan na ng baril si Bone. Pero yun nga, sabi ni Sined, ba't kita bibigyan ng baril, ha? Bakit? May pera ako eh. Sa akin to eh.
Kahit na... Damot mo naman.
Bakit? Ganun naman talaga, di ba? Pag may blade storm ka, kung may pera ka, ibigay mo na sa walang pera.
Totoo naman. But at the same time, kapag kay Sined yung operator, mas malaki yung chance makapunish eh. Mapapa-timeout ka na lang talaga, best kung ganun yung nangyayari sa mga rounds mo.
Man, nakakatakot. Di mo alam. Di ba nag-timeout? Ay, nag-timeout yung SMB.
Nakita mo sa ilalim ng ano nila, no?
Oo.
Sa upuan nila.
Mga kaibigan. Isipin mo, nanalo sila doon sa round na yun, pero yun nga lang, kailangan nilang gamitin agad yung 1 minute na timeout nila para makapag-usap-usap kung paano natin babawiin to. This is actually a Jet versus Jet again and again. Izzy, mga kaibigan, nakakuha nila the operator dito versus the operator of Sined as well. Pero si Bone for sure lumalapit na to sa mga kakampi niya kasi if ever namatay yung kakampi niya, at least ipupulutin lang niya.
Yun lang yung goal eh, no? Pao sa goal.
Man, pulot
yung
lang.
Operator.
Pag may nakitang Spectrum skin, pulot lang, bes. Wala pambili.
But at the
Pinadeport
same...
ako eh.
Pinadeport. Ito na naman, meron na naman silang mid-take. Hindi pa rin nila alam ngayon with Izzy actually holding an operator, no? So, yung tactical pause na yan, what is the plan? Yun ang katanungan with Sined, getting that heal as well. Buhay pa rin siya, hindi pa rin napapunish. Meron pang rest na pwedeng gamitin din si Starks. But at the same time, Paura was able to take a pick off. Si Izzy hindi nag-connect yung kanyang operator shot. And alam niya na may tao na dito sa top mid. There goes the pick that they're looking for. Wow! Okay.
Oh my god, it's just Kaz again popping off already with the 2K. Pero it's not yet over, it's not yet done. We still have Paura and Izzy nag-aanay dito sa may A. The clock is ticking already. They need to go in. They have the audience and the Vandals and the Phantoms for the side of Acend. Pero yun nga lang, mapupull off ba nila itong mga shots na gagawin nila? Naghanap pa ng kakampi yung isa and just using that as a decoy, pushing it to 1v1 situation. Kyles versus Izzy. This is Jet versus Killjoy, and that Jet will win that team fight.
Grabe. Looking at it, ang daming na-punish na players doon for the side of SMB para lang talaga ma-take nila. They were able to punish Sined, but gumamit sana yung Acend, no? Yung plano nila dito, magre-rest ako, and then ako magpipick off, hahayaan ko muna. Pero ang dami masyadong angles na kailangan i-cover. Hindi actually makalabas si Starks doon sa posisyon niya, and nanalo din yung kalaban niya sa aim duel. So, that's a double kill immediately. So, wala na yung res, napatay na rin yung nasa heaven, pati siya nasama na rin sa hukay. SMB was able to take that round, save that operator still on Izzy's hand. Kailangan mong tapatan eh. Kung ano meron yung ace dito, yung Acend.
Tama ang ginagawa ng SMB dito, mga kaibigan. It's just trying to be patient lang din. Kasi ganoon na ginagawa ng Acend. They're actually being patient and just waiting for them to go in. Well, malamang. Defender sila eh. Pero but still, that is the same thing na ginagawa dito ng SMB. They trying to outplay Acend, which is actually really working hard. And doing great dito sa side ng SMB ngayon mga kaibigan, pero yun nga lang, more shockers na lang coming in dito sa side ng SMB para lang at least mabulilyaso ang team ng Acend dito mga kaibigan. Counts will be down, Paura just waiting patiently as well, taking down one, Ross with a follow-up. It's all up to Zeke. 1v4 situation with that Sheriff. This is gonna be really big for him though, pero yun nga lang, nakapatay pa ng isa, pero Paura with a trade will take down Sieg and will secure this round again. Ito ang pinili ng SMB. Magiging intro boys ba ang ace o hindi?
Quite possibly, but at the same time, eco broken buys for Acend, it seems like yun yung hindi nag-work out for them. But once they go on a full buy like this, kagaya ni Zeke na may Odin na naman, nakita natin kung gaano kaya mag-punish ni Zeke with an Odin even for those first few rounds na nakita natin. And also, it is interesting how they did yung hold sa B main kanina. No? They walled up, pero nasa labas si Bone actually. So maybe planado talaga yun. At the same time, to get the pickoffs that they need. The dash in from the Jet is there. Si Zeke, mag-a-outdraw na rin sana, pero gusto niyo munang hawakan niya para hindi alam o hindi aware yung mga players dito na mag-a-outdraw na siya. This is the smoke coming off and Turco is actually boosted on that wall. They probably know this kind of playstyle, but at the same time, kung hindi mo alam, malaking abala to para sa kabilang team. Izzy was able to pick off Cned immediately, and the wall for the Cosmic Divide is definitely there already. Hinahawakan lang nila itong market dahil wala ka ng ibang angle na lalabasan kung di ito. Tinalon na rin nila dito si Paura, and the only man remaining right now is Stars on Switch with so much angles to cover.
SMB slowly and surely nakakabawi na dito, just using all the utilities that they have para at least ma-secure itong B na to, and nag-full buy ang Acend dito mga kaibigan. So kailangan ulit nilang medyo mag-save para lang at least makabawi if ever naging tie na yung match natin. And actually, SMB, nanalo sila na nanalo sila kanina, naka-eco lang. Pero yun nga lang, ang gagawin ba ng Acend is, are they gonna do the same thing? Are they gonna win kahit wala silang barrel or anything like that? It's really up to them though. Pero yun nga lang, ang problem nila dito is they don't have enough ultimates at all. They actually need that ultimate of Bone Cold para lang at least talaga mapigilan yung pagpasok dito ng SMB. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, that is Turco. They know it already. Ace mga kaibigan, or Acend knows what's up. Alam na nasa gilid na Turco, and one na free Vandal na para yun sa players ng Acend. Pero yun nga lang, Brave. It is actually really bad for Cned though, because of the position, because of the angle na meron ang Acend. Pero yun nga lang, it's all up to the two players, Bone Cold and Zeke. They only have this Sheriff though, but Brave mga kaibigan will take down one. It's all up to Zeke. 1v4 again and again. That
Recon!
Oh my god, hindi man lang tumama.
Tumama naman. Hindi nga lang enough para makapatay. 5-5 is the score. SMB slowly but surely nakakabawi sila dun sa mga rounds na meron sila actually. With Izzy, parang nandito yung lakas ni Cned bigla eh. Hindi na kailangan ng dash out, dash in pag sa reposition. Kailangan lang niya mag-reset nung pick off.
Yeah. Pero yun nga, nakita natin dito yung mga super flashy plays na ginagawa ni Cned, but it's not working sa kanya ngayon. Medyo
saka hindi na nila kailangan mag-worry. Hindi na nila kailangan mag-worry sa top mid eh. Dahil nga nag-aabang din dun si Brave kung may sisilip. Which is si Kyle. Sumilip siya kanina. Patay siya eh. Patay siya eh.
Medyo na ba? Lakas pero medyo nabasa ata ngayon. Pero yun nga lang, they don't have an idea na meron tao dyan dito sa may hell mga kaibigan. It's all up to Bone Cold kung kayang-kaya ba nang bawiin to. Pero yun nga lang, may mga boots sa may Gedli and he will catch one. Pero for sure, alam niya na meron pang tao dyan kasi narinig na yun. Pero yun nga lang, they need to be really careful kasi nasa isang place lang sila. Isang tao dito sa may likod ng Jenny mga kaibigan, Hunter's Fury. Wala man lang na nakuha dito. Pero yun nga lang, Izzy's in a lot of trouble right now. You fell into the trap of Team Acend mga kaibigan, but still Turco with a kill. 4v3 situation. Starks will take one down. Pero merong umiikot dito. Oh, the timing mga kaibigan off Ross. One takedown Starks on 2, pero si Zeke again and again, 2v3 situation, it's all up to CNED. With that operator, can he do the impossible? Can he do the hardest thing ever? He will take down Paula. Wala siyang base arm dito, pero yun nga lang, Torko with a head, taking down CNED. SMB, the first time in forever, is 1 point away dito sa CNED, ay dito sa Ace, sa Acend. Kalo, hindi ko natatama.
Medyo na magulo actually, no, on both sides. So doon sa pag-entry, tsaka kung paano nila aayusin din yung pag-hold sa site. Nagalaw yung mga positions nila knowing na with the wall, especially on the side of SMB, makakatulong on the Sage. Dahil boosted yung Sage, boosted, pwede din mag-boost up yung Jet actually, which is si Izzy. Yun ang ginawa nila exactly. Nag-Hunter's Fury pa nga para ma-force out na lumabas yung mga players, lalo na nung na-detect. Pero hindi nag-connect yung shots ni Izzy during that time. But despite that, napunta pa rin sa kanila yung round also because of winning those aim duels and the timing na nakuha din ni Roz dito. Now, going on to this final round para sa ating first half, broken ba ito for Acend? How are they gonna punish players from SMB with the guns that they have right now? Kailangan maging sobrang strategically placed yung positioning nila dito.
All these enemies, mga kaibigan, sa talaga makapasok, pero yung nga lang is he just trying to take advantage of that verticality, of that high angle, because of that wall, taking that kill again. Pero kung napapansin mo, walang medyo gumagamit ito sa VCT, promise. Sa buong VCT, walang gumawa nitong ganitong strat na nasa taas sila ng wall, just getting that high ground. And dito lang natin nakita yan. Pero yun nga lang, si Zeke dito na sa may Gedli, but still, Pauro will get a kill onto him. But it's not yet over because CNED, together with Cal's, buhay pa, and it's all up to Cal's. Meron siyang lockdown, pero is he gonna use this? Pero
last choice, last round ito eh.
Oo.
He is gonna use it.
Oh, yeah,
there goes the lockdown. Despite having the bigger advantage doon kanina, they weren't able to pull off na i-hold talaga yung site completely, no? There is also isang mabilisang swap-in lang. Nasira na rin. Pati yung lockdown ng Killjoy. Now, waiting na lang ang gagawin dito ng SMB with their post plan situation with a 1v2. This is gonna be difficult and proven difficult. SMB takes it to a 7-5. Lamang na sila ng dalawang rounds dito, Vil. Despite having the first 3-0 disadvantage kanina, they went back.
Actually, ang ginawa dito ng Kyle is sobrang solid. That is actually a big ball move na ginawa ni Kyles dito, just pushing that lockdown and just destroying that lockdown, mga kaibigan. Kasi to be honest, there's no way na mapapasabog ng SMB yung lockdown na yun. But still, we've seen it. And apparently, at least, diba, nakabawi na rin ang SMB despite of them just losing so hard doon sa ating game number 1. Pero ngayon, slowly and surely, and just that is, ang score natin is actually 5-0 kanina. Pero ano naman score niya? It's actually 7-5. That is 7 rounds in a row na ginawa dito ng SMB. Really flawless, mga kaibigan. Nabasa na rin ng SMB yung mga galawan dito ng Acend, and finally nakakabawi na rin sila. But still, this is actually just the first half, and mamaya second half na tayo.
Ano to eh, yung halftime break na tinatawag. May ganun na, guys. Huwag kayo mag-alala, kami lang to. But at the same time, tama yung sinabi mo, no? Nabasa nila kahit paano yung ginagawa ng Acend. Una, hindi nila mapunish si CNED, but during the time na napapunish na nila paulit-ulit, hindi makabuelo si CNED ng kanyang posisyon. At the same time, yung operator, hindi niya rin agad mabili on all those rounds that he needs it on the defense side. But also, aside from punishing CNED, ang isa pa nilang pinoproblema dito is yung lurk, which is si Ross. Si Ross naglo-lurk out siya, nahuhuli siya each and every time ng SMB. And using that advantage of the wall of the Sage, especially on A main kanina, knowing na you can set up smokes. Yes, you can set up the smokes and everything. But if you have this kind of advantage, hindi mo magbabago eh. Yung perception ng mga players, magbabago yung view or field of vision ng players natin. So, with that, they were able to punish some. Or sometimes, nagbi-miss yung shots, kagaya niya kay Easy.
Yeah man, pero at least diba, ang pinakita rin ng Acend yung power nila dito sa Ascent, which is, I mean, where I really love watching Acend kanina with all these picks, with all these ballsy picks.
Lalo na jet main ka, no?
Oo, parang ako nagturo niyan eh. Ako nagturo dyan.
Ginamit nila yung tinuro mo, Bill, nagamit.
Oh, pero actually, I mean, dito sa ating second half, let's see if ever makakabawi ba dito ang Acend. Kasi parang ang ginawa dito ng SMB, kalma lang sila. Okay na tayo dito, huwag kayong mag-alala, makakabawi rin tayo dito. Antayin nyo lang, babangon kami at lulunurin namin kayo.
Grabe
sa
naman
aming
yun.
lakas.
Grabe naman yun.
Okay.
Lakas, oh.
Hilo ko eh.
Hilo ko eh. Ramdam mo yun?
Tinan mo yung ano. Lakas.
Oh, lakas, oh. Yung mayanig, oh. Hanggang sa Acend. Abot.
Andito na pala yung isang member ng ng Sentinel eh. Andito na pala yung isang member ng Sentinel.
Sino?
Si Sen Manipi. Pero going back here in this game right now, that is Zik! With a crazy 2K plus!
Spike down, B.
Nag-line up sila, pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, muntik na. Si paring Turko na lang, all the way from Turkey.
Tama naman. Nasa tama ka naman.
Oh, man.
One-way smoke on B main. Nakaabang lang dito si Turko. This is a 1v3 situation. Doable pa rin actually kung he managed to get some pickups. Kaso nga lang si Bone, nakakakuha na rin siya nung heal, no? So, tataas na naman yung kanyang buhay. But at the same time, di siya makalabas dito. Especially setting up yung turret na yan. Kailangan niyang bilisan yung pag-pick off. And that's not gonna happen at all. With Ace or Acend securing another round. Ito na naman, pagdating sa pistol round, laging nananalo yung Acend, Vil.
Lagi. Pero hopefully makabawi sila dito. Kasi alam mo kasi, partner, nung EMEA Stage 3 Challengers Playoffs, ang nakatalo dito sa Supermassive Blazer SMB is Gambit na naman. At naglaban na ang SMB tsaka ang Acend sa upper bracket finals ng EMEA Stage 3 Challengers Playoffs. Best 2-1 ang score in favor of SMB. Pero ngayon mukhang bumabawi, di ba?
Acend nga, tinama na nila yung kanilang pagkakamali. Yun din yung sabi nila sa interview. Sined getting the pick off on Russ, nag-dash in sa mukha. Parang inalay niya na lang sarili niya dun.
Kunin! Pero yun nga lang. Brave mag-isa na lang dito. But Kyle's again with a kill.
Flawless even.
Flawless round dito sa may Ace, mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever makakabawi pa sila dito. Bone Cold, buhat na buhat. 2-11 ang score.
Pero kanina nung bind yung mapa, si Bone Cold ang nagdala sa victory, men. Yun ang isipin mo. Meron ako nakita, nabasa actually na comment, no? Kasi syempre, pinapansin natin yung viewers natin dito sa Filipino broadcast. Yeah, Izzy's jet operator is very unstable, unlike Sined's clean and punishful op aimed towards SMB. Sined is scary. Tama siya actually. Si Oreki nagsabi nito. Izzy, most of the shots na meron siya during that operator, even on the map like bind a while ago, but it can still punish. Nakakatakot lang talaga pag si Sined yung may hawak, and now Brave inside that smoke, being really brave, getting those kills, a triple kill even, on the side of SMB. The only player remaining for Acend is Starks. He goes down. Palitan lang to ng palitan lang ng rounds, Will, for both of the teams.
Actually, to be honest, hindi na ako magugulat na mag-game 3 tayo, swear. I mean, if ever na makabawi dito ang SMB, I mean, for Team Acend, yes, tinama na nila yung mali nila. Pero yun nga lang for SMB, ang gawin lang nila dito is just to adjust dun sa playstyle din dito sa Acend. Tinalo na ng SMB tong Acend, mga kaibigan. Pero one thing is for sure, talagang babawiin nila itong match na to. Itong Acend, maraming kaaway ito, maraming kalaban to, maraming gustong bawian to, no? SMB, yung Gambit, just Ang daming hanas nitong Acend na to eh. Pero
Lahat
it's
na lang
just
gustong
SMB
talunin.
again. Oo, di ba? So kung napapansin mo, I mean, if ever gusto ng Acend talaga na durugin yung SMB, talagang ginagawa talaga nila. Nag-5-0 nga ng game 1 tsaka game 2, di ba? Pero yun nga lang ang problema, nakabawi ata ang SMB.
They walled off mid a while ago. Si Sined with still an operator, very scary indeed. But at the same time, naghanap siya ng pwedeng mapick dito. Si Starks nakapick na nga ng isa. Yan ay si Brave. He goes down, no more smoker for the side of SMB right now. With Izzy holding a Vandal, waiting kung may aakyat ba towards heaven. Pero mukhang wala. Hahawakan lang na maigi to ng Acend. Knowing na 5 sila dito, Vil.
It's actually really hard start, so meron pa naman siyang ultimate dito, so you can actually revive Son, pero yun nga lang, they need to go in now for Team SMB. Pero are they gonna save this or not? And I think they will save this, partner. They're not gonna contest this. They're just waiting for that exit frags para lang at least, kasi if ever mapatay nila yung ibang players dito, wala silang pera eh. Mawawalan ng pera, hindi sila makakapag full buy.
Also,
so kailangan talaga nila ng exit frags, best. Ito, if ever namatay si Kyles, kulang pera niyan, men. Oh, tinan mo, nasabi niya, awit loads, ano ba naman kasi? Yun nasabi niya.
Tasapir na lang. At the same time din sa SMB, hindi na sila makaka-retake ng maayos eh. Kasi una, wala si Brave. Walang smoke. Kahit yung Jet or si Izzy rather, ubus na rin yung smokes niya.
Kaya sila hindi talaga pumasok dito, partner, kasi sobrang scary kasi if ever nag-G pa sila, if ever pumush pa sila eh.
Right here. Right here.
Meron na dito si Spark. Pwede na siya mag-res up as well. This is also the recon detecting players. Si Turco nagde-delay lang siya dito, but the punish mula kay Kaz, hindi nag-connect. Si Turco ang nakakuha ng kill na yan, pero may retrade din naman na magagawa ang players dito. But with the rest coming up, nandito na rin nag-aabang ang ibang players ng SMB. Masyado nilang in-advance, masyado nilang in-aggressive yung Acend dito, knowing na nagre-res up din sila. Waiting game para sa SMB, pero isa-isa silang nahuhulog. Isa-isa silang tumutumba. How are they gonna play this out with Brave? The only man remaining. May ultimate siyang pwedeng gamitin. Pwede siya makapag-TP out. Pwede siya makapag-TP in, rather. But this is too much people. 5 players ang kailangan niya dito hanapin.
Oo, man. Brave. Kailangan mong maging...
matapang.
Matapang. So, salamat, part. Hindi ko kasi alam yung Tagalog ng Brave. Pero still, he needs to be matapang para lang at least makapasok dito. But it's actually, if ever papasok siya, man, it is actually a big suicide for sure.
Oh.
Is he gonna go in or not? That's gonna be the biggest question dito kay Brave. And I think he's gonna opt in. At kung napapansin mo, lahat sila naka 500 pesos na post. Yung 4. 2,000 yan, bes. Pare-pareho sila ng post. Oh, pero nag-aaway na si Paura at si Raz, men. Ba naman kasi, pre, pasok ka ng pasok. Recon ka lang, recon naman yan. Loads,
papainit na nga ako ng kamay. Oh. Yun, nakarinig ka lang na nagre-rest, sinilip mo na agad. Naboostan ka tuloy.
Pasok kasi ng pasok eh. Ras, ano ba? Kumanta ka na lang kaya.
Kita mo, pansin mo dito yung mga Sage Walls. Mga Sage Walls dito. Lagi nilang inaakyatan actually. Lagi silang nagbo-boost. Pero the kill from Bone Cold, look at that. Not aware. Kasi gusto nila basagin eh. Gusto niya sana basagin yung wall para doon sa nagre-res up, put pressure. Pero hindi niya na napansin na masyadong maraming tao, masyadong maraming uma-advance din also, na kaya siyang patayin agad-agad. Now an eco for SMB, a broken by, probably, Turco getting a Vandal dahil kailangan nila to. Pero ang daming players niyan. Nag-aabang lang din.
Sobrang daming players na nakikita dito mga kaibigan, but still Sined, however, just waiting patiently onto that point of the map right now. At dire-diretso sila, si Starkso pa nga ang nakukuna dito. And he's gonna wall this area of the map, trying to be really aggressive, just trying to get that high ground and that verticality for him to to do an off-angle kill here. Pero Paura will be down. Kitang-kita yung ulo mo, pare. Pero oh my God, the flick of Zeke. Pero si Starkso, dito lang din. Pero it's still, tatlo pa dito sa side ng SMB mga kaibigan. Kaya pa ba nila? Pero yung nga lang, Zeke, ladies and gentlemen, going here dito sa may market, pero not gonna be able to catch one. Starkso, however, I really love the position from him. Alam ni Starkso na meron tao dito, pero they have no idea at all na merong Sage doon. At sisilip na nga sila. He will actually take down Izzy mga kaibigan. Pero nasaan ba yung ibang players dito ng SMB? And it's just Kyle's pushing in already. Pero it's just them as well trying to be really scared. Pero si Turco si Rapi Turco mga kaibigan will take down Kyle's. At ito na pa, si Turco will be down as well. Isumbong mo kay Turco.
My God, pinapahirapan na naman sila ng Acend dito. Mukhang na-figure out na ng Acend how they can push in, how can they punish players from left to right. Even with smokes, si Zeke nakakapatay. The flex is there definitely. Na-capitalize na yung maliit na butas doon sa smoke ng Astra actually. And now with the tactical timeout for SMB, kailangan nila to because they literally Villa, zero money. So kapag nakuha na naman ng Acend yung round na ito, wala silang pera going to the 12th round in case.
Time out.
Yung kanina ba yun? Replay ba yun?
Oh, replay.
Replay pala yun? Sabi ko ba naman wala silang pera, men?
Eto, timeout muna ang San Miguel Birimen mga kaibigan. Ipapasok nila si Julmar Pajardo for sure, pero going back ulit. Agad!
Easy na rin.
Ay!
Totoo ata yung sinasabi ko kanina. Yun ata yung game. Alam mo, may mga bagay tayong hindi mapaliwanag. Isa na to eh. Dami ko ng problema, tumagdag pa to.
Ano pa talaga? Timeout o Gina? So feeling ko Gina eh.
Ned with the operator and Zeke. Sila na naman, dalawa ang natitira. Alam natin kung gaano kalakas mag-punish si Zeke pagdating sa aim duels, pati dun sa mga kanyang flick-offs. Pero gagana pa ba yun with the 2v4 situation?
Oh my God. Berlin is crazy.
It's a prank.
It's a prank. Debated tayo, guys. Pero kung napapansin nyo, hindi nakasilip yung barrel of barrel. Pero yun nga, Acend will get a kill again. 1v3 situation, mga kaibigan. Andyan pa si Turco at may nag-aantay na sa may Gedli. But Turco, naisumbong na si Sined, mga kaibigan. And will get that kill. 9-10.
Basta masingit talaga eh, no? 9-10. This is a quick replay kung paano nga ba naubos yung players ng Acend isa-isa, no? Nag-punish na naman, lagi na lang with Brave doon sa mga smoke. Ina-aggro niya yun eh. Hyper-aggressive plays coming in from the side of SMB as well.
Ito, time out. Ano
totoo na ba to? Prank ba to? O totoo na?
It's a prank. Pero ito grabe naman si Bone Thugs. Ang daming pera, 9K.
Ano?
Si Bone Thugs.
Si Bone Thugs?
Ba't ko Bone Thugs na ng dapat eh? Si Bone Thugs in Harmon, si Mala Bone Thugs.
Time out to. Para sa... Feeling ko time out eh.
Talagang nilaramdam lang na ang aking balbas.
Si Coach.
Ito si Coach ng SMB to. Kasi meron Turkish flag sa likod niya.
Galing mo doon, Villa.
Oh, man.
Ito Turkish Airlines eh. SMB to SMB. We are finally back. And it looks like for the side of Acend, mag-o din dito si Z, actually. Dami naman silang pera eh.
Oh, what is money?
Paper only.
Yan ang nasa isip nila, mga kaibigan. Marami silang pera. Dahil si Bone Thugs, Diyos ko po. Gangster yan. Dami pera yan.
Na-detect na ng Recon, ng Aldron rather, si Izzy dito. Pero hindi pa rin siya mapapunish dahil wala namang Hunter's Fury.
Oo, pero yung nga lang Turco just blocking B-main. Para sila mga kapaso, pero nilabas na Nizik ang kanyang Odin, mga kaibigan. Tikman nyo ang Odin ko from Europe with love.
Here.
1 minute left in the clock right now, and it's just a team ace ngayon trying to trying to push this area. Pero yun nga, medyo mahirap na naman to Stark, so we're just gonna do the same thing all over again, trying to get that higher ground, but I think not gonna be able to probably push or stay at that on top of that wall. Pero yun nga lang, sinasayko lang nila ang team
Buti
SMB,
na lang,
mga kaibigan.
actually,
They have
Will.
no idea kung saan ba sila pupunta.
Buti na lang hindi pinush ni Starks. Kasi nandun lang din nakaabang lagi si Brave sa loob ng mga smokes niya. This is the Cosmic Divide being set up. Bone
Hinati ang
Thugs
mundo.
in.
Ito na, nilabas na ni Bone Thugs ang kanyang paghati ng mundo, mga kaibigan. Pero that is Team Ace pushing it, but Izzy will take down one. Nilabas ang Bladestorm dito. Pero delikado. Oh my God! Hindi tumama yung Bladestorm! Hindi tumama! Pero yung kalang Ace, isa pa kasi Bone Thugs in harmony dito. 14 seconds left in the clock. Hindi pa rin nila pinaplant. Nasa ba yung bomba base? Oh my God, they need to go in already! Don't go! May 3K! May oras pa! Pero oh no, walang oras! Pero ubos!
Hindi na kailangan ng oras, men! Na-realize
Oh my
nila
God!
dito. Bill, nag-isip sila. Sabi nila, wala na tayong time. Bubusin na lang natin, pre. Yun ang ginawa nila.
Wala silang oras! At kung nakikita mo yung mga itsura ng mga tropa natin San Miguel Beermen, lahat sila napa-facepalm! Sabi nila, ano ba, bes? Ano ba?
1 second na lang yun. 2 seconds na lang. Hinold nyo na lang sana. Pero yung hold na yun, kung hindi mo talaga siya ma-hold na makakakuha ka ng trade-offs, wala din talaga mangyayari. Kaya-kaya kayong i-punish sa bilis o sa aggressive play ng ganong klase.
Bes, holy sheesh ka na lang talaga!
Delikado yan eh. Baka wala na tayo dito bukas eh.
Shoutout nga pala kay tropang Pauli B. Makakasama natin bukas. Magkasama ulit tayo.
Oo nga pala, may trabaho tayo mamaya. Sige, si Brave nakapitas na ng isa, but the trade-off is there from Starks. 1-to-1 trade lang, but a big problem for the side of Acend probably because they don't have that duelist anymore.
Pero
Also, wala rin smoke, ah.
Oo, wala rin silang echo dito, mga kaibigan. Uulitin ko, if ever comeback to na ginawa ng SMB, pero all they need to do is keep up.
The kill, the joy lockdown, rather, is there. Izzy, isipin mo, naka-ano ka? Maka-vandal ka na't lahat-lahat, tapos makakapatay sa'yo, Marshall. Medyo nakaka-stress yun. Izzy knows where the position of Starks is, but at the same time, si Starks di niya alam na nag-aabang lang si Paula dito. O gumagalaw-galaw lang yung paa. Nag-aabang lang sa gilid at tumalon, siya ang nakuha. Siya ang na-catch off guard. Instead na baliktad. Now with the rest coming up, binuhay ulit si Brave. They have now the smoke yet again, pero pasok na ang Acend actually on a site. They are setting already for their plan para sa spike. 14 seconds remaining on the clock. 3v2 situation. This is still doable. Marami pang oras, especially knowing nakaka-plant lang ng spike.
Meron tayo sa pinikot na pero yung nga lang natin is Kyle's Stark, so finishing it off. And Acend, mga kaibigan, is on a match point already. Bone Thugs, buhat na buhat.
Hindi naman. Laking factor ng mga smoke niya eh. Ng Astra eh. Time out muna. Mahirap to kasi, alam mo naman, ang pera ng SMB dito.
Nag-time out ang Acend para sa SMB to. Sige guys, mag-time out na kami para sa inyo. We got you.
Isipin nyo na.
We got
Kanina
you.
nga, di ba, inalaya na nga ng baril?
Oo, men. Bibigyan na rin namin kayo ng oras para makapag-isip-isip. This is for you guys. Diba?
Acend wants to make a play on this. They want to finish this game. They want to finish this round already. Dahil isa na lang kailangan nila eh. They still have enough money to buy off pagdating doon sa mga susunod or following rounds na meron sila kung sakali man na hindi makuha ng SMB tong round na to. But at the same time, they need to make a big play para ma-punish yung Acend or rather para ma-punish yung SMB agad-agad. Knowing na ikaw lang sila, knowing na wala silang pera, kaya nila tong mabilisan. Maybe they are gonna be creative or push, or there's another possibility of really playing it slow.
My kaibigan, this is once again the last, probably the last round na ng ating match number 1, best of 3 dito sa Acend and SMB. Pero yun nga lang, makakasino pa ba yung isa? Let's see what's gonna happen here. Andito si Sinad, andito yung isa. Pero let's see if ever mauubos pa ng SMB to. Pero yun nga lang, Sinad will get a kill on to one. Pero meron tayo sumigad 5 kami. Pero this is gonna be really dangerous for the players of Team SMB. Kasi magdo-double peak, triple peak sila for the side of Acend. And yung isang tao, which is si Turco, isang bumo ay Turco, nandun lang sa may logs. So if ever na nandyan ka lang, yes, pwede ka dyan lang sa Gedli, pero ang problema mo dyan, Bes, delikado, mamatay kasi wala ka matatakbuhan dyan, Bes.
Yung Nano Swarm, as far as I can see, he could have used it on logs. But una munang kailangan nilang i-clear dito. Siyempre yung corner na yan, yung pocket na yan. One by one, Acend clearing each and every angle. May kasama pang risk. And the only man remaining is Paura. This is gonna be really difficult. And I don't think there is a possibility that he can retake this unless may miracle play siyang kayang gawin for his side. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I think this is actually gonna be an Acend win, a 2-0. Dahil may turret din siya. Unang kalaban niya agad dito yung turret na hindi naman niya kayang i-punish agad-agad. Kasi nga, may mga iba ring magpipi. And that is Acend taking map number 2, making this series a 2-0.
First game, nice game. Hello. Hello. Sapa. Sige. Para kayo...
Ganito na ata pag nasa Berlin, no?
Oo. Para kayo taka, di ba?
Acend taking map number 2 despite SMB picking that map. And SMB nasa bingit na naman ng nasa baba na sila nasa lower bracket na agad Diyos ko Lord.
Tawa ko sa kanila Kala nila, pinaproud sila ng buong mundo
My God. Oh man. They look really strong, Vil. Honestly, if you think about it, it looked like a 2-0 naman, especially kung paano sila mag-perform dun pa lang sa bind kanina. And kung paano nag-first half actually dito sa mapa na Acend na pinili ng SMB. May shake hands ata to, Villa.
Oo, kailangan mo na mag-shake hands mga kaibigan.
Wala. Pero pinakita na naman yung replay.
Yeah.
Mahirap talaga, lalo na kung si Sined pa lang tatapatan mo, hindi mo mapunish, lalo na nung may operator dun sa defense. Kahit alam na nilang nasa heaven kanina pa, mapapa-peace-sign ka na lang talaga.
Yeah. Pero ba't sa Jaume, di sa kabawa na dito ang team ng Ascender dito sa SMB. Inantay nila to and finally nakabawi na rin sila. And isa na lang ang kakalaban nila, which is a Gambit. Let's see if that will be possible for their side. And hopefully na talagang matunghayan natin yun. This is the rise of Sined from EMEA. Actually, EMEA din ang SMB. Your winners 2-0.
Kaya nga nagkaroon sila ng pagkakatapat Nagkalaban na sila dati pero SuperMassive Blaze actually won that. This time around, baliktad na. 2-0 ang binigay ng Acend dito. And look at these players of Acend. They're so happy taking that win already. Pati si Coach masaya. Nakangiti na lang din.
Oh, man.
There you go. Kyle siya ang actually dito yung team captain. Also the in-game leader. And the duel usually rin talaga. And looking at it as well, it was a clean win para sa side ng Acend. And Vil, kamusta first matchup natin?
First matchup is actually really amazing. We've seen the rise and fall of these players. And it's just the same thing all over again. 5-0, then 5-1, then 5-2. Nakabawi ang SMB dito sa Acend, which is actually ito yung map pick nila. Pero yun nga lang, yung nag-switch ng sides. wala nang nagawa ang team ng SMB. The score is 7-5, pero it's just Acend is trying to keep their composure, na it's fine kahit naka-comeback sila. That is 7 wins straight na ginawa nila dito sa map na to. Pero yun nga lang, dun sa halftime, after that halftime, wala nang nagawa dito ang SMB. Pero hopefully, dito sa mga susunod din ng games is makabawi pa rin naman sila. But still, we all know that Acend is one of the best here in their region, and actually seen it, one of the best player, not in just their region, but in the whole world. And it's actually proving that they're actually worthy to be here in VALORANT Masters Berlin. Pero yun nga lang, this is actually the game number 1 only. Marami pa tayong games, mga kaibigan. So please, mag-chill muna kayo, kumuha muna kayo ng snacks or anything, magkape, magtubig, magmilk, or kung ano. Because VALORANT Masters Berlin will be back. Once again, my name is Vil. Let me stay here. See you later.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins.
Esquecer
And that was Prime Gaming's post-match highlights. We're back on the desk. I'm with Sean Guest and Kakuka. Sean, I know Mitch was giving you a bit of slack for whiffing, but I gotta say, you're a 5-head. You called the 2-0.
Yeah, I did call the 2-0, but it was a lot closer than I thought it would be on that second map. I think Acend needed both of those 2 pistols. They needed the bonus round in that first half, and they needed to reset SMB in the second half. So they lost the bonus, but they won the immediately next round.
I mean, I think it's funny because we all saw that moment that we had on stage, but I feel like at the beginning of the match, I was having a deja vu of what happened on Bind. 5 rounds in a row. Oh my God, is this going to be it? What is going on? What's happening to SMB? We're seeing the stats here and seeing it. I feel like this was his map. Obviously, we knew that obviously an Acend and Icebox, he's going to shine because he's the jet player. But I feel like he was doing his job exactly as I expected him to do, not only with the operator and on defense, but also on attack.
I mean, this is also a huge statement, right, from Acend, because everybody's looking at this group and people are saying that one of these teams is not making it out. A lot of people believing in Vision Strikers out there. But for Acend, you know the meme that's like, I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me? I think that's how it is right now. And Kakuka, you know, going forward, how scared should Paper X and Vision Strikers be about Acend after that performance?
A lot. I mean, I have to say that the synergy that we've seen here on stage has been unreal. I really like the changes that they've made to this map. I feel like Giles, last time that we saw him on Reyna, he was not doing what you expect from a Reyna to do on an Acend, but I feel like he was doing such a great job on Killjoy. It suits him just so much better. He was actually helping the team, and also the usage of the Astra. Even though we have that Cosmic Divide that didn't go to plan, I feel like is the move to go for this Acend.
Yeah, I think Acend definitely put the whole team on notice. The fact that CNED put up a monster performance like that in his first LAN game, I mean, the opening pistol of that second map, he one-shot someone. The second pistol, he also one-shot someone. Op kills left and right, picks up, you know, Vandals on the ground, one-shots the guy close and Amy in that one round. He's just... he can do it all. He can do it all, and the LAN doesn't affect him. I thought maybe he would get nervous. This guy is too good.
I'm telling you, 0 ping CNED. 0 ping CNED is going to be insane. But also the rest of his team as well. This team just has so much character and personality too. And we were here when the tech pause happened with SMB. But we do have the clip here, actually, of Acend singing, I believe, We Will Rock You by Queen. Great song choice. I don't think you guys at home have seen this. You missed this when it was happening, but we have the clip. I think it's coming. Yeah, there we go. Oh God, how could you not love these guys?
I think people do not realize because the mics are so good that they don't pick up all the noise. But Sean and I were here just looking at the screens, and then we start hearing the boom, boom, ba, boom, boom, ba, and we're like, what is going on? We look back, and then they started singing. We're like, okay, we get it.
Yeah, all I'm thinking is that SMV's in their tack pause that they just called because they're down like 6-1 on their map pick, and they could probably hear that through the mics just because it's very loud and bassy. And I'm just dying because what are they thinking over there? Like, how can you take your attack pod seriously?
I want to know who came up with that. I want to know like who was
it's Star Show.
You reckon?
100%, yeah, 100% it was him. I think it was him who started to sing because he was like, I mean, he's sitting on the middle and he's actually the one being like, let's go, guys, all the time. So if someone started singing, it has to be him.
Well, speaking of Stark, so he is actually standing by with Dash for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. That's exactly right. I'm here with the man himself, responsible for starting that chant. It's Starzo after a dominant 2-0 victory to kick off VALORANT Masters 3 in Berlin. And that's where I've got to begin. What got into you guys? Because this is a team that 3 weeks ago you actually fell down to in 2-1 fashion, and yet you were able to turn it around and completely wipe the table with SMB.
Yeah, like we lost the seeding games. Obviously, everyone was like not believing in us after the 2 losses against SMB and Gambit, but we knew that like we still can roll everyone over. Like when the official games come, like the games that really matters, like we knew that we will like roll them over.
Well, it seemed, too, that you guys just came in with the kind of energy that you need to have at a LAN, and that's just one example of it. The Chance, I know you were responsible for starting that, but as well, on Bind, round 15, you guys started throwing Vandals through the teleporter to Turco. Did you know, by the way, that he had a Spectre and you were handing him a free upgrade?
Yeah, we expected him to sit inside. Like he knew that we are close to TP, so he expected us to go in. But like it was 5 versus 1. Why would we even try to throw it? Like we came here to win, not to like throw the game. And yeah, we just had fun.
Now, all that said, I do want to talk about a couple of things that happened within the game. Let's kick it off on Bind. Pistol round. You came up big with a 3K. Took you a little while to hone in a couple of those shots, though. So walk me through kind of how that Bind map played out, because it was fairly dominant.
Yeah, the pistol round was kind of shaky for me. Like I got a little bit lagged when I picked the Viper first time on the corner, and I also screamed like, "Oh my God, I missed every shot!" And I got so stressed because they were pushing my teammates, and I'm like, "Okay, let's go. I'm just gonna run them over," and it worked.
Well, and then with that, though, we jump over to Acend. And I think that, for one, is a major difference between the last time you played. It was a different map pick. Do you feel like the map pick alone was enough for you guys to take down SMB, or are there other factors at play?
I mean, we feel confident on every single map that we play. Like, we were like ready for every single map they take or we take. So, like, we were confident.
Fair enough. Now, this is a team that you're familiar with, though, because you've played in the same region. You're about to play against the winner of Paper Rex or Vision Strikers, teams that you haven't had the privilege of playing against yet. So what do you think is going to be the difference in terms of preparation when you're stepping up against teams that you don't necessarily have that same experience against?
Yeah, I would say it's pretty hard to play like teams from other regions, but like we are adaptive team. We're not like team that have like every round is set up round and we need to do this. We just play like our game, we set up our tempo, we adapt to what enemy team does, and yeah, it works.
And on that note of teams that you haven't played before, when you look at all 15 teams within this tournament that you have the opportunity to go up against throughout, who are the specific individual players and teams that you're looking forward to, and who's going to be the biggest threat to you at Masters 3?
I didn't really think about players. Like, I don't have like anyone specific to play against, but overall, like, I think everyone from viewers wants us to play Sentinels. And yeah, we're coming for you.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Some throwdowns after a very dominant victory in Game 1 of the day. Starzo, congratulations on the victory. Thanks for putting on a show, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. You too.
From here, we're going to a quick break. When we come back, we're teeing it up for G2 versus F4Q. We'll see you here.
Trying to survive on the baseline. When my lines come up to crumble. Trying to survive on the baseline. When my lines come up to grumble. One time I was running through the jungle. Came out the other side pretty humble. Hanging on for life, took a tumble. Trying to survive on the baseline. Leave your face like you were sucking on a gumbo. Getting sour when the brother come through. Cause you know it's ending in a rumble.
take a step back, look at the situation, and say that it's no longer worth it anymore. You don't fail until the moment you raise the white flag and say, I cannot do this. Moving forward, you are not failing. You cannot be working towards
Hello and welcome back to Masters Berlin, where I am more than happy to be hopping on the desk for the very first time at this event alongside Kukuka and Gio. But how about that first match of the day? Acend kicking it off with style and a little flair to boot.
You know, it was good. There were a lot of people who were wondering maybe if we would go to all 3 maps, but no, Acend proved that, no, they have what it took. They have what it took. They've set a precedent.
They put on a show. Starzo as well. Love to see his energy. Love to see the kind of fanfare that they bring out onto the stage. But from here, Kukuka, we turn our attention to our first inter-regional matchup, and it's coming from Group D. It's G2 against F4Q. I'm ultra excited about our first regional clash because, as we've talked about, you see all these teams meet regionally, and it's really hard to determine how they will ultimately stack up.
Of course, we talk a lot about the regions, and obviously, as you were saying, Acend versus SMB, that's something that we've seen before. It's something that we can expect. We know how this team plays, and not only how they play, but how they play against each other. We don't know anything about what is going to happen now. We do know that they do have different play styles, but who is going to come on top today?
I mean, that's exactly it. For me, these are 2 really interesting regions to go up against each other, especially this early on in the competition, because you've got this like hyper-aggressive Korean region, especially specifically F4Q, you know, compared to like Vision Strikers, for example, and then G2, who really kind of epitomize the way that EU play, which is a bit more reserved in comparison.
Well, as we pull up the Group D bracket, it's important to note that this is the group that differs from the rest. Given a 15 tournament or a 15-team tournament, we do have one group with only 3 teams, so they'll be playing a double round robin as opposed to that double elimination with the top 2 seeds going through. So as well, kind of another added bit to this whole saga of how these teams are ultimately going to interact. You're just going to have to play more often against each other.
Yeah, obviously, today is going to be the first one. I mean, it's only our second match, but I feel that is going to be a great one. I think it's better for G2 to start on like the low part of it. I think Sentinels, obviously we all want to see Sentinels against G2, but maybe this is like an easier start for them.
That said, Gio, when you look at that bracket, or that group rather, I think a lot of people, they are already putting Sentinels through. So it's about which team comes out behind them in a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, it's almost like the battle for second place, which is an awful thing to say. And it could be the Sentinels don't make it through. This could end up like, they could end up like absolutely, you know, ruining it. But
I'll eat my words a couple days later.
I think we'll have to wait to see if that's going to end up happening. But yeah, so it is really like, what are the expectations that we should have for the other 2 teams that are going to be in this group going up against Sentinels? And especially when we talk about that contrasting playstyle, how's that going to compare to Sentinels too?
And it's also the fact that these 2 teams, because we have seen Sentinels doing how they do on a LAN international event, but we haven't seen G2, we haven't seen F4Q, so now is the time to prove why they're here.
Well, for fans learning about this, you know, legendary matchup and esports organizations, I think we need to talk about how this G2 Valorant squad ultimately punched their ticket through here to Berlin.
I mean, it's there's a lot to say about G2 because the G2 that we got to know last year has nothing to do with this one. Actually, coming from Watson, Acend, we see Colamenta, their IGL. That is now actually the IGL for G2, something that they needed. We see Avoba and Nuki from Team Heretics and Kellogg's. Just a great French player also from a French squad. And only Mixwell. Mixwell is like the center part, but now we see him playing Sky, Sentinels. I mean, I have to say that from G2, I feel like they have evolved a lot in the sense that they're probably the team that has tried and tested the most in official matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the history of the agent compositions that they've played in their games, and it's like, oh, well, the last 2 games they played it, you played this one, but then before that they were playing a totally different one. You know, they're really happy to play flexibly. And I think also, you know, you talk about these players who have, you know, relatively new to the roster. You also have to consider Nilzinho as well, who's actually been with the organization for quite a while. He's their coach, so he's kind of come up through this growth of G2.
I mean, you mentioned Mixwell being the only returning member, but yeah, the roster coming together in full just in June, so not a ton of time with each other to have made already such an achievement and qualified for this event. I think it does leave a lot of questions to be answered about what they will ultimately come to the table with. They've had success on a number of maps, but still with some time, they might come out with something new.
I feel like G2 in every game is just scary, okay? They're just scary, and especially when you can pick players from so many different teams and make them work and be like, okay, we want to prove that we're versatile, that we can literally do anything. We can play any comp. It doesn't matter if I'm Nuki. If I want to play Omen, I am going to do it, and I'm going to win with it.
Well, let's hop to the other side of the matchup and get a quick look at Korea's #2 seed in F4Q. A really interesting squad, just from a story perspective of how they came together and made it here to begin with.
F4Q are kind of wild because even when you think back to Masters 2, the Korean representation was new turn. A lot of people thought Vision Strikers were going to make it. F4Q have kind of just wormed their way in, and a lot of people know these players as like, oh, that's the content creator squad. These are the streamers who just decided, screw it, let's go and become this professional team. But a lot of these players do also have professional experience. I mean, Bunny and Zumba, big names on this team, but both of them were professional Overwatch players back on the Overwatch League. So there is that in the background.
Yeah, you and I, Gia, remember those days.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously, I mean, another player that we need to talk about is, well, Bunny's here on the screen, but we need to mention 5K because he's Mr. Do It All, Mr. Do It Good. I mean, you want me to IGL and Duelist? I am going to do it, and I'm going to pop off every single time. But Bunny here also honors his name, obviously, because he's like Flights, but Korean.
I mean, I'm also really interested in Esperanza, for example, because he's kind of the newbie of the group, and he's actually proved himself to be this really effective Sova player. He's come in with their relatively new coach as well. Both of them came from Rio Company, previously on T1 Esports, and it has actually really meshed with the squad very well.
I also like to mention, before we start, I really like their playstyle. I think it's innovative, it's good, it's explosive, and it's a lot done for the viewers, but I'm kind of scared about Bunny playing that much race, because I feel like that is the kind of thing that works for like 2 or 3 rounds. You have your double touches, you can be surprised, but maybe, especially against G2, being a team that adapts so well to the situation, and later on Sentinels, I feel that's going to be hard for them. I also feel like there's a lot on what Thumba is going to be doing, because I've been hearing that he is completely insane, and also that he's always where you least expect him.
An exciting team, to say the least. Let's learn a little bit more about F4Q as we meet Bunny and the rest of the squad.
안녕하세요. 저는 대한민국의 F4Q 팀의 버니입니다. 안녕하세요. 우선 저부터 말하자면 이제 세계에서 레이즈를 가장 잘하는 것 같고요.
Comes in. Oh, Showstopper goes down and takes down King.
줌바 선수를 말하자면 세계에서 아스트라 제일 잘하는 사람.
Oh, look at this positioning from 5K.
5K는 뭐 말할 것도 없이 저희의 리더고, 에피나 선수는 이제 사이트가 뚫려도 사이트에 러쉬를 와도 그냥 믿고 맡길 수 있는 에스퍼란자 선수는 캐리머신인 것 같아요.
Oh my God, Esperanza takes down King.
처음에는 유튜브 클립만 뽑으려고 이제 나왔다가 그냥 뭐 할만한 것 같아서 뭐 여러 명 이제 알아보다가, 저희가 뭐 정식 프로팀은 아니지만 여기까지 이제 와서 좀 다른 팀들이랑 이제 스크림을 했는데 딱히 그렇게 잘한다고는 못 느꼈거든요. 그래서 뭐 한국이랑 비슷한 것 같아서 이번에 한번 우승을 노려볼까 합니다. 아까도 말했듯이 저희는 딱히 부담감은 없고 자신감은 좀 어느 프로팀한테도 뒤처질 것 같진 않고, 최선을 다하면은 진짜 충분히 할 수 있을 것 같아요. 이게 지금 보면은 저희한테 아무런 관심이 없는 것 같거든요. 근데 저희 경기 안 보시면은 아마 지실 수도 있어요.
I love that. Not to be underestimated. If you don't watch our games, you are going to lose.
You might as well send them. You're not going to say, if you don't watch our games, you know what, you'll be fine. Like, you wouldn't want to say that, would you?
Oh my God, I'm so sad that I don't know Korean, because that was so intense. Like, I was here watching, I was like, oh my God, he's like an actor. He's like giving this speech, and he's like so well paced and everything. And I don't know, the choice of words and everything.
I love as well just the talk of confidence and the fact that they do believe they can win, as well as the fact that they recognize, hey, their backstory, what it means, and how it would, kind of change, I think, the landscape of VALORANT Esports if they were to ultimately take this series. With all that said, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, these two teams will be taken to the stage for the very first time here in Berlin. We'll see you soon.
Ooh, let the walls on fire, let them burn. We've got a lot to say, but we don't need words. Ooh, let the walls on fire, let them burn. We've got a lot to say, but we don't need words.
Welcome back to the beautiful Verti Music Hall here in Berlin, Germany for Masters 3, where we're gearing up for our next bout of the day. It's G2 versus F4Q. Back onto the F4Q conversation. A very exciting team because of kind of their unconventional playstyle. The fact that they were a coachless team for a period of time, only recently picking that up and maybe starting to hone in on an actual playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one because F4Q, I think, have a very rigid playstyle in terms of their agents. If anyone's going to be a one-trick team, it's going to be this team, right? They really know what they like to play, which in some situations is like great. They do these unconventional things that work really well, but in other situations, it leaves them in a position where it's like, you probably could have picked something different and you didn't. Why?
I also think I was listening to that interview, and he was saying, Bonnie was saying, "Oh, I actually played against EU, and they're not that different from Korea." And I was like, "Are you sure? Are you completely sure? Because now we're gonna see them against G2, and it's what I was telling you. And in comparison to what you said, they are rigid in their playstyle, on a sense that they know what they want to do. Yeah. But what happens if that doesn't work? We're actually seeing them. Oh my God, the arrival here of the players, but going back and just finishing my point, I feel like G2 can have like the higher voice today because of that adaptive playstyle. They know, because they've been there, and basically their comms are based on that. I mean, we do have our utility, we do have our standards, but we can work from there.
I do love to check out the energy of the teams as they enter the building, but it is an interesting conversation around F4Q and how they'll stack up against an EMEA team that seems to be very willing to change their playstyle at any given moment, perhaps more than any other.
That's definitely something I'm really interested in, kind of leading off of what you were saying, Kakuka, is like, how much is that adaptability, or at least the willing to attempt to adapt, actually going to put G2 in a beneficial position? Because in my opinion, your automatic assumption would be that that's a huge advantage, because if they know that F4Q are like, oh, well, you know, they're going to be playing Raze and Reyna, crazy, right? We'll just, you know, pick whatever and go around in circles around them. I don't think F4Q have that in return to the same extent.
G2 arriving in the rain.
We have a fair shot of Luca Rojo.
So unfortunate.
Who cares about the players? Lucas is just coming in. No, but the players will show up at any moment. I also feel like coming to this match, I feel like the veto is going to favor G2. So I feel like it's going to be first rounds are going to go for F4Q because they're going to be explosive. They're going to go crazy. They have their micro plays, and that is going to disrupt G2 a little bit, maybe. Or maybe G2 is like, I'm going to take the upper hand here. I know what you want to do. I know you want to be aggressive, and I'm just going to give you some of your own medicine.
I mean, one thing that I'm really interested to see is if you have a look at all of the games that G2 have lost of late, which actually, interestingly, in the last 2 months have all been to the other 3 EMEA teams who are here at Masters Berlin. You have a look at the maps that they played, and almost always their struggles have been on defense. Right, so if that is something that F4Q can very specifically target, then like what hole are G2 going to find themselves in?
Well, if you're talking about failures in defense, then I'm curious which players you would target on G2 that need to step up today to maybe shore up some of those weaknesses.
So if I'm not in the wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's Kellogg's first LAN event. So, and he's the Jet player, also the newest addition to G2. So all eyes on him. I also feel like on the other side we have Mixwell, who has been playing CS:GO for like the longest time. He's been in LAN so long. I mean, he's got there to carry the team in that aspect.
Obviously, the thing you have to remember about Mixwell is he is their veteran, right? Yeah. So I'd imagine that if you consider it from like that, the mental epicenter that's going to keep them grounded, a lot of that is going to come from Mixwell. If you can crack into that, I mean, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, hey, and we don't have to wait too long to find out. Getting word that the teams are just about ready to step onto the stage for the very first time here at VALORANT Masters 3. It's G2 versus F4Q. Jump the gun there just a bit for you all. Players were just finishing getting set up. So we're going to take another moment to talk about this matchup before we head on and actually get that sick walkout. Baited you all. You were ready, though. You were ready.
I was so baited. I was like, wait.
You turned around, they're already in their seats, right?
Like I was hearing the smoke machines, and I'm like, but they're still sitting.
Yeah. you got to give them the opportunity. We got to have a go, so they at least should have a go.
We did, and we took 2 takes. It took us 2 takes
we were bad
when
at
we
it.
did our play test. So you know what? They get 2 takes as well. Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, so then let's take a moment to talk about some of those individuals that might be difference makers in this matchup today. I want to hone in on a couple players that we actually haven't talked much about just yet. Avova and Zumba.
Lovely conversation, actually, because we see many teams where their controllers are also their IGLs. This is not the situation here, and I feel like they have completely different play styles. I feel like Avova really knows his teammates and plays around them and knows how to, especially with Nuki, because they've been together for the longest. And Thumba is just like, he's always going to be on the Astra. So, I mean, you can expect that. Maybe we'll see some changes. I don't expect them because I think he has so many things prepared. And he feels so comfortable. If one thing that you have to be today is comfortable. So they're different players, and Zumba's also be going for the flank, for the sneak. He's going to be where you least expect him.
I mean, the thing that I find really interesting about Zumba's playstyle, and it's almost very similar to Plitz from Havan Liberty, who we're actually going to see later on today against 100 Thieves, is the fact that in the late round, he can show up on a side and just like change the entire momentum of the game. Even if it hasn't been working out for F4Q up until that point in the fight that's happening, Zumba shows up and he has that capability. And, you know, if you have a look at some of the statistics, his damage per round, his average kills, a little bit higher than Avova, and I think that's where that comes into play and how you actually see some of that be exhibited.
I think that's the thing, though. At the end of the day, when you look at a team like F4Q and the consistency with which they pick the same champions or agents, excuse my League of Legends brain, you know,
that's number one.
It takes me a while, yeah. All right, throw the counter up. How many times am I going to do that during this tournament? You're going to end up having to rely on playmaking so much more when you don't have as many tools in the toolkit to reach for in Agent Select, like a team like G2 does, where you look across the board and pretty much every player is comfortable playing 3+ agents.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen Mixwell on Cypher, Killjoy, Sky. It doesn't really, obviously Jet, but it doesn't really matter for him. I don't know what's going to come next. I don't know what Mixwell is going to be playing. I would really like him to play Sky on today because I feel like he could be a difference maker.
All right, well, I promise you this time. I absolutely promise you this time that we are ready.
PTSD already.
Please stay with me, Kuku, I promise. The players are ready to step onto the stage, so it is now officially time to get our first look at G2 and F4Q at Masters Berlin.
Oh no, he did that.
G2 Esports and F4Q. G2 Esports, some antics there stepping onto the stage, and if the first series was any indication, that kind of energy can do a lot of work early on in those pistol rounds.
Yeah. They're feeling comfortable. They're feeling it. We hear the screaming, the shouting.
No.
Maybe you cannot hear it, but here on stage is a completely different thing. I don't think we even need a crowd.
It was just acrobatic. I was watching, I was like, what is this going on? There's so much energy.
Yeah, professional gamers, gymnasts, what can't they do? But love to see the huddle up before we get into map select, agent select as well, see what we'll be working with when it actually comes to the gameplay. A little bit more tempered on the side of F4Q. Again, I think that fits the bill of what we saw from Bunny in the feature. Much tamer.
Obviously, this is not the first time being on a LAN together, okay? They're just,
All right! How can we hear you, F4Q?
But yeah, it's not the first time being on a LAN, so they know exactly how this works for them.
Yeah, I mean, you do wonder, like, which of these two teams is going to be the most nervous, given where that difference in the LAN experience is, and also just the energy could just be a cover up for the fact that it's like, all right, guys, we've actually got to do it now. This is actually real.
The players have taken their seats. Let's find out where we're going to have the action play out when it comes to the maps, starting with the vetoes. We'll dive right in.
Oh, I would say that's pretty obvious. Even if we're waiting here for them to pop up to go red,
yeah, all right,
lovely production, I feel it's pretty obvious that we're not going to see split, because why would G2 let F4Q play on such a good map where they barely have any experience? And I actually expect F4Q to ban Breeze. It's been its permaban, but if we have surprises, I'm always down for one.
I mean, they have never played it before, but at the same time, if you have a look at their game on their grand finals in Korea, you have a look at their Icebox map, they lost 1 to 13.
Yes.
Well, the prediction was correct on the split ban straight off the bat. So far across the tournament, that has been the consistent ban. Still waiting to find out whether or not it will be the Breeze or something else to follow.
Oh, okay.
A curveball. A curveball thrown
So
in.
it's funny, Gio, because you were saying they lost that map 1 to 13 against Patient Strikers, and everything went wrong in that map. Let's say even in the positions where it was actually hard for them to lose the round, they even lost it. And the first one is going to be Acend. I feel like this was a compulsory match for this matchup.
This is basically G2's favorite map. It's one they do really well on. It is also one that they have been really flexible on recently, so we could see new things.
All right, well, it will be F4Q going to defense, but it's a curiosity of mine as we talk about the lack of experience on Breeze for F4Q that G2 wouldn't necessarily look at that as a free map and pick that early on. Still room for it to be picked up in this map draft overall, but Acend will be the first map we head to.
I feel like it's so different because from G2 we've seen them try everything on Acend, but for F4Q they don't change anything. They feel super comfortable and they don't mind starting on the attack actually. They feel pretty comfortable, and we're gonna have a bind. Okay, so here we have an F4Q that tried a different composition. I mean, last time that they played, and it didn't work. And they actually lost that map, but they were doing great on bind. And for G2, it's 50-50, but again, it's another map for G2 that they've been trialing so many things.
I have a lot of feelings about that bind, because while G2 have certainly had some stumbles on it, even though statistically it's a map they like, they've had some stumbles on it in recent history. F4Q, it is that composition change that makes me nervous. Putting 5K on Sky was a huge risk.
All right, so do they stick to what has worked in the past or keep experimenting? Haven would be where we go if we do extend to a third map, which means Breeze ends up being left entirely out of the pool.
I mean, there's something that I love when it comes to G2 and picking Haven, and it's the fact that they started with the permaban. They were like, no way that we're playing Haven. We're out of the FF and then play Haven, and now we see it so normally, and I think it's gonna be a good. I really like this map pick. Really like it.
I mean, what an evolution for a team, right? Again, I think maybe some of that tracks with the roster changes and how much this team has had to evolve in such a short time. But once again, it is going to be that Acend for game number 1.
I feel like it's my favorite. From all the maps, I feel like it is a great start because I feel like there's a lot of opportunities in Haven. Really also like the bind, but for a team to establish what they're going to do and how they're going to play, I feel like Acend is the right playground.
This is one of those maps that F4Q definitely lean into the one-trick mindset where it's like, right, we play our favorite agents on this map, and I would be genuinely surprised to see them move away from that. But if they do deviate from it, of course, it's a risk on their part.
I think that puts G2 in a really, really favorable position to be able to foresee some of the ideas that F4Q might have on this map.
I mean, F4Q starting on defense, I'm curious to see how much firepower G2 comes out with. Are they really going to try to throw F4Q for a loop with an aggressive attacking style, or will they look to play it slow, play it safe, you know, gather as much information as they can and then dismantle them piece by piece?
So the thing is, since F4Q are going to be playing Raze and not Jet, I feel like you can be aggressive, maybe not as much as you would with the Jet. And also having taken into consideration the Kellogg's plays with his smokes crazily, like there's something out of this world. I really feel like it's going to be a lot about the operator plays, because for example, Easy from SMB earlier on was not hitting the shots, and he would have been such a big difference. We will be on Icebox right now playing that third map if it wasn't for that.
I think for me, one of the big things I'm going to be looking for from F4Q when they're on their defense is how well they control mid, because that was a really big problem that they had when they were playing against Vision Strikers, and it wasn't until later on in their defensive rounds that they actually started using the KJ utility to try and hold it, and even then that wasn't really sufficient. And in my opinion, one of the biggest problems they had with trying to hold mid was that they didn't really have strong like control of the defender spawn. So, you know, Vision Strikers, they would get aggressive, they would push up mid, they would get past this Killjoy utility, and there would be no one to try and like hold them back from that area, no one to clear, and it just gave a lot of free space to Vision Strikers. I don't want to see them doing that for G2.
Very cool as well to see Neo coaches behind the squads. Big difference between Reykjavik and here in Berlin. Cool to compare the perspectives of those LAN events. Coaches much closer to the teams. Plenty of notes in hand from Neo. Wonder how many of those are going to come into play when it comes to Agent Select just around the corner.
I also love seeing the map on the floor. I feel like our production, I mean, it's not because they're hiring me, but this is amazing.
I feel like, you know, when we did the playtest the other day, we had a map on the floor, and I was just kind of walking around on it, being like, oh, I'm in the map, and I felt like such a child, but it is so cool.
I remember, I don't know in the rest of the world, but in Spain, we had this carpets with like roads and everything, so kids could play.
Yeah,
that classic one.
That was
that classic one. Oh my god, it reminded me just of that, but just, you
What
know.
I will find funny is if a coach at any point takes a player, brings them out to that giant-sized mini-map and places them, says, see, you were holding this angle, and then like moves them over here and go, now you need to hold this angle, right? Just use that.
It's like when you're doing your VOD review, you put the players on the part of the map that they were holding, you're like, you see this empty space?
Right.
This was the problem.
Exactly. Again, just waiting for the teams themselves to dive into Agent Select. From G2, I think, is where more of our questions lie. Again, it's pretty assured that a certain number of F4Q's players will hop on to their mains, their essential one tricks, whereas G2 has more to play with.
The thing that I actually am I'm really looking out for with G2 is the fact that only in the last time that they played on this map did they switch over from bringing an Omen to bringing an Astra. And I'm a big proponent of Astra, and I think that in the last stage of VCT, a lot of EU teams shied away from playing Astra after she got her nerf, and I'm really hoping that we're going to start seeing a lot of teams moving back towards that. So knowing that G2 have made that change recently, I think that that's pretty big, and I would like to see them stick to it.
So you want them to keep it?
Yes!
I mean, I disagree, just because I really like Avova Omen, but I agree with the Astra part of it. I really like Astra. I really like the things that she can do on any map. So let's see, actually, because we're going to have the Agent Select at any moment. I don't expect surprises from F4Q, but let's see what G2 go for. I'm really eager to see what Mixwell is going to pick, because the rest I can kind of imagine.
As you mentioned there, well, there's the Astra comes in.
Yes.
Alrighty, there it is, right off the bat. Sova on the other side.
I mean, Esperanza playing Sova, no surprise at all. Okay, Bunny on Raze, anyone could have said that. Cold Mentrods.
Okay, so here's the question. I need to know this, Gio, because obviously I know my own answer. Coldamento or Esperanza?
I think it depends what you're looking for.
Before you answer, just think that this is the map for the Coldin.
I think that Coldamenta is an excellent Sova. If you're looking just for how many kills you're going to get with a Hunter's Fury, I'm going to pick Esperanza.
Okay. Another traitor here.
I mean, as Agent Select has played out, any other surprises or curveballs for the two of you between these two squads?
I mean, for F4Q, absolutely not. They picked all of the, G2 are going to be looking at that and they're going to be like, hey, this is like every VOD we've seen. We know exactly what we're going to do against this one.
All right, well, we're going to waste no time to get into our second matchup of the day. The agents are locked in. The teams are ready to go. We're now going to toss it up to Pansy and Hypoc for the call.
Oy! Ay, nagulat ako! Sorry! Iba na pala yung kulay ng buhok mo, Ray! Wait, nagulat ako. Akala ko si Pansy eh. Hindi, sige. Sorry, gawin mo na ulit yung intro mo. Sorry, Ray. Nagulat lang ako. Okay. Nagulat ako. Anyway, going back dito, nag-intro na si Rere. Kung hindi nyo narinig, ako na ang mag-i-intro para sa inyo. Welcome back sa VALORANT Masters Berlin. At dahil nag-iba ang kulay ng buhok ni Rere, nag-iba din yung mic niya. So, inayos niya na para sa inyo. Siya na nag-adjust, no? So, mga kaibigan, it is finally time para sa ating group kung saan sana ang Brand Esports. No? So, it is gonna be the first game para sa araw na ito. It is gonna be G2. And of course, we have right here F4Q. Narinig niyo naman kanina, pagdating din sa ating mga panel, na pinag-usapan nila yung mga teams na meron tayo. Na parang, Ray, parang hindi sila naniniwala sa kakayanan ng F4Q dito.
Kaya nga, hindi sila mic check, okay na, no? So, hindi sila mukhang impressive. Pero on a serious note din talaga, we've seen kasi yung F4Q, type of a team na you don't usually see yung particular strats. Wala sila yung solid na ganon, which is tama nga rin naman ng ating mga panelists na you don't usually see them having that good form. But I think the fact that they're here right now in Masters Berlin shows to us that even if they're type of a team na puro streamers, puro content creators, they still have something to say about their games and the fact na they've been winning also against other teams. But you're going up against G2 Esports. Sobrang the map pickings itself speaks so much how G2 actually planned this, and I'm expecting that it's going to be a good fight kasi both of these teams have their bests in Acend, in Haven, and in Bind particularly. So we're kind of expecting na pwedeng possible OTs, but remember, when G2 takes a good hold of those particular stats that they have, yan yung kailangan nilang i-manifest right now against F4Q.
Aside from that din naman, kung iisipin natin, napanood din natin yung interview, guys. Napanood natin yung interview ng F4Q, and I think yung confidence nila going towards Valorant or Masters Berlin natin is very high. Narinig natin kanina yung interview, sabi nila doon na parang nakapag-scrim sila pagdating nila dito sa Berlin. Nakapag-scrim sila actually with the players, with the teams na meron ang Masters. And sa tingin nila, hindi ganon kalaki yung difference sa ibang Korean teams na kalaro nila sa sarili nilang region, sa sarili nilang bansa. So I really think going in this game, they have high confidence. Although may mga composition like specifically yung kanilang agent composition na hindi nag-change, na mention ng panel kanina, despite that, ito pa rin yung comfortable picks nila eh. Ang daming VODs, yes, but Acend a while ago has lots of VODs on Bind too. But they didn't change the agent composition. So I believe F4Q, they have a chance against G2, knowing na G2 isn't really the toppest, kumbaga, pinakataas na team sa region din nila. Di ba?
At the same time, di ba si G2 sobrang nagsistruggle yan when they went up against Gambit, and also for Q, when they go up against Vision Strikers, lahat ng powers nawawala talaga, and this is actually the top twos of the region, but shows to us that maybe this time around that they go against each other, they need to prove that they're still the best in the region, even if usually they are still voted as the number 2. But as we've seen here and as we're noticing na, G2 is starting at their attacking side while defending naman ng F4Q. But right now, Zunba with just watching all over behind that box. He wants to risk that with the smoke at abang na nga nila. And because Bunny denied that potential push coming in from them. A pair of Vova together with the Kelokis was already traded their teammates, pero nga lang may tatlo pa sa dalawa. Ang ganda kagad doon naging push through ng G2 doon, pero the time is ticking, pero going up against 3, pwede pa rin to maging possible win coming in from them dahil we're claiming it with a 2v2, pero nga lang both low on HP, nag-reload pa, pero Kelokis, he still gets the head and actually gets that good clutch and a win for G2 once again. Napakabilis naman nun, nag-asim pa, ghost diff ang nangyari, Taylor.
Also, if you think about it, nung time na papasok, ang ganda ng ginawa actually ng Astra doon, no, kanina from the side of F4Q. Nag-pop siya ng smoke, pumasok siya sa smoke. So, hindi alam ng mga players ng G2 na nandun siya. But, looking at it, pagdating doon sa heaven take ng F4Q, once na na-punish na si Bunny, despite getting those 2Ks a while ago with the help of the Astra, nahirapan sila makakuha o kung saan ma-pinpoint yung enemies. 13 seconds to plant the spike and hindi na nakita kahit binabaril na yung Reyna kanina, binabaril na si 5K kanina, hindi niya pa rin napansin na nasa likuran niya na pala si Kelox dito. Now, going to the second round, buy round na nila to, Ray. They have the Spectres and they also, on the other hand, F4Q. Bukas pa ata niya mapapatay yung turret na yan, man. Ewan ko lang nag-dash pa sa kakampi.
Ayan na naman tayo sa mga turret na yan. Matinog si challenges. Natawa lang din tayo sa turret na hindi pa rin napapatay. Akala ko ba na nerf yan?
Nag-ano pa lang to eh. Nagkakapaan pa yung dalawang teams na meron tayo kung paano yung playstyle na papakita nila. Pero F4Q, explosive playstyle ang usual na ginagawa nila eh. They go in, all in, stepping on the gas pedal. But G2, I really think that this would be a slow first few rounds that we have right here. Si Mixwell, sa loob na ako mag-guiding light. Bahala na kayo dyan. Basta papasok na lang ako. He gets 1 kill, he gets 2K quite easily. Not looking at every corners here. And the self-heal mula sa Sage.
At ngayon, kita mo talagang through the smoke lumabas. Nang na-pick up kagad. Wala ba lang select na corners ang F4Q doon. But Esperanza gets a good tap around the Kelokis, gets the head. Pero nga lang, he's really at a disadvantage as a Vova sees the day. And G2 will be winning this round against F4Q. Napakabilis lang din. They had that advantage kagad. Na-clear na din nila yung A side. So no problema for them to get that actually.
Ito na finally yung buy round for the side of F4Q, no? So they could actually buy those rifles that they need, yung kanilang Phantoms, yung kanilang Vandals as well. But it is a bonus round for G2. If they can pull this off, yet again, kanina sa mga matches na napanood natin, yung kinas namin ni Vil kanina with Acend na 5-0 usually yung nagiging score because they can pull off those bonus rounds that they have. But with the Astra picks as well for both sides of the teams, anything is quite possible. Knowing na ito, kailangan mag-dash out agad. So wala na agad tailwind si Kelox.
And that was a good thing that you said earlier, Taylor, na this Astra pick-offs from both teams tells us so much that when it comes to Acend, they already know in particular how to hold those A mains or B mains just to prevent the team from pushing around kagad, diba? Kasi usually we don't see them setting up those traps, but when they get a good figure of how they will be able to eliminate yung mga papasok na kagad, gustong mag-commit, hindi na din sila nagpapadalos-dalos pa with that. Pero looks like they want to already commit, pero nga lang yun ang sakit-sakit. Kalukis lang ang nakapasok kagad sa side, but he needs to clear this bago pa mangyari ang lahat at makita pa sila. And speaking of, he gets that first frag. Pero right now, may mga konting lineups lang coming in from a 5K. Unfortunately, na-clear na nga nila kagad ang B-side. And tatlo na lang kagad sa tatlo. But that was a good kill coming in from Bunny as he sees out Kelokis. 3v3, possible retake pa to. Kaso nga lang wala na sila at all na mga utilities. And speaking of, holding off na lang ngayon si Avova as he takes Esperanza also. At isa na lang kagad ang natira. Isa-isa na naman pumasok sila galing sa stairs, and Mixwell finishes Zunba out, and G2 eliminates once again the members of F4Q. 3-0 na nga agad ang ating score.
Yun yung minimension ko kanina, Ray. Looking at it, G2 is quite possible for them to actually get that bonus round in. And that's exactly what they did. Lahat dito for the side of F4Q, napatumba nila. And this would force them into an eco round yet again. On the other hand, napapansin ko rin for the side of F4Q is parang may certain na kaba factor pagdating sa kanila, no? Of course, for G2 as a team, they have played in LAN events as well before. But F4Q, Korea region as well, nakalaro rin naman sila sa mga LAN events eh. But on the other hand, parang nahihirapan silang basahin pa kung ano ang gustong gawin ng G2 dito. Nakikita mo yung mga silip nila, yung mga picks nila, o kaya yung peak rather, parang may doubt na nakikita. Napapansin mo kasi talaga yun eh, yung may doubt o may confidence pagdating dun sa mga pagsilip. And I really think that F4Q, they're doubting, they're having second thoughts pagdating dun sa mga gusto nilang i-pick off.
At sa tingin ko, just by looking at the players talaga right now, they have that little bit of uneasiness. Kasi guys, iba rin naman talagang feeling when you're playing at a LAN tournament, di ba? The coldness, plus kung paano nga
Malamig sa Berlin
i-handle paano mo i-handle yung pressure din, di ba? So talagang ano ka nga ng, kailangan mo mag-init kahit onti-onti lang. Pero once again, G2 takes a good lead. Pero if Bunny might be able to eliminate one na nasa mid, this might be a good round for them. Pero unfortunately, si Zunba, predicted na ng kagad ni Kelokis kung saan siya magagaling as he needs to be aggressive towards B main. And speaking of, nakuha na nga nila, wala na rin sila ganong makakapag-prevent from G2 into committing to a site dahil FIL na lang natitira pero nakapag-set up na din siya kagad sa A site. So, pwede niyang kunin yan, pero sama-sama na sila kagad ang G2 papuntang A main. At kapag ito nakapag-set up na ng maayos right now si Avova, plus meron pa siya ngayong Cosmic Divide, this is going to be big for them as they can really just win this out against F4Q.
Immediately, may Cosmic Divide na nga si Avova. So obviously, napakaganda nung kanyang mga frags dito, no? Nakakuha siya ng mga kills, nafa-farm niya yung orb. Anything is possible when you get those kills and orbs as well dahil you can utilize those skills. But speaking of utilities, the smoke is helping him out para makatago. Hindi na kailangan dahil yung G2 dito punishing the players of F4Q immediately. This is an eco for them. So yet again, mahirapan talaga silang mag-hold off ng sites. Hawak lang yung kanilang mga sheriffs. Wala pa rin silang napipick off dito kahit isa. And this is the wall that they are not expecting kasi hindi usual to na nakikita sa Southeast Asia eh.
And alam mo yun, I really do think na because of yun nga, what we were saying, walang particular strat talaga si F4Q as what we can usually see. Ngayon sa Acend, as long as wala silang formidable formula on how they would be pinning G2 down, it's all at a loss talaga ng F4Q. Pero they still have those chances. Kailangan ng super step up talaga. Pero if you're just gonna be giving those rounds to G2, they will just capitalize all over again. And that's what F4Q needs to make up against something. Kasi they've been winning na for 4 consecutive rounds. Gastos na naman sila ng gastos. Pero malay mo, once it hit at 5, as what you've said, pwede na din itong maging chance na mag-step up na ang F4Q dahil they've given too many rounds sa G2 to partake.
At on the other hand, G2 pick to eh. Yung mapa na to, this Ascent pick is from G2 themselves. And this composition that they have, 83% ang win rate nila pagdating sa Ascent. So obviously, they have an upper hand pagdating sa mapa na to. This is for F4Q is a 5-man team na orgless before and just went into it and just try it out dito sa Masters Berlin. And this is their chance to actually show the world kung ano meron o anong kakayahan nila. An immediate pick-off on Avova, mababawasan ng smoke or wala actually completely ng smoke ang G2 dito aside from those jet smokes na alam naman natin na ginagamit niya para makapag-entry. So walang masiset up na smokes dito para lang makabuelo talaga ng, kumbaga, matago yung heaven o kaya naman matago yung ibang places na choke points dito. Zunba was able to get 2 kills. Bunny with the showstopper na medyo sa taas na punta. Hindi ko alam yung nangyari doon, pero Bunny was able to take a kill instead.
Oh, and right now, they all know that Kalogi sometimes goes with the flank papuntang short, and we've already seen that. Pero napakagandang first frag. The fact that you already pinned out Avova sa pinaka-earlier rounds pa lang is already a big factor sa pag-push. Kasi usually kapag nawalan ka ng controller, syempre you won't be able to set up already those smokes coming in. Tapos hindi mo pa mapapop off yung possible retake kapag kung sakasakali kapag na-plant mo na yung spike. And that itself is already big for F4Q to finally get that good shots against them. Pero sayang lang yung showstopper ni Bunny earlier, no? Kung walang tumama, tapos nasa itaas pa. Gusto nga naman talagang mag-flights ng Korean rays natin. Oof! Pero nga lang magkaroon na ng alarm bot. Alam na magagaling sila from mid to B site at alam na inaabangan na nila kagad. Pero uy, hinahayaan nila si Kalokis makapasok. And speaking of, sa isang iglap, nakapasok lang siya at tatlo ang na-pick off na for F4Q.
So much space created for the side of G2. Lalo na dun pa lang sa Jet. Pagka-dash in, patay, shutdown agad pagdating doon sa switch. At the other hand, wala ring nagbantay or wala rin actually nakipag-aim duel sa kanya. So this is F4Q just really holding off. Now, with 2 players remaining, this is a 2v4 situation. Hindi nila alam saan manggagaling yung mga angles na yan. And just like that, Zunba goes down. And this is the only man remaining. That is Bunny na matataguan pa yung recon. But it's not gonna be enough with Kelox just securing the final kill, making this a 5-1 scoreline.
And that's it. It's not over yet for G2 to finally just crash down. Pero nga lang, napagtataka ko, may alarm bot na eh. Pero nga lang, because of them getting distracted siguro as to how they'll get the Kalokis, perfect timing din yun nanggaling sa Beaming to actually push that. And that's already telling us so much. Now, when it comes to anchoring sa B-site, sobrang nipes ng F4Q compared sa A-site. So, mas accurate kapag binabantayan nila tong A-site kasi yung round na napanalo nila, they have a good sense of how they will be trimming that possible push. Tapos na-figure out pa nila that Kalokis actually flanks. Pero to, if 5K will be able to pin down ng isa, kaso nga lang sinabayan ng Hunter's Fury. Tingnan natin kung sino magkakaroon advantage.
Iniwasan niya lang naman eh. Iniiwasan niya lang yung Hunter's Fury na yun. Nadamay pa nga talaga siya with Zunba being killed off din by the Hunter's Fury. And pasok na naman sila sa side. Ray, ito yung sinasabi ng panel kanina. They don't wanna see how F4Q just gives so much space sa kalaban nilang team. Kasi ganito rin yung nangyari against Vision Strikers eh. Na masyadong malaki yung space na nakukuha nila na nahihirapan sila kumuha ng info. If you take a look, this setup that they have right now with G2, how they can just easily push in, and F4Q, how can they be punishable that quick? Nahihirapan talaga sila. Kasi, tingnan mo, nakuha agad yung top mid eh. Yung si Bunny, tatalon-talon na lang para lang doon iwasan yung Hunter's Fury na nanggagaling sa A-main. So, asan yung nagbabantay?
Meron just, alam mo, ang meron sa F4Q, meron na silang effort eh. To set up. Pero nagiging problema nila, once na may ma-hear lang sila coming in from A-main, biglang nagka-crash down, yun lang isa nilang tinitignan. And kanina pa ang nire-repeat ng G2 all over again doon. Every time they give up so much space sa may trees, sa may tree talaga kagad, and coming in from Cubby, it's already over for F4Q and they're just capitalizing on those shots. Pero at least right now, bakit sila nag-audition sa harapan ni Nuki and si Kalokis? Ngayon, inasim pa, he gets the 3K. Saktong timing lang. Kahit nakabawas ng isa si Bunny, and super laking struggle ngayon sa F4Q. How will put on a stop to this team that hindi lang panalo sa magandang paggamit ng utilities, but also sa duel pa lang, sa tutok pa lang eh. G2 is really different right now.
Along the way, once na G2 just capitalizes on the momentum na nakukuha nila, na alam nilang kaya nilang push lang natin, men. Kaya naman natin tapatan yung aim duel eh. Pagdating dun sa mga utilities, hindi rin naman nila nagagamit against us. So why not? Let's just push it. Kaso ito rin yung sad or bad side doon, no? It can be a double-edged sword. They can be overconfident. This is the rest coming in mula sa G2. They weren't able to punish the Jet, which is Keloxy. And Bunny just peeking. Naghahanap lang siya ng laban dito, naghahanap siya ng away dito, but at the same time, he can't get those kills dahil yung utility usage ng G2 is just it's just top.
And ito pa, they know sino yung mga pin na person ng F4Q na kailangan nila i-pin down and it's going to be at a disadvantage na, di ba? Kapag nakuha nila si Bunny, a big advantage na. Pag nabawasan nila yung isa sa may B-side, it's over already. Pero right now nila, okay, perfect timing. Pagkalabas ng Lear, pwede na din. Kalokis na deny sa possible push. Pero nga lang, tanda natin, meron pa right now na Cosmic Divide. Pero that push coming from Nuki. You're so consistent when it comes to that. He falls short. Pero nga lang, ngayon, isa-isa na kagad napatumba. Zunba na lang kagad ang natitira. Pero nga lang, they didn't expect that Nuki will be going with that boost. And that's what we've been seeing him all over. He's pretty creative when it comes to that. At ngayon, nadali na nga na naman niya ang F4Q.
Really, the teams, especially from Southeast Asia and also the Korea, syempre, paparte naman na rin yan ng Asia, no? At the same time, should really be careful with the boosted walls pagdating sa mga Sage. Yun kasi yung usual play ng EU teams, EMEA teams that we see right here. That once the wall comes up, kasama nun yung Sage rather. Always. As in, wala pang rounds akong nakita na hindi ko nakitang nag-boost up. But this is Zunba getting pinned off quite immediately. Alam mo, naswertehan pa nga kanina yung nagtatago sa logs eh. Si Efina eh. Diba? Pag peek out niya, nakakuha pa siya ng kills. But this boost, sobrang kayang-kaya agad basahin yan. Dahil maririnig mo yan eh. May audio cues ka. Even if you're blind, you know what's up. And also may comms din from your team na there is someone boosted. Even though you're blind, you just ihug mo yung wall. Hug the wall. And this kind of boost that you see, I could see na ginagamit lang sa usual na rank games na nakikita rin natin. So it is not like an unorthodox kind of wall.
Plus, I think it's always all about the timing din for G2. They got that perfect rhythm talaga. Parang music to the ears of G2 fans that they've been executing so well. Cutting aside that plans that F4Q has. Pero puro kasi default plays lang ang F4Q eh. Kaya sobrang dali lang ng G2 to actually figure it out because of these guys not having so much of a kind of creativeness
pa. Look at the space in B.
Oh, di ba? Wala na, nabigyan na kagad. Naglagay lang ng star si Astra, natapos na din kagad. Nakapasok na sila ng pangmadalian.
Oh, man. F4Q, they need to retake, but with that guns that they have, si 5K lang naka-rifle dito. Gamitan na naman ng utilities. Guiding light just connects immediately. Sumabog sa mukha yung boom bot ni Bunny Q. Pero hindi pa rin nila ma-punish itong players ng G2. Pagdating sa aim duel, natatalo pa din sila. Esperanza was able to kill off one. 2v3 situation. Pinupush lang sila ng pinupush ng G2 dito. Just on point is Kelo QZ. 9-1 is the score. G2 looking really strong.
Oh, no. The fact that you cannot pin down Kelokis is already a big deny ng possible wins ng F4Q. 16-5 KTA at this very first day. Man down Kelokis. Obrang they're really built different right now. Pero F4Q, mapapa-tactical timeout na ulit. How do we pin this down? Actually, sa lahat lang talaga is that they have that setup pero it's always the default. So kapag alam mo na yung default plays kasi ng kalaban mo, you'll always just gonna be capitalizing on that. Pero ngayon, sabi nga ni PPGL dito, big shoutout sa 1.4k viewers na nanonood right now. At ang dami natin para lang tayo nagkakas ng usual local tournament.
1.4 sa Facebook. Tapos sa Twitch natin, meron tayong 500 plus. Tapos mayroon din tayong YouTube. Huwag natin kalimutan yung mga friends natin sa YouTube at sa Twitch na nanonood ngayon ng ating Filipino broadcast para sa ating Masters Berlin. Guys, maraming salamat sa suporta ninyo. Kung hindi dahil sa request nyo, sana tulog na kami ngayon. Kaya nandito kami para sa inyo. Kaya wag nyo kaming iiwan dahil sabay-sabay tayong magpupuyat. Also, Ray, gusto ko lang sabihin na imagine, ito sana yung katapat ng Brand Esports.
Ay,
Sa
nako.
bracket.
Natahimik
Yun
ako
lang.
kasi na-miss ko lang din talaga. Actually guys, kaya ako nagpa-bleach ng hair kasi sabi ko, pag nag-champion yung brand sa Sea Challengers, magpapa-bleach ako ng hair. And nangyari nga. Pero unfortunately, I was so looking forward.
Ikaw, so di sila nakarating. So, para saan yung bleach?
And ayoko lang sabihin na baka ma-SS tayo tas sabihin hindi na naman
hindi mo naman
tumutupad
ginagawa.
di tumutupad daw usapan yung caster. Kaya lang kami andito dahil sa caster at laban ng Sentinels. Thank you guys.
Immediate pick off and that is Bunny. Down already. Kaloksi. Ang init mo naman, sir. Lahat na lang inubos left to right. Walang problema. Blade storm up.
Ay nako. He's just clearing so much space for his teammate. Oh, walang kinakatakutan. Na-deny. But still, wala na si Bunny, wala na rin si Esperanza. They're struggling so much. Open na kagad ang A-site, pero makakapagpunta na sila kagad. But then they are already expected in. Coming in from these guys, once that call the meta gets the information na okay, open na kagad ang A-site. Pero right now, Mixwell is actually waiting patiently. He hears some footsteps na already coming in from this. Pero, naku po, nag-timingan na Saki Henny gets the head of Athena. Dalawa na lang kagad. Already expected na din ngayon si 5K. Pero they can just save. Pero they still want to commit. Hindi na natakot sa commitment to. Kahit mas marami pang members ng G2. Sana all hindi takot. Ayun na nga, natakot at hindi na nga naging worth it yon. Yun ba, just denying. He takes the head of Mixwell. Talaga pinupuntahan na siya all over again. Ooh, he's pretty lucky with that. He gets the head of Abova. Possible win pa to. Pero Call the Menta will be denying him. And G2 will be taking that once again. At baka maging tayo dito. 2-10 ang ating score.
Man, nararamdaman ko na. But honestly speaking though, Zunba and Bunny, sila lang nakakakuha so far ng mga frags nila for the team. And if ganun kabilis po shutdown ng G2, especially Bunny on that raise, malaking problema talaga. But on the other hand, malapit na rin tayo mag-swap ng sides eh. Isang round na lang para makapag-swap tayo ng sides. On the other hand, kapag nag-swap tayo, baka makita natin yung explosive playstyle na merong tinatago tong F4Q. Na once they go in, they just step on the gas pedal knowing how Bunny plays the race.
Plus, alam naman natin that this team is an aggressive type of team. Oh, nag-hit up sila ng Broken! Nag-face-to-face!
Nag-eyeball. At least tumama na, finally! A showstopper, 8 ultimate orbs! Finally!
so proud, clap. Pero, may Hunter's Fury pa dito si Coldometa that they can actually use just to open. And speaking of, sinimulan na nga niya, sabi, Kaloki, is ikaw na bahala sa akin, best. Hindi na nakataka si Efina. Walang pang flights. At 4v4 right now. Zunba has that Cosmic Divide. Also, Esperanza has that Hunter's Fury. But Mixwell, he gets the top on towards Esperanza's head. And he gets the 2K kay Zunba. Na-open na kagad lang ang B-side at mapapatakbo dahil tinawag na niya kanyang teammates. Tara na, bes! Open ang B-side. Pero nga lang, si 5K mafi-figure out kaya ni Mixwell that there's actually, oh no, alam na niya, na-blind pa.
Alam mo, men, Ray, lahat ng kalaban ni Mixwell, lahat, kita mo, dilaw na dilaw yung mukha, kulang na lang may hepa na. Kasi lagi niyang nabablind bago niya sinisilip. Mixwell na pseudo-duelist right here. He can just use his guiding light just to push and punish the players of F4Q that easily. Laging nagko-connect yung guiding light niya. Alam niya kung saan niya gagawin. Alam niya kung saan niya dadalhin. And halftime break na agad-agad with an 11-1 scoreline.
Oh no, this is so dangerous already. One is nasa momentum na yung G2. Two, F4Q can seem to figure out already what needs to be done. Sobrang laking din. Imagine si Mixwell, nag-lurk na lang dahil alam na niya kung saan niya nakikita tong mga to. Tapos sabi mo nga, nagkakahepa yung kalaban nila. And 3 is that dalawa na lang before G2 can actually take this series. And that's what I'm talking about. Nakita ko pa lang yung map vetoes. All I can say is that it's favorable talaga sa G2 Esports.
It is proven difficult for the side of F4Q. But this halftime, magbabago na, magsaswap na tayo ng sides ulit. On the attackers, they can be aggressive. But on the other hand, G2 is aggressive as well. So labanan ba ng hyper-aggressiveness to? And knowing how Bunny plays of course, the Rays as well, nakita naman natin kanina na he could just go in, punish players, basta mag-connect, yung showstopper na yan. Kaso kulang talaga eh. Lalo na pagdating sa aim duels, nakikita rin natin, pagdating sa observer, of course, nakikita natin yung aim duels na yan. And it seems like G2 is definitely much more on point when it comes to the kills compared to F4Q. Aside from that, yung utilities din. Mixwell pa lang, parang luging-lugi ka na. Ganun yung feeling.
And ato pa, hindi na nga gumagawa ng space actually yung mga miyembro, si Astra ng G2. Instead, si Kalokis talaga, he's pretty confident with his aim right now. And just by doing that, nakiklear niya agad yung site, pwede agad pumasok kanya mga teammates. Tara na mga best, sabi niya. At the timing also, I think G2 talaga, they already just know how to deal with these guys of F4Q. But let's see, malay mo, si Bunny mag-work sa attacking side since they're a team that has been really just aggressive. Ang style talaga nila ay talagang pick lang ng pick. As long as it's to our advantage, di naman siguro tayo ma-deny. But right now that they're really they're really struggling. So tingin ko talaga kailangan na nilang gamitin to, makapag-reset and prepare for what's upcoming sa kanila ngayon dahil dalawa na lang before G2 can finally take this.
Agent selection-wise though, they have this certain composition na kakayanin naman pumalag eh, knowing that they have the Astra pick pa lang pagdating dito sa Acend. They also have the Reyna na pwedeng makakuha ng pick-offs and then magdi-dismiss away lang. Kaso nahihirapan din si 5K. Usually, siya pa nga yung unang napapatay dito on the side of G2. And on the other hand, pagdating kay Efrina, very passive yung kanyang killjoy setups. Like how the panel talked about it as well. Kung paano sila naglaban against Vision Strikers. It's the same F4Q that we are seeing right now. Playing very passively at the same time, really having a hard time with the retakes kasi nakukuha yung flank.
And I think it's all about how G2 knows how to take control of F4Q. Parang sa chess, guys, alam na kagad, nabe-break lang nila yung code ng F4Q. Parang logo to sa isang local team sa PH. Pero still, when you take a look at that, it's just that they know how to deny it. Pero ngayon na napaka-init and Kaloki started with the Sheriff. Let's see. Tignan mo, nakakapag-move forward na kagad siya. Pero may mga konting bait lang.
Parehas bumalik.
Bumabalik sa pinanggalingan ngayon. Sana all bumabalik.
Ganun talaga eh. Pero kung iisipin mo din, Ray, pagdating nga rin doon sa agent composition, since pag-usapan na natin F4Q, on G2, kayang-kaya nilang mag-aggressive dito. Isipin mo, sino i-heal ni Nukai? Syempre, andyan yung andyan din yung si Mixwell. Andyan din yung kanilang pwedeng gamitin na AoE heal, diba? O, instant push agad para kay Bunny. Nasa loob na, tumatalon-talon lang. Nasa hell na, agad-agad. Paano yung iba mo mga kasama? Yun ang katanungan. Pero this one opens up the site. Yun naman ang trabaho ng duelist talaga. It is quite open because G2, they are planning for a retake. How will they do this? Ito na yung sagot sa katanungan natin kung makakabawi ang F4Q.
Pero kaya pa ba kay Luis? Nahirapan ka nata magbukas dyan ngayon Pero this is it. The paint shells coming in from Bunny. The right click lang. Okay, bumabawi ang F4Q. Nuki, Coldamenta, bumagsak na. Abova na lang in Mixwell. Meron pa silang isang utility which is yung guiding light. Pero seems like it's super impossible na for Mixwell to actually clutch this. He can go for the exit frags. Pero he takes that one. He pops that out. Pero ang daming nakakita sa kanila. And Esperanza finishes him out. And F4Q will suddenly pop off as it's gonna be 11-2. So 9 rounds pa lang naman. 9 rounds pa lang naman ang kailangan ngayon.
And it seems like they are looking much stronger on the attackers. Kung ganito, kung pagpapatuloy nila to, knowing that Bunny is actually going inside the site. Kasi to be honest, a duelist role is not to get the most kills. The duelist role is to open up the site for your teammates to come in. And that is exactly kung ano yung ginagawa ni Bunny. On the other hand, wala rin kasing tao doon from G2. So hindi talaga nila na-punish. Na-utilize yun ng F4Q. They were able to get some pickups. They were able to get those kills that they need. And that happened. 11-2 is the score. Si Super MJ Ray nag-comment na.
Kaya nga siya na lang daw.
Siya na lang.
Siya na lang daw. Okay. Yan na, nag-comment.
Ano yan? Raise ng QC.
Raise ng QC pa nga. Ayan, sabi ko sa inyo, parang galit na galit si Super MJ. Huwag ka magalit, easy ka lang. Pero kung nandito ka, di sana, di ba? Matatapatan mo tong si Bunny. Malay mo. Pero ba't tayo right now, feel ko kapag natalo pa yung F4Q dito, sobrang sakit na mangyayari. Advantage na nila to They already have that Phantom advantage, Spectres, and of course, nag-force na rin si 5K right now ng Vandal. So they really need to make it worth it before it gets too late. Pero tingin ko, G2 will just be stacking sa A site and they'll just be preparing for that retake. Pero they actually figured out that, oops, hindi sila nag-set up ng B. So we already know that these guys will be claiming papuntang A and they finally figured it out. Pero let's see kung ano yung magiging dalos para sa side ng G2. Paano ba nila ipapunish yung potential push as Esperanza will be clearing, gets a good information na meron nagsastack behind the boxes. Pero, ayun na nga sinasabi ko, Bunny was able to take out Kalokis, pero Avova will be extending towards sa may guard and it takes the head. Just some trades happening. Walang kinakatakutan sa Esperanza ngayon. And it's gonna be a 2v2 pero Avova and Nuki are actually low.
Oof, very low on HP, but like I said, may capability sila ditong mag-heal. Unlike F4Q's agent composition, there's no possibility on Earth na makakapag-heal up sila. But despite that heal for the team of G2, hindi pa rin yun enough to take this. If you think about it though, the round that they got will actually boost up yung confidence na meron yung F4Q. Aside from that, meron din silang mga barrel na nakuha doon. And looking at it, F4Q, they heavily rely on the site opening mula kay Bunny. And bibili siya dito, Ray, ng judge. Mukhang alam ko na, nakikita ko na ang future.
Naiisip mo na kung anong naiisip ko?
Naiisip ko na kung anong naiisip mo. Napa-tactical timeout yung G2. Teka lang. Mag-A site ulit to. Lagi na lang eh. Wala na hindi.
Kahit naka-pistol lang sila, kamunti ka na pa rin sila manalo, pero tatandaan nyo, ginagaya kasi ni Bunny yung strat ni Super MJ. Kaya nag-judge. Sa tingin ko lang sa tingin ko lang.
Si Super MJ ba coach neto?
Oo, si Super MJ yung coach niya ni Bunny, kaso hindi tinusundan yung master niya
Oo nga Maganda naman yung mga maganda naman yung satchel in place actually ni Bunny dito. And like they said, no, this is a team not to be underestimated. And that is exactly what G2 is doing right now. Hindi nila yung na-underestimate to. Napa-tactical po sila like parang, guys, reset. Kung nakuha na natin yung ganito kalaking lead, ba't pa natin hahayaan na makahabol totally yung F4Q? We all know na lagi silang nag-A site, especially with the satchel in play mula kay Bunny. So they can figure out how they can stop this. Pero ang problema dito, kaso Ray, si Bunny naka-judge eh. So kapag close ka, mahirap. Delikado din.
Kapag close kayo, no, ni Bunny. Uy, pero tignan natin parang gusto maging aggressive ni Bunny.
Eto na, pwede na. Nakarinig na ako. Next! Dito ka tama!
Palitan mo na to, Super MJ! Ano ba yan? Ay, naku po, nai-stress tayo sa mga to. Pero Avova takes it ahead of Fina. Pero dahil natakot sa close range, naging opener pa nga yun para sa F4Q pa rin. Makapag-plant. Pero may possible retake lang ngayon ng G2. Kalokis coming in from A-main. Na-shock Kudachu, di lang tumama. Alam na nakagad kung saan yung information. Pero Esperanza will be denying him. And 5K goes with the wallbang. Bumagsak na din si Coldamenta. And that's it. Bumabawi na ang F4Q. Hindi pa gumagalaw ang score ng G2 this time around.
Sabi ko sa inyo guys trabaho ng duelist. Pumasok naman siya Kasi hindi tumama yung judge Sayang yung punish sana sa dalawang players doon. Pero despite that, nakuha pa rin naman ni Darren Espanto yung kills. Kahawig Nag-ano na rin pala to. Akala ko si Nash Angos lang yung nagbabalor. Pati pala si Darren Espanto nagbalor na rin.
Kumakanta din ata yun eh. Pwede na pang K-pop. Yan ang tusunod sa, sa SS501. Yes. Pangmata, tagal na nun ah. Ano ba yun? Napapagkamalan yung edad. Pero ngayon, F4Q. Sobrang aggressive. A lang ng A, no? Walang nag-BB. Dapat di na kayo nag-BB, G2 eh. A lang kayo ng A. Dapat, oh yun. Nagkahepa pa nga si Fina, pero si Mixwell nagbabay na din.
Spike planted. So, ano to ha? Save round to para sa G2. Malaking flank yung meron sila dito. Pero ang katanungan, magpi-pay off ba? Dahil dalawa rin ang nag-aabang actually for the flank. This is a smoke off. Posibleng meron silang makuha pickups dito, pero si Zunba nakakuha ng isa. There is that kill mula sa Sova ng G2, but it's not enough. They were only able to punish one player. Unti-unting nakakabawi yung F4Q dito sa attacking side.
At on a serious note, how you take down F4Q? Actually, with them just being so hyper-aggressive na talaga sila right now, wala nang kinakatakutan. At they are actually just expecting, okay guys, nato lang tong mga naghihintay sa A side. A lang tayo ng A. And G2, if they still haven't figured it out, our aggressiveness towards A side, they won't be able to get this. Pero actually G2, this is so, the patience game kasi dalawa na lang eh. Pero there's currently stuck. Okay. Pero nga lang si Bunny tandaan nyo, nakajudge naman yan, nagtapon ng ngayon. Pero Esperanza gets the head of Mixwell but denied by Nuki this time around. Sinabayan din na yun ng Hunter's Fury. Kaliwat ka ng Hunter's Fury pero hindi pa nakakapasok ngayon because Nuki will be claiming up that wall. Pero 5k na huli sa last shot ni Cole Damenta ng Hunter's Fury. At tatlo na lang kagad silang natitira. A big deny already. Sumakto. Yung mga stat malalagyan mo ng wall yung A-main? Tinuro sa akin yan eh, nung nasa silver
Sino
pa ako.
nagturo sa'yo? Sino nagturo sa'yo?
Kayo
mo. Ha?
Kayo nagturo sa akin yan.
Kami ba nagturo nun? Parang di naman. Parang nagsisimula sa super pangalan eh.
Ay, Superman?
Nilapag na ang Killjoy lockdown for the side of F4Q. This is a 4v3 situation. Hindi pa rin sila nakaka-entry dito. Bunny is already out. And this is a waiting game dahil ang laki pa rin na nakukuhang space actually ni Kalokizi dito. Pero at the same time, with this operator na kailangan niya munang patayin yung turret na yan. Nakaabang na rin si Nukay. And the thing is, Esperanza is ready to take that trade. Hindi pa rin nadedetect dahil na-smoke off ng Jet yung ating recon. But the other hand, merong nagpa-flank. Hello sa inyo. Zunba is here. 2K is in. One player remaining. Avova is the man. And they have to plant immediately. Setting up the stars is the Astra. This is the Saki-Saki, right? Above? But the vulnerability is there. Esperanza goes down. Avova versus Zunba. Astra diff. Sino mas malakas?
Sino mas lamang? Ayun! Na-Astra diff nga doon si Zunba. Magzuzumba na lang to mamaya. Pero kuha daw muna. Okay, best ko yung mga operator ko. Okay, sige, best. Shopping muna
para sa G2.
Na-deny na nga yun. Pero 2v1? Oh no! Denied ang F4Q. Pinalamang lang. Gusto pang manalo. Ay! Uy! Nag-exercise si Avova.
Man, ang ganda nung flank ni Zunba dito. Pero meron pa talagang isang naiwan eh. Ang ganda nung concuss din. Na vulnerable dito yung players. Tara na! Sabi. Yun ang sabi. Narinig ko lang. Pero if you look at it talaga, feeling ko talaga kailangan na nila ipasok yung 6-man nila. Kailan naman 6-man nila? Si Cardo Dalisay, di na mamamatay yun. Kompleto naman na. Dito na si Darren Espanto. Isama niyo na si Cardo Dalisay. Oh my God, the kill from Bunny right above. That was a good kill.
Oo. Nakita ko yun sa stream niya. Ito sa stream ni Bunny yun. Pero on that one, I think he just put up a good show in that. Pero uy! Pag-trade lang si Esperanza. Pero bigla-bigla na lang si Avova na diff na naman si Zunba, and now we're down to with a 3v3. Mixwell takes out his Repolyo. Pero nga lang, Alam na din nila nasa meetup tong dalawa to, good info na to. Pero nga lang, Duki will be reviving Coldamenta 4v3, 51 seconds left with no ults available and just a few of their utilities. For Q, kailangan nyo paggalawin ng baso. Pero nga lang, talagang agad na ng positioning ng G2 eh.
Oof. Positioning is definitely the key pagdating dito. Si Vixwell meron siyang nakitang Siko actually. And this is Bunny pushing in the shutdown immediately from Avova. Alam na nila na A-site, lagi na lang sila A pumapasok. Walang round na hindi. And this is Efina. It's all up to him. A 1v3 situation with 13 seconds remaining. He has to plant the spike. Sabay-sabay na tayo. Ito na, 1, 2, 3 audition time para sa mga players ng G2 as they all go in. Killing Efina with an operator even. G2 secures game number 1.
That's it. Just a little bit of G2 adjusting to how aggressive F4Q is. With after that second half, walang nagbi-B-side. They finally figured it out that it's the... If sila walang nagbi-B-side at all since it's their weaker link, sige, mag-A-side na lang tayo, we'll figure it out. And finally, after those few tries of G2 trying to figure out the second half aggressiveness na ng F4Q, they finally figured it out. A big shutdown to how aggressive Bunny is. And yeah, they finally win this first map in our best of 3 series. Pero looking at our good replays here, even if Avova doesn't, you don't usually see him frag so much, but the fact that he creates spaces for his teammates, for Kalokis and for the others, it's already big. And he managed to get that 2v1. The fact that he get that earlier, yun na yung pinpoint ng, okay, G2 na talaga ang mananalo ng mapang to.
Labanan ng creativeness, kumbaga, pagdating sa mga teams na meron tayo dito sa F4Q. And of course, we have G2 as well. So, pagdating dun sa kagaya ng kill ni Bunny kanina on mid, nakasatchel siya, nakaakyat siya actually, nakaboost siya doon sa mid wall, and nakakuha siya ng pick off all the way doon sa CT, sa pizza, sa mid, no? So, they were able to capitalize on those types of creativeness. Pero I really think na kulang when it comes to the aim duels as well. Look at how G2 punished them when it comes to these types of situations. Like, even with the wall on the Sage, doon sa B main, na it can be heard with an audio cue, o kaya naman, it can immediately be seen and be just said doon sa mga kakampi din nila. Hindi pa rin nila nagawa ng paraan. Mixwell was really, really efficient during the first half of the game with how he can just blind everyone and get those kills in. Siya, ang bilis nung kanyang Seekers mag-reset, kumbaga.
And plus, when you go with that also, the fact na binigyan mo talaga ng sobrang daming momentum si Kalokis sa unang half pa lang, tapos ang laki na din na naging point difference, you already know that it's for G2 na talaga, and that's already big step up coming in from them. Yep, they may give just a few rounds, but those rounds talaga are just the works ng G2 into just spinning how will they be able to underman this F4Q, and finally they've been successful. Usually kasi si Bunny lang nakita mong nagkakaroon ng identity pagdating sa kanyang playstyle, but we'll see more of that as we're gonna be heading sa second map na nga natin. But right now, we'll just be taking a short break here in VALORANT Masters Berlin. We are your shoutcasters again. I'm Ray, and of course kasama ko si Taylor, and see you after this break.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
One time I was running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, 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 jungle. One time I was running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, 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 jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, 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 jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, 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 running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, came out the other side pretty humble, hanging on for life, took a tumble, trying to survive on the baseline, leave your face like you were sucking on a gumbo. Getting sour when the brother come through, cause you know it's ending in a rumble. When my lions come and make me grumble. Running through the jungle, running through the jungle. Getting sour when the brother come through, cause you know it's ending in a rumble. Running through the jungle, running through the jungle. Getting sour when the brother come through, cause you know it's ending in a rumble. One time I was running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, 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 jungle. One time I was running through the jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, 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 jungle. Jungle, 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 jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, 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 jungle. One time I was running through the jungle, running through the jungle.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where we just witnessed utter domination by G2 over F4Q on Acend, particularly that first half, 11-1 attacking half for G2 Geo. It felt like Kellogg's could do no wrong on that side.
It was unfortunate if you're F4Q. That's the only one way of putting it. No, I mean, Kellogg's, he was like, Acend is mine. And I really think that it actually, you know, what I was talking about in the pregame did come into that, where there just was not enough mid-control coming out from F4Q. It was something Hypok also mentioned in the cast, and they just took advantage of that, and Kellogg's was like leading the charge, like, this be mine.
It's also, I feel like G2 was playing their game. They were not doing something crazy innovative, but you could tell that they had done their homework. They could see that Bunny was going to be using his utility early on in the round, especially on defense. So they just had to wait for that moment to come, and they would have an easier one. They could even bait it. They were not scared. They knew about the micro plays with the Astra and the Raze. Obviously, we're playing Astra and Raze. Do you think we don't have something for you? Obviously.
I was just going to say, I mean, one of the big things that I noticed as well is very similar to what you were just saying, and that is F4Q invest a lot of utility into blocking a path into a site or blocking access to an orb, for example, and that's what Zumba did with a lot of those gravity wells, for example, and it was something that just didn't really stop G2 that much.
Like, whether it was a bait. I mean, they knew that they were going to be delayed, so they were planning ahead with that delay. So if this is what we want to do when 1 minute into the round, is going to happen in 1 minute and 10 seconds. So we just play with that. And that is what you could tell. I also saw 5K extremely defensive on defense, even though he was playing with the Reyna. Of course, we saw some crazy things on the attack, but that's what we expected from them. It was not enough.
For me, it was the change in speed within rounds that G2 brought to the table. Being able to play things slow and strategically till they find their opening, give Kellogg's that permission to go forward as the Jet, knowing that people like Sage are behind him to find that res the one time he maybe does lose the 50-50. And at the end of the day, the Jet just did tremendous work. I like the call out on Bunny as one of the integral members for the team, but it felt like if it wasn't him doing it, nobody was.
Well, that's exactly it. For me, it really felt like there was a lot of responsibility on Bunny's shoulders, and if he was holding a specific part of the map, or if he was expected to make some explosive play, if that didn't work, then everything was going to crumble around F4Q. Whereas with Kellogg's, sure, there were a couple of rounds, they may have been rare, but there were a couple of rounds where he didn't super show up, but you still had someone like Nuki or someone like Mixwell who was going to follow that up.
And can we just take one more second to appreciate that this is the newest member to the G2 squad, that this guy steps onto the LAN stage and starts pulling off plays like this?
It is amazing. I mean, we saw him in the rehearsals. He was really pumped up. He was really feeling really confident. And I was kind of thinking to myself, well, wait until you actually start to play, and let's see if you keep that confidence. I feel like we also here in the team scream and all that. I feel like it was a mix of everything.
I mean, if that sets the tone for G2's performances through the rest of this tournament, then that conversation we were having about the assurances of Sentinels coming through as the #1 seed out of this group, I think are no more. I'll be excited for that matchup. But of course, we still have another map to play, at least in this one. And while we did maybe struggle to find answers for F4Q in this map, it is important to note that Bind was their choice. You have to believe they have a little bit more preparation coming in, but I'd still wonder if it's going to be enough to turn the tides here, Gio.
Bind was the one that I think is going to be somewhat risky just because of the way that F4Q played this in the finals. I mean, first and foremost, they brought along a Sky and a Viper for that. Now, we've spoken incessantly about the fact that they really like to stick to these comfort picks on their agents. Putting 5K on the Sky was the one that really stood out to me because, for example, you have to have someone who's going to try and initiate with those flashes, but he was very intermittent with the way that he did it. Sometimes he would dry peek and go in for engagements, and he would still have a Trailblazer and a Guiding Light in pocket. And it's like, you should be using those.
It's what you get when you're so used to playing Reina. I mean, you play it for yourself. You're not that scared of dry peeking because you know you can dismiss. Well, there's no dismissing with the Sky. It's weird to actually play more for your team than just for yourself. I also feel like, just like in Acend, we are going to find a G2 that has tried many things here, especially with, are we going to see a Viper, are we going to see a Sky? We're definitely going to be seeing a Sage. I did not like Coldamento on Sky. I want him on Sova. I feel like that is his comfort pick. I mean, and with this start, I would like to go for the comfort and just have an easy day today.
One player who, you know, we haven't spoken a ton about, but I have a kind of concerns about is Athena. Athena was the player who was playing Viper when they played Bind against Vision Strikers. And one of the big problems I found with him was that, you know, he would really oftentimes be in charge of holding on to a place like A short. He would open up with his Viper's Pit, and that wouldn't actually be enough to stop a push there. But if you've got everybody else situated elsewhere in the map, and they're off doing their jobs, if that avenue gets open that is presumed to be closed when you use that utility, suddenly you have a problem. And I feel like with the way that we saw G2 playing in that first map and kind of ignoring these gravity wells, essentially, they are going to be a team who don't have a problem opening up those channels.
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be not a mirror match of what we saw on Acend. I would like to see the changes coming from F4Q, even though they lost that last map and they were doing great with the other comp. They need to adapt to the rest of the world. Okay, and if you have so many examples of everything that you do with that same composition, that is going to take a toll on you.
A perfect example of adapting to the rest of the world is the rest of the world. If they're playing a Sky on Bind, typically you're going to see them situated in Garden on the defense. You might have your Raze over in U-Hall. It's the opposite way round for this team, and I think that doesn't work well for them. It's been a problem.
Well, we won't have to wait long to get our answers as we dive straight into Prime Gaming Agent Select. For both of these squads, remember that it's G2 starting on the defending side, F4Q on the attacking side. So looking for maybe some more of that patented aggression coming out of the Raze from Buddy, but what will flank him is the real question.
I mean, this is pretty expected. Oh my God. Okay, Avuba on the Astra, something that I like. I really like Avuba. I think he did great, actually. I'm a bigger fan of Avuba and Brimstone, but okay, I don't know what else you're going to pick, but I'll go with the Astra.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've been playing Astra a little bit of late. The last few times that G2 have actually come to this map, they've chosen to bring Astra, so it doesn't surprise me too well that they're going with that. Of course, Sky on both sides. There's that 5k Sky that I said that I really want to be keeping an eye on, and yeah, there we go. The Kellogg's on the Sage.
Sage and the KJ.
We do have 5k staying on the Sky, so I'm gonna take that for the change, and Efina back in the Killjoy, so I'll have it.
You also have to bear in mind as well, Efina went for Killjoy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Efina didn't go for Viper.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, I'm gonna take the one change if Efina feels better staying with the Killjoy and supporting with that.
Well, a couple of switch-ups here for the squads as we head into Bind, but like we've said, it's going to have to be F4Q finding some magic to take down G2 here in map number 2 and extend it to a third. But for now, it's back over to Pansy and Hypoc for the call.
Well, they...
Oh! Kala nyo si Pansy, no? Pero kami lang to. Andito na nga tayo sa map 2 para sa ating game number 2, F4Q, and still G2 playing it para sa ating matches na ito. And this is, again, a best of 3 series, 1-0. Lamang na nga ang G2 dito, Ray. On the other hand, Bind is a map pick by F4Q.
And that is where things get to be so interesting. If you take a look, even if this is a pick by F4Q, if you take a look sa kanilang stats in their Bind, their win rate is actually at 56%. While ang G2 naman is at 78%. And via experience, G2 has so much to say. Pero right now that they're gonna be starting sa defending side, I really do think this is a big advantage coming in from F4Q. But let's see, how will this progress in the story of them? Lalo na Avova right now, natamaan na din siya. And F4Q is actually going with a slow pace lang. They don't want to dwell more on what they did earlier, those reckless shots coming in from them. And instead, they're far more prepared to ask how they will be handling ang kanilang attacking side.
Bunny is still on that race. Very viable agent pagdating sa mapa ng Bind kasi you can do explosive plays on this, and also Nukai is using that raise as well. Lumipat na nga rin dito si Kelogzi with the Sage, no? So hindi na siya naka-jet dito kagaya kanina, and like the panel said, this is a new addition to the team and he's really popping off pagdating sa mga matches na nakikita natin o pagdating sa mga rounds na nakita rin natin a while ago from the Acend map pick that we have. From the hyper-aggressive plays na nakita natin on the first few seconds on this map, it's totally quiet this time. Kelogzi, he needs to go back dahil na-detect na siya dito ng Owl Drone and also reposition himself. But this is the push immediately from Zumba. Hindi sila nagkakakitaan with that smoke. Nukai, on the other hand, was able to get 2 kills already. Now with the third one as well, he's ready for the next. This is not enough time to plant the spike for F4Q. And just like that, G2 was able to secure the first pistol round.
Oh, yun na nga sinasabi ko. It's really quite unfortunate. Pero biruin mo, Nuki is just watching all over them from lamps. Coming in na sila, pupunta sila na short. Just handled that with the classic. And that's what we're expecting. That coming in from Nuki when it comes to Bind, you'll be able to see some of his anchor plays kagad sa lamps. And he actually started it. So that's already big coming in from them. And the Expar experience itself, F4Q may be a team that goes with a passive-aggressive type of play in their attacking side. But right now, G2 na naman denies that potential. And speaking of, isa-isa na naman silang pinadali ni Nukai. He gets the head of Esperanza. Pero big shoutouts nga ngayon kay Regina Lopez na nag-comment. Hello sa'yo.
Matulog ka na! Just Lord, Kelogzi was able to pick off 2 players. And yung pwesto nila, ito G2 is very, very active on this map. Very much so, to the point na kahit ultimate orbs, na-farm na rin nila. So tuloy-tuloy lang, no, with the wall immediately mula kay Kelogzi. Na-farm niya yung orb, naho-hold niya yung showers, isama mo pa yung hold na meron si Nukai dito towards A short. So parang, kumbaga lahat may plug. Mula sa showers, mula sa A short, pati pag B-site, hindi pa natin nakikita yung B-site. Despite that, I think dito sa, especially sa buy round na susunod, Ray, makikita natin, no, yung mga satchel in place ni Bunny na pwede niyang gamitin actually on B-site compared to A na parang it's just plugged up eh.
And plus, talagang ito Bunny is usually those aggressive playstyles na sobrang successful. At ngayon, a lot of people are expecting coming in from him. Pero what's more exciting then is that you have that deny coming in from Nuki. So talagang let's figure it out how they will be able to get that. Pero speaking of Zunba, pinapagsak na kagad ni Avova. He's been doing that. Ang main target ni Avova is that you pin down yung controller ng F4Q and it's gonna be shattering so much. Pero nakapag-flank na kagad ngayon si Nuki. But oh no, Bunny! What a way to figure him out! At naging okay na sana, kaso nga there were just some aggressiveness coming from both of the teams, spinning it down with the 3v3.
They're going aggressive and then umaatras sila. Nagre-retreat sila, kumbaga. And this is now the satchel in play from Bunny. Very, very fast and getting those kills in as well. Nakapatay siya with the classic a while ago. This time around with the Vandal himself. Now with the plant of the spike coming in. This is a retake for G2 na Sova at Astra lang natitira. But the thing is, they can still use that utilities to cover up some places, especially yung bomba and also with the recon. They can use this up para mahanap kung saan ba nakapwesto tong mga players ng F4Q. This is still doable with the Saki-Saki coming in ay hila. Pati yung nasa baba ng tube, but that's not gonna be enough as F4Q takes this win despite having 2 casualties on them.
That's already big coming in from F4Q. Buti na lang Bunny figured out na, okay, baka mayroong mag-flank and he gets a good tap with that right click na nga sa ulo right now ni Bunny at sa ulo kagad ni Nuki. And speaking of, naganda na ng hold position ng F4Q. Tells to us so much na, yep, it's not over for them actually to just figure it out how they will be playing since this is their map pick. But again, we need to just be careful to how G2 actually executes this.
They have the confidence right now for G2. On the other hand, map pick to ng F4Q. They need to understand and they also need to respect that. But this is the pop smokes mula doon sa Astra just to secure the orb as well for them. A very deep wall from the Sage mula kay Keloxy. Sinarado na lang niya actually yung talagang entrance, no? But Mixwell is very aggressively playing on long B. Talagang pinasok niya na with the pop smoke. No one is gonna be blinded dahil wala rin namang nag-aabang. Or actually, nag-aabang na yung 3 players right now. But he is now forced to go back to his position. Balik muna ng B site and just take on B. They wanna go, ito yung usual na nangyayari, no? G2 plays aggressive, getting those picks in or not. Pero babalik sila once na nakuha nila yung information na yan. And like that, the information was taken, the gravity well comes in, but it's too late already. Nakapasok na sa loob ng site si Avova dito, and with the satchel in play, they don't see anyone, and hindi nila na-figure out na si Avova nag-aantay lang sa ilalim. Esperanza was able to take on that 2K, making this a 4v3 situation right now for the team.
Pero si Mixwell, hinintay pa niya actually, nag-meet up sila ni 5K, but unfortunately, they will be TPing. Pero nga lang, ultimate, he gets the head of Zunba. May oras pa sila actually to get this, but right now, going in the 4v3, will this be a possible win coming in from G2? He is the head right now. Will he be able to deny that? Unfortunately not, as Esperanza takes out Keloki's. Koldamenta na lang natitira, and 5K finishes him out. And a good win coming in from F4Q. And actually, this is surprising. I think when you put 5K with that Sky, it paves in so much compared to his Reyna earlier. Talagang mas nakakapag-advantage siya, and nakikita mo naman na they have that perfect tuned into siguro sa pag-push. Even if ang ganda na ng anchor as what we usually saw sa G2 sa may hookah, unfortunately nga, with those sprays in coming for how Esperanza played that earlier with the 2K, nakikita na natin na unti-unti nang umangat.
Smokes on pa yun, ha?
Oo. Walang problema daw, sabi ni Esperanza, di ba?
Not a problem at all. Pero labanan ata ng showers ang mangyayari dito. Seekers out para sa kanila, and just a perfect blind execution for the side of G2 right now. What a way to pin down the players of F4Q. 2v2 situation on an eco round like this. Bunny is the guy remaining to be pinned down, and Cold Dementa was able to take on that. Dalawa laban sa isa, and it is Efina. The problem with this is that he needs to set up, he can definitely set up those traps in, but also on the other hand, by round 2 for F4Q. And dahil doon sa TPN nila, what a play from G2.
You don't usually expect that coming in from G2, di ba? You don't see that kasi naka-eco naman sila. Usually you see those handle lang ng right now. Oh no, nang-handle na kanilang angles, but that clutch coming in from Efina takes the head of 2, and that's what I'm talking about. Paisa-isa pa silang pumasok. They were all expecting that maybe wala maghihintay sa may holes, but unfortunately, that clutch itself, ang ganda sana. And di kasi nila dinoble pick din eh. Nagpaisa-isa sila, nag-audition sila, humingi ng ayuda, and right now, that's all screaming in lungs for F4Q. Dahil nga, that's actually 1 in a million shot for you to get that eh. Kasi, alam mo na, yung dalawa, pagsasabayan ka nyan, but still, that's also a huge mistake coming in from G2, kind of underestimating, plus no information as to where Efina is.
Also, aside from that, din naman, Ray, I wouldn't say it's a 1 in a million shot dahil naka-eco din naman for G2, no? It was still around, definitely for them, because if you take a look at it, actually, medyo it took a toll doon sa economy ng F4Q. But with Esperanza opening things up dahil doon sa Hunter's Fury na yan, the shock darts also connecting, this is gonna be a problem. The nades throwing in, and daming utilities na ginamit dito ng F4Q very efficiently, and that is such a good opening up the site for them, no? Ang ganda ng opening na ginawa nila dito, just the execution of these utilities. Ito yung hinahanap natin kanina pa.
At yun yung kailangan din nila eh. If they connect it all together, especially in Acend earlier, we could have seen a far more different build of F4Q. But right now, it seems like if Acend, kailangan natin kalimutan. Let's start a new year in bind, and it works perfectly for us. But I think also we can't deny that even if Esperanza was pick off right now in this round, nakapag-opener siya kagad para sa kanyang teammates, plus 5k also with those set of flashes. They put off a guard sa mga actors, especially with how Avova just want to watch them go sa A side. And that's it. You have the total control na nga right now with how you set it up. Plus, nagkakaroon ng weak links ngayon ng G2. Tingnan mo, dali-dali lang silang pumasok, and they've seen this guys straight ahead coming in from the smoke of their Astra.
Grabe, no? Especially yung paint shells dito, ginamit actually just to clear the pockets. Diba? With 5k getting those kills on the smoke as well, and just relying heavily dun sa game sense na meron siya on the corners that he should check kung saan man yung defense. It's just perfect execution for them. Now, with G2, they have the showstopper in, but this is immense amount of pressure for the team of F4Q. Magtatago lang sila dito with Nukai not getting a pick on anyone dahil hindi naging hyper-aggressive yung F4Q on A short. Yun yung ina-expect sana ng G2. But yet, again, this is still manageable for F4Q right now to take this game number 2, especially kung marireplicate nila paulit-ulit yung mga rounds na kagaya ng ganito. Clearing showers now is Bunny, and Keloxy is just waiting. Hindi nila kailangan ma-detect pa ng boombot dahil uunahan niya na yan. The timing is definitely right as Bunny is shut down immediately. They know the corners, the angles, both of the teams right here.
Oh, that was kind of sneaky in coming from them, but at least Mixwell nakuha ni Esperanza. Marami pa silang oras to bail out of that as they go to B-side. Pero Avova, kapag si Avova nakapick off ng isa or dalawa, that's already big. And speaking of, walang tumama dahil tumalon-talon sa harapan niya si 5k, and they already figured it out that maybe there's someone slowly starting corners, and 5k denies Coldamenta. It's all about Kalokis right now that will be getting that. Pero tignan natin usually Kalokis, you have that Sage, and he is really doing that perfectly as a duelist, pero right now that you get with Nuki, nag-switch sila right now, and as we've seen so far, medyo nagsastruggle si Kalokis, but now it's all for F4Q this time around. 5-2 nga ang magiging score natin. Weak link kasi nga ng G2 ang kanilang defending. They're usually more aggressive, and that's how we usually see them talaga in bind. Pero I think this is it. He's just trying to play and go with the exit frags, but unfortunately, sisilipin na siya right now. Nakuha pa rin na yun, but 5K finishes them with that
napapatayo na lang si 5K sa upuan eh.
Papaano na lang.
Sarap ng LAN, no, Ray?
Oo.
Pag nanalo, maririnig mo yung kalaban sumisigaw ng nice! Mga ganon. Mga panahon dati. Pero hindi nila maririnig kasi nakaano sila eh. Yung headphones nila. Siyempre, noise cancelling yun. Noise cancelling yun, guys. So, this is now a tactical timeout for the side of G2. This is an aggressive team. G2 is an aggressive team. Nakita rin natin yan sa unang mapa natin kanina despite being on the defense. Na talagang pumapalag pa rin sila, no? But on the other hand, G2 as well, when it comes to bind, alam F4Q pick tong bind eh. And alam nila yung corners na kailangan nilang i-take. With the hyper-aggressive pushes, even with Mixwell on that Sky, dati kasi nagre-rain na to. You can't play for yourself, you have to play for your team. So, still, they are using the Sky to actually do some hyper-aggressive plays. Nag-guiding light, sumisilip, but this time around, napapunish din siya.
Plus, you can already see how F4Q has that good tempo na eh. Kasi kanina sa Acend, wala talaga eh. Kahit nag-switch tayo ng sides, we're all expecting that maybe maging different na pag nasa attacking sila. But still, it's not. But after this timeout, maybe G2 needs to figure it out on how they will be dwelling on sa kanilang defending. Kasi maybe they want to go for the sudden change sa second half. Pero nga lang, palalayuin mo pa ba yung scoreline? Will you just give those rounds for F4Q? At syempre, ayaw mong ibigay yun dahil ayaw mong makalamang ng sobrang laki and F4Q will finally get that momentum. But right now, ang ganda naman ng shock dart na yun. Nakita kagad yung possible push coming in from Mixwell together with Kodamenta. But right now, slow start na naman ang F4Q. Hinahayaan nila mag-asim itong G2 kasi nakikita mo na medyo impatient ang G2 kapag natatalo sila ng mga rounds eh.
Abangers mode lang ang F4Q dito. Alam nila yung mga hyper-aggressive plays na yan. Trailblazer, very, very deep actually. If you take a look on it, para lang talaga makuha yung corner na hindi sila mapipick off or hindi sila mapupush. Kasi kagaya kanina, even with the boombot from Bunny a while ago for showers, tinapatan pa rin siya ni Kaloxy doon. This is gonna be a farming of the orb probably if wala siyang makikita. But it seems like a flank actually. Sage flanking right now. Parang nakikita ko ang aking sarili pero walang trade-off na nangyari. The Seekers is out. They know the position and this is very, very close. He goes for the showstopper. Not needed because 5K is ready to take on the kill. With the Seekers out then para sa side ng G2, it would have worked out for Nukai as F4Q Esperanza was able to take on the kill instead and Bunny was able to secure yet another one. The only man remaining, Kodamenta, na nasa showers with a double peek and Bunny secures the 3K on this round, making it a 6-2.
Ang ganda ng ang ganda ng execution ng F4Q. Tells us so much how they actually, alam na nila, sabi nila, okay, si Acend, medyo weak link natin yun. Pero pag nag-bind tayo, kahit mataas yung percentage win ngayon ng G2, we needed to deny it sa kanilang defending side. And nagmamanifest yun, guys. Kasi usually, when you see the games of G2 on their defending side in bind, nagkakaroon talaga ng upper hand yung mga nakakalaban nila. It's their weakest link at their point right now, and F4Q is just capitalizing on it all over again, and they actually have a good sense on where they will be expecting a Vova parate. Saan din lumalabas si Nuki usually, how will Mixwell will be popping off that guiding light. Pero right now, mukhang he's on a pinch kasi sabong-salo right now. He wants to be aggressive.
Na-excite ata si Kuya Befina. Akala niya ata raise ang gamit niya. Pero okay lang, may kakampi naman siya para kumuha ng kills na yon. Di ko alam kung ba siya tumalon-talon doon. Pero hindi naman siya bulag during that time eh. Nakita natin yung point of view niya. But this is the Ultron coming in. Mga satchel in play. This is now from Bunny. Ang bilis. Yung satchel in niya hindi pa ataas eh. Kundi padire-diretso lang talaga.
Tinatapon lang yung launch pack. Woof! Kita niya na si Nuki. Oh! Mura pa ni Kalokis. Pero tapos na natin ni 5K to. Okay. Alright. Bunny takes him out. Sana lang kagad si Avova. He takes the head. Pero ngayon, ni-spray na lang siya. Naka-crossfire to. He actually takes the head of Bunny. Potential clutch. But you know, Zune, balam na rin niya kung nasaan. Ganda nga ang crossfire yun coming in from them. And F4Q will still be leading with a 7-2. Don't tell me we're gonna be having a third map. And G2 right now is currently shattered. Kita mo naman how struggling they are and versus the on-point place na of F4Q. Sabi nila, ito mga content creators to na nagsama-sama. But all I can say is, kahit nagsama-sama sila, di pagdating sa bind, they know how to make the world revolve around them ngayon din.
Oh, that's definitely 200%. Obviously, pagdating pa lang dito sa first half, ang laki na ng lamang nila against G2. Kaloxi was actually expecting that guiding light already. Nakatago siya ng slide, pero this wall saved him up just for a few. Pero is it gonna be enough with very low HP? Just waiting on the corner with an operator. It's not gonna work out. He was able to punish one player though, and that is Efina. 4v3 situation. Cosmic Divide is up. This is now the shock darts coming in. Magkoconnect pa sa nagpa-plant, pero medyo malayo yan dahil this is a default plant actually. 4v3 pa din. Oh my god. Look at that blind. Just perfectly executed the kite to get the last kill. And G2 was able to punish and secure this round against F4Q. 7-3 is the score. Walang 2-10 ngayon, Ray.
Walang 2-10 nga, Taylor. Pero aside from that, ang ganda na Cosmic Divide ni Avova dun. Sobrang nakapitalize. Kasi usually kapag meron ka Cosmic Divide, minsan papabol pa sa kalaban mo. But right now, they just figured out all together. Bigla na silang nagpakita. And Yuki, akala nila na isa lang ang manggagaling from Havan. But unfortunately, meron pa na si Yuki na naghihintay sa kanila. And napalakpak na nga dun. Si Kaloki's good game daw. 70 na nga. Ayaw pa na lang palamangin ang F4Q this time around.
Oof. Ito na naman yung guiding light. Hindi na natuto si Keloxi. And Bunny was able to secure that kill with the pop smoke coming in as well. F4Q. Parang nabasa na nila kung ano ba ang tumatama o gumaganang plays against G2. On the other hand, nasa Loren ni 5K. Yung Hunter's Fury na yan, he goes down 1-1. The indirect trade from both sides of the teams.
This is quite the series na of unfortunate events. Pero nga lang, maganda lang to na nakapag-trade. Dinanay mo na yung possible resto ni Kaloki. So that's already big! Oh no! Efina! Hindi nga lang karoon ng advantage si Yuki when it comes to that duel itself. Streaming this down with last 3 pa. Pero si Bunny meron pa siyang showstopper. Usually, tumatama na siya ngayon sa kanyang showstopper. Pero nga lang, kailangan pa rin nila mag-ingat na si Avova. He wants to control all over lamps with that judge. But ngayon, nakita na nila, they will be setting up for A. So they're already aware as to how these guys will be coming in behind bats. Pero
30 seconds left.
Na-trap lang yung onting ibon doon, pero alam na kung saan sila magagaling. Nag-clear na kagad ng F4Q. We've seen this already. Zumba, pero nga lang sinabayan ngayon. Ni Bunny na din. Will he be able to pin down one with the showstopper? Makikita sila actually out. Pero siya na lang kagad na natitira. And hindi pa napaplant ang spike at all going up against 3. But it takes out 1. But Mixwell finishes him out. And a win is being executed by G2 this time around.
Like you said a while ago, Ray, G2, the defense on bind might be their weakest link right now. Pero it seems like na-figure out na nila kung paano nila tatapatan yung playstyle ng F4Q dito. Napa-tactical timeout na nga sila. Kailangan na nilang isipin dito na maigi, especially knowing that they have the Seekers, they also have the Lockdown na pwede nilang gamitin as their ultimates para makuha yung sites na gusto man nilang kuhanin. At timeout from F4Q just to utilize kung paano nila to gagamitin. Especially on this final round, if I am not mistaken. 7-4 is the score. So isang round na lang natitira for the first half.
And especially, you don't want getting a 9-3. You don't want that becoming a 2-10. Syempre, ayaw mo ma-pressure sa comfort side mo later on. But as we've seen there, I think even if they get the kills, the first frag kills of F4Q toward against G2, ang ginagawa na lang nila is information eh. You give up 2 of your members, but then makakapag reciprocate naman yung mga teammates mong mag-a-answer back. And Nuki, earlier, he was already taking over lamps pero he wasn't successful. So they switched to Avova and that's pretty working actually for F4Q to get that, and because of rather for G2 nagwo-work na yung gano'n na lang stat nung nag-switch na sila ng anchors. Pero this time around, will this be a lead of F4Q or still G2 will be dominating and get this with a 7-5? Dalawang advantage lang sa F4Q. Hindi na nga nila gusto paggalawin ang baso ng team na to.
Madami nag-aantay sa laban ng 100 Thieves. Huwag kayong mag-alala, may susunod pa. Magsasama-sama tayo dito sa PPGL hanggang matapos itong araw na ito. But buddy, was able to capitalize on that judge. Hindi niya naputok agad sa mukha ni Nukai. But on the other hand, Mixwell very aggressive play on B-Long with Goldamenta. It didn't work out though. Now a 2v4 situation, the tactical timeout. Alam na ng F4Q kung paano nila iti-take yung side. Taking also... Actually, hindi sila nagtitake ng elbow dito. Nagsiset lang sila ng alarm bot. Kung meron man gusto lumabas kayo. But Kaloxi, he needs to change his gun right now. He was holding an operator and this Killjoy lockdown was used to delay the retake of G2. A very good choice, I would say.
Plus, he only has his sheriff. He can actually resu, but then alam na din kung saan siya ma-identify ng mga to. They're just playing it out for those post plants. Plus, I really do think it's harder na for G2 to actually win this. Apat pa yan, time is ticking. Sobrang pressure dan si Kilokis. Plus, sinabayan na nga siya ng Atlas Fury. Trapped na siya ngayon. And he doesn't have any way out. And that's it. Winning nga effort today will be having a big lead. With 4 rounds against the G2, that's already a big setup coming in from them. But remember, G2 is already at their attacking side. And earlier, they've been struggling. Pero ngayon, will they be able to turn up the tables up for them? But if F4Q will be able to win the pistol round, sa tingin ko talaga, this might be it for them and will be going sa Haven.
Man. Umupo din yung players ng F4Q. Nag-exercise din doon sa hookah. But like you said, 8-4, I really think, honestly, we've seen this many times already, that 8-4 score, mabilis actually i-come back, no? Dahil with regards doon sa pistol round, like you said, if F4Q managed to get that pistol round and get those 2 rounds in, especially makakabili sila on the second one, it would be a double-digit score. Then, dun sa point na yun, there can be no mistakes. But on the other hand, if G2 will be able to get that pistol and get the buy round as well, mabilis nilang mahahabol yung 8-4 score. It would be 8-6. So it is still kind of a 50-50. We know how strong G2 is from the first map, but looking at F4Q, they are looking really strong on a bind map selection like this.
I do agree sa mga sinabi mo, Tier. And plus, ito pa yung meron tayo about F4Q. Even if alam natin na G2, they're currently strong sa kanilang attacking, but the fact that you have a 4-round difference, plus all of you are really on point right now, biglang nag-sudden change of momentum. Bonnie is already hitting his shots, konektado na din yung utilities come in from 5K, as what we've seen him na nagsastruggle sa Acend. They're really different right now, and kita mo na hindi lang pang teamwork may individuality plays na din yung F4Q that we've been expecting since earlier. But remember, this is G2 they're gonna go up against. It's a bind, plus they started real so kind of bad, pero now that they're on form, mas comfortable sila sa kanilang side this time around. Maybe they can actually switch this up, pero you don't want to be giving that pistol round. Kasi pag nanalo na sila sa pistol round, tuloy-tuloy na to sa F4Q
If you can quite remember din naman as well, para sa F4Q kanina, Ray, yung aggressiveness playstyle na meron sila, ang lakas nila pagdating sa attackers. Lalo na with Bunny, very confident on that raise, especially dun sa mga satchel in place niya. But how will it be on the defense? Kasi kanina medyo nahihirapan sila eh. Medyo nahihirapan ang F4Q when the defense comes in. And how G2 has this strategy o yung very structured playstyle. Kasi dalawa lang ang meron dito pagdating din sa G2, no? It's either you can go with the very structured playstyle where everything is planned all along, o kaya naman you can just take the gloves off and just go step on the pedal and just go in and be really hyper aggressive, which actually works for G2, especially with Mixwell on a pseudo duelist role kind of, or kaya naman on the Sky role that he has right now. He can just go in for the flashes and just have those peaks, and napakabilis makakuha ng Seekers ulit pagdating sa kanila. I really think na makaka-expect tayo ng maraming laban on showers. Kagaya nung nakita rin natin kanina. Kasi both teams dito, kung gusto nilang paglabanan yung orb talaga.
Kaya nga alam mo yung little bit of advantage for both of them pagdating sa bats, but it's always so crucial. Pero if you give out kasi yung bats, makakapagkaroon ka na ng leeway. And one is, syempre expected mo nasa lamps yung isa. 2 is, alam mo na meron nasa heaven, titignan mo na lang kagad, you're gonna be picking that guy out. So it's already a big opener coming in from when you're in the attacking side. But really, only a few moments lang natin mga contest sa bats. I think G2, they don't want to dwell on it anymore kasi they've been losing so far. And they suddenly change yung mga anchors nila. A-site lang ng A-site usually ang F4Q, but sometimes they do some fakes. They will be switching to B-site. But at their defending kaya, how will they prolong this? Who's gonna be the anchor of A-site? Who's gonna be watching from the lamp? So is it gonna be Bunny? That's what we're expecting from him to do, of course, with that raise. Or si 5K talaga is gonna be stepping up in his game. Pero all I can say right now is yung F4Q, they really quite impressed me in this map. Pero I'm expecting more from them. But at the same time, kinakabahan din ako sa kanila dahil G2, I'm sure they have a lot of strats behind them pa. Kanina medyo nag-a-asem, they were really quite impatient. Pero ngayon na nasa comfort na nga sila na side, will they know already how to pin out those anchors? Alam na ba nila paano sila magsiset-up? So let's see, how will this be a game changer for them? Kasi kapag naka 2-0 ka, makakapag-advantage ka na kagad, you can already relax, while kapag natalo ka, mapupunta sa lower bracket. So, kailangan mo pa kumain ng maraming bigas bago ka makapasok ng playoffs na.
Pero actually, yung group nila, no, is a double round robin. Kasi nga, pinalitan, sa kanilang group lang pinalitan kung paano mangyayari lahat. Kasi nga, kulang sila ng isang team, which is yung VALORANT Esports. But on the other hand, going back to what we were talking about earlier, they can be really creative on this map. Kasi bind to eh. Ang daming psycho plays na pwede mong gawin sa bind. Yung magro-rotate ka, pupunta ka, fake ka dito, tapos magti-TP out ka, tapos babalik ka lang ulit ng site. So, di pa natin nakikita yon dito so far, sa laban ng G2 and F4Q, pagdating doon sa usage ng teleporter natin. But, I honestly assume that we might be able to see that later on, lalo na doon sa first map din natin kanina with the bind pick from a while ago, doon sa kinast namin ni Vil kanina, na they were really creative in using the whole entire map. Very active on the map using the teleporter, and they got to create different playstyles na hindi or unexpected para sa ibang mga teams natin dito. So, we are bound to see kung ano ba ang kaya pang ilabas ng specific teams. Or maybe tinatago talaga nila yung mga secret strategies na yan because this is still early on dito sa Masters Berlin. But we are now going back to the game, and this is a 10-4 scoreline already. And I assume na nakuha ng F4Q yung pistol round actually. So sad that we didn't get to see, but we're back.
And plus, sa tingin ko nanalo din sila ng bonus round, syempre. Pero right now, oh no, may spray down coming from them. Pero the advantage pagdating sa baril, alam na nga natin, they will be training Bunny and 5K ang natitira. He sees the head and he takes out one. Okay, he tries to spray still, but hindi nila expect si Kalokis. Di na tinignan ni Bunny this time around. And it's going to be a 5-10 in favor of F4Q still. Pero this is we're gonna be interesting. F4Q, they are now down with the earlier, naka-specters na kasi sila. Pero ngayon, nakabili na sila. So, how will you play that out? And masyado din kasi naging malaking extension ng F4Q. Nagkaroon na nga din ng advantages si Mixwell throughout some of his guiding light. Let's see. F4Q na nasa full round. Kapag pag di pa nila ito nakuha, G2, possible 10-8 ang magiging scoreline natin.
This is why you don't underestimate this team despite the performance from the first map a while ago. Maybe hindi lang talaga nila mapa yon or weakest map nila na meron para sa kanila. Now, G2, they have the guns. Nukai also holding the judge. This can be crucial for the team, lalo na kung hinahawakan dito ng F4Q is very tight angles. And as far as we can see, this is long-range angles that they are holding, aside from the lamps, of course, na marami ng traps na nakaset. So, pwede nilang biglain actually yung F4Q dito, but they're really just holding down the fort. Kung ano yung inaggressive ng G2 kanina on the defense, this is a totally different story when it comes to F4Q.
And because of that, meron na nga to, Nuki, we're expecting it, pero na-deny lang siya. Na-deny lang siya ng stinger. Hindi gumana yung jump shot na usually na ginagawa niya sa bind. Pero, denied na din. Low on HP na si Kalokis, ha? Sobrang struggling na sila sa 8. Bakbaka na yan, pero napalipat na nga sila kagad. And 5k denies Kalokis. Nakalipat na sila towards B. Kailangan na nila ito yung reciprocate. Kung paano nga ba nila ito pangawakan under post plants? Pero nga lang 5 pa to. Buhay na buhay. May healing galing pa. Coming in from 5k. O, tara tayo mga tropa. 5 pa tayo. Kompleto pa. Kailangan na lang natin ingatan yung mga post plant. Pero uy, papatigilin. Ngayon ang mundo. Avova sees out na, uy, 5 to mga best. Will they be able to get that? Oh, actually, the spray down coming in from Avova. He finishes off 1. May possible pa rin na retake coming in from F4Q at location has been revealed. Let's see. They're taking it so much as we've seen the crossfires happening.
Oh my God.
And Meta gets the head of Funny na 3v5 pa nga nila. Nag-take lang kayo si Zunba but Avova still denies him. And that's big. Coming in from G2. Yes, they may be stacking. 5 pa sila. But the fact na nakapunta na ng elbow kagad si Avova, he's face down 1, nakita pa ng information as to where they are, tapos nakapag-crossfire pa itong mga miyembro ng G2, bigla-bigla na lang sila na shamble into pieces ang F4Q.
Avova, he was on point on that round. Nakuha niya na rin yung kanyang cosmic divide. On the other hand, isa-isa rin yung F4Q eh. And also the lineups then as well for the team. Now, this is 5k peeking on long. Meron siyang nakitang isa. This is the Aldrone and actually mapapunish ng guiding light din yan, no? So walang makikita completely yung Aldrone na yan. But this is G2 trying to pinch down on B long. And this will be the ultimate orb farming. Ultimate orb farming lang sa Gedli dahil they know they have that advantage and the TP out na bait si 5k onto peeking. But Esperanza was ready to kill the person who teleported. This is now G2 pushing in. Or rather, F4Q going back to the site actually. This is G2 still trying to find which area to go in. Nagagamit na rin nila dito yung mga utilities na gusto nilang gamitin. And it seems like they still have the Hunter's Fury they can use for a post plant or even para sa entry. Pero paano, anong oras, saan? I think it's gonna be on the 30 second mark.
And because of that, pressure lang coming from G2 pero nga lang Nuki creates space already as he takes down Zunba na wala na lang rin ang isang magpre-prevent sa kanila from pushing and right now they're clearing every angle as Cold Meta will be planting already. Yes, may lineup kaya dyan nagplant pero ngayon ready na rin yung mga ultimates. We have the Cosmic Divide, the Hunter's Fury, syempre, and Nuki with that showstopper. Plus, alam naman natin na eco round ang effort. So, yun lang. Doon ka lang nagkamalit, Nuki. Na-expect na siya ni Bunny. Sabi ni Bunny, ginagawa ko rin yan eh. Kaya alam ko na meron parating nandyan. Pero, nag-fake lang just to waste that one. Pero, oh no, don't tell me. This might be a possible win. Na-eco sila na F4Q.
Eco. They just got ecoed. They were able to pick up the guns and also Esperanza was able to take those essential pickoffs. F4Q secures this round. 11-6 is the score. My God. I think it's quite possible na mag-game 3 tayo. Nanonood pala si Boss Narpin.
Boss Narpin. Kay Coach Gibo.
Coach Gibo, nanonood din. Sumisigaw na silang lahat.
Ay, parang yung narinig ko sa sa K-drama eh. Ay, di ba?
Ito, Ray. Para sa side ng G2, kahit broken buy sila dito, magagamit nila tong utilities nila actually, 4 na players. Ultimate is up. Hunter's Fury immediately being used right now. This is from G2. Pero naghahanap lang ng impormasyon actually with Nuki having also the showstopper. If he managed to see someone itong bumbot niya merong masecure, the push mula dito sa Lambs trying to find players, but there is no one. They're all holding off. 2 utilities na ang nagagamit para sa side ng G2 para sa kanilang ultimates, and the Cosmic Divide even was used right now from Avova. They're all in A site already. Paano nila to iti-take? Paano yung post plant? And paano yung magiging retake? Dahil meron ding ulti na pwedeng gamitin si Bunny dito, and their own Cosmic Divide is going up as well.
Uy, naging box na. Gumawa na geometry. Pero si Avova, si out the face, and Anuki got to go the hold. Isa-isa na lang pinapagsak ngayon. Ang mga miyembro ng F4Q, even they failed earlier sa kanilang post plant. Still, they'll be able to get that round. Ginamit nila lahat, and kahit may Cosmic Divide, maraming nakuhang mga utilities, maraming ginamit. Still, at least hindi ito na-going to waste. Tignan mo, nag-audition lang sa mukha ni Nuki ang 2 miyembro plus Avova controlling over bats. Magugulat ka sa sigaw nila. Kahit ako nagulat dun.
Nagising eh. Hindi ginigising lang nila tayo kasi mag-aalas 2 na guys. Meron pa. May trabaho pa ako ng 11 AM. Pero dahil mahal na mahal ko ang Valorant. Basic.
Wala. Mahal namin eh. Mahal namin Valorant. Tsaka gusto namin yung mga viewers, inaabangan nyo daw kami. Di magcast na kami. Apiran lang naman kami dito. Kapag tinatanong tayo, minsan ano daw yung sahod natin.
Walang bayad
apir lang. Libre lang to.
Mahal. Doon na namin kamahal yung Valorant, guys. Medyo delikado tong positioning. Pag isipin mo, pag si Bunny nakakuha ng matinding pick-off dito, pag may nag-push, mahirap talaga. This is actually the drone na kailangan ma-punish agad-agad, and that is the punish actually. Pero that gravity well, I don't know what happened there. He was deciding to go back, but he was getting sucked in. The gravity, ganun na lang nasabi niya, parang okay.
Nahilo ako. Ganun eh.
Nahilo na lang siya doon eh. But this is a broken buy for F4Q. And Zumba goes down immediately. Esperanza, naka-shutdown pa siya ng isa with a frenzy.
Gumagamit talaga ng baril. Uy, hindi na daw. Ayaw na daw. Denied na. Kodomenta will be planting. Pero nakaharang na. But, uy! Nakita kasi yung buhok ni Sage. Naka-ponytail kasi this time around. Pero 2v4. Pero I think this is going to be harder for F4Q. Pero kailangan din nila give up. But Mixwell pins him down. He can just save that Vandal. But he wants to contest this. Pang-highlights daw to. Yan ang mga sinasabi ng mga nagko-comment sa kabilang platform. But Abobas instead sees the head of 5K. And G2 will be teaming the advantages of F4Q into 3. So di pa daw tapos ngayon ang laban.
Tapos. Gusto nilang i-2-0. Bumabawi pa ang kuya natin mula sa EMEA, which is G2. Sa mga gustong magtanong o sa mga nagtatanong pala or nagwa-wonder kung saan nga bang regions nang galing itong mga teams natin. F4Q is from the Korea region, and also EMEA naman para sa G2. And right now, different playstyles, different regions coming in together dito sa Masters Berlin. Ang mananalo sa Masters Berlin is actually secured on the spot papuntang Champions. So this is a big deal na mangyayari din sa Berlin, by the way.
At ito pa, yan yung mga kabang-abang din talaga sa mga teams na to. Pero ano nangyari? Ang daming na-waste na utility, but okay. They haven't gotten a single frag yet, but this seems like, okay, we need to bail out of B side. It's not working for us. Masyado nang maraming nalaman ang F4Q kung saan tayo pupunta. Pero kay Lokis, he tries to make sure that there's someone at the bats. Hindi talaga umaalis dun si Zone ba? Talagang pinaninindigan niya. Pero that potential, makakapunta na kagad ng A-site ang tatlong members ng F4Q. Nag-comment na nga, sinabayan pa ng Atlas Fury. Pero saktong-sakto.
Nadamay lang ata yun ah.
Ay, nako po. Damay si Bilyan.
Nahuli pa nga. G2 right now trying to pinch down the enemies, but 5K getting that 3K instead. Esperanza to secure the kill. This is now match point para sa side ng F4Q. Gusto nilang dalhin sa game number 3. Dami na nag-aabang ng 100 Thieves.
Maya-maya pa yan, guys.
Mukhang maya-maya pa. Oo, yung sunod na casters natin pala, sa mga nagtatanong din, it's gonna be you, di ba, Ray? Tsaka si Dax.
Si Dax. Magtatagalog si Dax, guys.
Magtatagalog si Dax. Kaya dapat abangan nyo, wag muna kayong matulog. Pati si Ilustrado, mamaya kasama rin ni Dax. So, wag kayong matulog. Bawal.
Walang matutulog, guys. Walang matutulog. Pero that's it. We're seeing more of this one. But, alam mo, isa na lang for F4Q Kapag hindi pa nila to nakuha, kapag naging OT pa to, ay naku po, medyo makakasira na ng momentum. But G2, sabi nila medyo mali yung execution natin on that part. Like they try to go into B. Medyo kind of a fake, pero they bailed out. Kaso naging problema nila is yung Hunter's Fury na nagpa-delay. Plus, si Zunba, after ng wall na yon, nakapag-spray down pa siya, tumiming pa, may nabawasan pa siyang isa, and it crumbled for the side of G2.
Oh, tactical timeout. Coming in mula dito sa G2. Kailangan na talaga nilang pag-isipan to Ito na yung make or break situation na to para sa kanila. Abot ng game 3 o magiging 2-0 ang score kung mahabol nila. But that is 4 more rounds na kailangan nilang habulin. And this is the final, kumbaga, final chance Kompleto sila dito pagdating sa utilities, kompleto sila pagdating sa mga rifles na meron sila. They just have to play this one right. Nakagat na nga si Bunny. Dalawa pa sila, nag-satchel out, pero nakaharang si Kuya Muzunba. The Saki-Saki comes in, Gravity Well, pero meron ding counter-Gravity Well na pwedeng gamitin si Zunba dito, forcing out the players of G2 to actually go back. 5K was able to secure 1 kill. Tamang tamang tap-tap lang, di ba? Parang tap ko na yan.
Baka naman, pakape lang po, pwede na. Joke lang guys, pero ayun na naman tayo mag-collect na naman tayo, Lahat tayo mga piso-piso na yan. Pero ngayon on a serious note, 3 na lang coming in from F4Q. It's so hard for them dahil may isa pang magpa-flank. Pero Esperanza, if he'll be able to pin down 2 na coming in from elbow, this might be possible. Pero let's see if how will F4Q take the risk.
Hindi nag-connect yung guiding light. Kinulang ng kaunti. Pero mukhang ito na, Ray. Ang retake na gagawin ng F4Q, kung successful yan, 100% game number 3. Pero it seems like G2 wants to hold this down and make it to a 2-0. 12-9 is the score, guys. And stuck sa match point ngayon ang F4Q. Humahabol pa konti-konti ang G2. If you think about it, F4Q, may pera ba sila pagdating dito? 5K, ang lakas niya dito ngayon Showing off really.
And alam mo, sa tingin ko, kung kanina sa Acend, sky mo, si 5K, sa tingin ko, it's gonna be a different type of pacing. Kasi you have Reyna, kaso nga lang, it seems like you only have
Hindi siya pop off nung Reyna
Hindi
siya.
siya nag-pop off. Kahit naglalabas siya ng leer, kahit minsan sumasakto, hindi talaga. Kasi dali lang tanggalin ng leer di ba? You'll just be spraying that out, pero when it comes to Sky's flashes, it's really
ikot-ikot ka
impossible.
lang, para kang Beyblade. Sinusubukan mo magtago. Sa corner, sinusubukan mo mag-hug ng wall para hindi ka makita ng kalaban. Speaking of walls, this is a wall from Kellogg's. Just waiting. Ang ganda ng angle na nakuha niya. Nakapag-boost pa siya dito, Tapos itong wall, kailangan nila sirain, which is nangyari na nga. But Nuki is actually just waiting with the judge. Was able to punish 2 players with, of force the kill from Zumba as well, making this a 4v3 situation right now. And right at this moment in time, just the timing of Zumba getting that 3k already. Mixwell to get a kill. Instead, 2v2 situation. Defender Killjoy lockdown is set in place. Efina, laban kay Mixwell. Now a 2v1 situation and the satchel in play from F4Q Bunny. Just right on point. Mas mabilis pa sa fast speed lang para kay Bunny to finish things off with a judge. He knew na kailangan niya lumapit to finish things off. And we are going in to game number 3 with F4Q winning that match. What a play right there. F4Q, pinili nila tong mapa na to. Bind is their map pick. And they want to take it. This is a team not to be underestimated. Despite their showing kanina sa mapa na Acend, they were able to balance things out this time around. Maganda ang opening nila dito. Looking at the replay as well on the side. Unorthodox walls going up, but it's not gonna work out. Look at this.
Yeah.
Si Satchel in play para lang talaga to secure that kill. He knew. Alam niya, Ray, na kailangan niya lumapit.
And that was a good start na sana for that round for that round itself, but unfortunately with those high risk play coming in from F4Q, those unorthodox plays coming in from them, yun yung naging way for them to take that 1v1, but he still has that utilities. When you're on that race, of course you need to make or break it, and Bunny still makes the most out of it, clutching that. Kasi pag hindi, alam nyo na, magkakaroon ng possible overtime. But they denied it. We need to confirm this so that we'll be able to have a map 3 which is going to be in Haven.
Oh, Haven is the map. Finally, nag-iba yung mapa. Kasi kanina, Acend tsaka Bind din yung nakikita natin eh. So, looking at it as well, pagdating sa mapa ng Haven, dito natin makikita talaga mag-shine yung, lalo na yung mga post-plan situations na yan. Dito rin natin makikita yung mga players and yung mga teams kung ano nga ba talaga ang capabilities. Kasi with a map like Haven, 3 yung sites natin, napakalaking mapa, long-range aim duels is the key. But it seems like for F4Q, it really works out dito sa mga tight angles. Lalo na with Bunny playing it with the Satchel and the Judge is very doable for them. Look at this, oh. Ito yung final moments kanina. Si Bunny, yung Satchel in place niya, hindi yung paakyat eh, hindi yung patalon eh. Yung Satchel place niya, yung talagang pa-slide papunta doon sa kalaban.
Saka it's a make or break for Bunny. Diba, kanina nag-struggle siya sa Acend, pero ngayon, bowing-bawi ang ginawa niya. Plus, this is really different. 5K with that amount of Isuda Duelist Sky is really perfect so what we can see. But right now, we'll be expecting more coming in from these teams as we're heading on sa may Game 3 right now. But we'll take a short break, syempre, here in VALORANT Masters Berlin. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. I'm Rayleigh, and of course, kasama ko si Tier, and we'll be right back for Game 3.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where for the first time we're heading to map 3, and that's courtesy of F4Q, taking down G2 Esports in a surprising fashion here on Bind, given the way that map 1 had played out. But a lot of our conversation between the two maps was what needs to change, particularly on the side of F4Q behind Bunny as a top performer, and 5K showed up.
And look, I said that 5K playing on Skye was going to be a huge risk. I saw they picked him for Skye again. The best thing you can hope for there is that he's going to make huge improvements, and I would say that is exactly what happened. Not only was his utility usage better, his positioning was better. He wasn't locked away over in U-Haul, which is the issue I had with him in the Korean region. He was actually playing in places like Garden, where you can get way more value off of those flashes, but also just his confidence. The way that he took a load of kills and worked together with the rest of his team, you could tell that he was actually confident in the role he was playing.
I mean, obviously, you get all that confidence from practicing in officials. As you were saying, the first time was not good enough. This one, I feel like he did a great job. And I feel like it's also the fact that they had so many chances of actually attacking, something that we did not get to see on Acend, even though, I mean, it's a defensive map, yada, yada. But these people really like attacking, and we see why. We understand why. And probably from G2, they learned maybe too late that it was just better to just give them all the space in the world and play retake, because they're going to use most of their utility early in the round, just looking for that early timing. And since they don't have a Sage, they don't have Brimstone, they don't have anything really to lock you down.
I mean, from bottom fragging on Reyna on Ascent to top fragging on Skye on Bind, 5K came up in a big way. But I also love the call out on G2, maybe not learning some lessons as quickly as they needed to, or in order to come back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the things with G2 is if you see the way F4Q are playing, they're very quick to rotate. They like to make these big positional changes, and I don't think G2 were really punishing that enough. You know, some teams, when they make decisions like that, you just see the other team, they kind of slip in, they take advantage of that space. I think that wasn't something that G2 were doing enough.
I was talking to Dash, actually, while we were watching the map, and it felt, to me, it felt like F4Q were using the utility in such a 8 months ago way, but also but also mixed with the ones that we used today. That it was just so confusing, because you see the alarm button, I'm like, oh my god, I didn't even remember that you could put the alarm button there. But it's like, no, it's really confusing. Obviously, there's a lot of microstarts that they were using every single round, and it's hard to adapt when everything changes.
Well, we're going to have a moment to come back and talk a little bit more about not only this map, but the map 3 that awaits us. For now, though, Sean is standing by at the LED wall with some in-depth analysis. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Dash. Yeah, I actually really want to talk about F4Q and some of the cool things they did to stop G2's aggressions, because G2 tried to disrespect them early in this game, but let me tell you some of the things that they did here. So this is their A execute, but just look at the things they're doing at the start of the round to stop early aggressions. We have so many Astra stars. We have a recon in the back of the Showers wall. And the purpose for these Astra stars, one by one, so the one in both tellies, because the second they hear the telly, they'll pop a gravity well and shut down any aggression. The turret first contact on hookah push, and then in Showers, they have two stars there. The one farthest back towards the A site would be popped as a smoke, and the first one would be popped as a gravity well if a defensive player were to come up and get the orb, say if a Sage were to wall and grab the orb. So there's so many things they're doing to stop initial aggressions, and then once they realize that doesn't happen, now we can start playing the clip. They're gonna actually go through Showers with these 3 players. They use Skye's Trailblazer to first clear everything out. Sova gets close on the wall and is ready to drone. The Astra has recalled every star. Skye pops the ult. So the Seekers are going in, and then Sova blind ults through the site. And it is just a dead hit. And then also ends up hitting the Astra as well in the corner.
And those tags are actually what changed this round, because that causes Bunny to come up short A, gets the free paint shell kill on the player in the corner, and then 5K actually just angles off over there by the bench and gets such a cheeky kill on Mixel right there, and that closes out the round. So this is just F4Q just nailing G2 by playing passive early round and then just going straight into this insane A exec. All right, back to you guys on the desk.
Breakdown again. Very interesting to see the adjustments that F4Q made from map 1 to map 2, bringing in a little bit more strategy, it seems, picking apart G2, stopping some of that aggression. Maybe G2 could learn a thing or two because of the aggression that F4Q has brought to the table at times and how to slow that down. But now we have to kind of reframe towards that map 3. It's going to be Haven. You were excited at the fact that we might actually get to see it. Why so?
I am excited because I am nervous, because I really think that since we're here in this last map, I don't know what is going to happen. I thought that this was going to be a 2-0 for G2, but this Haven for F4Q is so good. And if we get to see 5K on the Jet, I'm going to die here.
I mean, no, that would be really cool. And I am definitely, if I haven't made it obvious enough already, I'm definitely in the club of 5K, please play something that isn't Reyna. So I would be totally down for that. That said, we have, not on Haven necessarily, but we have also seen Bunny take the Jet. However, F4Q do like to play Raze on this map, so I would assume that if it's going to be one of them who's taking the Jet, it would be 5K. But, as you say, it is a good map for them. I don't know if they also expected to go to a map 3, so they might be just as surprised as us, and they're like, "Oh wait, we've actually got to do something."
And
now.
you were saying they were not lucky on EMEA against the teams. This was also one of the maps that were not good for them. Last 8 maps, they've won 3. They won 5, lost 3. I don't think they're 100% confident, but I do like to see G2 playing on Haven. As I was saying at the beginning, we went from a G2 that didn't want to know anything about Haven to a G2 that is like, okay, Haven, let's go.
Well, okay, let's put some context to that in terms of what is the major difference between Haven as a map and the rest. Obviously, a much more expansive map. You're looking at 3 sites as opposed to 2. Do you feel that that in particular is what suits F4Q, having more space to run?
It's not only the fact that you have more space to run, it's the fact that even if you're explosive and it doesn't work, you have so many options to make it work. Like even if we see a lot of teams going crazy about A, but there's so many ways of attacking A, that suits them super well, because if they want to be aggressive, they have like 60 different ways of doing it.
And to that end, we have been critical of G2's defensive side, and I feel like on Haven, if you collapse, it can fall apart very quickly. Lucky for them, they will at least start on the attacking side.
Well, it's interesting that you actually say that, because in G2's kind of more recent poorer performances on Haven, it was the attacking side that they struggled with more.
Oh no.
So it could end up, I believe it was against Acend, who admittedly is a very good team. We saw them play excellently earlier on today, and that was a 10-13 scoreline. So it's not like it was a 1-13 they got totally stomped, but it was the attacking side that they struggle with a little bit more.
Now, we talked a lot about agent switch-ups for F4Q from Game 1 to Game 2 and what we liked about what they brought out on Bind. What about for G2? Is the answer here in taking map 3 within agent select, or is it just within the play itself?
I think it could be both, but I feel like we need Nuki on Raze instead of Sage. I feel like if you want to go against that aggression, getting the early pick, just opening the can for your team, I think it would be better for them, especially when the map is so big that you need to have some aggression anywhere on it.
Well, if anybody was worried about nerves, it feels like Kellogg's is more than comfortable up there on the Masters stage. But as the casters had noted as well during that map 2, as opposed to map 1, where it felt like a very one-sided energy on the stage from G2, F4Q popping off in a big way. I've not heard screams that loud in quite some time.
You guys didn't get to see it, but 5K was standing up more than he was sitting. He was going crazy. That is the idea that you want.
Yeah, I mean, I was just, obviously we could all hear it, and you know what they said in the cast, they were like, wow, it's been a while since we've had that. But because of where I'm sitting, I don't get to see them. I can see G2. I can't see F4Q, but I can sure as hell hear them.
All right, well, momentum always plays a major role in tack shooters, we know. And so, again, especially when you can see your opponents across the stage, maybe 10, 15 meters away. I want to know who's getting into each other's heads, right? And which of these players has the kind of mental resilience to bounce back when maybe they did very much expect to 2-0 their opponents.
Yeah, I also think that it's very important. I really like the breakdown that Sean did, because it gives us a lot of background on how the mind of Zumba works. And I feel like for this map, for Haven, that is going to be a major part completely, because if he's going to be on the flank, if he's going to be pulling the strings for his team and creating that better situation for them, this could perfectly go 2-1 for FOQ.
And I was just going to say, you know, you Dash, you're like, oh yeah, we know what momentum can do in TAC shooters. How did that work out for G2 in map 2?
That's true.
Not very well.
I think they were just, they got to buy into like overconfidence after that first map. That was kind of easy for them.
Yeah, they had too much momentum. They crashed into a bridge and now they're here. Map 3.
Now they're here. Map 3. Players have another minute or two until they can dive into Agent Select as we revamp a client. So we're actually going to take a moment to look back at a 5K highlight from Bind to take a look at how he stepped up in such a big way again, reminding everybody that he bottom fragged to top frag between the two different maps.
Yeah, and it's not only that. The first one he was playing Reyna, now he's going with the Sky, but he feels really comfortable. And I mean, the new Sky really feels like a duelist as well sometimes.
Absolutely, you can. It's interesting as well because over in the Korean region, you're more likely to see the supportive Sky style rather than that, you know, the Victor style, the NA style Sky where it is the duelist. And so for 5K to almost be anomalous amongst the background of the region that he hails from, that's really cool. And to see him do really well on it, I like it. I'm a fan.
I have to imagine the added utility that you gain from Sky in terms of information gain off of those flashes. Sure, Reyna can still blind you, but she's not necessarily going to know that she did unless she peeks the corner.
What I want to see that I felt that was missing last map, we were saying it was either Killjoy or Viper for the change. I feel like Efina was not on top on that situation. I feel like, yes, the turret did give some information, but that is going to change soon because the tag is not going to be that much. The turret is not going to be that impactful. And I feel like for this team to advance onto that Vine, that has to be one of the changes that they make. I feel like he needs to step up for this last one.
Well, the thing that comes to mind when you bring up, you know, the information is so important and Sky, you can use that. G2 on Haven have not played a Sova in a while. It's something that F4Q like to play, but it really means that you're going to be leaning into those agents like a Sky, like a Killjoy to be collating that information, because you're not going to have the straight up, like the recon darts, the drones, the sort of classic vanilla information gain that I suppose you would consider on basically any map that isn't split.
I consider it vanilla information.
Well, but you know what I mean? It's like when you think, okay, I need some information. Oh yeah, Sova can do that. You know, not having him, you've got to go for something else.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't need a Sova if you're picking all the time. If you're dry picking, why do you need a Sova? You know?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he could give you safety to information gain, but at the end of the day, I think this series so far has been so much about speed. And change in speed, right? It hasn't always been pedal to the metal, but it's about, as Sean pointed out, F4Q's ability to stifle the aggression and the speed out of G2 when they choose to execute, and similarly move with speed when they choose to themselves. Usually Bunny out in front with the double blast packs, ending it in incredible fashion there for the 13th round win. But that's where, for me, a big map like Haven, I'm going to have similar questions. How do you track your opponents? How do you decide and determine where they're actually going to attack and when they want to execute as we get into our Prime Gaming Agent Select?
Okay, so what do we expect here? Gio, would you go for some surprises, or do we expect what we were used to see?
I don't know if I would go for surprises necessarily. I mean, we've already spoken about how G2 like to go for different things. In the last composition that they played on Haven, which was Jet, Killjoy, Omen, Raze, and Sky, they've only played that once. So it could be that they abandon that, they go for something new, but I don't know if I'm expecting anything crazy.
I mean, there you go. First thing, Evo is not going to be playing Omen. He's going to go back in the Astra,
right,
something that I actually like. Do you like it?
Do you disagree?
No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just I was thinking, yeah, we're not going to see anything new. And it's like, well, okay, I straight up.
We were talking about adapting to other teams, to all the regions and the rest of the world. Looks like Evo was agreeing into that. It's like,
Very
okay, guys,
true.
I'm going to go for the Astra.
I am a fan of the 5K Sky once again, though. That's something that I expected to see on Vine because it's something they were bringing out, but it's not something that they've played lately.
I love it. I mean, I was expecting the jet, but if I can choose, I'm going for the double info. I'm going for double info. I'm a loser for Sky.
All right, you might be a loser for Sky, but I tell you this much. We are all winners because we're about to get treated to our very first map 3 of Masters Berlin. Hypoc Pansy, take it away.
Hello guys, what's up? It's already 2 a.m. in the morning, but still we're casting the PH broadcast of VALORANT Masters Berlin. I am Ray, and of course, join me here as we're still casting the best of 3 series here, the double elims of F4Q against G2. At unang mapa nga, just a quick summary, was won by G2, and here in Bind earlier, F4Q was able to get that. At ngayon, sa pinaka huli, as we can see here, we're starting in Haven as nakita nyo na nga din ang agent pickings. So tingin ko this is a good idea that 5K won't be going to a duelist talaga, hard duelist. But still, he's gonna go with that Sky, and based on how he fragged so much, ngayon papakitaan niya ulit tayo on how he will be fragging on their defending side.
Panel is already a fan of 5K's Sky right here. And makikita ulit natin yan ngayon. Kinilig akong konti, tinawag tayong casters na tayo daw sina Pansy.
Salamat!
Kinilig ako ng kaunti doon. Salamat. Pero ganito pala ang feeling. But, going back to the game, this is the pistol round. Labasan na naman ng mga utilities and F4Q. Seems like they get frags after frags. Mixwell, nadali lang ng konti sa paglabas ng kanyang classic right there. Kahit blinded yung kalaban, nakapatay pa din. And F4Q just secures that pistol round really quick. Speed lang.
Oh no, that big deny coming in from G2's commitment sa CSAT, which is usually you can see that pero right now with how 5K pops off already, nakikita nyo na yung sobrang laking effort of how he deals this one, and so far he got that 2 frags, pero ang bilis in just a blink of an eye, F4Q actually secured that. And we all know that when it comes to attacking, we're expecting a lot coming in from G2, but F4Q makes a lot of miracles, and that's what it looks like for a team that they don't have that much solid of an strategy, but then you seem like not having figured them out at all, and that's what we can already witness sa side ng F4Q.
Oh man, hindi pa rin ako makageta. Isipin mo, Ray, paano kung sabihin nila, Ray and Terror, take it away? Pero Mixwell, nakatama ba siya ng kaunti doon? Actually, oo, kasi si Kellogg sa 82 HP na lang siya dito, and wala rin siyang armor anyway. But this seems like a good push from the side of G2, pero Esperanza is ready to take them on. Kellogg was able to get a kill, and that is a kill onto Esperanza. 3v4 situation right now. This is still actually doable as they plant the spike already on side. Bumatras ng kaunti. Yung Tailblazer natakot doon sa Nano Swarm. And despite that, nakasetup na rin dito ang G2 para sa kanilang mga utilities for the post plan, but it seems like it's not working out in the end of them, as they all go down in the hands of F4Q yet again.
Even if there were some failures coming in from 5K, kanina natakot sa Nano Swarm, F4Q just took their time. Plus, G2 right now, underman din sila, and they only have those sheriffs coming in from their guns, but right now we're gonna go with the full buy now. So this might be a possible win for G2 once again, but knowing that F4Q is currently at ngayon, it's currently popping off, plus they already know how they will be dueling this with G2, how they will be handling G2's aggressiveness, shows to us that when it comes to Haven, it's a little complicated for the side of G2.
Little complicated it is, and looking at it as well, the take, this is gonna be quite difficult. This is a bonus round for F4Q right now. Looking at it, si Bunny naka-ano rin dito, no? Naka-off na rin dito. We're not seeing a jet on their map, or rather, yung kanilang composition with the agents. But this can still work out. This is the setup of the traps, and si Kellogg's agad-agad kahit alam mong walang kalaban, he just sprays down because of course those pre-fires are very essential, and he gets lots of pick-offs mula doon kanina from the previous map that we've seen as well. Like a while ago, Ray din, G2 wanted to sort of disrespect. They got the confidence during map number 1 and how they can just parang mukhang lost yung F4Q. But this is a totally different story because F4Q, they're looking really strong right now. This might be an upset even for the side of G2 in any case.
And remember, they actually forced a lot of things. But I think if hindi man nila ma-retake, they can just give this up. They can just save that operator itself. Pero nakapag-exit frags pa si Esperanza. He was able to pin down where Kalokis was here in B side. And yeah, they're just gonna be going with the exit pair. Ayaw na contest ng G2. Ayaw mo mag-falter pa yung economy against F4Q. But still, they'll be getting this round on where they have that great advantage coming in from their guns. But at the same time kasi, ang ganda rin ang hold nila eh. Nag-asim kasi medyo si Zunba. It was just really expected. Plus those good flashes coming in from their sky. I really do think that that's a good way of G2 to start up also when it comes to that. Pero kung napansin mo, mix well together with Coldama, talaga nagpalit sila ngayon ng agent. Kasi kanina hindi talaga nagsistruggle si Mixwell into getting that good flashes. So it's a good way also to have that sudden change lang naman on where you want them to mas lahat sila kung saan sila mas magiging effective.
Oh, that's true. Aside from that din naman, itong F4Q they saved up that Phantom, they saved that operator up. So this is still a doable round for them despite G2 getting that win on that specific round though. But if you think about it, napakalaking factor na nakuha nila pa rin yung operator. Pwede pa rin sila makapag-punish dito, and Kelox seems like he just wants to go on B, take on mid and take B side. Pero may mga traps na nakaset dito actually. Yung Killjoy utilities nandito sa B side. So they know that there is someone on mid. They're popping on the smokes as well. Medyo yumayanig pa ng kaunti yung mapa with the recon not detecting Mixwell because there is actually a smoke from the Astra. Si Bonnie wala pa rin siya nakikita for the pickoffs.
Ano pa, medyo nahihirapan pa yung G2 to make a good entry. Oh, ano lang,
alam mo, Ray, balit, ano lang pala, isang mabilis lang na update. Nakita mo na ba ang tweet ng Paper Rex?
Oo nga
Dala nila ang PH flag sa Berlin. Ang cute lang, gusto ko lang sabihin. But this is a take from G2 now planting the spike. The wall comes up.
At kita mo naman na medyo nakapag-igib na din ngayon ng G2 towards A side. They already planted. Gives a harder time actually for G2 to retake. Pero let's see if they will be able to deny that. But the fact that nilabas na rin right now ni Mixwell ang kanyang ultimate is already big coming from him. And tatlo na lang kagad natitira sa F4Q. This is hard to retake. But let's see, their high risk, high reward place na naman sa kanila. As of now, wala pa napipick off si Bobby. That was a good flash. Pero unfortunately, Kalokis will be denying him just some trade-offs. And still, they will be saving that. Pero uy, oh no, ito ang talagang cancerous ng taon. Ay, hindi lang nga. Yun ang mangyari. Nakalamang pa si Fina. Expected na din kagad. Buti nakita na din kagad yun. But a quick replay. Feel ko laki na din kasi ng pressure plus yung buy time pag nilabas may lockdown na yan. So, yeah. Uy! Nagulat ako.
Teka lang, ginigising lang nila tayo. Kasi guys, para sa mga nagtatanong pala ng schedule para sa matches natin, meron din kasi naghahanap kina Dax at kina Ilustrado, no? So, yung next match natin, si Ray tsaka si Dax maglalaban tuloy. Magkakast! Tapos susunod si Ilu tsaka si Dax. So, medyo night shift tayo ngayon, guys, dahil sinusundan natin yung ating Masters Berlin. Nakakaiba ang oras, 6 hours ahead tayo. So, it's time. 2-2 is the score. 2-2 is the score.
Ay, 2-2 na nga ang ating score kagad. Definitely. But then, an eco round for F4Q. And, there was just some 3 frags. Unfortunately, that was a good hold coming from their Astra. Pero nga lang, isa-isa na sila napatumba sa traps na yan. Deny lang coming from that wall. As we only have 5k together with Zunba. This is quite of a big struggle already coming in from them. But still, hindi na to magiging possible talaga for them to actually take this. Kanina naglabas sa Saki-Saki, pinadelay lang ng konti, but they still have a lot of time so that they can plant that.
Na-plant na nga yung spike, and this is G2 for their post-plant situation. They keep taking a site, and it seems like F4Q is just giving them enough space to actually take it. Mixwell was able to take Zunba down, and this is 5K na naghahanap pa rin ng pwedeng makuha o pwedeng mapatay sa side ng G2, but it's not gonna happen anymore. Isang casualty lang para sa kanila. 3-2 is the score. G2. Ang ganda ng takes nila pagdating sa A site, no? Pero looking at the minimap right now, Ray, I think they're gonna go for C this time around.
Dito mo naman kagad, they just want to dominate on that particular round. Pero bumabawi pa ang mga tropa natin from G2. But then, right now, di na din nag-operate yung F4Q, no? They just can't seem to anchor it well kapag nasa seaside. Sayang lang din, magastos lang din talaga kasi nga, nanalo nga ang G2 on that previous round. Wala na sila gano'ng nakuhang frags, but all of them are stacking at seaside. Wala na sila gano'ng iniiwan, kundi si Mixwell lang na nag-aabang for those potential flanks. They are already committing Kaloki's Mixo space, pero alam may mga setups pa coming from F4Q. They were actually smart to take them out. And picking up, naging leeway pa yun for 5 keeps to actually spend that time taking out Kaloki's. Hindi na sila makapag-commit sa seaside, but instead, Koldamenta will be taking up his Seekers just to pin on where G2 guys are. But right now, kahit ang ganda nun, no? Diba usually, kocommit na yan ng mga players. Pero G2, buti na meron pa silang naging leeway. Mag-out pa sila because of that crowd coming in from 5K against Kalukis. Pero setting up na sila kagad. But Esperanza already takes a good hold of Koldamenta before pa mag-pop off iyang smoke na yan. And you have those shock dart lineups. Dinanay pa right now. O talaga, hindi ka makakapag-plant. Best. Pero dalawa lang yung shock dart. Ay, hinapon! Paano na magkapon si
Right in the face!
One enemy remaining.
It's always Bunny right in front of the face of G2. And even with an unorthodox wall on hell, na-pick off pa rin, nahanap pa rin yung positioning na yan. 13 seconds to plant the spike, not enough time. F4Q secures the round instead for them. What a play from these guys. Also, doon sa C-take kanina sana with Kalox actually trying to go in. Ang daming smokes, ang daming utilities, even the walls as well. Esperanza, just using the utilities, alam niyang makakakuha siya ng information. Kapag may natag siya, he's ready to pinch down the enemy. And exactly that is what happened. Despite the rotations mula sa G2, it's not gonna be enough to actually set up everything. Dahil nga pagpasok ni Bunny, dire-diretso na lang siya sa harapan ng kalaban. Wala na siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman nila.
Ano lang, no? Kung kanina hindi ko kaya pag-close range, right now I'm pretty confident. That's what Bunny is trying to tell us. And so far, we're seeing how F4Q pops off. Sabi ko nga the panel told us that they were a big fan of 5K. And actually, he's really taking those sentiments seriously as he's also popping off. We've seen those good calls coming in from his guiding light. Hindi siya nagmimintis ever so far in this rounds that we have. Now we have a 3v3 pero Kelokis will be able to go down. Makes down Bunny. A good trade lang against Aboba. Pero remember, open na ngayon na C-site but the timing hits perfectly. Denied ang Resu right now ni Nuki. Actually, he gets pala that the Resu but unfortunately Fina together with Zunba just having those trades coming in from the behind. Pero it's just gonna be too late. But the 3v3 situation is on the side also of F4Q. May possible win pa rin ito dahil low ang HP na si Koldamenta. Isa na lang siya. Isang HP na lang pero instead nagkaroon ng advantage na deny. Actually, yung potential retake this time around as we only have Zunba, the only guy left. Nakita na din siya right now ni Koldamenta and a big deny for that retake dahil pa isa-isa lang ang pagpasok ng F4Q. Will be secured by G2 and they will be leading by 1 round.
Oh, sasalit-salitan lang tong dalawang teams na to, no? Esperanza, siya yung klase ng player na gagamitin niya yung Aldron, gagamitin niya yung Recon, tas magtatago lang siya sa loob ng smoke. Tapos babaril na lang siya bigla. Surprise na lang. May isa pang surprise na kasama dyan. Si Bunny na talagang nagsaslide gamit yung satchel. Ang bilis niyang gumalaw dito. Para siyang nagti-tailwind pero double or times 2 the tailwind dahil dalawang satchel yung ginagamit niya usually. meron siyang showstopper na pwedeng gamitin and may lockdown din yung Killjoy na pwede rin gamitin. But this is an eco round for F4Q right now. If they manage to get 1 or 2 pickups, maaaring makita natin gamitin yung utilities na yan. If they're really confident, they can definitely use it up kahit na 5 versus 5 pa yung magiging labanan. This is the Trailblazer coming out. Pag nakagat ka, Zunba, you're gonna die. But he actually just gonna reposition himself after ng Trailblazer na yan. A good call, I would suppose. And good job din sa kanyang teammate na sinira o binasag yung Trailblazer.
Deny lang, no? Gamit lang ng mga utilities. You just want all over them to just waste it. But then, this is an eco round. It's so hard for you to take those shots, especially you're going up against the G2, syempre. Although maraming mistakes yung G2 earlier, they fall short. But this time around, they built different. Pero, timing na naman. Alam mo yun, it's not about the shots anymore sometimes. It's always just the perfect timing here in Valorant. Considering how a lot of actually, the agents are very utility-based. That's what we can see about it. Pero nga lang, I think this is a harder retake na for FRQ. Kahit pa merong deny with that lockdown, hindi na rin kagad nila gagamitin yan. As we already seeing Zunba all by himself. Ace ba to?
Naghahanap siya pero medyo malayo. Actually, nasa T-spawn pa, no? All the way from T-spawn is Zunba with a classic. He cannot do anything with this dahil wala rin siya mapupulot na barrel, and Bobo is actually gonna see him and finish things off with a flawless round. Indeed, for G2. What such a good take on site. And also, ang ganda ng timing ni Kelux. Ang ganda ng tutok ng taong to. It's just, he is just on fire since the map or the first map that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, we're always gonna be seeing him. Even if may deny coming in from his Sage earlier, at least this time around, we're seeing more of him, diba? So, maybe it's always about the comfort picks talaga. Pero, naglabas kagad ang aggressiveness. Pero the timing coming in from the Sucky tells us so much that G2 wants to take over that good control of this map. Pero speaking of, nakapasok na kagad si Kalokis sa loob ng seaside. Pero there are just some few denies. Will they get picked? Let's see. Pero nga lang low on HP na rin siya. Sinabayan pa ng lockdown. They need to bail out of this as Kalokis has already been picked off by Bunny.
Ang likot ni Bunny.
Oh my.
Oh my God! The triple kill! Going, nag-refresh ulit yung patience niya na pwede niya gamitin pero there's no damage or even enough damage to take on some HP. Panuki was able to take a kill instead. Efina, on the other hand, it's time for him to actually pop off in the aim duels and kills. Dahil nagmi-miss out yung team ng F4Q with that a while ago. Kailangan taguan ni Mixwell to. It's all up to him right now. 1v3 situation. He doesn't have the spike. Hawak actually ito ng players from F4Q on mid. Nag-aabang lang sila kung kailan ba siya lalabas. And if he plays this right, maybe he can get some kills here and there. But there is a turret detecting him. Alam na nila, the Saki-Saki as well. Lahat na ng utilities ginamit, the push, and even an alarm bot on window. Running towards A. Esperanza sees him on A short. Zunba is just waiting. Pero makakapag-plant pa siya ata dito.
Yun lang ang medyo masakit about it. But then Zunba will already pin down on Mixwell. Pero at least that was good. He was able to plant. But still, the fact that it's a full buy and you're just giving that round once again for the side of F4Q speaks to us that this is actually a very good stronghold coming from them. But remember, G2, this is not working well for G2. Dahil ang comfort nila talaga yung kanilang attacking side. They started pretty well, of course. But then, there's no cap right now that F4Q is actually just playing it chill. Kasi alam nila na we're gonna be preparing ourselves for the next half talaga. But then, with those huge mistakes coming in from G2, kinakapitalize lang ng F4Q actually.
Hirapan din siya doon, no? Dahil kapag ka-plant niya, alam niyang hinahabol siya ng mga tao doon sa sewers kanina. Tapos hindi niya na, syempre, sa dami ng angles na kailangan mong i-cover, meron pang A-main. But this is actually gonna hurt quite a bit. 26 HP, nakapag-dash out pa siya. 5K. Meron siya dito guiding light na pwedeng gamitin. He can pop this off and just immediately take on the kill onto Kellogg's dahil hindi siya aware pero hindi niya sinilip. Smokes. Lahat nagamit, Ray.
Kaya nga binis
para lang
nila.
makalabas.
Oh, pero okay na din. Kesa sa ma-underman ng team mo, di ba? Yun lang. Bunny is just holding at hell. But then, there, just some pick-offs na naman. Ang bilis makapag-trade off ng F4Q, ha? Kanina di nila magawa ito sa Acend, but it seems like they're really a bit different right now. And kita mo naman, it's 2v2, but then Kalukis behind their backs coming from Sewers is the head of 5K, denies him, and we only have Defina with his turret. Will he be able to make this up? Konti na lang, kaso nakita na rin siya right now ng Doggy, pero he takes out his turret for that potential push lang coming in from G2. Syempre, unahan nila yung turret na yan. Magiging slow ka dyan. But then, wala actually. Walang mga miyembro ng G2 na nasa site mismo. They're waiting at long. And this might be dangerous once again. He thought na isa lang ang meron. Hindi nila nakita. Si Coldamint, and ito na nga, 1v1! He still takes that! Oh no! Ayan na naman yung usual mistake ng G2 eh. Paisa-isa na naman sila. And that was a good clutch. Imagine, na-waste naman na yung turret mo. Wala ka nang turret. Iba pa yung set mo ng alarm bot kasi you were thinking nasa corner. Unfortunately, wala. But looking at that,
Psycho lang sila, men. Psycho lang sila dito ng F4Q. And all angles, hinanapan dito ni Efina with a double fake tap on the spike, even dancing around after that kill, after that clutch moment that we just saw. Man, isipin mo, tap niya spike. Pag silip niya sa A-shirt, walang tao doon, okay, nasa long A na for sure. Tap ulit natin, sisilip to at sisilip. They didn't play out for the time and they don't have the utilities, especially knowing na yung jet na lang yung naiiwan eh. Di ba? Ginamit na kanina yung smokes. So, no choice talaga. Pero looking at it, 5-5 is the score. G2 right now. Isa lang actually yung nabili dito ni Kellogg's na smoke, no? And he is just gonna use his blades.
This is really interesting, to be honest there. As this effort cute guys, they have those more of a potential clutch sa totoo lang. Pero hindi nga na nag-connect. Na-fake ang kanyang mga knives this time around. Hindi pa matulis actually. Pero we have those crossfires coming in. Esperanza gets the first frag. Kaso nga lang planted na right now ang spike. They need to bail out of it before makuha pa sila at ma-detain. Pero wala pa naman so far. Pero pinuntahan na nila kagad. Nakapag-igip na for the showstopper. Will he be able to get some heads? Wala naman, but it became a way for Zunba to actually take out Kalogis. A Revolva already being seen coming in from Garage. Pero Mixwell really playing up. He gets to 1v1. Really be able to get that 3K. Yes, that was a good clutch coming from Mixwell. If earlier F4Q was able to have that 2v1, siya hindi pa rin natatapos. Nag-align lang, nagpapaayuda ang mga players natin.
Nilaro niya yung Cosmic Divide. Parang siya ang may-ari. Parang siya yung nag-set up. That Cosmic Divide was... Oh my God. What a play from Mixwell right there. Napatay niya yung Sky. Lumabas siya ng saglit doon. Sinilip niya ulit para patayin yung susunod. And just playing around until he meets Bunny. Pinakitaan, Ray. And now Mixwell nag-init na rin with a double kill on mid. That was a very quick pickup mula dito sa G2. The Seers is out. F4Q trying to scour around the map, trying to find the pickups, but 5K nakita niya may tumawid. Pero hanggang tawid lang because Kellogg's is right around the corner. Napasok na nga yung C nang wala siyang kaalam-alam. Na-take na rin yung garage nang ganun kabilis in just a snap of a finger.
It's not over yet talaga sa side ng G2. Plus, you've seen that here. That round was really important for them to actually not stuck on that scoreline. Pero still, Coldamenta sees the head of Esperanza. Zone ba na lang, nag-iisang guy right now. They still have a lot of utilities. He's down to 5 HP. Actually, that was pretty lucky. But Nuki will be denying him. And right now, after those series of banters when it comes to their scorelines, G2 ngayon ay mag-lead na ng 2. At napakalaki nito. But remember, nangyari din to earlier, nakahabol pa kahit pa paano F4Q. But then, there's no denying that Kalokis right now is on point. But we need not to disregard yung each killjoy of the team. Kanina naging clutch yung isang round. Tapos right after that, a 3K also. So these are the players of our teams right now, and tells us so much na they really have that individuality plays coming in from them. Nakakatuwa tignan. Si Mixwell talaga din, and he got the 3K, a momentum booster sa dying momentum ng G2.
Exactly. After nung round na yun, no, after nung clutch moment na yun, immediately yung momentum na yun, nadala niya papunta doon sa pangalawang round o sa sumunod na round dahil nakakuha agad siya ng 2 pick-offs on mid. Popping off ngayon si Mixwell. Napakainit na ng labanan. Pero aside from that, kung napapansin mo, all the way from map number 1, we've come a long way going here sa map 3 natin, kung saan yung players ng F4Q nakakuha din ng momentum from Bind a while ago. They kind of feel more confident right now compared to map number 1, kung saan sinabi ko na I see them doubting based on doon sa movements na pinapakita nila. Na parang nagdadalawang isip sila kung sisilip ba sila, magpupush ba sila, or anong corner yung titignan nila. This time around, it's a different story. Nakikita natin si Bonnie right in the face. Pumupush. Yung mga satchel in place niya, nagagawa niya na rin finally. And nakapag-adjust na both teams on map number 3. It's just a matter of time kung sino ba talaga makakakuha netong ating second series para sa araw na ito.
Man, this is a really different type of matchup. I mean, when it comes to G2, a lot of people are expecting out of them, but there's no cap kapag F4Q. I mean, they're really showing us so much. It just seems like you can't read them at all. Pero G2, maybe if inatalo tayo sa bind, we just can't seem to figure out how 5K is popping off right now. Sa tingin natin, let's base it sa Haven na lang. Pakitaan natin sana na individual plays natin, and it's all working well for them. Nakakapag-entry si Kalokis, although nag-struggle siya kanina, but he's far more comfortable with that jet. And man, you need to calm down. Kasi kapag naka-jet talaga si Kalokis, he's far more different eh. Maybe this is telling us so much na iba talaga ang mga players when it comes to their comfort agents, but at the same time, there's no denying naman na minsan talaga when you're struggling sa isang map plus a different agent, maybe sometimes you fall short. Pero that's only a few tries naman. Then right now, it seems like G2, they started pretty harsh sa kanilang attacking side, pero at least they went on with a score streak na just because of those individual plays coming in from the clutches talaga. Biglang nag-init eh. Biglang nag-pop off yung si Mixwell.
They need to create the plays, and yung kailangan bigyan din talaga ng respect when it comes to the team of F4Q kasi hindi rin sila basta-basta. We can definitely see na pantay yung laban on map number 3. It's just the difference of getting those aim duels win, and even yung pick-offs ba na kung sino yung mas unang makakatutok from left to right, kung sino yung unang makakaswing, sino yung makakapag-spray transfer ng tama. It's all sort of parang geometric na. Kumbaga, alam mo yung meme na nagko-compute yung sa utak.
Yung
diba?
mga equations.
Yung mga equations, mga ganun na yung nakikita natin ngayon pagdating din sa mga swings nila, pagdating sa nakikita nyo naman sa inyong mga screen, diba? Kung paano yung mag-swipe yung kanilang mga kamay pagdating na sa mouse, kung paano rin nila kunin yung mga rounds na meron tayo. But heading back here, after the halftime, after finally switching sides, we know how F4Q is really strong on the attackers. And knowing this map as well, na tatlo yung site natin on the defense role, if you are on the defense, isa lang. This is a domino effect. Kung mapatay nila ang isa sa nasa site, a domino effect for all the players on the defense dahil kailangan nilang i-adjust para mabantayan lang each and every site.
And ngayon, F4Q is at their attacking side. At ngayon, will they be able to hit those shots? Unfortunately, si Ekalokis ay nauna na nga sumama na sa next life. Sumama na din si Coldamenta. And that was really pretty harsh actually for the side of them. Kasi dapat nakuha na nila yun eh. Pero unfortunately nga, ganda din talaga na setups coming in from F4Q. And we're teaming it down to 2. Zumba behind their backs. But Bonnie, that's what I'm talking about. Nasa attacking side sila sa second half. And hindi super malaki yung differences with their scores against G2. So may kita mo, most likely, nagkaroon na ng advantage sa barilan F4Q. They will be using that. Maybe we're going still to see the 7-7 score. Ang ganda na sana ng handling nila sa may garage. Pero nga lang, paglabas niya, 4 ba naman ang nakatingin sa'yo eh.
My God. Mainit kayo ng F4Q. Mainit din ang G2 Masters na nga talaga. Labanan na naman kung sino ang papunta ng champions. Ito na yung best of their specific regions that we have right here. Top 1, top 2, top 3, even for the teams that we have pasok dito sa Masters Berlin. A LAN event can make a big difference for the teams right here. Double-edged sword. Kung may teams na hindi sanay sa LAN events, pwedeng kabahan sila or unfamiliar territory para sa kanila. There are teams na sobrang sanay din sa mga LAN events na nakikita natin. And also with regards sa ping diff, it's a big difference, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, alam mo, may iba kasi talagang iba yung pag-handle ng pressure sa mga to. Pero nga lang, spray down, spray clicks, naku pa si Kalokis, just some trades happening, and they will just be playing it out, pero he wants to be so aggressive at Esperanza sees him out. Kaso nga lang, ito yung mahirap about it eh. Maganda na sana yung possible win na yun eh, pero wala kasing choice. Kung mag-bail out ka doon, nahabulin ka na. Kung nirisk mo yun, malay mo maka-pick off ka pa. And speaking of, ngayon si Nuki gets the head of Bonnie. Pins this with a 2v2. Tumatalon-talon lang si Mixwell. Kaso nga lang, siya na lang kagad ang natitira. Will he go down? Nako, you need to check out corners. And speaking of, Esperanza sees him also and leading na naman ang F4Q this time around after that the lead of G2 sa first half.
Oh man, 7-7 is the score. Pantay na pantay yung labanan dito. And looking at this round as well, this can be a round for F4Q. Lalo na ito yung bonus round nila eh, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, no? Bonus round nila to, they're still holding on that Spectre, but other players were already buying yung kanilang mga Phantom and also the Vandal as well. We are seeing 5k on the Vandal, but Kellogg's was able to punish one. Ito yung kanina niya pa sinusubukan eh, maka-punish sa mid, even yung kanyang play towards Garage kanina. But look at this, he was able to get 2. He's going for the third one. He managed to pick that up. And now with 20 HP, Kellogg's is still very, very viable and very lethal for the team of F4Q as Zumba is the only player remaining with the Nano Swarm popping in, 34 HP remaining para sa kanya. The aggression of G2, they know they can punish F4Q knowing that this is their bonus round and using that Spectres.
Man, it's still not over as a side of G2. This is pretty close. Alam mo yung nagke-clench yung mga fans ng G2 tsaka ng F4. Sino kayong magkaka-lead? Walang assurance that they can actually make this or break this. And especially with how G2 also have this game style na nakakapag-adjust sila kagad even if they're at the defending side. Still so much. Pero this time around, bumili. Ang expensive coming in from F4Q so far. And we're gonna be seeing just some Sheriff buys. All Sheriff pero complete halos ang utilities. But then, remember this time around, they also had this good step up eh. If F4Q na mananalo sila because of that, this might be a possible win for them na naman. Pero looks like they don't wanna go to a site. Harang na harang yung coming from sewers, which is very important. Instead, they will be positioning themselves and wait for the aggressiveness ng G2. Kaso pwede sila mag-B-site actually, pero daming traps. So, medyo na-stuck sila right now as G2. Kita may map control ng mga to. Talagang gusto nilang sandwich. Kaso yun lang. Because of that open ang C-site ngayon. Kodamenta medyo nagmadali. Oh no.
Meron pa ding Astra na nasa sino. He can definitely set up the stars already para hindi na mapasok. And this is gonna be a big adjustment for the side of G2. But looking at it, the traps are set on B anyway. And hawak pa rin nila yan. G2 was able to pick up one player and that is 5K. Very essential for the team of F4Q. Now, with the rotations coming in from F4Q, mukhang gusto nila ulit i-take yung mid dito. The shock darts coming in, not connecting to anyone, but Avova can definitely put on a flank. A big flank for the team. They are inside B already and planting the spike. Alam nilang 13 seconds remaining na lang at ito na nga ang inaantay nating biggest flank of his life. Avova was able to take on that 2 kills. Mixwell is ready to get some as well as Nuki sets up the play for G2 and finish things off, making this a 9-7 score.
The tables has been turned after those series of banters na naman sa kanila scoreline. G2 will be leading by 2. At ngayon din, napakalaking advantage na meron sila. But remember, it's not over at F4Q. Will they be actually go with this one? Tatanggapin na nga ba nila to? Pero man, nabati kasi ng mga panelists kanina si 5K. Huwag nyo kasi pansinin. Tignan nyo, bottom frag tuloy.
Pinapansin nyo eh. Hindi, pero ano Uy, Vil, matulog ka na. May 11 AM pa tayo mamaya. Sana ikaw na nag-cast dito, gising ka pa naman eh. Ako mukhang antok na daw ako eh.
Pero kakape ka na nga eh.
Tignan mo, Ray, no? Kanina si 5K during map number 1, nahirapan din siya, no? So, medyo, kumbaga, parang hindi consistent performance ang meron dito para kay 5K. Kasi on the second map, he really did pop off. But on this third, he seems to be having a hard time. And utility usage, Bunny is inside already. Cosmic Divide coming up, pero hindi in-expect na nandito na agad si Bunny. Fast lang, isang mabilisan lang, kachaw, kumbaga, para sabihin kay McQueen. Pero this time, with the Defender Killjoy, setting up the lockdown. Bunny setting up also yung kanyang boombot to see if there is anyone or delay players from Garage as well. Pero on the corner is Zunba. He pins down. He gets pinned down. This is now the Seekers coming out and Nuki was able to take on 1 kill. May rest pa siyang pwedeng gamitin. 3v3 situation right now pero ang daming traps na nakaset. Ang dami ding utilities na pwedeng gamitin just to punish the players para hindi makapush. Ginamit na rin yung Nano Swarm. Nuki was able to take on 4K already. Going for the fifth. Will he be able to take on the ace? Having now the spike. Makakakuha ba siya ng ace dito and secure a clutch with 8 HP remaining on him. One more bullet. He gets the kill. He gets the ace. He gets the defuse as well. What a clutch. G2 takes that win again, making it a 10-7.
Oh, Nuki on fire. May ace na nga. Na-clutch pa niya. Konting-konti na lang bago. Sumabog ang spike na yan, but still, he was able to pin them down 1 by 1. Very disciplined. Of course, 3v1 yun, pero may post-plant hold kasi. But still, he denied that. He definitely secured that round. And definitely, G2 leading by 3. Puts on a stop right now on F4Q. Pero kita mo yung lead na yun, may Cosmic Divide. Talagang tinututukan lang niya. Nakapag-boost pa siya sa may platform. Kahit nabawasan ng continuity ang mga teammates, nakapag-half defuse pa siya. Kalmado si Nuki. Ace na nga, nakuha pa. And that was a big sudden momentum shift. Tumatayo sila. And it is really built different right now for the side of G2.
Oh my God. Hindi ako huminga doon, Ray. Para ikas yung clutch niya. Para ikas yung ace niya. Pati yung pag-defuse niya ng spike. What a player right there. Even, oh my God. Pati si Kelos, napapahawak na lang sa lamesa. Nag-aabang kung maka-clutch ba o hindi. Isang malaking boost na naman to para sa G2. And narinig nyo naman from the player's perspective how it's so surprising for them as well to not hold off and get a kill, get those important kills talaga. He was playing for the time, but Nuki just on point with the Sheriff.
No cap there.
No cap.
Nuki, definitely those game changers. But oh, Bunny, sinabayan na lang niya. I'll just go with the flow. Kahit ba nasira yung momentum natin, I can just suddenly make with a good shift. Pero as the Cosmic Divide really cutting off a lot. Nakita natin this good plays coming in from the Logis was able to turn out for his play right now, but denied by Esperanza. As what you can see right now, those judge holds na naman biglang nag-pop off on an uncontrollable way. Ang F4Q and G2 can seem to just decide on what's with that kind of play na meron yung F4Q. They just popped off biglaan. Lahat sila bumagsak isa-isa. They actually cleared that A side, but Avova behind their backs. Pwede pa tong makuha. Actually, kumakuha din si Mixwell ng info as to where they are. Remember, Mixwell got that good hold, and round by one, they go with that. Pero nga lang denied already with those hold positions of F4Q. Hindi pa tapos kahit that round previously was so disappointing that round 17, still, it's not over yet. As we've seen this good entries coming in from Bunny, that was a big play. You denied that wall once again with that boost coming in from your judge.
Itong mga players' perspective pala nakikita natin. No? Kung nagtataka kayo, minsan yung screen, parang bakit 4x3 lang? Bakit ganito? Parang weird yung ano. Because it's their literally point of view ng players to. No? So nakikita rin natin yung point of view nila sa sarili nilang kanya-kanya mga PC. 10-8 is the score. F4Q, they can still make it up with those 2 rounds deficit. Knowing na eco round din to para sa G2, they can capitalize on this. Trailblazer was immediately used and punished already. So hindi na magagamit yan maya-maya lang. Meron ding rest na pwedeng gamitin. May Seekers out din, so G2 can play around on that as well.
Oh no, this is a big deny, but looking great for the side of F4Q. But then, remember, every eco round is still a crucial round. Kapag na-close range ka ng mga baril na yan, kapag naka-frenzy, tapos na one-tap ka sa ulo, na headshot ka sa ulo niyan, this might still be a table stirred for the side of G2. Kaya kita mo, very passive lang ng playstyle ng F4Q. Ayaw, there's no room for mistakes. Still, G2 is leading by 2. Oh, yun na nga sinasabi ko. Those one-taps. Naghabol. Dapat di na naghabol si Kalokis eh. Siya pa yung mapipick off din eh. Yung medyo inaasin niya, but still maybe they wanted that to be a risk play coming in from them. Naglabas na rin na Seekers just to get some good information. But, oh no! This is quite hard! Nasa likod na nila right now, si Nuki. And right now, hahabulin pa sila ni Mac, ni Mixwell. And speaking of the wall pa nga lang, it's going to be a 2v2, but Nuki behind the back is what I'm talking about.
What?
G2 and deny coming in from them. Oh my, I have no words for G2 anymore. Man down, guys, man down.
Oh my God. Grabe yung pag-delay nila. Grabe yung pressure na binigay nila towards F4Q to the point na 11 seconds na lang, hindi pa rin sila nakakalapit sa site. This is an eco round coming in from G2, but despite that, parang mas takot pa yung F4Q na pumasok or to get those entry frags in. Going on this round 20, 11-8 is the score, and just Bunny hopping in around the map with the judge, trying to find players, and baka makita niya si Cole Dementa, but the thing is, medyo malayo siya. Baka hindi niya mapunish to. Wala na siyang satchel na pwede rin gamitin as well.
And because of that, mayroong mga advantages na din ng G2 when it comes to this. He sees the head, pero nga lang, nag-crossover lang. O parang basketball lang ang ginawa ng F4Q. But remember, pwede pa sila makapag-repo, pwede pa sila makapag-A-site. But right now, they can seem to make a decision as to where we'll be going. All the time magpo-commit. At ito, alam nila, may nakahawak na ng operator, denied din sila sa pag-push sa B-side, pinaglalaroan lang sa Nikaloki so far around, 45 seconds na naman, delayed ang F4Q, ang tagal ng decision making nila. Sa Nikaloki sees the head of Esperanza.
Decision too late. One man down for the side of F4Q. A one-man advantage para naman sa G2. Make that 2, make that 3 with Nuki getting kills after kills. 5k to secure the trade. 2-1 trade lang para kay Kellogg Samani. He gets another punch in the face. Zumba, he's still managing to get some kills, but this is the guiding light coming out with Kellogg. Securing the kill, making this a match point para sa side ng G2. 12-8 is the score. Hype! Oh my God. Nagising ako.
Ay, nako. Wala pang tulog-tulog sa 11 AM na cast na yan dahil ang init ngayon. Maulan! Maulan dito sa may Quezon City. Pero, kapag nakita mo naman kung gaano kainit ang pareha sa teams na to and how G2 was able to climb up their way successfully, we are seeing the last one round before they can secure this win against F4Q.
Oh man, these two teams. F4Q, if you take a look at this team, obvious na may chance sila against G2. But dahil doon sa eco round na na-punish nila yung F4Q, nabaliktad. The tables have been turned with G2 securing that, of course, especially yung clutch kanina kay Nuki na hindi naman dapat nangyari. And also those eco rounds din na grabe yung pressure na binigay nila sa F4Q. May dalawang rounds na nawala actually para sa kanila. And this was supposed to be theirs already. 10-10 ba nga? Dapat yung, probably yung score dapat eh. But it's the different way. This is a tactical timeout from F4Q. They need to talk about it because malaking problema talaga to. Make or break situation na to. This is map 3. It all boils down to this.
This is definitely a hard time for F4Q. Lalo na't half buys lang to. How will you be able to stumble and put on a stop of G2 right now? Kasi kapag nanalo pa sila dito, that's already pretty big. Marami silang magiging advantages. But then, kulang sila right now medyo sa mga utilities. You only have those 2 stars for Zumba. Plus, wala rin ngayong biniling sentry gun together with that alarm bot. But as we see here, will this be a period already for G2? Tatapusin na ba nila to as they will be setting up for B-site?
Oh, it can probably be that way. Pero tignan natin, no? Because this is the attacker killjoy, which is F4Q. Setting up that lockdown. Si Kellogg's nahuli na nga siya ng Seekers dito. But the smoke comes in. Zumba to follow him around. But the operator shot connects. Kellogg secures the kill instead. 1-man advantage para sa side ngayon ng G2. They're looking for Bunny, pero yung satchel in play niya, mukhang satchel out ang mangyayari. Dahil he needs to save himself, pero malaking bagay ito dahil he can just push in, get that operator, reposition himself, and get another kill right off the bat. Nuki, on the other hand, gets 2K by himself as well. G2 takes this map number 3 and wins the series. What a play, what a game, what a series we have here.
Busog-lusog ang 3 games. But kidding aside, that was already big. A good startup of F4Q, but unfortunately, those clutches, those play styles where G2 members was able to boost up the team's morale is already big. It's already paving in for them, and you can definitely see, oh no, the scrolling times talaga. Palo talaga sila this time around. And the new player is really the man of the game.
Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari sa mga players pag tumatapos eh. But this is their celebration pose that you can see right now on your screen. G2, they're really just a stronger team on this. Everyone was expecting actually na magto-2-0 to, Ray. But that didn't happen.
Tapos, fair, kita mo, ano talaga eh, kapag sa LAN, kapag umiinit na yung dugo mo because of your momentum, those game styles na naipanalo mo yung round na dapat hindi para sa'yo, yun yung meron ng G2. Plus, kita mo na yung advantage eh.
Exactly.
Half buys na lang eh dun sa last round na yun. It was very kind of a part where F4Q is struggling na. Pero maganda na sana yung ginawa ni Bunny behind the backs of G2. But unfortunately nga, those advantages na din on that retake, talagang hirap na makuha yon until 5K is the last man of F4Q. Plus, they were expecting na magpa-pop off si F4K. Unfortunately, hindi rin siya nakapag-pop off. Siguro if they started on the attacking side, maybe it could have been an advantage. Pero ngayon talaga, it seems like it's not working for F4Q sides. But still, a close game, definitely. A close series, in fact. But G2 talaga, we're all expecting that when it comes to this, guys, it's not over yet kahit mahirap talaga yung advantages ng kalaban nila.
They really had a good round or a good series against G2, no? And if this one or this type of plays continue, once na nakasettle na talaga sila, especially sa play styles ng EMEA and also ng North America, even yung ating European teams dito, it seems like F4Q, they can do it in a slightest, slightest. Kasi totally, completely talaga in their group, parang walang naniniwala eh. Even when the panelist comes in, they talk about the teams, they talk about the players, pero it seems like unbelievable na parang hindi sila mananalo. But look at how they played out map number 2. Look at how they played out map number 3. Putting G2 on their toes, di ba? Na hindi lang basta-basta ibibigay agad. Fist pops coming in for the players that we have right here as G2 takes map or this series away from F4Q. Iba ang setup nila for this group dahil nga 3 teams lang ang meron o natira sa group na to. Dahil it was supposed to be Brenny Sports as well. So double round robin ang meron sila dito. And with that sort of change, of course, that we are seeing, maraming games tayo makita para sa group na meron tayo dito.
And that's it for our second series for today's set of games. Pero remember guys, meron pa tayong huli. It's going to be, of course, ang kabang-abang na kanina pa dinedemand ng mga players na mga nanonood sa atin right now. It's going to be 100 Thieves versus Havan Liberty as me and Dax are going to cast it. But once again, thank you so much for staying with us so far. Ang dami pa rin mga viewers nakakatuwa kayo. And Taylor, diba? Kanina pa rin nagkakas, kailangan ng matulog at magpahinga din, syempre.
Simula 9 p.m. Nandito ako at meron pa po akong trabaho ng 11 po ng mamaya. Hindi po ng bukas. So, magkasama kami ni Vil doon. Buti nga si Vil eh. Isipin mo, isang game lang ang kinas niya. And I think you are gonna be casting with Dax later on. Isang mabilisan lang naman dito, sabi rin sa comment section. Gusto ko lang din i-appreciate yung mga 3 a.m. thoughts ng mga kaibigan natin sa comment section. Sabi dito ni John Michael Anselmo, aggressive plays versus tactics playstyle, pero yung aim talaga din nag-matter. Gusto dalhin ng F4Q sa playstyle nila, pero wala pa din this map. I think for tactics talaga siya, kaya nagwagi ang G2. Tama ka dyan. Ang galing mo talaga. Ikaw na dito. Hindi. Feeling ko, hindi. Tama naman eh. They have this different set of plays.
Content creators, how they play as streamers. Kita natin nagmamanifest. But unfortunately, once na yung team katulad ng G2, ginamitan ka na talaga ng strategies as what we're seeing na wala talaga silang pinangahawakan na strat for the part of F4Q. Nagmanifest nga kanina and they were And G2 capitalized on that advantage. So that's it. And we're gonna be going na on a break as we're gonna be seeing 100 Thieves nga versus Havan Liberty. It's time for Taylor to take a rest as me and Daxo will be casting later on. Once again, this has been VALORANT Masters Berlin. We are your shoutcasters, Rayleigh and Taylor. And temper, we would like to thank Civil and Ilustrado on their behalfs. And see you on the next match.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where I would say that our first map 3 delivered in a big way with aces, clutches, thrifties, and everything you could want in between. But at the end of the day, it is G2 that comes out on top. So Kukuka, in a sense, the expected result, but we didn't arrive at it in the way that we thought we would.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we expected G2 to win. Now, these two last maps were extremely close, and it's what you said. It was a lot of individual play. I really like what Avova did with the Astra. I feel like he was playing a lot like Zumba, like, you know, you want me to play with your mind? That's exactly what I'm going to do, because I've seen what you do. I know exactly what you expect.
Honestly, at first I thought you said you want me to play with your man, and I was like, Avova, please, please.
I mean,
no, it was fantastic. It constantly felt like there was that tug of war, because for me, in the latter half, when you had those couple of rounds, I believe it was round 17, round 18, where they're sending Bunny down C long, or they're sending Bunny really aggressively into sewer, and it's like F4Q are turning around, they're going, all right, we see what you're doing, G2, here's our secret weapon.
I mean, it was that round 17, which was the Nukier ace in response down C long. I mean, that put a nice little bow on it all, but you can't forget Mixwell well in round 11 with the clutch 3K through the Astra divide. You had Kellogg solo pushing C at times just for information, forcing out so many resources and allowing his team the space to push A.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Then you get the clutch buff, which stays for like a couple rounds, and you feel like you're a god, and you're killing everything, and you're winning everything for your team. We're seeing here on the stats. Kellogg's, I have to say, for the 3 maps that we have played, he's been on top of the board for the 3 of them. So congratulations, Kellogg's, for this premiere of you on a stage, because this was crazy.
I mean, first ever LAN, and the energy and the confidence that I have to imagine he's going to walk into every series from this point forward because of his performance there. Excited to see the growth of this young player. Of course, if we're going to give a nod to anyone on F4Q, I think it has to be Bunny. Again, the aggression and the way that he forced the pace of the game to change just because of his ability to use those satchels at such precise moments.
I mean, obviously, Bunny is going to be the one jumping, and just making that entry and creating all the space for the team. But I feel like Esperanza did an amazing job. I like how you're looking at me.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. He's been such an unstable player for the 3 maps as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the fact that Esperanza, he joined this team at the end of July. So, he's a new player to this team. Yes, he has competitive experience in the past. He came in with the coach Locomotive, like I said at the start. But the fact that it's like, you've come in, now you're in this, like, international LAN for a team that essentially started off as a little bit of a meme, like, let's be real. And then you're playing like that. I'm going to keep an eye on Esperanza for sure.
Well, there's no better way to celebrate our first 3-map series than to dive into one of the plays that helped make it happen. It's time for Ryzen's high-speed moment of the match as Avova and Nukier make quick work of F4Q in round 18 of map 2. Judge play. Not to be outdone by Bunny himself. You love to see it.
Obviously. Oh my god, I cannot believe this. I mean, he was also trying to be the Bunny in this case, but this time it was Avova. And this was actually a map that F4Q took for themselves and completely deserved. But this is not the first time that we've seen Nuki using the satchel to create that space. First you force them out of the close position, then you find them in labs and you're like, oh, hello. Hi, this is my judge.
I find it really similar. I know the thing I'm about to compare it to wasn't done with a judge, but just the whole, there seems to be a pattern with G2, especially after Haven, where it's like F4Q are going to push through a Cosmic Divide and G2 are going to eat them alive, because that was the Mixwell play, right?
Exactly
Mixwell did the same thing on B, so maybe that's just that thing.
I do still think, though, that we're going to have to come away with a few things in terms of expectations, right? G2, as we mentioned, we expected to run away with this series a little bit more, and so I'm curious for you, Kukuku, what you think they're immediately speaking about, in their practice room when they return. And, celebrate the win, yes, but start to reframe towards their next matchup against Sentinels, a much tougher opponent.
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to expect that they hadn't screamed against F4Q, but we have all heard about how scrims are going now in Europe, now that everybody is here. But I feel like they need to rest. I guess the first thing that they said is probably, oh my god, that was a lot. Like, that was a lot.
All right, well,
what happened on that second one? Because they came too overconfident, but I feel like they regained that confidence on the third one.
Well, they've only had a minute or two to breathe, and we're going to get a word from one of them right now. Let's send it over to Yinsu and Coldamenta for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. That's right, I've got Coldamenta from G2 here with me. Welcome, Coldamenta. Congratulations on the win. From where we were sitting, it felt like you guys were struggling a little bit here and there. How tough was it to play against this team today?
I mean, it was more tough than we expected, not gonna lie. They also changed a couple of things. They changed comp in a couple of maps. And I think after that, they found like a better game style, in my opinion.
I gotta ask, because we don't see players like Bunny very often. What was it like to play against him, and how do you deal with that?
Well, the thing is, even if you know he's coming, it's kind of unstoppable. You know what I mean? Like, you can call it many times on the freeze time, like, yo, guys, be ready for this play, be ready for that play, and everyone is expecting it. But sometimes, like, if you don't think about it for 1 second or something, and you get caught.
Do you feel like that's something that, because you guys don't have that much experience against in EMEA, that it was the struggle and it was the thing that you felt like they had a win condition over?
Yeah, I think so. Like the different game style, I think is what made the series so close.
And of course, this is the first LAN as a team for you guys and for some of your players as well, and also playing against an opponent outside of EMEA. What was that experience like?
Really exciting. Like playing against, I want to play against all the regions like as much as possible, because I don't know, I feel like Valorant is a game where in all the regions there is like different metas. Like I feel like everyone plays so different, and then when you see like the two styles confronting, I think that's, I don't know, like I like it a lot.
I mean, everybody speculates, right? Because people just assume that NA, EU, they're on top. But now you played against a team from another region. Where would you kind of slot them? How good are they?
I mean, Korea, like the two teams that are here, Vision Strikers and F4Q. I mean, Vision Strikers, I think, is a really good team. I think, I mean, they have a hard group, right? But I think what comes from Korea, I think is they could be, I don't know, top 4 region at least.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, before I let you go, you know, we've been building up this G2 versus Sentinel story for a while on social media. I know Carlos absolutely loves it. You're playing them next in a couple of days. Have you got a message for Sentinels?
Yeah, I mean, this is our town, and we're just going to send them home.
Oh, I love that. I love that, Cordamenta. Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break right now, but don't go anywhere because 100 Thieves versus Havan Liberty is on the way.
Only love first, it goes round here, it goes round here, together no fear, let love do its worst, as she comes right here, it goes round here, together no fear. Only love first, it goes round here, it goes round here, together no fear, let love do its worst, as she comes right here, it goes round here. my darling, fly. Go, no fear. We can save you now. Forever. Oh, forever. Together.
Misconnections with you. I won't give up when you're walking out. So don't give up. Just trying to let it know. 'Cause this time we'll make it through.
We have seen EMEA, we have seen Korea, but it's finally time for NA and Brazil. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back on the desk with a lovely duo and Bala as well. Welcome, you guys. We saw the group of death. We got a little taste of what G2 can do, but Bala, this group is very, very interesting.
Yeah, I think one that a lot of people are excited about. 100 Thieves are here, and of course we have a bunch of others too. Havan Liberty, somebody that we don't really know too much about from the Brazilian scene. We're really trying to see a bunch of these minor regions from all the different ones. We just saw F4Q, and we'll see more too.
I love that it's basically like, loads of people are really excited about this group because we've got NA here and some other people.
Well, that's the reality.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying I disagree.
I'm gonna expose Bala a little bit because you told me in the agreement that you're rooting for EU.
Hey, you can't put me in a box. You can't put me in. I'm rooting for some good Valorant. I know that's a very silly answer, but it's also reality too when you look at it.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of good Valorant, Gio, we're gonna get some very, very good Valorant today. Both of these teams are insanely well known in their own regions, but also it's a very interesting matchup in itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be really cool just from the perspective of, in the G2 game that we just saw, them going up against F4Q. One of the really notable things about it was this clash of playstyles. It was going to be like two ends of one spectrum. Whereas I think when you compare the NA playstyle with the Brazilian playstyle, there's a lot more similarities. It's likely going to be far more aggressive, but it's going to be like, you're going to be like this because there's just going to be so much like flashes and stuff like that on your screen.
Yeah, I think you'll be surprised though from Havan Liberty. I think it's probably a lot slower than you would expect. And, it might be a different style, but also at the same time, very much a flowy, more kind of, not necessarily passive, but adaptive style that we see in NA and EU as well. So I think we'll be excited for this match.
Well, speaking of NA, let's take a look at 100 Thieves. It does feel weird to say that the last time we saw them, lifting a trophy, winning something major was all the way back at First Strike. Bala, given how well-renowned this roster is.
Yeah, and it's funny, too, because it feels like a lot of the First Strike winners are back here for the first time, and some Masters ones as well. But yeah, this is a roster that has been together now for a long time. A couple months ago, we would have said, oh, this is kind of new. Ethan's kind of getting there, and Steel's kind of getting there. But no, now this is really official and serious. Ethan on the Sky has been phenomenal recently. You have Acend as well, who's just awesome. And here they were earlier coming in, and I think we're excited to see Ethan on Sky for sure. That's like a meta-defining thing that we're really, really looking for in this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I was going to say, oh yeah, I love watching Sky, but I think every single one of us has said that at some point, so I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, I'm so unique in that one. But it is true, and the fact that the current meta is so reliant on her and reliant on good Skies, you look to a team like that. And you mentioned the whole thing with it's been since First Strike that we saw them like lift a trophy. It has felt like in NA and internationally, they've always been the bridesmaid, never quite the bride, and this is maybe like the chance for them to actually, get up there again.
I mean, this time they've got Asuna, and we got to talk about him as well, Gio, because he is incredible. I think even if people don't know anything about this team, surely they've heard of him.
I mean, he's so flexible. He obviously plays a bunch of those different duelist agents. Recently he's played a lot of Raze, a lot of Reyna, a lot of Jet. And that whatever role it is you need him to fill in that kind of scenario, he's going to be able to do it.
I think one of the really cool things about Asuna on 100 Thieves is that in the past, it definitely felt like he's the only key point of their victories, right? He's the only guy who's really finding a lot of space. That's not necessarily to say the rest of them aren't, contributing, but when he is pushing, he's by himself. Now, that's not necessarily the case. He's getting supported in ways that he hasn't been before, where the trade kills are really possible for this team, and that might be a reason for their success.
I mean, how much pressure, though, Bala, is going to be put on the shoulders of such a young player?
Yeah, I mean, a lot. Like, let's be honest, a lot. For a lot of these teams, it's, their first time, or maybe it's a player that we're not necessarily sure how they're playing on LAN, and I think Acend is one of those players too. But the big point is that he is supported by a lot of LAN veterans. Steel, Hiko, Nitro, Ethan. Literally all four of them have insane experience. So when you have that, that's a recipe for success. I think you'll see something similar to what we saw with TenZ on LAN back at Reykjavik, because Shazam is supporting him, Sick is supporting him, all these guys. their entire goal was to make sure that TenZ got hyped up, you know?
Yeah. I do feel like that's a really good comparison. We probably see something similar here too. But their opponent today on the side of Brazil, Gio, they didn't do great the last time they were at the international LAN in Iceland. I think people expected a little bit more from Sharks and Vikings, but this isn't Sharks and Vikings. It's a different team this time around.
Yeah, I think this is the whole story with Brazil at the moment, is people are kind of tempering their expectations for them. But in my opinion, you know, you go back, you watch the grand final that happened in Brazil between Vivo Kid and Havan Liberty, and I think that there's some impressive stuff there. The thing that I got really taken by with Brazil is the way that they do play the supporting roles and how they use that to facilitate everything. You know, compared to some of the other regions, especially in EU, it's not obviously that we don't see support, but it always feels a little bit more like everyone's more separate in a number of the things that they do, whereas these guys seem to move as like a holistic group.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that. Holistic
You're
group.
stealing that. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
That is not the first time that you pointed out a word that I've said.
All
yeah.
the words. Yesterday you said impedance. Like, what does that
Yeah.
No, I think you're right. They play a lot of Breach, and they're flashing for each other. They're really not necessarily playing like the old like Breach, where it's like just flash and dash and whatever. He stays and then plays it for himself. It's really supportive. It's really a lot of trading and whatnot. So it's not necessarily that same aggressive style we saw way back with, you know, Musera in Brazil and all the other guys too.
You know, we spoke about Arsenal on the side of 100 Thieves, but Bala, who is your player to watch on this team?
Yeah, I think for me it's Misen, right? The Sentinel also plays a little bit of Breach, kind of a little bit of a flexible player, but we've been really looking at the Sentinel players in this tournament. We haven't seen the big names yet, Dapper and Nats and whatnot, but this guy too, he can play, and I think a lot of the Brazilian fans are looking at him specifically to carry the weight of this team.
Yeah, I always really enjoy watching Misen, and I really like the way that he and Xion like oftentimes share some of those roles, and you can see how that gets carried over in the leadership that's happening within this team as well, map by map. If you know, you mentioned Misen, he plays a lot of Breach, and sometimes he'll play you know, on the Sentinel role, and they kind of switch between, and you can see where it's like one train of thought that is available throughout the entire team. I
gotta say, that photo is really badass as well. You know, sometimes you can just tell like there's some attitude behind a player. Would you like to see that though? We've already seen so many quite outgoing characters on this stage today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw definitely, you know, Kellox is somebody who's really emotional, and he's kind of one of those guys like Asuna and maybe some of the players on Havan Liberty as well, but he's that person that's emotional, and when you play with an emotional player, you have to make sure that he's in it. You know, he's not putting his head down. He's not backing up from the chair. You know, he's not sighing audibly. So that'll definitely be something to watch going forward.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And our Brazilian fans are incredibly excited about this team. And this is why they shouldn't be underestimated by the other regions.
Hi, I am Xion, and I play for Havan Liberty. Crying is amazing. His decisions that he takes are so good. Liazzi is our little kid. He will probably be one of the best players in Brazil and probably in the world.
Fazer o feitiço contra o feiticeiro. Faz também a bazucada.
And Misen is very calm, and sometimes we in the game we are very excited, and he's just chilling. He's this type of guy. Plats. He's our leader. He tried to get everyone excited. He tried to lift if anyone doesn't feel confidence. He just starts, let's go guys, let's go. We will do it, let's go. Our friendship is amazing, and I think it reflects on the game. Representing Brazil, it's amazing. It's our dream to be here. We have been working 1 year just for this. I just got goosebumps because it's really amazing. I don't even know what to say. Actually, we were the underdogs in Brazil. I don't think anyone expected us to be here. What we would do if we win Berlin, we would probably break everything. Because it would be we would be so excited, and it would be amazing, very amazing.
I I gotta say, Gio, we don't hear many players talk about friendship as a win condition. And I just love him saying like, you know, we got X, Y, Z, this person does this. But in the end of the day, our friendship is really, really good. And that impacts our game.
Yeah, I mean, VALORANT Masters, friendship is magic. Everyone's favorite cartoon.
Van Silly's gonna love that.
No, but it's true. And I think that when you consider the relationships between players, especially in like a tactical shooter, right, where you all have to be providing information to each other, you have to be supporting each other and trusting each other, which is the most important thing, you do require those relationships as the backbone to that.
Yeah, and I think to build that over a year, which is how they've been working toward, how much time they've been working towards this, is something that is so hard to do. You know, to maintain that trust, to maintain that friendship after a year of playing Valorant is not easy. I will tell you right now, it is not easy.
We'll hear about those stories a bit later, Vala. I want to know.
Me and Mitch were throwing some hands after that game, you know?
But you guys have heard a little bit from the Havan Liberty players. We are all very excited to meet them as well as seeing 100 Thieves, because these boys are ready and they are going to be behind us in just a moment. That's gotta be I like that more than a fist bump, you know, guys. But come on, we've got Hiko, Ethan, Nitro, and Steel back on stage, Bala. This is giving me goosebumps a little bit. And I don't want to exaggerate, but surely this is the most experienced stage we've had in Valorant.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you're talking about one team, too.
Yeah.
So, like, when it gets down to it, when we get 100 Thieves and maybe, you know, down the line, a bunch of different teams, too, it could be very interesting. But I'm a little disappointed. You know, we always get this Brazilian flag, we get the Turkish flag walking out for the North American team.
Oh,
where's the Star Spangled Banner? Where's the Canadian flag?
I was going to say, you need two flags.
We need two flags. Where's that?
Yeah, I mean, you guys have enough presence already. You know, you let the other regions, you know, have a bit of limelight, Bala. It's not always about North America. But before we jump into map select, just really quickly running through the maps, what are you expecting to see, Gio, today?
I mean, all right, well, it's an interesting one. I think that 100 Thieves,
we are jumping into it. We are jumping into it.
All right, well, never mind. I'll hold my tongue.
I believe that you were definitely 5-head and you would have predicted exactly what is coming up today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I have faith in you. But we'll do the bans first, as always. I believe 100 Thieves, they will be having the first ban out of these 5. Coming up shortly. And yeah, and Bala, you know, I was going to ask Gio to do this, but again, I believe that you're also going to be a 5-head. So predict the bans. Go, right now.
Well, it is an interesting one. You know, that's why she was waffling a little bit, because because they've been banning Bind, but they've also banned Split a lot in the past, and there it is, Binds. That's what they've been banning most recently, but it was hard to predict, in my opinion, because it's always been Split for a long time. They didn't play anybody, they didn't have a Jet player, so it was like, oh, what are we going to do? We're never going to play this. And instantly, okay, Split banned for Havan Liberty. That's a confusing one for me, actually.
I mean, yeah, it's strange. The thing that I was going to say about you bringing up Bind and Split with 100 Thieves is the fact that Split is one of those maps that they've now started playing KO on, and I'm wondering if that factors into
Speaking of KO, Gio, yeah, right in there, Bala, with the Acend coming up first.
Yeah, that one's going to be definitely really good, and that's something they've been picking for sure, and they've definitely been practicing the strat. So right away, we're going to answer the question everybody's asking, right? Is Steel going to continue bringing the KO as the only KO player here really in Berlin?
I hope so. That's one of the things that I've been enjoying the most about watching 100 Thieves play, is they seem to be the only team that have a real grasp on how to bring that agent in.
Yeah, and Acend is first, but the second map we're going to, Bala, will be Icebox. What do you make of this?
Yeah, you know, again, one of the things that 100 Thieves has been doing really good at has been spreading their map pool out. They've always played Icebox. They've been banning it kind of recently, but it's definitely something that's still in their kit. So Icebox picks from Havan Liberty. I like that for 100 Thieves, actually, because notoriously the Brazilian teams were not very good at Icebox back in Reykjavik. So we'll have to see if that's improved. Of course, Havan Liberty is a completely different entity, so we got to look at this with a fresh slate. I know for sure they play something completely different. The entire world doesn't really play this since all the way back since Icebox was coming out with the Breach.
Well, I mean, I think you're so used to always hearing about like the way these different Jet players play. I'm interested to see how Liazi's going to play on that.
Well, speaking of Jet, Haven is the one where 100 Thieves has been Asuna on Jet recently.
Yeah.
That's super exciting for anybody who's been hoping for a Jet on 100 Thieves for a while.
I mean, but looking at this, I know Vala alluded to it already, but Gio, it feels like 100 Thieves have really won the map picks here.
A little bit. I mean, I think when you look at Haven, maybe that could... It's
If
good.
it gets to Haven.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the point, right?
Yeah.
So it could be a good 100 Thieves map, but I think when you consider the agents that Havan Liberty like to play, then that also falls into their favor too. But you do have to get there, and it's those first two maps that are definitely, in my opinion, leaning towards 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, we before we get ahead of ourselves, like we said, we might be going to Icebox, we might not, but we're definitely going to Acend. Sean was a big fan of the KO. What do you think about this, Bala? I mean, it's somewhat likely for him to pick this here, right? But also maybe they choose to kind of switch it up.
I actually hope he doesn't pick KO, and I'll tell you why. They're going to be playing Breach, okay? And Breach is somebody who plays off of site. Usually the KO is used for, you know, the Sentinel players and whatnot. And yeah, sure, we might need to do that a little bit against Havan Liberty, but that Breach is going to stop you. If you get the suppress off, it doesn't really matter. He's going to hit you with a fault line. He's going to hit you with a flash that slows things down. And that means the KO can be a lot weaker when you're going for those attack rounds.
One thing I will say that as much as I love the fact that they've been playing a lot of KO, on the Scent, when you look back at the game they played against Envy, for example, it really meant they weren't bringing a Sentinel because they were choosing to bring KO instead. And that meant that their mid control wasn't that strong. And as a result, there was so much pressure on Asuna that if he got picked off early, oftentimes you'd see 100 Thieves play very cautious, very passive. And I don't think that necessarily worked to their advantage. And that can be a bit of a risk, especially if you're going against a good initiation.
Yeah, I mean, Gio, on the other side of this with Havan too, they could also play the KO. They could also pick it if they want to.
They could. There's nothing to stop them from doing that. I'm not sure they will, though.
What do you think, Bala? KO versus KO, I want this.
Yeah, you want it? Well,
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen. I'll just be straight up honest right here. I'm looking at the players now. You're kind of thinking about the agents, sure, but I definitely, you know, there's some variety that can come out, but these guys are happy. These guys are excited. These guys are like they're not, you know, bunched up, like hunched over type of thing, like, oh, I'm ready to play against Sentinels, like Vikings was, for example, or the crew team that came to Reykjavik. Like a lot of different teams were like that, and that was a detriment for sure, because instantly, if they came out and they played against a Jet like Durka, they were getting completely destroyed, and that would break the mental even more. So I'm excited to see this. I'm excited to see this right here.
I just love this idea that you're like, I don't think they're going to play KO because they look happy, and, you know, playing KO, that makes everyone depressed.
Well, I mean, it is
does if
Steel
you're
who
Team
plays
Liquid.
KO,
If
so
you're
like...
Team Liquid, that's absolutely the truth, but...
Ooh, poor Scream. He's not even here and he's getting it. But I think what you said here was really important, Bala, because we see so many teams that are so excited to play against, you know, Sentinels, your Shaz, and, you know, in this situation, your Hiko, your Steel, that they show them too much respect almost, and maybe forget about their game plan a little bit. So do you feel like that's important here for them to kind of turn up on the server and be like, I don't care who you are?
I do. However, these guys are not going to be phased. They are not going to be phased. You think Ethan cares? He's been on stages like this so many times in his life. You think Nitro cares? No, absolutely not. You know, so yeah, I don't think that it's going to get under their skin. In fact, it's going to motivate them. It's going to motivate players like Steel who have faced up against Brazilian teams in the past.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of players on Havan Liberty that I've really enjoyed watching, but I don't think there's anybody who I look at and I say, that's enough to make 100 Thieves scared. it's 100 Thieves. There's not really much else you can say about that. As much as we meme about how everybody says that NA's the best region, and whether you agree with that or not, they are still arguably the most talked about region, and there is a reason for that. And you have a lot of accolade, not just as a team, but as the individual players as well. And Havan Liberty is a relatively new project, even if the players have been around for a little while, and they're still trying to prove the worth of their region. To me, those don't match up in terms of how you're going to be coming in emotionally when going against each of these opponents.
But I mean, the expectations, it does not get higher, right, than when it comes to 100 Thieves. But does that work against them, though? Because they would have to basically, I don't want to say dominate, because if they drop a map here, people are going to be either mad that they aren't performing, or they're going to be looking at them thinking, well, these players have a ridiculous amount of hours on land between them.
Sue.
How are they dropping a map here?
It's fine. G2's already dropped a map. We're fine.
hey, we're talking about an best of 3 Valor. Don't live in the past. Don't live in the past. But yeah, you know, Gio, how do you live up to those expectations?
Well, I think by not letting them get in your head. By not coming out onto stage and thinking, wow, these expectations are on me. No, just be like, you know, like, I'm going to think about the game I'm going to play. I'm going to wake up, I'm going to have my coffee or whatever, my gamer juice, and I'm going to listen to my coach, and I'm going to go into the game. No, honestly, like, I think that it would be more detrimental to allow that kind of thing to get into their head, and that's where the veteranship of a number of these players is actually going to work in their favor.
I just want to do a detour because I saw Hiko there with no shoes on. I don't know if that's like a buff or something. You get nice breeze.
Talk about comfortability.
Yeah, is that the no shoes? That's not a word.
I know you're trying, but that's not a word.
I mean, I play with no shoes on all the time at home, and I can't do anything. Maybe Barley, you should have played with no shoes on the stage earlier when we had the show match between you, me, and Gio. Then you probably would have beat us.
What was that? Because yeah, your team lost, didn't it, Barla?
Yeah, they can't see you shake your head. You have to voice your disappointment.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, well, you're lucky. You got saved by Prime Gaming Agent Select. You got saved. Now, as you guys know, the black and white agents you're seeing at home are the most picked on this map. Of course, we've seen Steel pick up the KO as of late. That can 100% come into play here, but I think the Sova picks is you know, pretty expected. I'd be very, very confused if either of them decided to venture out of this Sova, but we've seen stranger things here today. I think everyone is sort of looking at Steel as the last person to lock in and see what he's going to do, but so far so good, Bala.
Yeah, I'm just glad that on land we don't get to worry about Hiko, you know, hovering agents and whatnot. Ethan locks in the sky, and we got Police also locking in the Astra. I like that for both players.
Yeah, I mean, and the Sky as well, it gives the suggestion that they're going for one of their more kind of recent compositions, because it's only recently that 100 Thieves have even brought a Sky into Ascent. They used to play without, so there is that.
Yeah, I mean, you did your impression with the flashes earlier. Oh, here it is.
Let's go.
It is. Right. Bala, you didn't want to see this. Now it's been locked in. I'm very happy.
It feels like they didn't do their research. Like, there's no Sentinel on this side. There's no Sentinel on the other side. Havan Liberty is not playing with it. And again, the breach is really hard to hit with that knife and try to nullify. So who are they nullifying at this point?
We will see. We will see, Bala. Well,
Bala, you know what I'm hearing is, ooh, NA might have a weakness.
It's excuses, right? They're just making excuses. But Bala is a little bit mad about this pick, but I know who is very, very happy. It is Havan Liberty's #1 fan, Riv, and his partner, Doug, waiting on the sidelines to cast map 1.
Thank you so much, Sue. It is Gising pa ba kayo? Kasi andito na tayo, pang huling matchup natin ngayong unang araw ng Masters Berlin. Nangingawago talaga ako dito. Hindi lang kasi nandito tayo Tagalog side, Ray. Pero grabe talaga buhok mo Bleach blonde, okay talaga yan. Pero masasabi ka na lang, NA versus SA. Ito na, 100 Thieves versus Havan Liberty ng Brazil. At nakakita tayo 3 initiators for each side. Magmumuna tayo dito sa set, pero Ray, kakaiba talaga. Kasi pareho talagang may pagkasimilarity ang matchup na to between these two teams
Kaya nga this is quite a different kind of pick that you would usually see. Pero ito na yung time talaga na kailangan na ilabas kung ano man yung meron sila towards their strategies. Pero kita-kita mo, 100 Thieves kagad pumapasok na towards A side. Pero nga lang, nasaktuhan ni Shikan. Si Hiko, ganon lang. Okay, pero that's it. It is what it is. But remember, it's just a pistol round. But unfortunately, that became a leeway for Asian actually, for Havan to just get inside the A. And then Asuna makes a move right now with his jet, pero nga lang covered right now with those stars. And just taking a little bit of their time.
Ay, si Misen daw. Huli siya ni Asuna dyan. 100 Thieves already na. Lalo pa sa retake 4v4 ngayon. At si Crane makahuli pa ng isa. Pero Havan Liberty, niliberate lang talaga tong A-site na to. At malilis nilang setup ang take nila sa A-Ray. At masasabi ko lang talaga ito yung matchup na pwede pag naaral mo konti yung Brazilian scene, tapos syempre nanood ka ng NA scene, may kita mo na, uy, pareho sila naging triple initiator, na pareho sila gusto nila laruin ang style nila. At kaya nakapasok ang Havan Liberty in the first place all the way sa challengers nila. Kasi nung umpisa, syempre nung run nila, medyo nasa middle lang sila, top mid ganun. Pero dahil sa nakahanap sila ng style nila gamit ng breach na to, sobrang nakakatulong sa kanila. At habang kalaban tong KO na to, tingnan nga natin yung battle ng range eh. Masusuppress kaya yung breach o makakaset up ba ang Havan Liberty? Well, nanalo na sila ng unang round at pwede nila ituloy ito sa pangalawa.
Kaso nga lang, ngayon they will fully commit sa B kung saan tatlo naghihintay. Pero saktong-sakto na naman yung knives. So because of that, they will be bailing out. Matagal pa ulit yan bago magamit ulit ni Steel. But that's already a big deny for their push towards B. And because of that, hindi pa na sila coming in from mid. Lahat sila sabay-sabay papasok from garden. Pero will they be able to spot out someone? Wala, unfortunately. Pero yung shock dart na yun, napakalaking bawas sa armor na meron ngayon ang Havan Liberty. But because of that, sprays and praise. But the right clicks are kicking as Taito gets through. Pero nga lang, expected na sila kagad kung saan sila manggagaling. And Havan Liberty still denies that possible win of 100 Thieves, getting that with a 2-2-0. So this has been pretty working for them. Ang bilis nila Ang bilis nila catch up eh. Kung denied sila sa B, okay, wag na natin ipilit yung mga bagay na hindi na dapat pinipilit pa.
Ito lang yun eh. Alam na nila na mag-4 na sa atin. So sabi na, guys, quick game lang para makatulog ng magiging mga casters natin. So syempre, shoutout sa mga nauna sa atin, si Vil at si Taylor. Baka bukas makita natin si Lestrada. Pero masasabi ko na lang talaga eh. Ito na yun eh. Kung meron kang breach sa isa, meron kang KO dun sa kabila. At habang may baril na dito ang 100 Thieves, makikita natin talaga ang full power ng triple initiator comp nila. Makakaset pa sila maayos, makakasuppress pa sila maayos, at makaka-retake pa sila. Kasi ang nagagawa dito ng Havan Liberty, tuloy-tuloy na lang eh. Parang may independent stay na nangyayari sa A-site. Kasi dahil sa breach play nila, sobrang raming space na nakukuha nila, nakakapwesto sila on-site, pero mag-push pa sila pa si Ethan. Huli niya si Misen dyan.
Okay, that's already big. Wala na sila right now sa kanilang mga initiators. And finally, Ethan got that good move. Created space na rin ang 100 Thieves. Pero we only have Crane together with Plates. He denies sa Asuna this time around. Lahat na naman sila nanggagaling sa garden. That's kind of be good. Pero nga lang, you let the Plates actually to have that setup with the stars. And isang patong mo lang dyan, it might be possible. Pero sumakto right now, Doggy Plates right now will be denied and still gets the 2K. And finally, because of that gun round that we're all expecting, 100 Thieves, kite stacking sila sa garden, they're able to get inside and deny that win of Havan Liberty. Takes this with a 2-1. Napakainit, no? It's a quick game right now that we have, especially kapag this is what we're expecting kapag duo initiators and tatlo yung initiators sa 100 Thieves. Talagang fast gameplays lang.
Oh, di ba? Tatlo. Puro intel at pwedeng-pwede nga sabihin ng 100 Thieves. Tama na yung abilities niyan eh. Kasi ito lang yun, Ray. Ang 100 Thieves, sinasabi nga nila eh, yung buong roster nila ginawa para sa LAN. At andito na tayo. Tingnan mo yung experience ni Hikon, Ethan, ni Nitro at ni Steel. Si Akas na lang talaga yung medyo mangingibago sa offline setting. Pero medyo may pagkademonyo naman siya kaya you shouldn't really worry. Pero masasabi ko na lang nga na dahil may same background sila sa LAN at same background sa tactical FPS galing sa CS, miss na miss nila yung KO kasi pag bigla na lang tumama yung 0 point na maayos, biglang, okay, no more abilities, we're back to CS at pwede ka namin patayin in the way we know how. Pero sabi ng Havan Liberty, pwede rin sila maglaro ng larong yun. Kasi lahat ng setup nila, bago pa lang sila maka-setup, get on-site, bago pa sila maging in-range do sa 0 point nung KO mismo, lumabas na yung fault line, di ba? Pwede na yung guiding light at pwede makapasok na rin si Liazi gamit ng jet dahil doon.
So definitely it's all about the timing coming in initiators. This is an initiator versus initiators game. Kasi doon lang talaga mag-heavily rely yung mga duelist mo eh. Plus your controllers. Kung kayo ang magiging facing ng game right now. Pero nga lang because of that, he coming in from Ethan at deny pa rin still this time around yung possible take sa kanila papuntang A side and we only have Blitz left. I do think that was good for Havan Liberty to actually go from Cubby. But unfortunately, denied na din sila because the guys of 100 Thieves are stacking in A and there were just some crossfires happening. Plus, they all thought that they can able to deny Ethan, but then unfortunately, naging advantage pa nga yun into getting still a good hold of their possible push. And I think he will just be saving this time around. Wala na siyang choice at ayaw mo naman ibigay yung barrel. Sayang din yan. Pwede mo naman masave.
I mean, if we saw that first game, diba? Yung nakita natin nung sa first series, binigay na nga doon sa teleporter. Pero syempre, kasi bagong series pa lang to at mag-save muna dyan ang Havan Liberty. Kita natin din sa replay na nabasa na ng 100 Thieves ang ginagawa dito ng HL Tuloy-tuloy sila papasok ng A, nahanap nila yung mga pwesto na saan sila manggagaling. At dahil lang doon, yung adjustments talaga ng 100 Thieves pabilis na pabilis. Kitang-kita nyo na dito sila nag-thrive sa land setting and not bad for some old guys. Pero masasabi ko lang, may young guns rin for each team. Yung mga duelist players na yan, pwede talaga pumitas and they can still grow even further sa careers nila. Pero tight scoreline, not too bad for Havan Liberty na medyo may pagka-underdog dito pero 100 Thieves, ito na, nakukontrol nila yung pace ng laro.
Medyo nagulat lang sila I think 100 Thieves are just giving sometimes yung rounds on where they can just strategize something, come up with a good old, pero there's no denying that the fact that minsan nahihirapan yung 100 Thieves mag-keep up sa game style ng Havan Liberty, this is big. Pero tinamaan na naman tayo ng technical timeout. So,
Nako! Alam mo? Okay. Ray. Kung ganito yung tech post natin dito sa SCA, maganda sana yung tipong may light show pa talaga, kunan lang, may DJ. At ano ba? Sanay na tayo dito Ano pa ba? Paragi naman may take post Pero kailangan nila mag-ayos muna at masasabi ko na lang na itong matchup na to medyo may pagkaseryoso muna habang may oras pa tayo bago tayo magkwentuhan. Parang isipin mo, may pagka 100 Thieves na itong Havan Liberty. Kasi sinasabi ko na sa'yo kanina, na-realize ng Havan Liberty na sa scene nila, kung makahanap sila ng may pagkapanibago, something innovative, something new, doon sila talaga asenso. At ang nangyari nga doon sa Havan Liberty, nawala yung isa sa pinakamalakas na duelist players na si Heat na punta sa isa pang Brazilian representative. Pero sumali si Crane at dahil lang doon, plus yung background ng Havan Liberty na tipong hindi lang sila may coach. Hindi lang sila may assistant coach, may nutritionist sila, may taga-peace aid, at alam mo yung mga scrim ng team yung mga female teams rin So, iba talaga yung approach dito ng Havan Liberty para sa pagpasok na sa stage 3 sa VCT nila. Tapos, pagdating nila dito sa Masters, may realize na nila, okay, ito yung style natin, tingnan nga natin kung paano to tatapat sa mundo, di ba? Paano to tatapat, especially against sa 100 Thieves na may pagkaparehong story sa NA side
And kapag kinakas ko sa other games lang, just a reference kapag kinakas ko sa other games tong mga teams coming in from Brazil, they are actually telling so much na kaya nilang mag-keep up against the veteran players. Against the players na mas marami naging experience, especially with the LAN tournaments, shows to us that they are actually dwelling on the goal that we can actually keep up with this guys. 100 Thieves, a big team talaga. Definitely one of the Goliaths of this Masters. But as you can see, Havan Liberty, the fact that they're also doing so much on their side tells us that the amount of preparation and dedication na meron, not only the team itself, but the whole behind the scenes of Havan Liberty tells us that ito yung time kung saan pwede kaming magpakilala ng mas lalong-lalo hindi lang sa 100 Thieves, kundi sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon. So that's really something coming in from them, and that's so big for this Brazilian teams, not only to them but to other Brazilian teams. So nakita natin sila sa kanilang VCT qualifiers.
At alam mo yung mga nagpapakilala dyan, yung mga nanonood sa atin kasi ito Filipino broadcast, alam mo, hindi ko ito magagawa sa Twitch talaga yung mga shoutout, ganun. Isipin mo, nasa Valorant Twitch, tapos biglang, uy, shoutout sa inyo sa Twitch chat. Hindi yun bad yun, bawal yun. Pero sabang nandito tayo guys, sabihin ko lang, appreciate ko na gising pa kayo, mga fellow night owls dyan. Nakita ko yung schedule talaga nakausap ko sabi ko, Ray, alam mo yung 3 AM na yan? Yung dali lang yan, di ba? Gising pa naman tayo. Uy, sila! Easy lang. At ito, gusto ko ng fun facts, Ray. Kasi may trivia pa ako eh. Ito, pretend, may esports team ka. So, diba, pangalan lang, Havan Liberty. Bigyan mo ako na parang Liberty na gano'n. Bigyan mo ako word na pangalan ng team mo. Isa lang. Pretend. Gagawa ka team. Parang...
Gagawa ka team.
Ano ba? Fancy word. Nitro. So, paano kung sabihin ko sa'yo, isa-sponsor ng Rustans yung Nitro? Magiging Rustans Nitro. Okay ba?
Okay.
Kasi yun talaga, yun yung kwento ng Havan Liberty. Alam mo yung Havan? Department store yan sa Brazil eh. No joke.
Hindi pala SM department store yung mag-sponsor.
Diba? Isipin mo yun. May team ka, pupunta ka ng Berlin, tapos sponsor mo, SM. Rustans, ayan. Okay yun. Kaya yun eh. Long time org na yan, Havan Liberty. So yun yung fun facts ko para sa'yo. Kasi sakto lang, pabalik na tayo sa game na mukhang yung nasipa ng mga players natin, kung ano man nangyari, okay na talaga. 2-2 scoreline, medyo ikot dito ang Havan Liberty kasi nakakuha ng control na 100 Thieves nung sa sinasabi natin kanina.
2 consecutive rounds din yun na naipanalo ng 100 Thieves. So alam nyo na talagang di makakabili at all ang Havan Liberty. Pero just by picking towards Gabi, still an Asuna was able to take 2 but she on denies. Still currently stuck na siya doon. Di siya makakaalis. There's no way for him to bail out. And what was Sniper doing there? The timing also paves in. Pero because of that, nakakuha na kagad si Ethan ng angle sa may top mid. At si Crane na lang ang natitira. Pero he still got Ethan down. He pinned him. Pero 7 HP na lang. Will this work for him this time around? Pero disciplined play lang for 100 Thieves. Hihintay nila to. Ayaw nila masyadong asimin. Baka sila pa ang ma-pick off ngayon ni Kane. Dahil matibay ang sheriff na yan. Para yung mighty band. Didikit yung crosser niyan sa ulo mo. Hindi na matatanggal. So, ganyan yan pag may iron sheriff yan. Specifically, iron sheriff. Kaya maraming bumibili niyan. Pero balik na ulit tayo dito. Yung animation may factor talaga yan. Promise.
Ganyan yun. Nakaka-inspire. At pag siyempre tournament client, lahat ng skin pwede mo gamitin eh. Pwede, lahat ng gun body pwede mo gamitin. So, kung gusto nyo guys, may experience lahat ng skin, madali lang yan. Mag-qualify lang kayo para sa sa LAN. Diba? Easy, diba? Kaya ni Ray. Kaya yan.
Uy, wag ka nga balita ako, bumili ka ng Z bundle eh.
Ay, hindi eh. Hindi talaga. Hindi ako ganun eh. Hindi ako bumibili. May sponsor ako dun eh. Yung isang kukast na natin sa Viminal. Siya yung skin sponsor ko. So guys, hanap lang kayo skin sponsor. Pero okay yun eh. Pero wait lang, mukhang bigla na lang si Acend. Nag-dash muna siya just para makuha yung information, para lang ma-cancel muna yung spike plant dyan. Pero habang, dahil lang doon. Kasi, syempre, gumalaw si Crane. Wala siyang oras para mag-spike plant. Si Hiko ang huling makakuha ng patay dyan. At 3-2, 100 Thieves doing it again. Pero, syempre, that was an eco rounds for Havan Liberty. So, pwede na. Tingnan nga natin kung pwede nila ituloy yung momentum na yon. Kasi, nakakakuha sila ng space eh. Yun yung pinakapansin ko dito, Ray. May space ang Havan Liberty. Ang tanong lang, ano gagawin nila pag nag-crunch time na ang 100 Thieves? Pag bigla na lang pinisat ng 100 Thieves yung force nila papunta sa site na gusto nila i-defend.
And also, in addition to that, pagdating kasi sa Havan Liberty as what we've been observing, kahit natatalo sila sometimes sa mga duels, usually may isa sa kanila mapapick off on the first few seconds of the round. Because of that, parati lang sila gumagawa ng they come up with a new strat on where they be able to make those spaces. And the 100 Thieves, minsan sila yung napipick off, sila pa yung nabebait ng Havan Liberty into their hands. But right now, as what we can see about 100 Thieves, sa tingin ko lang din, if they give those necessary adjustments into their favor, they just know how to make a good answer sa Havan Liberty, they can actually take this. But knowing this is Acend, and even if the panel earlier told us that this is all of a 100 Thieves pick, the fact that nakakagawa rather Havan Liberty has been creating space for them tells us that they are actually prepared na it's a 100 Thieves-sided kind of map pool. Pero right now, as we're going in towards a tech pause, gusto ko lang din talaga pasalamatan yung mga nanonood dyan. At saka naninibago. Ganda ng keyboard no? Pero may napansin ako, mayroong isang mousepad yung taga-Havan Liberty na naka-FaZe Clan na...
Ibang klaseng buff ba yun? Ibang buff yun Pero, di ba nanalo 100 Thieves na sa FaZe nun? Parang yun yung nangyari. Ano ba? Di buff yun Ray. Jinx yun. Paano yun? Dapat Sentinels yung merch mo para para manalo ka, sure. Ganyan yun.
Ay,
Ito
ganun
nga.
ba yun?
Oh, naghanap ako results. Ito nga, 100 Thieves, 2-0 FaZe Clan. Ano ka ba? Kailangan palitan nila ng Sentinels para sure win. At nakikita ko sa comments na natuwa sila doon sa Havan Liberty fun fact May Pure Gold Nitro, may SM Nitro, SMB, SM Nitro. Seryoso yun. Pag sinearch mo yung Havan, tama, may makikita mo yung sinasabi ko. Ito na, search mo na. Sige.
Search ka na. Havan sa... Oo nga! Uy, maganda yung ano nila. Maganda yung... Parang mukhang SNR yung ano nila. Yung... yung...
Yung mga shop?
Oo. Mukhang SNR.
SNR.
Diba? Alam...
So mag-shopping ka na. Pag alam na natin sa mag-shopping si Ray. Kaya ito na. Tweet mo na yung Havan Liberty. Sabihin mo, hi, big fan. Pangin discount sa department store.
Actually, hindi. Mukha siyang City Hall. Tingnan mo. Mukha siyang City Hall sa Maynila.
Bakit?
Tignan mo.
Bakit?
Tingnan mo.
Okay, nakikita ko. Pero ba't mo naisip yun? Ay, nako. Kaya, alam mo, back to the game, back to the usapang laro. Ito na naman, yung tipong casters nag-uusapan nyo ngayon Puro na lang department store, 3 o'clock na. Hindi nga, 4 o'clock na nga Mas late pa nga dyan. So, guys, thank you wake up. Ito ang wake up call nyo Kasi tipong, kung tipong nakatulog na kayo, pag napasigaw na ako o si Ray, yun na yung alarm. Pero habang ngayon, sige, Havan Liberty, mga nilalaro nila yung same style nila kasi hindi na gumagana yung 8-take nila na mabilisan. Naghahanap sila ng setup dito sa B. Pero dahil na medyo nabasa na dito ng 100T, si Acend na nakasetup dito sa cubby. Andun yung ating KO, pwedeng mag-control ng mid. At eto na lang talaga yun Tingnan nga natin kung paano makontrol talaga ang matchup na to. Pero Havan Liberty na biglang pumasok na dito sa gitna. Wala pa rin tayo masyadong nakukuha intel mismo sa 100 Thieves. Nakakuha lang nila, nalaman nila sa pupunta ang Havan Liberty. Pero besides that, syempre hold muna ng utilities dito ang 100 Thieves. Pero habang ngayon Havan Liberty, mag-back on away versus Shion. Dala-dala yung spike. Medyo delikado kung biglaan na lang mag-peek dyan si Acend na. Si Ethan daw tambay muna sa may A site. Si Pleats ang palapit ng palapit. Pero ang problema, parang wala naman star setup dito ang Havan Liberty. Paano kaya nila gagamitin yung control ng Astra mamaya? Blade through noon. Si Astra backing on away. Pero bigla na lang palabas sa mga ultimates. Hunter's Fury. Diyan na rin ang ating Rolling Thunder. 100 Diesel still holding on. At si Crane na, mukhang na-shutdown niya muna si Steel dyan. Pero si Ethan huli si Pleats. Ito na si Crane daw. Mahuli pa niya ang Sky dyan. 4v4. Baka magi 4v3. Pero si Nitro and Rez muna ang ating KO dyan. Reboot. Walang Alt F4 para sa kanya. At Havan Liberty set up. At makalagay ng spike dito sa may A side.
Oh, this is a big possibility pa rin para sa side ng the Thieves. But still, the deny coming in from your bridge. Plus, meron nga lang sumakto yung knife ni Still. And that's what I'm talking about. It's always all about the perfect timing. Pero nga lang it was too late. Nag-hold lang ng angle right now. It's a 1v1. Pero nga lang si Iko behind the back of Liazi. Denied the possibility of Havan Liberty to actually still take this. And that's it. They're too much focused sa my gardens that they didn't even batted an eye sa magagaling sa rafters. That's just the simple mistake but really drastic for Havan Liberty.
Yeah, sobrang disiplina talaga ng 100 Thieves na net. So, nakita mo na tunnel vision ng Havan Liberty, tinapan na lahat doon sa may puno na yan, sa may A side. Pero dahil lang doon, nagka-space ka agad ng 100 Thieves to take rafters to control yet again. At gamit ng high ground na yun, saktong angle lang At yun yung sasabi ko na may LAN experience dito ang 100 Thieves galing sa CS days nila. Ilang taon na sila, iba't ibang teams at the highest levels of tactical FPS. At yung communication nila on LAN, sobrang on point, sobrang handang-handa. At si Acend na siya yung unproven dito sa LAN, pero proven talent siya sa NA scene. At kitang-kita natin, operator, pitas ang isa, 5v4, biglaan lang kagad dito sa round na to, Ray.
Mga biglaang plays, napaka-fast pings, but still, it's always all about adjusting talaga. Kung gaano gumagawa ng tempo ang nasa attacking side, it always gives the benefit talaga para sa side ng other teams. But instead, nakapag-entry nga si Liazi, but unfortunately, it was too late dahil pag-back up na kagad ang 100 Thieves. They know how to take a good control since they're all expecting that Liazi will be dashing in. Tapos open pa. Walang nakapag-close ng doors. They can just pick out their angles. Pero nga lang lahat ay nakapunterya na sa kanya. May line-up pa ng shock dart. 9 HP left. 9 HP and a dream. Pero it seems so impossible as si Nitro tumakbo na siya habang nagpa-plant ng spikes. Liazi and 100 Thieves still secures it. And adding to that, when it comes to this na nakikita mo na kung paano mo i-handle bilang pro player yung big lead na ng malaking kalaban like 100 Thieves, diba? Pero those risky shots na ginagawa ng 100 Thieves tells to us so much na sa CSD sila, ganito rin When you pop a flash, you get your op, tapos yun din ang gagawin mo, di ba? So, nakikita mo yung mga learnings nila dati. But as for Havan Liberty, they needed this tactical timeout. How will they figure out A-site? Kasi talagang denied na din sila. Kanina, nakapag-control sila coming from copy, pero ngayon, very big deny na yung ginagawa ng 100 Thieves against them. Plus, so masakto yung so masakto pa natin si Steel on his utilities against them. Di talaga sila makakreate ng space ngayon sa side nila.
At nga, dahil dun sa mga utilities ni Steel, bigla na lang yung Havan Liberty. Masasabi ka lang, masyadong bantay sarado doon sa doorway. Ilang beses sila nakatingin lang doon sa may puno, doon sa may tree side. At walang meeting sa rafters. Kulang na lang, sabi ng 100 Thieves, sige, gawa tayo campaign. Every time we get a kill dito sa series na to, mag-plant tayo ng tree. Kasi parang 6 man na yun ng 100 Thieves Yung tree na yun, tinitingnan palagi ng Havan Liberty. Masyadong mesmerized. At kahit may CS experience dito ang HL, kahit ilang taon na sila naglalaro ng TAC FPS, especially yung Brazilian scene na alam ko may rich history rin Kitang-kita talaga yung mas may disiplina ang 100 Thieves, yung experience nila sa galawan nila at sa pag-setup ng crossfire. I feel like na fact na nasa LAN setup na tayo, ito yung pinaka-malakas na version ng 100 Thieves. Not the inconsistency minsan of the likes of Nitro and Ethan. This is the place na dito sila nagbe-belong At tingnan nga natin kung kaya nila maging malinis dito sa laban ni sa Havan Liberty o bigla na lang makaka-surprise pa dito ang HL kasi pwede pa rin gamit ang breach nila.
And yun yung maganda kapag may breach ka, even if there are some people who doesn't use a breach anymore, there are some teams, they don't rely on breach, but Havan Liberty, the fact that they have a breach tells us so much na it's not over it for breach. We will still be picking this guy up. Maganda pa rin yung create niyang space. And kita mo nga, Gion is actually leading his team into that mid control. And once that they take over coming in from market, that's huge. But remember, Asuna's waiting on this angle. Will he be successful in terms of that? Kaso nga lang, ang problema natin dito is that we only have few of the guys, katulad ni Nitro, that he wants to get a good hold. Pero unfortunately, wala siyang makakuhang information. Lahat sila naghihintay patiently. And because of that, medyo si Steel, nakakitaan na nga sila. At ngayon, Asuna pins 1, pero nga lang gets a good trade coming in from Lids. Isa-isa na silang pumupunta towards B-side, pero Nitro is still controlling all over both house. At ngayon, predicted na kagad niya kung nasaan ang pinakahuling guy ng Havan Liberty, and a big deny comes from 100 Thieves once again. Ano yung meron about it, Dax Sobrang tagal ng ginawa ng Havan Liberty. Nakapag mid-control sila, yes. Pero they still have gotten inside market towards the doors, and nakapag-pave in na naisip na ng 100 Thieves na they've been doing, walang nag-setup sa A, so pupunta kami ng B. Wala na kami narinig dito at all.
And effectively, yung setup ng Havan Liberty, may pagkakulang kasi hindi na nakukuha yung full value ng initiation setup nila. Sige yung bridge, pwede mag-stun, pwede mag-flash, pero as na talaga yung lethal follow-up nakakuha sila ng space. Pero more often than not, kasi dahil sa respeto yan ng mga artista, si Nitro talaga, kinaya pa rin, stand up, walang pakiliya, si does go down, one of the best. Oh, Hiko, bakit si Nitro? Bakit tinira mo dyan, boss? Bakit si Nitro? Well, at least, nagawa na ni Nitro trabaho na dyan throughout the smoke some more. At least na-hold yung speedway dyan. Percy Please holding si Steel. Stinger meta, labas dito ng Havan Liberty. 4v3, pero 100 Thieves, they're in the lead. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat. Asna, operator, hawak-hawak na dyan. Pero sa B, retake dito, Ray. Medyo may pagkaalanganin talaga, masasabi ko na lang.
Hindi naman sa akin sinabi na may 6 man pala ang
Di ba 6 man ng 100 Thieves in 3? Tapos ito, 6 man ng Havan Liberty.
Uy, Hiko, ba't ka naman ganyan?
Naging 6v6
Tuloy na thrower dito sa comment.
Si Ethan daw. Bigla huli si Fleet. Sige nga, may Cosmic Divide nakapwesto dyan, guiding light to para na makakuha ng confirmation. At good intel dito para sa Havan Liberty. Pero habang nangyyan, si Asna, walang ka-sightline. Ito ng shock, third pa bounce panta dyan. Asna with the setup, goes for the entry. Pero si Ethan, makakuha ng space. Makakuha ng tatlo dyan, pang-apat para kay Ethan. At padalian lang dyan para sa 100 Thieves. Bigay ng isa, wala na silang pake. 7-2 ang scoreline para 100 Thieves dito.
si Ethan, inaabangan. Paano ba to paano ba yung galawan nito ni Ethan? And nakuha pa nga niya. Pero yung hinayaan nilang makapasok ng sidewalk si Ethan, and he actually made that one. Laki kagad ng opener for him. And Nitro was quite lucky when it comes to that. Pero right now, they didn't expect the sprays coming in from Ethan. Tapos nagla-line up pa sila. Nag-go audition sa kanya pa isa-isa. Wala na rin silang may tatapon na utilities. And that was really quite unfortunate for the side of Havan Liberty. Imagine, that was a 4v3 coming in from the kill of
Yung Hiko. Pero sabi ko lang, seryosa. Shout out kay Asa na doon. Kasi wala siyang Bladestorm nun na, pero ginawa niya yung parang entry na pang Bladestorm. Nag-distract siya gamit ng classic. At dahil lang doon, nagka-space si Ethan para pumitas. And alam naman natin, what a shot though! Galing sa Havan Liberty as we get that KO lineup. Ethan daw holding on to the Kabi at mukhang, masasabi ko lang talaga yung tipong intindi pa rin ng 100 Thieves na, sige, they can lose this player, pero pwede pa rin sila pumitas. And Ethan, such a strong player himself on that sky, very comfy. Pero bigla na lang si Steel, baka mahuli dyan ni Crane. Si Ethan ang nahuli instead. Nitro right now with the kill of Misa in response to yun. Huli rin si Nitro dyan. 4v2 do at bigla na lang konti-konti nasisira ang depensa dito ng 100 Thieves, Ray.
Isa-isa na sila nakuha ng form, pero nga lang, Crane and Shion takes down the last wins of 100 Thieves, and it's not over yet. That was a great setup. I think the mid control of Havan Liberty, okay sana eh. Pero nga lang usually kaya lang sila nagkakamali is that they take so much time. Pero at least right now, diba, nakapag-igib na din sila ng time for themselves. They finally realize that, okay, kailangan natin, mabilis dapat tayo mag-adapt sa 100 Thieves. Kasi kapag hindi, tayo yung matatrap sa sarili nating strategies. And that's how they want to exemplify pa more of what they can show. And that's pretty big. Pero still, because 100 Thieves has been winning those consecutive rounds, they still have a lot of economy kicking in. But this works so well for the side of Havan Liberty. Pero si Hiko, he tries to pin out someone with that Odin. Nilabas na!
Nilabas na?
Odin ni Hiko.
Nako. Alam ko may isa pang medyo esports daddy naglalabas na Odin sa Acend eh. At kita na, di ba? Yung favorite ko sabihin dito, Acend special, isang operator, isang Odin, 3 rifle. At si Naito dyan makakula kay Liazi dyan. Bigla na lang eh, 100 Thieves. Marinig na nila spike down, ang bilis ng rotate nila, ang bilis ng setup nila. At ito na talaga, mukhang papalitan natin yung laro dito from VALORANT to CS. At ito kagad ang ating null command, pulses of suppress. Wala ka ng ibang mga gamit. At dito talaga nakikita natin ang best form ng 100 Thieves. Wala nang malalabas dito ang Havan Liberty. Puro na lang shoot to kill. At si Steve mahuli si Crane dyan. Si Ethan rin makakuha pa ng isang pitas. Pero si Misen, na-shutdown yung KO. Patapos na yung ult niya. So wala siyang shutdown mode. Pero dahil lang sa scan, si Hiko ang handang-handa. At 100 Thieves ready for action yet again. Ilang beses na nila nanakaw yung round sa HL. Parang sinasabi na, sige kunin nyo yung A-site kasi babalik kami para dyan.
And just because of that null command, denied na talaga lahat eh. That's pretty big coming in from 100 Thieves. And we're already seeing their successful retakes. Pero sa tingin ko, nag-extend kasi sila masyado sa may garden. And actually, that's pretty crucial kasi we have those open angles for 100 Thieves to just capitalize on. And that's what we've seen earlier on. Siguro kung they have a more adaptive type of post-plant sa Havan Liberty, it could have worked for them well. Pero right now, dalawa na naman ang magpipick from mid. Hinarangan na lang Kabi this time with we don't want to be killed by Acend as operator. Pero he kind of faked that one. Nagpalit na ulit. Just Havan Liberty ngayon taking their time. They don't want na magmadali masyado. Instead, hintayin na lang natin yung pag-pick nila sa atin, hayaan natin na silang maghahabol, silang ma-pressure versus sa ating map control.
And this is the last round anyway of the first half. So kita nga natin, Bladestorm pang extra weapon. At tong pressure rin eh, tipong maririnig mo yung Jet Bladestorm. Baka isipin mo, magka-aggressive play dito ang 100 Thieves. So Havan Liberty, medyo respeto yan. Pero ang problema, dahil sa respeto na yan, Ray, medyo babastusin lang ni Asa na ang ating Astra na si Fleets. Huli kagad dun sa crossfire na yan. Bigla na lang 100 Thieves, may advantage naman dito. At yung konting mind games talaga sa matchup na to, yung gaano ka hina-hold ng 100 Thieves utility nila, yung timing ng pagtapan talaga ng utility. Iniintay nila yung parang ano yung gagawin ng HL dito. And more often than not, ang successful ang takes ng Havan Liberty. Pero masasabi na lang natin, pag 100 teams sumarang gamit ng operator, pwede rin silang kumalas ng kalaban. At 8-3 scoreline, 5 versus 3, magiging 4 versus 3. Shion with a beautiful one tap there against Asuna. At si Steel ang tanong, kasama niya si Ethan, huli pa rin nila ang dalawa. At mukhang mag-iisa na dito si Liasi, Guardian in hand. Narinig mo yan? Help. Help. Please. Help me.
Ayun na naman, pinagtatawa na yung ating kamalya nila. And that's it. Ethan.
Okay yun ah. Ganun yung bag na sound effects, yung may Tagalog dub nung updraft. Okay. Sige, Riot nanatig yun. Guys, clip nyo yun, send nyo kay Riot, sabihin nyo, Tagalog updraft sound .mp3. Okay yun.
Okay, so as we've seen that this is a big lead of 100 Thieves with a 9-3, but what we can see also here is that we are definitely seeing those good setups naman that from Havan Liberty, but they fall short because of they take so much time. Tagal nilang magkaroon ng decision making, but at the same time kasi pressured din sila of how they will be able to keep up with 100 Thieves kasi they just can't come up with something on where they can deny Asuna, where can they deny that KO lineups. So this is just something new sa Havan Liberty. Medyo hindi pa sila sanay kung paano nila pangahawakan yung trio initiator din ng 100 Thieves actually.
You know, I'm honestly gonna say na tipong, sige, maybe naghahabol sila minsan, pero hindi nga yun yung question sa mga rounds na yun. More often than not, it's just, okay, ang sabi tatanong ng 100 Thieves sa Havan Liberty, ano yung gagawin nyo? Ano yung style, ano yung magiging speed nyo? At pag na-figure out kagad ng 100 Thieves yun, may adjustment kagad sila eh. May setup kagad sila, may gamit sila ng utility maayos. At ang pinaka-strength talaga ng 100 Thieves comp is that intel. Kasi may intel sila nakuha just by giving map space and figure out, okay, sige, ito yung hindi natin inaalagaan, pwede sila dito. At pagkatapos nun, hindi lang yung suppress, diba? Yung flash, plus yung Sova Dart, lahat ng utilities na yan na nakakabigay ng intel, dun nila talaga nakukuha yung mga proper retake, yung mga proper pick. And yun nga, back to your statement na ilalaro ng 100 Thieves na tipong, okay, kung ano speed nyo, mag-a-adjust lang kami. Kahit maghabol ang Havan Liberty, kahit sila yung mag-set ng pace, wala naman masyadong paki 100 Thieves kasi ang inirespeto na lang na at hinahanap lang nila doon, Ray, yung ano yung sagot, ano yung magiging sagot sa ginagawa ng Havan Liberty ngayon. So, for me, I think for HL in that half, ang pinaka-problema nila is just answering those retakes in the first place. From what we see from Havan Liberty, okay ang umpisa nila, may pagka-intro voice pero yun talaga yung lakas ng breach eh. So sa dulo, nung wala na siya sa masyadong utilities at sila na yung nag-dry pick, doon sila nalugi sa 100 Thieves.
And plus, they just can't seem to create with something. Kailangan kasi every time that there's another card being laid by 100 Thieves, you need to show up something ulit. And di nila magawa iyon so far, even if they have their bridge making spaces. So, that's all about it. Plus, natatalo din sila sa post plants. Kanina, na-fake lang sila usually ni Asuna. Plus, kanina di pa na-deny din yung plant sana kahit 7 HPs para dagdag economy. Maraming denies lang dahil sa mga kind of tricky footsteps, tricky utilities being thrown by 100 Thieves. It may be tricky, but you don't need to fall on these traps talaga. Kasi once you fall on their traps, it paves sa 100 Thieves. It's gonna be their advantage. And because of that, Ethan nga was able to pin down 3, kind of from a 3v4, nakuha pa rin nila yun. And that shows to us that when it comes to 100 Thieves sa LAN tournament, even if natatalo sila usually sa VCT online, let's be real, diba? Kapag nakapunta naman sila sa LAN, these guys come up with another new set of momentum that they have.
Parang yun yung hard part eh. Sige guys, tara online. Tapos dun sila mahihirapan. At okay nga kasi yung kwento nila, lahat ng pwedeng possibilities ma-simulate na yung LAN setup, yung magsasama-sama sila, pulipat sila sa Texas, alala ko, na para lahat ng ping pwede nila tapatan West Coast, East Coast. And it's interesting paano sila nag-adjust. Kasi alam nila dito sila magiging powerhouse dito sa LAN setup. So maraming expectations ang 100 Thieves ngayon sa sarili nila. Maraming expectations sa 100 Thieves na makalusot dito sa group na to. Pero masasabi ko na lang, medyo nangingibago talaga ako, Ray. Oh, ito Filipino kas. Kakaiba eh. Tipong, tapos biglang sabi sa atin nung prod na naghihirapan all day, may halftime, so kuha mo na ako t-shirt. Yung tipong nosebleed mo, okay, bye muna. Pwede ba yun? Yung tipong, ako yung nagkaka-nosebleed kasi puro Tagalog lang sinasabi ko ngayon.
Nagtataka nga sila. Nagtataka nga yung mga nagko-comment. Si Dax nagtatagalog. Well, guys, alam nyo ba, usually, kasi si Dax, isa na rin nga close comrade of mine. So, kapag may times na, kapag nag-cast kami ng Valorant, di nyo ba alam na meron dapat na Taglish cast? Pero dahil nag-English siya all the time, napa-English na lang all the whole time. Tapos ngayon naman, sabi namin, okay, come on. Na-invite kami for this Filipino broadcast. Tapos si Dax, kaya mag-Tagalog? Kaya. Ganyan nga, straight and play-by-play ng Tagalog tong kasama ko.
Oo. Mamaya, lalabas si pagkakonyo, ganun eh. Yun eh. Pero, eto lang yun eh, guys. So yun nga, back to the story ni Ray Ray, yung community tournament na yun. Sabi ko kay Ray Ray, Taglish, English, Filipino. Pwede ka pumili kahit ano. So, maging comfy ka lang. Sabi ko sa kanya na tipong, mag-English ako kasi may choice eh. Kami naman yung nag-handle ng tournament, diba? Tapos parang ilang oras yun? Mga 6 to 8 hours. Nung nag-English ako, puro English yung Ray. Hindi ko alam bakit. Sinabi ko na. Tapos pakatapos ng lahat, sabi ko, Ray, ba't ka nag-English? Ba't ka puro English? Ano ba? Kala ko Tagalog caster ka. Sabi niya, hindi, nag-English kayo. Ganyan na lang ako. So the next time, alam ko, isa pa kami community tournament ni Ray. Nagtagalog na ako para sa kanya. Kasi alam ko, madadala siya eh, kung mag-English ako. So ito lang yun guys, pag bigla ako mag-English, nang tuloy-tuloy yan. Kasi Ray rin eh. Tipong isipin mo siya yung mag-aalaga ng Filipino side ng Filipino broadcast. Na yung tipong siya yung, okay, puro Englishero naman, puro konyo naman tong Dax na to, magkaka-nosebleed ako. Hindi, makikisama si Ray. Hindi ko nga alam bakit eh. Bakit ka nakikisama, Ray?
Kaya nakikitwitch ka din ba, Ray? Alam mo, di na ako magugulat if someday makakapag-English cast din ako. Di na ako magugulat. Basta si Dax yung kapatid ka. Tsaka guys, merong something cooking eh. Pero next time namin sabihin sa inyo. But then, if gusto nyong makita, check nyo yung Mineski Met event. So, pag nakita nyo yun, magkakaklu kayo kung anong next casting namin ni Dax. Magulat kayo.
Nako.
Matatawa kayo actually. Pero going back here, huwag kayo mag-alala. Unang araw pa lang namin ang pagtatagalog. Makakarinig tayo parati guys, 3 a.m. Isulat nyo na. Parati kaming magkakast ni Dax ng 3 a.m.
Kami yung call center part ng naming rotation eh. Kami yung pinaka-huli. Kami yung magsasara ng ilaw eh. Tapos makikita namin bigla na lang may sunlight sa labas eh. Pero eto na yun eh. Ito na yun eh. Kasi halftime at yung first game, alam mo na, may sasabihin lang ako. Siyempre, hindi ko sasabihin outright. Pero hinanda ako na eh. Kasi pangalan ko pa lang, alam ko na tatanungin, di ba? Pero ang problema, Ray, tinanong na rin sa akin eh. Sa international podcast eh. Yung tanong na yun eh. So naka-pin guys. Naka-pin guys sa page ko. So kung makita nyo comment ko, puntahan nyo yung page. Problema lang, full English yun. Kasi syempre, mga international talents ang nagtanong sa akin. So syempre, full English. Pero kung yun yung sagot eh. Yun talaga yung sagot. Kaya huwag niya tanongin kasi nandun na. Handa na ako sa page ko. Kung ito lang yun eh. Kung tuloy ko pa yun, medyo wala na akong trabaho. Medyo wag natin tuloy yun. Part na yun. Ay, nako. Pero yun guys. Yun na yun eh. Yun na yun.
Tapos ito may nagsasabi, magtagalog na lang kayo, lalo sumasakit ulo namin pag nag-i-English kayo. Okay, so ibig sabihin, pag nag-i-English pala, matalino.
Ganun ba yun? Hindi.
Kidding aside, natingin ko kasi it's always about how different talaga ang PH broadcast sa English. Iba yung audience na, nung unang-una kami nagkaroon here in VCT, we already talk about how will we bring up yung PH broadcast versus English broadcast. Secret na yan, syempre. Pero, tells to us so much that we want to give you guys a quality broadcast in which you can enjoy the games at the same time, diba? So, habang may tech pause, ang haba na, baka pagalitan na tayo ng mga nanonood sa atin. Pero kasi guys, ano pa bang pag-uusapan?
Ano secret? Kala ko yung sagot dyan, tipong awayin yung chat. Ay, sorry, lumabas. Ay. Naku. Lumalabas. Hindi naman hindi na away, diba? Friendly, banter. Gawing kaibigan, gawing katropa ang ating mga manunood eh. At masasabi ka na lang, yun yung kakaiba talaga dito sa Facebook side. At syempre, nandito tayo sa Twitch at YouTube rin ngayon. Happy rin kami na nakikita namin yung Filipino broadcast. Pero may pagka-personal talaga sa Filipino broadcasting. Yun lang masasabi ko. Parang
So, next time, dito na ulit.
Hindi. Doon ako sa kabila. Sorry. Doon talaga ako. Di ko kaya to ng more than one series. Medyo tipong yung alam mo yung sahod natin. May mga times 2 times 3 please. Thank you. Pero wala akong sinasabi. Hindi ako nagdedemanda ng ganun. Doon lang ako sa kabila. Thank you. Pero masaya ako. Kasama ko si Ray. At besides that, Tekpos, we kind of just mentioned everything about this game. Yun ang masasabi ko. Ang pinaka-kailangan lang gawin ng Havan Liberty as na paglilipat sila sa side nila is medyo sagutin rin yung 100 Thieves in a similar way. Na tipong, okay, may breach nga sila. At kung mapwesto nila maayos yung breach nila na maiilagan yung KO suppress, yung mga flash ng Sky, pwede sila makaretake ng maayos. Isang malupit na fault line at alam na yun ng Havan Liberty. Yung playstyle ng breach nila, hindi yung tipong pang flash dash yung pantulong talaga para sa buong team. Lahat ng players ng Havan Liberty makikinabang doon sa stun ng breach. Pero kung bigla na lang isang malupit na knife galing sa KO ng 100 Thieves at mahuli yung breach na yan, doon talaga makakalas ang retake potential ng Havan Liberty.
And yun yung malaking potential if you have that KO lineup. Kanina, di ba, kung nakikita natin yung agent pickings, sabi natin, piliin mo yung KO. And we're all excited about ano nga ba gagawin ng mga tao from Masters of Berlin right now, yung KO. And that's already a definition that we've already seen the KO lineups coming in from 100 Thieves. And one thing lang ang meron about it, the timing. Especially, you have still using that. So that's already a big advantage. Kasi still, usually you see him more of a type of player na kailangan synchronize talaga yung play so that he can execute more coming in from 100 Thieves. And once you get that perfect timing, denied na yung tatlong initiators ng Havan Liberty. So that by itself, even if matagal kung bago ka magkaroon ulit ng dive na ibabato mo just to deny, that itself tells us na madedelay ng 7 seconds ang possible push ng Havan Liberty. And it's already working. Sa Acend, when you go into the pro scene, wala ganang gumagamit ng KO. Usually you'll see him here in our local scene sa Split and also in Haven. But here, in Acend, you don't usually see that. But right now, 100 Thieves is showing a new type of meta once again. And dito magma-manifest ko, may possible nerf kaya na mangyayari? May possible.
Ina-nerf yung KO para lang sa 100 Thieves. Tipong ayaw namin kayo manalo. Nerf yung KO na yan.
May nangyari ganun eh. Sa kabilang bang-bang, may ni-nerf sila na barrel dahil
sa team. Anong bang-bang ba? Ito ba yung tunay na bang-bang o yung lumang tunay na bang-bang?
Yung lumang tunay na bang-bang.
Okay. Kala ko yung tipong may pagka-mobile. Pero masasabi ko, hindi. Pero masasabi ko na lang, na yung sinabi mong point tungkol sa mga teams, pwede ko copy-paste lang yon na hanapin ko sentences ni Ray. So, palitan ko yung 100 Thieves. So, ganit ko Havan Liberty. Kasi same case eh. Sino pa ba nag-breach sa Acend by this point in time? It's a rare pick. Minsan mo lang makita kasi hindi na siya ganun ka-meta in the first place. Pero inalagay yun yung style ng mga teams natin. Ang lalabas ng Havan Liberty, ang style nila. Lalabas ng 100 Thieves, ang style nila. At kaya sila umabot dito sa Berlin. Dahil yung style nila talaga ang pinaka-best play nila. Ang interesting nga kasi alam na natin sa NA side, diba? Yung tipong okay, itong triple initiator na ninaran talaga mga 100 Thieves. Pero sa Havan Liberty, sobrang contrast yung style nila to many other teams sa Brazil scene eh. Kasi sila talaga yung tipong okay, pang team play talaga. They're probably the best team sa Brazil na sobrang team play oriented eh. Kahit na 0-3 sila nung finals nung challengers nila, 'di ba? Ang sobrang dikit yung labanan at masasabi ko na lang do sa isa pang Brazil na rep natin yung VCTPH, malupit talaga yung individual play nila. Pero as a team, as a unit, dito talaga nanibago ang Brazilian scene dahil sa Havan Liberty. At yun yung reason sila dahil umabot sila dito. At interesting nga kasi Ray, today, 'di ba? Havan Liberty versus 100 Thieves. At tomorrow, sakto, yun yung matcher natin. Ganun ulit, Brazil versus NA, VCTPH versus NVUS. Yung identities mga teams na nagkaka-matchup, parehong-pareho eh. Parang makikita mo yung NA version at yung Brazil version, mag-matchup today, mag-matchup bukas, at sobrang interesting kasi makikita lang natin yung anong klaseng style at ano yung talaga yung flavor na dinadala nung mga teams sa Berlin mismo. Pero ngayon mukhang may Blade Storm and well, time to back all the way para sa 100 teams. Mukhang...
Sana lang. Nagsimula bigla. Okay, so very good. At Acend na takes care of Myzen. Gusto na sana nila mag-commit sa B pero denied na naman dahil si Myzen was able to be eliminated by may trades off lang na pangyayari pero 'di ba? Tinapan lang ni Steel yung life.
Okay.
Okay,
Ray. Nanibago ako. So guys, quick little FYI, nag-replay ang round number 12. Kala ko 'di ba parang paano dito pistol? Ba't biglang may Blade Storm? Ba't biglang may mga utilities na malabas? So, mukhang nagka-issue kanina sa round number 12 at mukhang okay na tayo ngayon. So, may round replay. Kaya rin ako like, wait. What's going on? Ano to? Parang, anong klaseng deja vu to? Like, time travel ba tayo, Ray?
Kaya nagtaka ko, hindi, is it me or nagkape ako or 8-3 ulit yung score natin?
It's not you. It's me. Oh wait, it's the game pala.
Oh my. At ngayon, baka magalit yung mga fans ng 100 Thieves. Bakit bumalik? Yun talaga guys, may mga bagay na ma-explain natin yan later on. Pero later on, makita natin yung rason kung bakit nga bumalik. Pero 11 seconds na lang. Si Acend is just buying a lot of time. He takes one head. Kiko also gets that far. Pero nga lang, isa-isa na sanang bumagsak. No time left. Nag-hold lang sila sa B-side. And that's it. Nakuha pa nga ng 100 Thieves. Still, ang round na yun. Well, it could have been for Havan Liberty.
Pero mukhang Havan Liberty ngayon, at least, 3 points sila on the board. Ang 100 Thieves daw, pwede lang mag-control. At mukhang makabalik na tayo talaga sa tunay na pistol round dito, Ray. Kaya okay talaga tayo. Back to reality. Back to potential insanity. Pero clutch time talaga doon sa may dulo. Ano to? Blade Storm. Huli ka agad si Liazi dyan. Dash on the way. Hiko with the support. Pero kahit si Fleets makahuli ng dalawa sa dulo. A triple kill at Liberty. Pwede pa rin eh. Kaya pa rin. Pero it's all about stalls. It's all about that timing. And well. It's gonna be a good one here. 9-3.
Alright, that's already a big advantage that they have. Pero syempre, hindi dapat sila magpa-fall short. But given that they're fragging so much, plus it helps when you have a KO and your attacking side. Let's see. Pero nga lang, konting deny lang coming from Breach is gonna be helpful for the side of Havan Liberty. And speaking of, nakapush siya sila towards mid just because of those pinpoints coming in from a Shion. Pero nga lang, because of that, Acend was able to go into Shrafters. Alam na nila, lahat sila magagaling sa Garden. Pwede nilang saraduan, pero si Steel nagtapon lang. Dinanay na yung possibility na pupunta sila from Garden. All of them biglang mambubulaga. And Acend na face this time, pero nga lang may mga trades na pangyayari lang, may mga shock dart lineup pa. And speaking of, Still was able to pick 2 as you only have Myzen going up against 2. Meron pa naman siya ngayong guiding light, but the right click still for Still gets the head of Myzen, and 100 Thieves still wins that pistol round.
Yeah, still. Parang ilang beses pa sinabi yung word na iba't ibang Acend doon, Ray. Okay yun.
STILLST. Kasi naman still pinapahirapan mo kami sa sinisi.
Tapos biglang spinelling pa eh. Ano ka? Gusto mo ng gold star? Gusto mo ng checkmark sa paper mo? Pero pwede. Sige, akin na.
Give me excellent stamp nung kindergarten.
Yung tipo may sticker doon sa papel mo. Pero, well, bigyan mo ng sticker yung 100 Thieves dito eh. 10-3 scoreline. Sayang may extra point to ng Havan Liberty. Masasabi ko na sana. For the first time. Pero, maybe next time. But then again though, ayun ang ating stun play galing sa ating Breach. Fault line though doesn't get too much. Ethan, saktong tago lang behind this thing. Hindi ko naman Tagalog na ano ba to? Parang
hiling-galing.
Hiling-galing. Okay yun, no? Parang may nipahat. May yung kasi it's like alam ko it's a boot kasi, di ba? It's like di ba ito dapat Venice to. So dapat may tubig pero lumulutang. So parang
galing nga.
Shit. Hindi talaga Riri. Kasi nila mo si Bim eh. Kasi nung nagkakas kami ng Sea Challengers, sinabi niya sa akin, hindi niya alam na nasa Venice pala itong Acend. Wala nakita nung knife na yun.
Wala, hindi.
Wala. So, So sa lahat ng kaguluhan ng round na to, mukhang naka-B-take naman ang 100 Thieves. Dala-dali nila lahat ng baril nila dito. May gun advantage sila kasi nasa sila pistol. At punti-unti na mapatay na lang ang members ng Havan Liberty. 10-3, looking to be 11-3 very, very soon.
Konting-konti na lang. And plus, you only have that shorty passer classic coming right up. At ngayon, naghihintay lang si Crane ng malalasan. Boop, boop. Ayun lang, tumarikot ka. Bakit ka tumingin sa kaliwa mo? Kaya maraming nakukuha sa ganyan. Pag nakaliwa pa, baka mapaulo kayo. Wala sinabi last name, baka mapaulo lang kayo. Pero si Flitz na lang agad ang natira. Makabagyo lang tayo as a friend.
As a friend. No, alam mo, Ray, sa lahat ng nagsasabi mo, gusto mo ng cake? Gusto mo ng cake? Ano mango graham? Ano ba yun? Mango graham?
Mango graham. Cake ba yun? Cake pala yun? Parang ba?
Parang cake eh. Pero masasabi ko na lang, mga kwentong Eva talaga eh. Yung mga chismis talaga mo eh. Nakikisama ka dun eh. Parang tipong kung yung cast natin yung tipong 24 oras, ikaw yung chika minute eh. Yun lang yun eh. Ay, nako.
Ay, pero hindi guys nakita na sa timeline ko. Di ba alam? Kahit ka ayaw mo tignan, may kita mo sa timeline. As a friend.
As a friend. Sige, maniwala. Wala na.
Alam ko pag nagbagyo, nagbe-breakdown. Pero hindi nyo naman sa sinabi, pwede magtala ng +1 as a friend.
Magpa-5 na. Re-rebat ka na. Magpa-5 o'clock na. Pero bigla na lang gising sabi ni Asta kay Shion. Huli niya ang isa dyan. Krado, tago lang sa the default. Hawak-hawak yung Odin for steal. One tap headshot. Gamit ng wallbang dyan. At 100 Thieves. Nakuha nilang entry dito sa B-site. Hindi lang yun, Ray. Ito matagong Omen, no? Sakat sa dilim ng beat sa area. Doon si Nitro. Tago-tago dyan, sabi ng kapitan. Pero habang ngayon, biglang Blitz. Uhuli siya ng kutsilyo dyan. Suppress, Intel. At ito na, Nitro time. Ito na, Ray. Nasabi ko
Nitro yung sa
time.
Discord yan, di ba? Yung Nitro boost. Pero nag-bail out na, save na lang tayo, man. Pag ginastos nila, wala din silang pera next shot kung kailan match point na.
Gusto nyo PSA guys, kung tipong claim mo yung 3 free months ng Nitro, dapat expire na yun, pa-expire na yun. So, huwag nyo kalimutan mag-cancel kung kailangan nyo. Pero ito talaga si Nitro! Huli niya si Fleets siya, nag-cancel ng subscription niya. At si Mycen sabi niya, pare chong, wag ganyan. Magiging 3v2 na to, even though hindi pa siya tapos at mabilisan lang para kay Ethan. Too easy for Ethan. Yun na lang masasabi ko. 12-3, map point para sa 100 Thieves.
Oh my, di nila hinayaan eh. Talagang hinabol ni Nitro just to deny yung possibility of them saving. Plus, nakita pa niya kung nasan yung mga natitirang miyembro ng Havan Liberty, and that's it. They were just having those good entries, and I really do think also na nasa momentum na din sila. So mukhang pretty confident na yung 100 Thieves eh, because it's a 12-3. Hindi naman one-sided, pero ganun na nga.
Kasing one-sided ba nang nagdala ng tao sa Baguio as a friend?
Siguro. Ayun na naman. Ganito nangyari. Podcast at 4:48 AM. Usapang Baguio.
Hindi ito podcast eh. Ito yung tipong chismisan na eh. Yung tipong kakagising mo lang. Yung tipong makita mo may notif ka sa messenger. Tapos may GC. Tapos puro chismis lang eh. Yun eh.
Lapagan na chismis.
Tapos nisingit lang natin yung Valorant habang may oras. Tapos bumabalik sa chismis. Hindi ko na alam. Marami natin nagawa. Yung tipong magiging sponsor yung SM ng team. Ewan ko na lang. SM Nitro. Pakaiba. Kung ito si Nitro. Kanina, nakahuli na nag-meditate na Astra. And honestly, di natin masyadong nagpag-usapan to. Pero Nitro talaga, one of the best, if not the best Omen in the NA scene. And ito talaga, 100 Thieves, sobrang confident sa Omen. Marami na lang nag-i-embrace mo nila sa Astra. I know na sa NA mismo, medyo nag-shy away. Or EU ba yun yung nag-shy away sa Astra? Pero masabi ko na lang, yung comfort talaga at yung value na nakuha dito ng 100 Thieves para sa controller nila, nakakatulong sobra sa pinaggagawa nila dito. At si Asna, tinulungan ng Guiding Light, tinulungan ng Suppress, at lahat na lang para kay Asna dito sa 100 Thieves. Spike planted, at handang-handa na sila manalo sa map na to.
ano na yun, it's a big opportunity. Tapos meron ka pang knives from Aso na also Nitro. Pero sa tingin ko, di na much gagamitin yan. So, because they still have lots of utilities still. Pero on that post plant, nalabas na nga kagad ni Aso na hindi na din siya gano'n na-trap. Hindi na siya na-pick off right now ng Havan Liberty. There's just something is happening. Hindi tumutok. Kaso nga lang, Liazzi still saves the day, but we only have one left that's already Crane himself. And I really do think Havan Liberty needs to give this to 100 Thieves already. He has no choice and he will be taken out by Hiko himself. And a 13-3 scoreline by the guys of 100 Thieves speaks up so much for their first game here in VALORANT Masters Berlin. So yeah, congratulations sa kanila. But it's just the first map. This was also their map pick. So we're kind of expecting that, okay, they're far more comfortable with that. Although maganda na sana yung start ng Havan Liberty, unfortunately nga, it's all about those tactics din na meron na 100 Thieves against them.
I mean, map pick, best map talaga para sa 100 Thieves. At kitang-kita dito, Ray. Dito lumalabas yung experience ng 100 Thieves in full force eh. Tuloy-tuloy na lang eh. Nung nakakuha nila adjustments, naiintindihan nila yan, laro ng Havan Liberty at multiple times dito sa match na Mateo, na yung tipong may measure mo, kuha ka ng ruler, Ray. Tapos i-measure mo talaga yung utility value ng teams natin dito. Pero para sa 100 Thieves, tuloy-tuloy na lang yung measurement na yun. Tuloy-tuloy na lang yung value na nakuha nila. At more often than not, dun sila nakaka-capitalize. Yung sa Havan Liberty, swak to yung setup. Pero kung swak to sa Havan Liberty, sulit na sulit sa 100 Thieves. Kasi ilang beses na lang na dahil lang sa setup nila, dahil lang sa pagpwesto nila, nakakuha sila ng retake potential, nakakuha sila ng offensive potential, at kaya sila nag-snowball out of control dun sa mapa na yun.
Just one word dito is that the deny always of 100 Thieves against them. Kahit nakakagulat yung sigaw. Nagulat ako. Bakit ba lumalabas sa tag? Bakit lumalabas sa mga sigaw nila? Pero nakikita talaga, that's it. Kasi kapag you have that KO, denying lang yung possibility that you need to set up, magbiglang sasabihin ng Havan Liberty, lipat na tayo kagad. Although that's a good strat naman. Pero nga lang, it makes you so predictable eh. For 100 Thieves to figure things out, and that itself already speaks to us. And 90 yung score eh. Ng first half eh. So sobrang laki talaga ng advantage pag nakapag-igib ka na ng napakarami in your first half. So that's it. 100 Thieves winning that round, and yeah, sabi mo nga nandito, it's usually for 100 Thieves, but what's exciting is that their matchups nga ngayon, mga agent selections nila, that you can actually learn a lot about how they get those good calls talaga, and they already told us sa first map pa lang in this best of 3 series.
Ang pinaka-interesting nga eh, nailabas na ngayon ng 100 Thieves ng KO. At medyo na-expect na yun ng marami na ito yung style nila, ito yung lalaro nila. At ang interesting dito, Rere, kung umabot sila ng playoffs, pwede silang pumalit eh. Pwede silang bumalik dun sa Sentinel role para sa kanila. At ang lakas naman nung default setups nila, ang lakas naman nung Sentinel setup nila. So pwede nila itago yun. May choices sila, pero from what we're seeing here, is sobrang valuable nung KO plays nila. Triple initiator, may pagka-risk yun eh. Sige, marami kang intan makukuha, pero paano ang defensive potential mo? Paano ang utility mo kung bigla na lang ginamit mo, pero wala kang napapala? Para sa 100 Thieves, madali lang sagat eh. Palagi lang may mapapala, palagi na lang may value, at palagi na lang sila makakuha ng panalo dahil doon. Pero guys, game number 1 yan, 100 Thieves taking it. Magkaka-game number 2 pa tayo. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi din ng Havan Liberty. Ako si Dax, kasama si Ray. Break muna tayo dito sa Masters Berlin.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, pictures! Bye!
Only love first. It goes round here. It goes round here. Together, no fear. Let love do its worst as she comes right here. It goes round here.
We had to wait for 2 best of 3s before we saw 100 Thieves, but it was worth it in the end. I am your host, Yingsu. I'm back on the desk with Gio and Bala. Now, we spoke about the experiences this 100 Thieves roster was going to bring. We theorized on what they could do, and Bala, I'd say that was pretty much a perfect performance from them.
Yeah, it was. I mean, not necessarily from start to finish, because the pistol round and the round after that was a little sketchy, but after that, it was all guns blazing. I mean, they were right next to each other. The chemistry was there. The hype was there. Everything we wanted to see, I think, coming out for a first game from 100 Thieves was certainly shown off in that game.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like 100 Thieves were constantly forcing Havan Liberty to use all of their utility to get something quite small done, whereas in response to that, 100 Thieves never really had to expend quite as much as their opponent did.
Yeah, and I honestly don't think that they really even needed to go into their game plan, 100 Thieves that is. They really didn't need to show off much because they were fragging out and reading the plays that Havan Liberty were throwing at them.
It felt like their game plan, Bala, was like, Steel is kind of nasty, Ethan is going to be even more nasty, because some of those shots were just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's almost like they played another game that involves shooting before for years and years.
That 4K from Ethan was disgusting, and I think that's why he's MVP right here, because that was literally the fastest flick I think I've seen so far, and it ended up with a 4K and him clutching out. So yeah, that's what we got to see.
It was just the way we all like looked at each other and we were like, did that just happen?
That was not real. That was a glitch,
Yo,
surely.
I had my hand on my head, and then I looked, Meeson has his hand on his head. I'm just like, oh my goodness, how did this happen? That was crazy.
I mean, we were tweeting, I was tweeting about it, and I saw you, Bala, as well, but some of the player reactions we're able to enjoy behind us. But I got to say, also from the side of Havan Liberty as well, they showed a lot of emotion, and, you know, in that particular occasion where Ethan did that, I think even they were kind of impressed by it. They were like, okay, we admit defeat. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about emotion right before the game, and Havan Liberty came out showing a lot. But instantly, when you get smacked down like that, just punch knocked out, it's really, really hard to come back from it, especially when, you know, you get a keyboard issue, something like that. You really need a rock, somebody who's calm, very, very, very calm, to kind of encourage you back into it. And that is not necessarily something we saw from them. Maybe map 2 will be a full reset for them.
Well, it's going to have to be. Otherwise, this is just going to be a 2-0, and that's going to be that. Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to kind of reconvene themselves. And we just heard like a bunch of yelling.
Yeah,
so
the
I assume
energy.
I assume that's what they're trying to do, because there was a lot of like chanting and something. I don't know. But yeah, no, that is really the only option they have, because this was such, I mean, it was like what Doug said. He said, I hate to say it, but this almost looked easy for 100 Thieves. And so not only have you got the hump of trying to get to the point where we have to win the next map, but you also have to just get past the point of making it look easy for your opponent. Like, you've got to at least make it a challenge first. That's the first stop.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about, you know, some of the emotions, and we heard the chant just now from the side of Havan Liberty, but we got to a bit of a clip because I don't think you guys at home heard this, but the three of us definitely did from Steel. Let's check this out.
Yeah. That boy cold.
Yo, guys, we're coming B. We're coming B on you guys. We're going B. B. We're going B. Come get us.
Peter, don't be good. Let me.
Oh my goodness.
And they did go B.
The fact that they chanted that and then they actually went B, and Bala, that was the last round of the game that they won.
Yeah, you know, I don't think Steel realizes that you have noise-canceling headphones on, and they can't really hear that. He was yelling way loud, though, where they could definitely hear him, but I don't know, man. That was a funny moment. Last round of the last round of the game, too. That's confidence.
I mean, we're seeing his statistics here, and Steel, you know, we're just talking about him. He absolutely popped off, and one of the concerns that we had, of course, was whether the KO was going to work out, whether the issue of not having the Sentinels was going to be an issue, and that turned out to not be the case at all, at least not in my opinion. I think part of that is not just because Steel was popping off, but it's also because there was so much control from 100 Thieves as to what part of the map they actually had. So, you know, whether it's mid, which was an area they relinquish quite a bit, and that's usually where you would oftentimes use a Sentinel to really hold, whether that's a Killjoy with an alarm bot or whatever. But then if it was Garden that Havan Liberty were going after, 100 Thieves would not let that go, and that's where the gunpowder would come in. They were sure that they were going to hold on to that. They were very tenacious.
Yeah.
Another word for you to steal.
No, that one's easy,
To
you know, because I know Tenacious D.
Yeah, he's a cultured man.
Sorry, we just ignore my pun. Let's ignore my pun. Let's talk about the second map. You know, we saw a similar situation with G2 versus F4Q, where G2 came out all guns swinging. They took the first map with ease. But this next map is where Bala, Havan Liberty, they have a chance to get back into this game. It's not over.
No, they don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just thought about Icebox again for 100 Thieves, and I was like, okay, hold on. No, this is Asuna on Icebox. This is Ethan on Icebox, where he's going to play Omen and really start to coordinate with Asuna like crazy. I mean, unless there's something, and we did watch a little bit of Icebox from Havan Liberty on the Brazil games, but that reach, I mean, I don't know. I think the Asuna trump card is a little higher right now, for sure.
I have to agree with you there. You know, Havan Liberty played against Vivo Kid on Icebox, and this was an overtime game. They lost 12-14. Now, I hate to say it, but I feel like if that's what you're putting up against someone from your region, when you're looking at one of the best teams, not just from another region, but the world, you're probably not going to expect to do better on that map than your kind of home region. And in that game, you know, I just have the stats in front of me here. Liazi, who's playing the Jet, who's going to be the counterpart to Asuna, you know, was 0 on KD. So as many kills as deaths, and I just feel like, while that's a very simplified way of looking at it, it is a significant statistic to bear in mind when Asuna's going to be that the real linchpin.
And do you feel like the gap is just a little bit too big here? Is this an issue of just getting outclassed?
A little bit, yeah, but I just think there's so much firepower in the support that 100 Thieves provide that it doesn't just come down to those two players, but just what 100 Thieves do as a holistic entity.
Yeah, well, we are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. I think, again, all eyes on Asuna there for that Reina. It's going to be a little bit difficult for them to kind of be able to put up with the numbers that we saw in the map before. But of course, Steel over here, 100% on Killjoy. We're not expecting that KO. We didn't really get to really see too much of what he can do, any of the geeky stuff on KO before. But like you predicted, Bala here, Ethan in there with the Omen. And you think this is getting a little bit scary?
Yeah, well, no, you know, I really, you know, when we see Crane picking Sova again, of course, that's kind of what we expected. And we had him have a pretty decent game. It's not necessarily, you know, a scary time for them. They're going to go in with their own game plan and see how it works out, because it doesn't necessarily mean, you know, it's the matchups, how the first round goes, how the second round goes, and then from there you move around with the plan. Icebox is one where you can kind of just go for it in a lot of instances, and yeah, you have to be prepared for the smoke combos with Asuna, but it is something that you can deal with.
Bala, you don't believe in them, but Havan Liberty, they do have a chance to get back into this game. And let's head over to the casters. I know, Riv, you...
Hello guys, what's up? And we are now back here in VALORANT Masters Berlin. But I'd just like to say na good morning sa mga inyo guys. Good morning, good day managers na mga nanonood sa atin right now. It's 5 a.m. in the morning and we're still kicking in some coffee dyan at saka McDo na nilibre ako ni Dax. So thank you. Thank you sa paglibre mo, Dax.
Parang baliktad parang tipong sinabi sa akin ni Riri kanina, Dax na yung Gcash mo. Ginaganon ako biglang, Uy, libreng breakfast. Thank you, Ray. At sakto lalagay yung libreng breakfast. At syempre, ang breakfast muna, ang almusal. Ang almusal natin dito, Ray, itong icebox map na to. So, konting ginaw lang para sa ating mainit na araw. Grabe talaga. Ilang beses na tayo nakakita ng matchup today na I'd say na syempre world class. Dito tayo sa Masters, diba, in the first place. Pero interesting enough, yung ating Havan Liberty squadron na to, medyo bumalik sila to something they used to play before No, walang breach ngayon. Ako na pressure masyado ng 100 Thieves kasi linabas na nila yung double duelist. Andyan yung stage, a bit of a, I'd say, tried and tested composition para sa Havan Liberty. Pero kung gusto mo talaga ng tried and tested, si Acend na dito, tried and tested at sobrang lupit sa icebox. Reyna, para sa kanya, alam niya yung galawan dito. 2 na 3 na kagad para kay Acend na. At bigla na lang, konting-konting nawawala mga members ng Havan Liberty. Hindi pa tapos si Acend na. Andyan din si Hiko para makatulong. 5 HP para sa Reyna natin, pero nag-iisa na ngayon si Misen.
I think this is looking pretty bad na kay Misen. Siya na lang kagad na natitira pero lahat na nakatingin sa kanya. And now Thieves still wins this against them. And the big advantage lang naman to for the second round. Syempre, bibili ka na kagad ng mga baril mo. But remember, this is Icebox. But Dax, what can you say about the performance of 100 Thieves so far when we watched them sa VCT here in Icebox?
Ay, Diyos ko. The Acend na show. Yun talaga yan Nakita mo yun? Round number 1. Yun yung tikim. Yun yung unang taste ng pwede gawin ng 100 Thieves dito. They're a solid team on Icebox. Kita natin sa stats nga nila na they have a pretty effective win rate run. Mga 67% doon sa official circuit out of the 24 times they played. But whenever you get on Icebox, it does become a bit of that Acend na show na kahit yung 100 Thieves ngayon nahanap na nila yung comfort, dito talaga na-amplify ang talents ni Acend na. That's why he plays that right now. He just knows this map so very well. Na lahat talaga yung mga corners na pwede galawan, nakita nga natin doon sa rope, diba? Doon siya. At kahit si Ethan pwede makasama, no scope lang, pwede na para sa kanya. Marshall sa dalawa dyan. 5v3 na kagad. Maisendan, naghanap paraan. Si Shield, huli dyan ni Asla. Hindi pa siya tapos. Walang beautiful shot there with the classic. Nakadalawa si Maisen dito sa eco state nila. At may konting chance dito ang Havan Liberty, pero isang tatak na lang, isang katutak, isang tama lang na Marshall, patay na kagad na Viper dito. Versus Steel ang makakahuli sa kanya. At 2-0 para sa 100 Thieves na to.
My. Ethan with just praise coming in from his marshals. That's already big for the side of 100 Thieves. But you know, it's just the advantage when you buy from your pistol round. There were still some good and nice. Pero you know, talaga usually when you get lucky enough behind the toxic screen that's not the, that's the usual talaga coming in from the Omen players. It's what I usually observed. Pag may setup coming in from, actually, kahit sino pero kapag after the toxic screen, you're just going to be pre-firing your Marshall, it's pretty accurate for you to get at least one frag, and that's already manifesting sa ginawa nga ni Ethan. But then, a bonus still, Van Liberty, it is just not over yet. Nakabili naman na sila release time, plus looking at their agent pickings, I still do think they have a chance here. Pero ngayon, technical timeout muna tayo. But the big shoutouts muna sa lahat ng nanonood. Make sure to like and share our live stream. And of course, you can just talk with us here sa comment section. Enjoy there. I know some of you might have their classes pa or their work. And ngayon, gumising kayo. Aga nyo magising kami. Matutulog pa lang kami. Mamaya pa matutulog
Akala ko mag-rank pa tayo, Riri, pakatapos nito, diba? Yung 6 AM grind, diba? 7 AM grind, depende kung kailan matatapos ang series na to. Masasabi ko na lang doon na, yun nga guys, good morning sa inyo kung kakagising nyo lang, tipong kung mag-set up kayo, mag-ready kayo para sa school, di keep us on na tipong naliligo kayo, nasa phone lang, may Valorant pa tayo. At yun yung masaya sa mga international tournament Pagtulog mo, may Valorant. Pagising mo, may Valorant dito sa oras natin sa Pinas. Pero talking about the game, I honestly have to be a bit real here, Ray. Na may pakiramdam ako dito sa Havan Liberty na medyo na-pressure na sila ng 100 Thieves kasi bumalik sila sa composition na medyo may pagkaluma. And more often than not, it hasn't really been the most successful. Yung tipong yung mga stats na yung most recent matchups nila na ginamit na ng comp na to against No Org at Game Landers Blue. May pagkatalo sila eh. Masasabi ko na lang tungkol sa Havan Liberty mismo. Na yun nga, sila yung naging 100 Thieves ng Brazil. Na yung playstyle nila gamit ng Breach, yun yung talaga nakatulong sa kanila para matalo yung Vivocade, para matalo yung Team Vikings. Pero dahil sa pinakita doon ng 100 Thieves na pwede nila outclass yung triple initiator nila gamit nung triple initiator with a KO instead, medyo may nagkaduda dito ang Havan Liberty. And I feel like dahil lang doon na-shake yung mental nila, na-shake yung foundation nila. And I don't necessarily agree with them going back to this composition in all honesty. Pero tingnan natin kasi may chance naman kung mag-pop off sila, pwede pa sila manalo. At yun naman yung strength ng comp na to eh. Dito talaga yung parang base value at yung base form ng Brazil scene. Hold W, win the duels, win the game. At dito talaga makita natin kung kaya i-channel ng Havan Liberty yung strength na yon na hindi natin masyadong nakikita sa kanilang playstyle ngayon. Yung playstyle nila gamit nung initiator, gamit yung utility, yun talaga ang trust sila papunta dito sa Berlin. Pero sabi nila ngayon, sige, back to basics, back to our roots. Ang tanong though, magiging enough ba yun against 100 Thieves, Ray?
I think when it comes to that question, Dax, alam mo naman kasi na iba yung experience ng 100 Thieves eh. Pero kailangan lang talaga ng Havan Liberty right now is to keep up. But will they be able to keep up knowing na they went back to their roots, they went back to their usual pick here in Icebox. They didn't go with something strange like what they did in Acend. But knowing na nasa full momentum na rin ng 100 Thieves coming in from a big lead sa Acend, I really do think na yung strength talaga ng 100 Thieves is already being thrown to us right now by these players. But Havan Liberty, they can just take their time. Pero dapat hindi sila magiging late masyado into those giving the strats that they have, the pocket strategies. And sa tingin ko, medyo gipit din talaga pag nasa attacking side ka na may double, na may steal ka na nag-Sentinel plus Nitro. It's already giving them so much sa side ng 100 Thieves. Plus, you have Ethan. Kapag yung paranoia niyan, sumakto sa'yo, di ka talaga makakalis kahit tumalong-talong ka pa. And speaking of sneaky, coming in from Acend, takes on the head of Peach, pero nga lang, matatate off lang siya right now ni Maisen, but nakapag cross na kagad ang mga member ng 100 Thieves and Nitro. What was that? That's really sneaky. I don't know why that happened. But then he gets them to the head of steel. But then na kagad siya ni Ethan on a round where nag-full buy na ang Havan Liberty. But what was that?
Parang naipit yung jet dun mukhang may paranoia siya. Hindi ko masyadong sure. Bilis na biglang namatay nung member doon ng Havan Liberty. Pero ito na nga sabi ko sabihin ko sana na okay, sige, ito yung round na they can prove me wrong na tipong pwede sila makabawi kasi ito na yung full buy nila. Ano nangyari? 100 Thieves, ang bilis talaga ng galawan ni Asna. Yun yung pinaka-nakakatakot pag nag-icebox biglang 100 Thieves. Itong map pool na to, may magandang stats Havan Liberty. Positive win rates, decent showings, and good map wins. Pero at the same time talaga, like sabi ng panel at nakita natin sa the draft itself, 100 Thieves has the advantage in different elements. Iba't ibang flavor talaga ng 100 Thieves na nakikita mo dito. May pagka-as na show, pero may pagka-ano rin yung tipong sneaky place na sinasabi mo. Versus still, happy to see him back on a Killjoy role. Nakikita mo talaga na pwede mag-sentinel dito 100 Thieves. At pansin natin na hindi lang sila ipit sa triple initiator style, pwede sila bumalik sa mga gumagana sa kanila dati, especially nasa LAN setup na sila.
Oo nga, they can come up with another one Kahit ba sabihin mo, pwede nga silang mag-Sage pa plus Sage actually, instead of still going with that Sage, pwede sila magkaroon ng come up with new possibilities. But I do think it's really much better when you see this lineup that they have. This is the stronghold na meron sila, including when you go with the LAN setup. But of course, we've seen the aggressiveness na coming from Asuna. That's so like what you said, Asuna show na nga, but no cap. Ethan show din talaga to actually with that Marshall that he's been using ever since the 3 past rounds that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and you make a good point na Ethan show nga na kahit tipong si Acend talaga yung misa sa pinakamaingay sa Icebox, may times nakikita mo si Ethan yung nag-steal ng stats na yun away parang biglang, ikaw pala yung top frag, Yutan. Hindi si Asuna. And you make that good point. Just with that Marshall, with that movement, ilang beses na lang tipong nakakapwes talaga ang 100 Thieves. At confident sila sobra sa Omen pick dahil sa value na nadadala ng mobility niya, ng mga smokes niya, ng paranoia. It's just something that works for 100 Thieves in the first place. Pero tingnan mo dito, sobrang aggressive at sobrang confident na ng 100 Thieves. Land buff times 4, times 5. Kasi si Asuna rin nagpapakita ng gilas niya dito sa land setup natin sa Berlin. At alam mo yun, yung tipong yung box na yun sa gitna, may KNG. It just means king. Ikaw yung king ng hill, ikaw yung king ng A-site. At si Asuna talaga yung utter confidence, yung audacity para lang pumesta doon. Kitang-kita natin talaga na pwede na dito mag-snowball ng 100 Thieves. Pero saktong angle dito para Acend. Nitro na huli niya dyan sa may garahe. At ang tanong, mag-rotate pa ang Havan Liberty? O champion nila, mag-contest pa sila dito against Asuna. Ayun na, nahanap ang angle ni Shion at Havan Liberty nakuha nila yung opening na hinahanap nila dito, Ray.
I think that 100 Thieves, parang gusto na nila kagad mag-rotate. Siyempre, they're known for those types na kailangan talaga nila makapunta sa kabilang site po sa kasakali. But I think that was a good opportunity na nag-commit pa rin ng Havan Liberty, nakuha nila yung kiliti na kailangan nila. They denied also the possibility that Asuna will get those frags with that Reyna of his. Pero we're still seeing a 3 left. But it makes so impossible for them to make this retake unless if Hiko will be able to denying something. And speaking of, hindi na nga yun naging posible because Shion gets the head of Hiko together with Ethan, and Havan and Liberty finally gets that good sense of how they will be trying to take on sa A side. And they just caught Asuna off guard. And that itself will be para kayo nag-cut nag-alis kayo ng malaking pa ng anchor ng 100 Thieves. And that fact itself, parang naging umisa-isa nang bumagsak ang 100 Thieves. And let's see, if you're just gonna be denying Asuna's reaction over everything, Havan Liberty can have a chance in this icebox map.
Oh, and there you go si Shion! Nag-iinit na at nakikita na natin talaga yung Brazil style of Valorant. This is Brazil! Sabi ni Shion. And honestly, Havan Liberty, one of the smartest teams in the Brazilian scene. You can see there na kahit gusto nila tumulak, gusto nila mag-push, minsan nag-back off muna sila just to get a better angle. Nakita natin sa Sorana yon. At nakita natin dito sa opening Shion. Umpisa pa lang yung Reyna natin, nag-pop off na. Empress handang-handa para sa kanya. Rosita nakaka-peek nga dyan at gamit ng pipes nakaka-protect para sa kanya. Pleats mahulog dyan. At speaking of mahulog, si Ethan mag-drop down para lang mabuhay. Avoids the shock darts. At mukhang ito na naman galawan talaga ng 100 Thieves sa defense natin. Pero at the same time, basta si Shion, pwede siyang munin tao dito. Si Liazi rin naka-operator, Ray.
They can just wait for them to be so aggressive. Kasi right now, kita mo yung passive na positioning ng Havan Liberty. But instead, ito na, sabay-sabay na lang tinapon na kanilang mga utilities. But then, Ethan is just around that corner. Will he get trapped out? Speaking of, dahil sumabay na natin yung lineup coming from Mysa, na bait na kahit papano sa Ethan. And they will be planting as they go with the default lineups na that they have against 100 Thieves. They're behind their backs. Still, will try to fire with his ult. Unfortunately, wala siyang na-pick off kagad, pero that became a space for Asuna to actually take out one. And right now, Asuna show again. He denies Shion. Will he go for another one? Let's see this time around. Low on HP na ang tatlong mga miyembro ng Havan Liberty. But Crane, those picks, but denied by Liazi. Isa na lang natitira. Nitro versus Liazi. He checks out every corners. Pero nga lang, nakal-out kasi ang kanyang classic versus a Phantom that's being held on by Nitro, and still he will be getting that against Havan Liberty, securing that 5th round for themselves. Sayang sa side ng Havan nandun pero nga lang you gave so much space again for Asuna to take on those frags, and isa na nga silang bumagsak, and naka-classic lang din. Nag-switch siya kasi pwede naman yung ma-right click, but unfortunately nga, the spray coming in from Phantom denied that possibility for Havan Liberty to get that.
Ano masasabi ko lang, parang maze runners talaga dito 100 Thieves Ilang beses na sila pumesa lang sa A-side, paikot-ikot, papwesto-pwesto. At dahil lang doon alam nila paano talaga parang makuha yung full value ng mga angulo dun sa may side na yun ng mapa. At sasabi ko nga sa mga tao na may ayaw sa icebox, the moment na matuto mo talaga yung mga angles na ganun, masasabi mo na lang na tipong, love ko ng icebox. Kasi magagawa mo yung ginagawa sa'yo Magla na lang yung mga pwesto dun. kitang-kita natin na nakakahanap sila ng duels eh. At syempre, pagkalaban mo si Acend na nag-iinit rito sa Reyna, feel ko talaga pwede lang tumigil sa kanya dito si Xion eh. It has to be a Reyna versus Reyna. It has to be that kind of battle. At syempre, sige, nakuha pa rin ng Havan Liberty yung Reyna na yun. Pero pwestong-pwesto na ang 100 Thieves muli. And that's been the thing. Na, sige, pwede ang Brazil squad natin na maging 1v1. Pero more often than not, in those clutch situations, Ray, nakapwes na kagad ang 100 Thieves. And that round was no exception.
It shows to us that every player, when it comes to 100 Thieves, they have that clutch potential. But no denying, we still have that possibilities for Havan Liberty to take this one. Actually, but oh no! How does Asuna get that quirky picks? Pero at least Liazi denied Asuna right now. That's already big coming from them. Plus the Viper pit. Paano ba makakaalis ang 100 Thieves out of this Viper's pit? They try to go with the pre-cars, but unfortunately, they won't be able to ding kahit isa. Ethan goes with that top tube boost. Pero unfortunately, he sees some heads, pero he wasn't able to pin down at least one. Slow start coming in from 100 Thieves as they go with this retake. But will this be possible? Yes! Magiging possible, pero nga lang, that 103 denied! That lockdown, wala pa rin mangyayari. Still gets ahead of Teeth, but at least Mycen was able to take out Knight. Kaliwat kanan na nila. That sneaky pick coming in from Mycen gets the 3 heads of 100 Thieves, and Crane will be finishing out Kiko. And just because of that Viper speed on where wala na talaga ganong info ang 100 Thieves, plus the deny of that lockdown really gave in for Havan Liberty to take that round. Napaka-importante nung round na yun kasi pag hindi pa, raming nasayang na utilities sa Havan Liberty.
At sobrang, kahit yung maliit na mga singit na yun naabasa kagad ng Havan Liberty. Smart play para sa narratives na try gamitin yung mga angulo na yun. Pero at the same time, pag nakasetup ka ng Viper set, maayos dun sa may B default, ilang beses mo makukuha yung site na yun. Not only did it cut up the operator site lines to Ray, at dahil hindi lang yung tipong sige makashutdown yung sniper, basta may idea dun ng Havan Liberty. And that's been the name of the game para sa 100 Thieves, diba? Na with their triple initiator in that last map, nakakuha sila ng intel passively and actively. And now, when we have 100 Thieves on a more, I'd say, yung most traditional composition, they don't have all those tools. Lahat ng options na yun, medyo pa konti lang. Si Hiko lang talaga ang pwede makahula ng mga intel at ang pang-gather para sa 100 Thieves. So, nagamit yun ng Havan Liberty, nakakuha sila ng tempo at nakakuha sila ng chance. Pero ngayon, mga may Viper split dun sa side ng 100 Thieves sa may A site, at Havan Liberty, back to B they go.
And this time around, since they keep on winning sa B side, they already know that it's much more comfortable to go with the supposed plant positions here. We have the Viper, we also have that Sage. Meron din tayo right now ang yung kaso nga lang after that Sova, pero nga lang Liazi takes it of steal bago nga lang mag-up yung toxic screen. Alam nila may magpipick sa kanila, unfortunately just ahead, pero nga lang oh no, Xion nasa tube pa rin, waiting patiently yung manggagaling sa mid that comes to a possibility na pupunta coming in from Orange, and that itself mapapasave na nga lang talaga si Hiko and si Aso na this time. But then Xion, he sees the head, pero hindi na sila mag-retake this time around. They don't need to dwell on those types na it's already, we're at a disadvantage. Wag na dapat natin tong i-risk pa. And that itself tells us that Havan Liberty, once they go into B side, it's much more comfy for them. You've seen how they clear up everything on their sides, kung sino man nagbabantay sa 100 Thieves. But if 100 Thieves gets a reposition na naman, maglalagay sila ng mas matigas na anchor like us, so na siguro that might be impossible for them to take the B side once again. Pero kasi they won't be doing that the second time, syempre, dahil alam na rin ng 100 Thieves how they will be manifesting more of their strats. But then this is Icebox. Para ka nagbe-maze runner dito It's either you get it or the other side gets it.
Yun naman talaga yun. Pwede ka bigla na mawala dito talaga And thing is, para sa Havan Liberty, pinapakita talaga na malakas yung fundamentals nila in a map like this. They have a good win rate on Icebox naman It's just na 100 Thieves a bit more notable and a bit better sa nakikita natin sa mga stats. Pero bigyan mo ng chance ang Havan Liberty, especially na bumalik sila sa more core-based, Brazilian-based composition. Yung tipong, ating mga duelists, ito na kagad ang simple playstyle natin na pwede talaga lang mag-pop off at pop heads. Di may chance talaga sila makakuha ng mga site kung simple lang ang ginagawa nila. So ang tanong, paano ba sasagutin yung 100 Thieves? Kanina, it took them 3 rounds, diba Ray? Parang 3 rounds lang, figure out ng 100 Thieves anong kailangan nila gawin. Nagawa na nila yung kailangan nila gawin in the first place. And dahil lang doon, medyo tinakbo na nila yung laro yun. Pero ngayon, ito yung Havan Liberty with momentum at si Crane. Nahuli pa niya si Ethan Chan. Hunter's Fury naman ilalabas ngayon. Hiko naghahanap ng target. Sana naman hindi teammate niya matitira niya dito ngayon. At mukhang wala siyang mahuhuli dyan. Thing is though, may talk screen nakaset up dito sa may B site. Mukhang naghahanda pa rin ang 100 Thieves in the way for a retake. But Asna, he only gets one there. Crane again. Mako, refrag dyan. At ang spike na plant dyan, may country control dito ang 100 Thieves. Per Havan Liberty, pwede mag-post plant setup.
You still have 4 members plus an operator being held on by Liazi. You only have those sheriffs kicking in for Nitro and still. So this might be an impossible retake unless if medyo reckless so magiging galawan ng Havan Liberty. And because of that, set up the red coming in from Nitro. And he's just defusing it. He's just taking his time. Hindi man siya makakalahati doon. Pero tingin ko medyo impossible na para makuha niya pa to. Dahil nakakapag-finger but he still gets the head of pizza. Now he tries to defuse it still, but time is ticking. Tinalo na lang siya ni Yazi that time around. But this is quite expensive for the side of Havan Liberty dahil lahat sila na wipeout. But still, no problem for them. They can still buy. They've been winning those consecutive rounds. But remember, that was already a sign of 100 Thieves kind of knowing already how they can be dwelling on sa retake sa B-side. But then, kanina pa nagbi-B-side tong Havan Liberty and di pa rin na-figure out ng 100 Thieves so far. Kasi nga, ang hirap eh. Even if they don't have Killjoy for those exit of nano swarms sa side ng Havan Liberty, but the fact na may slow orb and Mycen and Crane are very patient with their post lineups, it's really paving in for them. Tapos ngayon, nakakapag-extend na kagad ang Havan Liberty. They're really trying to be aggressive. Sumasabay din sila sa pacing kasi ng 100 Thieves.
But speaking of aggressive, ito na. Kasi kanina, madali na yung wall eh. Pang retake talaga eh, pang wall on off. Pero may konting kulang. Sasabi ng 100 Thieves, sige nga, tulog pa natin to. Let's just push this boundary even more. At tayo na yung mukhang nagiging attacking side nito. Pero sabi ni Shion, makakapasok siya dito sa may kusina at luto ng breakfast at luto rin ng isa dyan. Nitro daw, tago muna sa side. Medyo may pagkadelikado pa rin sa Havan Liberty. Sige, may numbers sila dito. Pero si Ethan nasa taas lang! At nakasunod na kagad si Ethan dito because si Nitro rin ang papasok dito sa may tube. Coating spray down to get the takedown. As na huli si Fleets dyan. Ang nag-iisa lang is Liazi. 3 HP and a dream. At kahit ngayon para sa atin, magiging good morning nga mga manager. Kahit pa, kaya na ang araw dito sa side natin ng mundong to. Para sa mundo ni Liazi. Baka maging isang munting good night. Ang tanong do, makakatakas ba siya kay Ethan dyan? Nakapwesto na kagad ang ating Viper. Konting tulak lang. Peta na ang backstab at peekaboo. Kita ka ni Nitro ngayon. 6-4, 100 Thieves ang sagot nila dito, Ray. Mas maging agresibo katumbas sa attacking side ngayon.
Hinayaan na naman nila si Ethan to do his thing. And actually, when he did those quirky positions na naman, he's just watching all over them. And that's quite cheeky for him to do that, extending a lot of time plus denying 3 people of Havan Liberty. Di na din sila nakapag-commit sa B-side at all. And kasi nga, Havan Liberty, yun ang way nila eh. Denied sila parati sa A-side. So we'll try here in a B. They've been repeating it all over again and they finally, 100 Thieves, they switch positions and that's already big coming from them. But oh no, looks like they got that. They got the head of steel. Medyo mahihirapan kaya ang 100 Thieves dito na wala na si Steel. Kukuha lang ng information so far pero wala pa rin nangyari. They actually opened up kagad ng A-site dahil napakalaki kagad yung butas because they don't have Steel anymore. But Aso na behind their backs. He tries to play this one out. AD lang. Talagang jiggle lang. But oh no, after that serious quirking moves and from Mycen, denied na siya ni Aso na behind their backs and he gets that 2K. He gets that 3. Sobrang fucking off na. Isa na lang kagad na natitira and that was just a retake dahil yung post plant na gusto ng Havan Liberty ay dinanay ni Aso na and that itself 100 Thieves gets that. Ang hirap talaga mag-A-set lalo na kung wala kang information as to where Asuna is and that's it.
Yun. Welcome to the Asuna Show. Yun talaga yung palabas dito sa umaga eh. Yung tipong pwede pang sineskwela pero yung tipong magandang umaga ba? Yan eh. Asuna Show talaga eh. Yun yung pangpagising sa inyo. At dahil lang dun, isang kill lang ang kailangan nila Asuna para mag-pop off. 3 kagad para sa kanya. Yung pwest talaga, palagi na lang yung galawan dito sa may A-site. At yun yung pinaka-strength talaga ng 100 Thieves. Sila ang mga maze runner dito, Ray. Sila talaga ang cool, calm, collected dito sa Icebox. At masasabi ko na lang na kahit tumatapat ang Havan Liberty dito sa Frogs, iba talaga ibang klase talaga yung lalabas dito 100 Thieves in terms of positioning.
It's like, pero yung nakapag-extend lang si Aso na ng ganun-ganun nga lang na hindi, walang kamalay-malay yung Havan Liberty that there's actually someone going behind their backs. And that was a free kill lang for Aso na actually. Even though si Maisa naman, he tried, pero nga lang, you know, you have Asuda going with those individual skills that he has a good sense of how he'll play with that. And because of that, nakuha na niya yung perfect wall na humaharang sa kanya on that flank itself. And that's it. 100 Thieves getting that once again. Sudden shift already on how 100 Thieves can play this out kapag nag-i-A-set ang Havan Liberty. So, ang magiging sagutan ng Havan Liberty dito is that dapat hindi nyo pinapabayaan na magiging Aso na show to sa Icebox. Marami nang naging dito highlight si Aso na eh. Kaya dapat yun yung kailangan i-take note ng Havan Liberty. Pero at the same time, dapat hindi mo gagawa ng space for creativeness itong 100 Thieves kasi that's what they've been playing out. Nag-boost na naman kagad si Ethan on that certain angle and he can just oversee everyone. Pero nag-fake lang sila na setup kind of. Hindi pala, di na sila nag-fake setup. I think they just want to risk this out. Pero the fact na marami pang nasa labas and nakakuha na kagad information
Anti-aso na. Anti-aso na. Yun lang yun eh. Yung tipong ayaw na nila. Tama na to. At lahat sila tumambay lang doon, Ray. Kaya sinasabi, ayoko na yung Aso na show eh. Pero ang maganda sa Aso na show, maganda yung nakikita natin ngayon, Ray. Award-winning. Dahil hindi talaga sila umaasa kay Aso na eh. In all honesty. Yung show ni Aso na, dahil lang siya yung pinaka nakakuha ng attention. Napapanood natin at kailangan pa rin ng Havan Liberty dahil lang sa presyo ni Asuna. Tatlo yung tumambay na doon. At eto na, biglang may space para sa 100 Thieves at sino ang tatakakatapat nila? Sila Steel, sila Ethan, sila Nitro, sila Hiko, and especially si Ethan dito sa larong Tod. Sa mga pwesto na niya, parang siya si Spider-Man dito at pwedeng galing sa taas, bigla na lang mauwi doon si Mycen. Quick pick up para sa Havan Liberty, para sa 100 Thieves rather. At pa yung spike at biglang peekaboo. Hiko sees you! Ito yung sinasabi ko sa'yo. May attention galing doon sa Reyna at kahit napatay mo siya, hindi pa tapos ang suffering nyo. Kasi ang 100 Thieves handang-handa sa map na to, sa pwesto nila. At makikita mo lahat sila gumagalaw at gumagawa, Ray.
This is pretty cheeky of 100 Thieves. Alam mo yun, di sila nagpapa-info usually and that's pretty big coming in from them and denied that possibility that it can be an attacker-sided sa first half. 8-4 nga ang ating score this time around. But it's all about 100 Thieves just outsmarting Havan Liberty. And it also, like what we've seen in Acend, they just outsmart every time that Havan Liberty wants to execute something out of them. Denying lang yon. Actually, ito nga, mas scary. Kasi this is the default lineup that 100 Thieves has. Ibig sabihin, they still trust kung ano man yung mayroong strategy pa rin sila hanggang ayon. We've seen this lineup in their VCT. We've seen this repeated all over again. Pero nga lang, they still have lots of keys that they can show up and actually, hindi pa nalalock in pa rin ng Havan Liberty so far. And yan yung magiging malaking problema nila dahil 4 na ang lead kagad ng mga tropa natin from 100 Thieves.
Ito lang yung Ray, diba? Yung kung kahit wala si Cardo, may ang probinsyano siya pa rin sa TV. Forever and ever. Actually, hindi ko alam kano katagal na yung show na yun. Pero yun lang naman yun eh. Yun yung sa 100 Thieves. Inaano nila si Asuna tipong, sige, Asuna show. Sige, pag-usapan niyo siya. Sige, tingnan niyo siya. Kasi ilang beses na dahil lang sa space na nagagawa ni Asuna. Yun sobrang nagpapakita ng lakas ng 100 Thieves eh. Overall, it is a full team effort pa rin eh. Na kahit sinasabi natin, ito yung show ng duelist. Siya na lahat palagi pinag-uusapan. Casters, bias naman. Mga Aso na fanboy eh. Pero after everything is said and done, the results happen dahil sa setup niya. Kahit siya makapatay, kahit mamatay siya kahagad. Space created or kills created. Walang pa kay 100 Thieves kasi gagamitin nila yun in the first place. And that's the thing eh. Yun yung pinaka-place ng 100 Thieves. Kung ano pwede nila gamitin Ray, ginagamit nila. Medyo sad pakinggan no pag Tagalog may pagka-user. Pero hindi It's just efficient. Masasabi ko na lang. And grabe parang nagkakaaraw na sa labas, no?
Oo nga parang medyo pero yung papalit-palit kong cortina na observe ng mga viewers natin na dati Hello Kitty yan, pero nangyari na palitan yan. Alam niyo yung typical sa story lang tungkol dito. Yung mom ko kasi, she loves to have yung terno-terno na mga ano. And sabi ko, okay, it's a good background naman. Wala naman atang na-offend tungkol dito. So, we'll just get that. Actually, I have lots of iba't ibang color yan. May Disney Princess pa ako. I have a pink. You know, just tell me. And my mom will actually have the effort to change that.
Okay, pwede ba? Every few days, Ray, iba't iba. Para sa Masters, pa iba-iba ang ating kortina sa likod. Okay yun.
Tingin ko pwede naman. Since I had a lot of cleaning dito, kailangan na din palitan
Ito na yun eh. Ito yung Ray. Kung may cortina ang Masters kung may logo ng VALORANT Masters, yun din eh. Alam mo, di ba? Alam mo, di pong maraming tao may poster ng mga lalaro na mga action figures. Dapat sa'yo cortina eh. Lahat ng mga kinakas mo, Ray, yung cortina mo palit-palit eh. Di ba? The Ray ba?
The cortina collection of Ray. Yan na iba. Wala man lang ako yung okay, so dapat kapag okay, so feel ko ang sakit sa mata pag red, pero maghahanap ako ng close to red. Pero marami ako dyan, mayroon pang frog, may ano ba yun? Tama ba? Keropi. Meron pa guys, Hello Kitty na color green. Huwag kayo. Guys, sa Shopee lang yun, guys. Nakabili ako ng 7/7 sale.
Ito talaga. Ito yung mga usapang good morning eh. Ito yung usapang good morning, yung tipong kinikwento na naman habang nagkakape, yung tipong okay, sige, chika kasama si Marites Ray. Pero masabi nilang na parang
Mare, BFF pa si BFF.
Ay Mare, kakagising mo na. Alam mo ba?
Hi Mars.
Alam mo si Aso na, grabe talaga yan eh. Yun talaga yan eh. Pero habang babalik na tayo dito sa laro at tapos na ang ating Gossip Girl segment, ito ang tanong ko para sa 100 Thieves na Garere at baka pwede mo sagutin eh. Paano nila gagawin tong attacking side na to na wala yung stage? The stats say na kaya nila. Pero yun nga, parang kanina nagkaka-value ang slow orb ni Plates, nagkaka-value yung barrier orb. Yun kaya makakatulong dito sa Havan Liberty on the defending side? Or sasabihin lang ng 100 Thieves, mag-set up tayo, papatay ni Astra ang lahat at okay na ang lahat?
Sa tingin ko, you're actually at that point, that Pleats is a valuable agent right now sa side ng Havan Liberty, can be the key actually to unlocking 100 Thieves right now. Pero nga lang, Shion will just be denying a lot of them going in towards A side. And napakalaking napakalaking step up. And that's just him being aggressive, taking those risky plays. But still, that became an advantage. But unless right now, Ethan gets a good say as he holds that Sheriff, denied kagad si Crane. Pero nga lang, Shion still gets the head of Ethan. Will this be a possible ace? Let's see. That might be a possible ace. Unang round pa lang, mainit na kagad si Shion as he has that 35 HP. Pero naman meron pa rin naman siyang wala na rin pang heal. Pero you can just look out as to where Hiko is. Hahabulin na siya, pa isa-isa na sila. Give me that potential ace. Kaso wala pa naman so far. May mga shockers pang pangyayari din playing it out. But Blitz seizes out Hiko and finally Havan Liberty. This is a great setup coming in from them. Pero kasi nakita ko rin na they just didn't know that, okay, they don't usually see that may magpupush kagad eh. When you're using that arena, hindi din siya nag-take out ng any leers. Pero he's just going with those empty-handed na picks. And it actually became a big opener sa side ng Havan Liberty. Sabi nila, okay, that's a big setup. One round is going to be at the formula and we can change the pace of our games. And ito, yan na nga yung medyo important dito. Walang nangyari sa side ng 100 Thieves if wala kang Sage, wala ka ring wala ka ring healer, wala ka ring taga-heal. So this is really bad for them if Havan actually figures out. But those lights ang ganda, pinatigil nila yung mundo. At ngayon, nagka-opportunity na lang kagad ang Havan Liberty to just take them out. Nakita pa nga yung lunchbox sa tumalon sa harapan ni Crane. And oh no, they just figured it out. Oh, isang shock dart lang yun. Yan ang tawag na ROI. Return of investment.
ROI, may ganun pala yung tipong, okay, ito yung value. Credits equals damage. Pero sabi ka na lang talaga eh. Sabi ni Crane, may breakfast special siya eh. Shock Dart. Pinakain na lang talaga. At sobrang happy yung 100 Thieves na i-take yun eh. Lahat ng lumalabas ng kusina, tamaan talaga nung Shock Dart doon. Mas sabi ko lang, para sa Havan Liberty dito sa fence nila, mas okay eh. Yung kanina, nung pistol run, si Shion, saktong-sakto, perfecto talaga ang mga angles na mabasa niyo yung galawan ng mga 100 Thieves. At habang ngayon, Havan Liberty na nakakuha ng dalawa na dito sa half na to. Pero 100 Thieves, bigla lang nagkakabaril ngayon. Wall na set on up si Shion ngayon. Nag-iintay si Ethan, dumahuli si Misa na split sa makakakuha ng refrag dyan. Pero si Acend na hindi pa tapos at nanguhusa pa lang siya. Ito, natagal ang Acend na show na naman. Mukhang mag-palitan yung channel na yan. Pero si Ethan rin, syempre ang positioning niya sobrang world class. Sobrang ilang beses na dahil lang sa kung siya nakapwesto, nakakuha siya ng pitas. Kanina sa pistol, kanina sa first half. At ngayon dito sa second. Very nice para sa 100 Thieves. 6-9 ang scoreline ngayon.
Okay, let's repeat the very nice 1, 2,
Very
nice.
Yun eh.
Yan ang inaabangan ni Dax. Kung hindi nangyari ang 2-10 kanina, at least ngayon, 6-9 ang score natin. Umagang kay kalat para sa mga nanonood sa atin. But you know what? Kidding that aside, actually, ang hirap na ng position ng 100 Thieves to, di ba? I mean, they're literally being caught on a sandwich formation na by Havan Liberty. But you know, the step up na naman coming in from Ethan himself, it's just sometimes very, di mo in-expect. So that's what happened earlier on. Even if kanina take sila ni Crane sa paggaling nila sa kitchen, but at least denied din ulit ang Havan Liberty once again. And 100 Thieves suddenly got out of the chain of Havan Liberty that has been showing them. Pero they started slow here in A side. They just want to buy a lot of time where they will be able to stack up. Pero nga lang, ang maganda dito is that tatlo ang nasa A side ng Havan Liberty. So, makakapunta din kagad si Liazi as to where they are. Pero hindi nila alam na may magagaling behind their box but he's already holding that operator that we have. And he tries to pick him out at once again. Pero unfortunately, hindi na nga nangyari yun. But may follow-up again. And maganda na sana yung gagawin ng 100 Thieves pero denied lang sila. Pero nakapasok na si Aso na right now. He gets the 2K. The Aso na show. Yan na nga sinasabi ko sa inyo. Stay tuned for more updates. Please subscribe. Please channel na nga ang mangyayari. Pero mayroon na siya. Alam na niya yung information as to where they are. Pero nag-high sa kanya si Mycen at Hiko na lang ang natitira. Meron siyang dalawang shock dart. Mapaka-importante nito if sakasakaling mangyayari yon for those post lineups. Pero 15 HP, na po, medyo mahirap to para sa kanya.
Tingnan natin. Ito ba? Age equals experience. Mahanapan niya yung pwesto niya dito. Magandang tago doon sa may recon dart. Hinintay niya yung pangatlong pulse bago pumwesto dyan. At putik na yung oras dito. At si Hiko, nahuli pa niya si Mycen dyan. 1v1 na ngayon. Si Crane ngayon nag-decide. Ano ba gagawin? Magde-defuse. Pero one tap lang galing kay Hiko para mag-clutch yun. Para sa 100 Thieves. 10-6. Walang pake-pake sa age. Kayang-kaya pa rin ni Hiko yan. 13 kills para sa kanya at sobrang clutch doon para sa NA squad natin.
Hiko! Ayun sabi ko, age is just a number. The soul of Hiko every time never disappointed.
Tingnan mo yun, no?
It was very important round and he was just perfect. What? Ano nangyari?
Wala.
Chef's kiss. Nagulat din ako.
Alam mo,
what?
Ray. Si Hiko mismo nagsabi yan, alam ko eh. Yung tipong, may mga things na pwede mo lang gawin sa LAN. At isa yun! Zero ping offline setup! At alam natin talaga ang 100 Thieves ay isang team na handang-handa na para umabot sa stage na to. Yung mahirap pa sa kanila, yung qualifiers, malapit na NA scene, online setup. Pero habang nandito na sila, ito na ang full potential ng 100 Thieves. Takot na dapat ang lahat kasi pwede ito mag-isang contender para sa crown dito sa Masters Berlin. Pero si Ethan na naman, pwesto niya ilang beses na yan. As na ngayon, konting taps, 5 versus 3 setup. At nasa pistols ngayon ng Havan Liberty. Malupit ang laban nila pero ngayon mahihirapan sila dahil naka-rifles dito pa rin ng 100 Thieves. Si As na spotting spray down sa may box dyan. At habang nag-plan si Nitro, si Ethan makakahuli Iliazi. 3 kills na para sa ating Omen. At magtatanim na ang spike at di pa tapos. Ito na ang onslaught ng 100 Thieves, Ray.
bigla silang nag-speak up lahat ng mga members nila. Biglaan ka na lang magugulat because that actually boosted the team's morale. And that 15 HP clutch and all of them has been so on fire. Biglaan nala kagad nagkaroon ng malaking buff sa 100 Thieves. But then, oh my, I have no words for that. Nangyari. They're just so confident about that, and Ethan na naman, we're expecting a lot from this guy, and he's really putting up with that expectations. He really keeps up with that, and dalawa na lang kagad before 100 Thieves can actually take this. Pero as Havan Liberty gets a tactical timeout, they need to figure it out once again dahil napakalaking mistake that they have earlier. You just don't expect that. Pero the LAN, kasi iba talagang magic ng LAN tournaments, to be honest.
Ito lang yun eh. Yun eh. You have no words. Ako may dalawa pa sa'yo. LAN buff. LAN buff. Kitang-kita talaga na mga ini-expect dito ng 100 Thieves na pwede lang matakasan. The things they can get away with. They have that understanding. They know that they can do it. At dahil lang doon, ginagawa nila eh. Yung tipong, dinitake nila yung risk na yun. Binimit nila yung expectations na iniisip na in the first place, at dahil lang doon yung tipong yung tapang talaga na gawin yun yung sobrang nakakatulong sa na ma-push ang kanilang playstyle, ma-push ang mga konting nuances, yung mga malilit na bagay na nakakatulong sa kanila. At dahil lang doon, kitang-kita natin ano yung scoreline. 11-6, Havan Liberty nag-tactical timeout. Tumatapat sila sa frags pero kulang pa rin in terms of that momentum. Kulang pa rin in terms of trying to run away with this game. At kahit ang lupit ng ginawa na ni Shion so far, it's not enough. Ang Havan Liberty, ito na nga yung pinaka-problema ko. Yes, they're a strong Brazilian team, pero hindi naman ito yung playstyle na nagdala sa kanila sa pinakatuktok ng local scene nila. Pero sa 100 Thieves, ito pa rin ang linalaro nila kahit may triple initiator comp na sila sa map na ito. Kitang-kita natin back to basics, and they have that form in the first place, and they have been at the top of the NA scene for quite a while already within, of course, at mga masabi ko lang reaching distance compared to Sentinels. Pero 11-6 scoreline. Rez already used up dito kay Pleats. Wala nang second chances dito para sa Havan Liberty. Tingnan natin kung kaya nila tumapat dito, Ray.
Remember, this is quite an expensive buy, so it's a now or never game. It's all about after you get this, or it's already being denied by 100 Thieves. Pero because of that, nagkaroon pa rin ng leeway. Pero gusto ngayon gawin ng 100 Thieves is just they just need to clear up some spaces before they can finally commit. Pero nga lang, that was just a little kind of a bait coming from the setups of Nitro once again. Hindi nila alam na may nakakapag-extend. Na dahil nga nakita na Christine, nag-zipline lang siya. Nakita pa niya yung ulo ni Crane, and he actually goes with the second one. They just didn't expect him at all. One of them going one by one. They just got faked also. Na mind games lang sila ng 100 Thieves once again, and it's just a code. They haven't figured it out yet. Para lang yan naging thesis mo na napakahirap i-figure out kung paano ka gagawa ng conclusion, and that's already been happening right now for the side of Havan Liberty. Blitz na lang and Liazi ang natitira. Will they risk it out? Kasi wala na din sila magiging pera later on. Okay. So, right now, nasa, ano na lang sila, nasa kitchen na lang. So, may consistency, pero nga lang, Blitz takes the head of Aso na. Nakasimi na siya dito. Hindi na nila ayang makapag-save. So, and speaking of Ethan, denies that possibility of Blitz dahil nga kita mo naman, he's very stuck up already at kitchen. He has no way that he can bail out of that. And one left before 100 Thieves finally secures this and goes with a clean streak of 2-0 in favor of them in this first match that they have in Masters Berlin.
Ito na ba ang katapusan ng day number 1? Ito na ba talaga? 100 Thieves, pinakita na nila gaano kaalam nila ang mapa na ito. Yung mga wallbangs lagi, yung mga pwestos, at yung mga small little nuances, yung maliliit na microsecond decisions na alam nila makakataka sila. Yung mga anggulos dito ng attacking, defending, yun talaga ang pinaka nakatulong sila sa kanila sa kanilang lead ngayon. Pero hindi pa tapos. May chance pa dito ang Havan Liberty. Kahit konti lang. Tatlong guardians asa sa one tap. Si Liazi ngayon naka-blade sa per mag-dash on away versus Shion. Hulit kagad ni Steel. At ilang beses na natin nakita yung nest talaga at yung rappel mismo nakakatulong sa 100 Thieves. Kiko do nabasa si Blade sa to si Liazi gamit yung Blade Star shot pa si Asna. Pero bigla na lang magkaka-shade of rain dito sa may A-site. Ray. Hindi lang yun. May Dome of Doom. Linabas na dito ng 100 Thieves ang lahat. Gusto na nila tatapusin tong araw na to. Ngayon at ngayon. At Nitro mahuli si Liazzi dyan. 4v2. Pakunti-kunti na ang oras yung Dome na zone at ditong Havan Liberty. Pero hindi pa tapos ang 100 Thieves. Lahat na lang sinama na nila sa buffet na to. Si Steve mahuli si Mysen. Kadang-isa na lang yun. Pero si Ethan na naman ang nandyan. Peekaboo, he sees you. 30-6 para sa 100 Thieves. Ang matatapos nilang series na to ng 2-0. Congratulations to the NA Squadron. And what a day it has been para sa Masters Berlin.
It has been a great start. This is actually just one of those puzzle pieces of how 100 Thieves can actually take the championship title here in Masters Berlin. Pero nga lang, that experience itself, yun pa lang, that big difference that they have, plus the map dito, nakita-kita natin before this series actually started, already speaks so much for the side of 100 Thieves. First performance, Acend perfect. Also here in a second map, perfect pa rin talaga ang kanilang mga executions. They started really good with that 8-4, although there were some possibilities that they're being denied by Havan Liberty. There were some bits of pieces that they can actually form against 100 Thieves, but unfortunately nga, napakalaking deny pa rin. There might be rounds na nagkakamali ang 100 Thieves, but that itself, wala silang problema. They can give those rounds kasi kaya naman nilang mag-keep up sa kung ano man ang meron. So congratulations once again to 100 Thieves. At mukhang mas magiging masaya yung mga matutulog dahil medyo sakto tayo sa oras natin. Matatapos nga ng 6 a.m. Pero the fact na laki na kagad tong startup meron ng 100 Thieves and they were quite relaxed about how they need to make up those plays. That's already big eh. And I think this is more of the ano na kagad talaga. The LAN magic that 100 Thieves has. They might be weak sa onlines, but when it comes to how they play it out, plus the pressure also, they know how to handle it. At saka sa tingin ko pa, si Havan Liberty, medyo naglalak pa sila sa ganong type of fortitude, but at least they're already speaking so much. They're already proving something din naman. But that clutch also, nakita mo eh, game changer din yun eh. Talagang no... Perfecto. Let's not start with Perfecto, right? I'm gonna be nerdy kapag si Perfecto ang usapan, but we can definitely say that Hiko is one of the Perfecto players talaga in this Valorant scene.
Yeah, well, 100 Thieves. Talaga. Tried and tested. Triple initiator sa Acend. Back to basics para sa Icebox at sa Havan Liberty. Yun nga, pag isasabi sa matchup, may pagka-similarity sila. They did the same thing for both maps as well. A triple initiator, back to basics. But in the end, yung experience talaga at yung LAN buff, yung LAN magic ng 100 Thieves ang nakatrust sa 100 Thieves sa greatness at para sa panalo na yon. It was a good effort to para sa Brazil squad natin. Nakita rin natin na yung style talaga nila pwedeng makadominate, pwedeng makasurprise. Pero against a team against like 100 Thieves na sobrang experience in the tackle FPS scene, diba? Pag naka-adjust sila eh, wala na masyadong magawa yung Havan Liberty. Pero kita natin, may firepower din Havan Liberty, especially yung mga nakita natin mga plays sa kanila, yung mga arena plays, yung mga breach plays kanina, nakakatulong rin eh. Pero at the same time, it was just more of a complete package para sa 100 Thieves. And this is why they're that, that NA second seed. At kung Ray, kung mahina ang online nila, sinasabi mo, ayaw ko na lang ano ang malakas para sa'yo eh. Kasi kung pero kung nahihirapan kasi sa online, yun lang sasabihin ko. Dito sa offline, dito sa LAN, makikita natin talaga ang pinaka-potential ng 100 Thieves.
It's just, I'm so excited kung ano man meron ng papakita sa atin ng 100 Thieves. Although, syempre, yung expectations na naman natin sa kanila, syempre, masaset up na naman, but at least they're able to keep up on what's in front of them, diba? Pero this is just the start of their journey here in Masters, and sa tingin ko talaga, on their group din talaga, they have that big advantage din eh, compared to their other teams here. But nonetheless, it's still a good game for them. They can still have those new approaches when we are going to cast them. But all I can say right now is I'm quite excited on how they will be handling this for the next days to come. Pero ikaw naman, Dax, what can you say also about the sa strategies ng Havan Liberty? Do you think they'll be able to improve more? Or do you think ito na talaga yung pinaka default na meron sila, or they will still have much more to show us?
I feel like ito talaga yung lalabas nila. In terms of performance, babawi sila, titingnan nila yung nagawa nila mga mali versus 100 Thieves. Pero by this point in time, wala ka na oras talaga magpalit eh. Kaya yun yung concern ko nung pasok sa Icebox, nang balik sila sa Reyna and Jet. Hindi naman tipong yung problema ng Havan Liberty na hindi magaling players nila. Umabot sila dito sa Berlin for good reason. Pero yung pinaka-reason dahil nga is nilabas na yung bridge playstyle na sobrang nanibago yung Brazil scene dahil doon. Yun yung pinaka-nakatulong sa kanila. And I feel like kung mag-double down sila doon, kung makahanap sila ng even more strength against international teams, then doon sila uunlad doon sila papasay. At tingnan mo, I mean, ginawa naman ng 100 teams sa NA yun, di ba? Sige, KO, papaganahin natin to. I'd say pretty much the same thing for Havan Liberty. Pero syempre, the world stage is even harder. The breach playstyle is very team-oriented, yung tipong pangpatulong talaga. And let's be honest, hindi lang naman sila yung tipong team dito sa buong group stage na mag-breach. Tingnan mo, Vision Strikers, sila nga yung nagpauso ng flash and dash. So, there might be competition in that part as well. Pero para sa Havan Liberty, hindi pa naman tapos, may extra chance pa sila sa kanilang group kasi syempre double elimination naman. Pero sa 100 teams, ito naman yung expected outcome ng lahat It was just that experience, and I feel like ang napakita dito ng 100 teams, yung mga maliliit na bagay na mag-exemplify talaga nung LAN buff, nung LAN experience nila. At dito talaga natin makikita ang pinaka-essence ng 100 teams, ang pinaka-potential na linalabas ngayon ng 100 teams.
Exactly. Yun talagang kailangan natin i-look forward for the next days to come. Tatandaan nyo, this is just the group stages, but yet a lot of teams are already introducing nga sa the new kind of gameplays that they have. I'm quite excited kasi unang araw pa lang to, and we'll see much more coming out of these teams as we get to cast more games for tomorrow. But once again, gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa mga nandyan na nakinood sa amin. But right now, we'll say goodbye dahil bukas magkikita-kita tayo muli here in VALORANT Masters Berlin. Once again, good morning, already eat your breakfast. We are your shoutcasters. I am Mary, and of course, joined me here is Dax. Maraming salamat, and see you for tomorrow's set of games.
Good night, good morning, goodbye.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Supposed to say, I feel like I've been trying, but there is no way. And I'm not really certain I am made for you. We always end up our evenings feeling blue. Moving that.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to Berlin, Germany, where 100 Thieves have just rounded off our last best of 3 of the day by taking down Havan Liberty. I'm Youngsu. I'm back on the desk with Gio and Bala. Now, I gotta ask the hard question, Bala, because do you feel like that series was because 100 Thieves were just absolutely insane and they showed up and they dominated, or do you feel like there was a bit of a gap between the two teams?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a mix of both, right? Because we were expecting this huge land story. 100 Thieves has so much experience. Oh my God, Steel. Oh my God, Hiko, all that stuff, right? But they really did come out and just kind of dominate. I honestly don't even feel like they were playing at full strength in that series.
I would have to agree. It was a discussion that we actually had on the desk during the game. We were discussing, you know, is this 100 Thieves showing everything? And I don't think the answer to that is yes. I think they actually had the opportunity to play a game, which they got a win for, where they could still hide a lot of what they could bring. And there is that difference in experience, I suppose, but I think also just the regions, I guess, are at different places.
I mean, obviously, we've got to take into the consideration that this is 100 Thieves, but for Havan Liberty, do you feel like maybe history is destined to repeat itself and we're going to see some Brazilian teams not doing as well as they expected to?
I don't believe in history being destined to repeat itself, regardless of what it is. I don't think Sentinels are destined to win, but like, I think that if they continue playing like that, then there is a likelihood. I believe in statistics, but I don't necessarily believe in destiny.
Stats don't lie. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think that, you know, you have to consider the fact that it wasn't great. Maybe they just needed some easing in, though. You've got to give them the benefit of the doubt there. And there were still good plays from this team. It's not like it was 13 O's.
Yeah, there's definitely an opportunity for them to, you know, do some studying, fix some things. Maybe, you know, the first time that they're playing on LAN together. I mean, I know they were in a team house together in Brazil, but, you know, mix up the chairs, something like that. Try to find out a way to get the emotions not stomped on by 100 Thieves. And the next opponents could be like Crazy Raccoons or Gambit. So, you know, there's definitely time to change, but it has to change fast. And that's not what we saw from Brazil and Iceland.
I mean, in fairness, we have seen teams, you know, even Fnatic back at Iceland, where they lost some games, that second games against Sentinels, made the lower bracket run and come back. So it's not the all and be all. But we do have to say that one of the players that we wanted to highlight here, and also the Verizon high-speed moment of the match, of course, it goes to Asuna. I don't even know how we can explain this, because what is this? Just what is this? Every single one of them have had insane moments, especially on this map. But this is just. Go on, Bala. I'm gonna let you talk over this because I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
Every time you watch Asuna on this A site of Icebox, it is speech, like it will take away your breath because it is insane. I mean, look at these shots, and it's over and over and over against different teams, like time and time again. Right here, he's flanking, right? Look at this shot. Look at that shot. That is unbelievable for Asuna, and it's like he does it on the daily.
Asuna is the Reyna player who starts to push against the stereotype of all Reyna players being selfish and bad and not being a good pick. You know what I mean? You can't be mad when he picks it because you know he's going to pop off.
Exactly, and when you have like Ethan covering him with smokes and whatnot, you saw the round where he was like inside of the rope, and of course you don't put him on ropes. Like you don't challenge him on the rope. He's a boxer. He'll knock you out instantly, just like 2 punches and you're done. And I think that's kind of what happened there on Icebox, was him just getting his feelings in check, wrapping it all up, and just taking a couple kills. Every round it was like a multi-kill, right?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of multi-kills, we also saw Hiko dishing them out as well. Let's hand it over to Dash now. He is with Hiko for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Hiko cruising to victory here in this matchup against Havan Liberty 2-0. First question to you, was it as smooth as it looked like to us?
I mean, we definitely didn't expect it to be that one-sided, especially the first map. We just kind of came out and played our game, and I mean, you can look at the score and be like, oh, they won a lot and they won a little, but I mean, they definitely put up a good fight and they're a good team. We just kind of had their numbers today, and yeah, I wouldn't say it was super easy or anything.
Well, again, I think that's important perspective because exactly as you mentioned, it's easy for us to look at it and go, well, it felt incredibly dominant. I want to take a step back from the games themselves, though, and talk to you a bit about what it feels like and means to be back at a LAN event. You've had a decade-long career at this point, an incredibly experienced player. We were kind of talking beforehand, your first international LAN probably about 10 years ago. We've been cooped up at home for 2 years now, and I know that this 100 Thieves squad has been, with that international LAN, goal set in sights ever since its inception, and here you are representing North America. What's that mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, it really means a lot. I haven't been on a big international team in a long time, and even just traveling internationally, it's probably been 4 or 5 years. So being able to come back and kind of like a resurgence of myself and kind of the rise from wherever I was before, it feels great. And 100 Thieves as an organization, great backing for us. They've been fully supportive. All the guys too. I mean, we've been kind of not doing much since Iceland, since not qualifying, and full focus from all the players, a lot of practice, and I know I speak for all of them when it means a lot for us to be here. But this is what our roster is built for. I know it's like the meme, but
yeah, I mean, right. But hey, if you're not built to win, if that's not the goal, then I don't know why you're here in the sport, right? But you mentioned Iceland. I'll talk about that for a moment. A lot of expectation for North America as a region just based off of that performance alone from Sentinels. Winners of First Strike in North America, but missing that Reykjavik, qualification. As you step onto this stage, how are you grappling with both your personal expectation for the team as compared to the regional expectation of North American dominance?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they might beat us every time we play against them, Sentinels at least. But I don't think that we are so super far behind them as a lot of people think we are. And that being said, sure, there's some pressure for us to perform being from NA, and the meme right now is, oh my God, NA is so much better than EU and all the other regions. But I mean, I don't think that really puts any pressure on us. I think we are here to do our job. We have a goal. As long as we hit that goal, then that's pretty much like, hey, job acquired, job finished, and we can kind of look forward to after that.
Sweet. I got 2 more questions for you. First one's just a quick, cheeky one. First map was very dominant, as we said, with a 13-3. But round 9, Nitro got murdered by your Hunter's Fury man after he makes a sick snapshot off of a flash. Please talk to me about what was going on in comms in that moment.
Yeah, we were doing a specific setup, and I had my ult ready, and I'm like, if they rush B, I'll be able to help you. And they ended up rushing B, and misjudged where he was and misjudged where my mouse was, and fortunately he got caught in the crossfire. I didn't kill anybody else.
Yeah.
But my bad, Nitro.
It still
Sorry.
worked out for you guys. I think he still won the round, but it was just so funny after he makes that flick, and then it was like, 14 health, and he gets eliminated by you. I like the idea that you were just handing it over to the other team. But in the grand scheme of things, from here, you're going to play the winner of Gambit versus Crazy Raccoon. Gambit is a team on many people's minds, but in general, I'm kind of curious how you look at the competition and the rest of your group between those two teams.
Yeah, I think we all kind of expect Gambit to take it, and so now that we've beat Havan, I think we expect to play Gambit. Great team, they play very aggressive, they're very fast, and I think we have a lot of experience against that with a lot of the NA teams and the NA style, people say. So I think we'll definitely be prepared and we'll definitely be ready, whether Crazy Raccoons or it is Gambit. I think we'll be ready and we have a good shot.
Sweet. Well, I think either way, it's going to be a match to watch. I want to congratulate you on the dominant victory here today. I don't want to take too much of your time because we just crested that midnight hour, and I know you got some more rest to get up to and practice as well. So once again, congratulations and thanks for the interview.
Thank you very much.
From here, we're going to toss it right back to Yinsu and crew to close out the day.
Thank you very much. Dash and Hiko as well. That was so wholesome.
Yeah.
He still got it after all these years being back on LAN, Bala.
I feel like he is, with all his Twitch streaming and whatnot, he kind of speaks in memes now, and it's really endearing. It's really, really endearing. He's like, yeah, the meme here. Oh, yeah, the meme there. Asuna's a meme. Everything, it's really fun to watch his development from that time that he was talking about where he rose from wherever he was, the ashes, I'm going to say, back to a top-tier player.
He's not that old. I think
it wasn't an age comment.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. And also, it's midnight, as Dash says, so happy birthday, Gio.
Oh, thanks.
Happy birthday.
It's Gio's birthday.
We'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow as well. But also, we have a HyperX reflex moment to bring to you guys as well. And I'm pretty sure that this, the three of us, collectively lost our minds.
This is insane.
And
First that
I'm
shot,
sorry.
the flick. That's the second bullet of his spray. Like, that is so hard to pull off.
And we were like having a bit of a fangirl about Ethan at the start. So for this to be I remember when this play happened, you got out your chair and you just had like your hands on your temples and you were like, what did I just watch?
I mean, what did we just
well, there is that.
Yeah, I honestly thought it was a glitch for a second. But this is what we talked about, right, Gio? These are the kind of players that will turn up on LAN and do this.
Well, yeah, I mean, we saw that. No, absolutely. And I think it kind of, even when you go back to like Hiko's interview and you listen to the humility with which he spoke and the way that he spoke about, he's like, it's a meme that we always use the Sentinels and blah, 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 and that NA's the best, but they don't see themselves from that egotistical perspective. They don't see themselves with too high expectations. They're just like, we're going to do our thing, but they know what their capabilities are. And I think that's what breeds this kind of playing. You're not going in just being too arrogant, but you're also not going in underselling yourself.
Yeah, and I think that's for sure, the 100 Thieves motto at that point, right? They were like, whatever, we're walking on stage. They're like, oh, yeah, we're chilling.
And you listen to the BM.
Instantly, after they start rolling, it's like, boom, we're out here.
Do you know what? I need to see 100 Thieves play Acend, and I want to see who can out-BM who. That will be a feast. But before we get ahead of ourselves, this is what the tournament standing looked like after day one. Of course, we see a couple of teams dropping into that lower bracket, which means they are going to be playing an elimination match. Valo, it's going to get pretty scary, but luckily for the teams that have won today, they're in a pretty good kind of place to qualify for playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard still, but at least they're in that mode where they have 2 chances to make it to playoffs, and that is the key point, because that's when it turns into a single elimination game, and also you're getting ever closer to that trophy, and every time you win, it's like, boom, you're up there,
Yeah, you are up there.
Yeah.
No,
it's your birthday. It's okay. We'll let you off.
Thanks, No, I agree. I mean, there is the pressure because, for a lot of these teams, I suppose Group D being an anomaly, but if you go into the other 3 groups, the teams that have gone down into that lower bracket, like they're going to be looking at some really hefty competition, some of whom, because we're only on our first day, we actually still haven't seen yet. So they don't know what to expect. They're essentially preparing for something that they don't know yet. And that's a really ominous feeling.
Well, let's talk about those teams we haven't seen yet, because we are going to be back tomorrow with more Valorant action. PaperX, representing the SEA, will be taking on Korea's #1 seed Vision Strikers, followed by Gambit, of course, the winners from EMEA, against the Crazy Raccoon. And to round everything off, North America's Envy going to be taking on VivoKey this time. Another NA versus Brazil battle. Bala, which match are you most excited for?
After watching G2 F4Q, I'm really excited to see Vision Strikers and PaperX and see what the level of Korea is at right now as a whole, because F4Q was the 2nd seed and a lot of people didn't really have them on their radar. They're like, okay, yeah, they'll probably be okay. But Vision Strikers is the team that they're paying attention to. So if F4Q is at that level, what does that mean for Group A? Is it even harder of a group than we thought?
I mean, considering as well, Vision Strikers, we can't forget, they're the team that had this 100+ game win streak, which, by the way, F4Q are the ones who broke that.
Yep.
So you got this whole Korea thing going on. You're like, yeah, they could be kind of scary. For me, I would probably have to say the last game of the day with Envy. I love watching Envy play anyway. I'm not going to hide that. Envy is so much fun. But I think that when you consider the play styles of the 2 regions, again, you've got the NA, the Brazil, what could happen is a really exciting thought. Now, we could just have a repeat of what we just saw with 100 Thieves and Havan Liberty, but I'm going to assume that's not the case. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, especially for VivoKey, right? They might have this kind of revenge, a fire under their bellies, like, we got to avenge our brothers. And I hope we do see that. I really do hope. But thank you to both of you for joining me today. And, of course, thank you to Dash and our other analysts and casters as well. That's it for day 1, but that was only day 1, guys. We're going to have plenty of action over the next couple of of weeks. But for now, it's out. We're out here for the three of us. We are out of here. I cannot speak anymore for the three of us, but we will be back with more Masters Berlin tomorrow starting at 2:30 p.m. CEST. We'll see you then.
You don't want to be getting Yardy.
Spike down, B.
Nice!
One enemy.
You don't want to see me get Yardy.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
You don't want to see me get Yardy.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Oh, God, that's
We're coming B on you guys. We're going B.